Su Yang, come join me for the Wilderness Survival Challenge. There is a 1 billion prize, and we will share a single shelter." When Zhou Ji, the top streamer on Shark Live known as the Mute Bride, said this with a blushing face, Su Yang was completely stunned. He had been transmigrated to this parallel world for exactly 10 days. He hadn't received a system, and he hadn't even found a job. Now, his cousin was actually asking him to go to a desert island for survival? Are you kidding me? Nearly 100 million people signed up, and they are only picking 200 contestants. Do you really think I have that kind of luck? Su Yang slumped on the sofa helplessly. Zhou Ji crossed her long, slender legs and gave a sly smile. "Who said you have to rely on luck? I am a guaranteed contestant, and I am allowed to bring one partner along." Looking at this famous top-tier streamer in front of him who was worth millions, Su Yang swallowed hard. 1 billion in prize money, 300 days alone in the wild with a beautiful cousin. Who could resist that? However, the whole internet knew that this show, 300 Days of Wilderness Survival, had no outside rescue in extremely harsh conditions. Everyone assumed Zhou Ji had brought along a weakling, and they were all waiting to watch them cry and quit within 3 days. Just as Su Yang was about to bite the bullet and agree, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly exploded deep inside his mind. Ding! The God-level wilderness check-in system has been activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newcomer gift pack. Archery at maximum level, guaranteed hits, and 2 bottles of marrow-cleansing liquid. Su Yang's lips curled into an uncontrollable grin. After 10 days, his cheat had finally arrived. This time, he would not only take home the billion-dollar prize, but he would also show the whole world what a true king of the wilderness looks like. And the turning point for all of this started just an hour ago. Magic City, room 201, Liyuan Residences. Rewind to an hour ago. It's been 10 full days since I transmigrated to this world, yet no system has appeared. Isn't a system supposed to be a standard feature for transmigrators? Could it be that I'm just not worthy? Lying lazily on the sofa, Su Yang sighed to himself in frustration. In truth, he doesn't belong to this world. Or more accurately, he doesn't belong to this timeline. 10 days ago, Su Yang had an accident, and then, inexplicably, transmigrated to this parallel universe. Being able to return from the dead made Su Yang incredibly excited. And after crossing over, Su Yang gained a cheap cousin. Her identity is quite something. She is known as the Mute Bride, the top streamer of the League of Legends section on the Shark live streaming platform, Zhou. According to the memories of this body, he came to the Magic City a few months ago to seek refuge with his cousin Zhou. Su Yang is actually quite satisfied with this cheap cousin. She's beautiful and kind-hearted, but her mouth, it seems a bit redundant. But when she's not talking, she's actually quite a sight to behold. However, what makes Su Yang feel miserable is that other transmigrators have systems by their side. And with the help of those systems, becoming a general manager, a CEO, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life are all just easy tasks. But he is truly wretched. He's been here for 10 full days and hasn't seen a shadow of a system. That angelic, synthesized electronic voice has never once echoed in his mind. Could it be that I really am not worthy? Su Yang asked himself bitterly in his heart once again. Creak. Just then, the door was pushed open. A beautiful figure walked in. She was wearing a pale pink tight-fitting dress with long jade legs wrapped in black stockings, made even straighter and longer by the high heels. A simple ponytail highlighted her capable demeanor. Hearing the door open, Su Yang took a lazy glance. Although she was indeed very attractive, he wasn't in the mood to admire her right now. Besides, he'd been looking at her for 10 full days, and he was starting to get tired of it. "You're back," Su Yang replied indifferently. 2 hours ago, Sister Zhou said she had a meeting to attend, and Su Yang didn't ask any questions. "It looks like the meeting is over." "Yeah." After looking at Su Yang, Sister Zhou said unhappily, "Why are you still lying here? Are you planning to lie flat for good?" "Young man, you don't have the qualifications to lie flat. Don't you have even the slightest bit of self-awareness? Still the same mouth as ever." As she spoke, Sister Zhou changed into her slippers and sat down next to Su Yang. She grabbed an apple and started munching on it. It's just that I haven't found a suitable job yet." Su Yang felt a bit awkward. He had been looking for a job these days, but in a place like Magic City, it wasn't easy to find work. And finding a good job was even harder. Most importantly, the previous owner of this body only had a junior college degree, so the few resumes he sent out sank without a trace, with no response at all. Moreover, Su Yang was feeling pretty burnt out from the fact that he didn't have a system. So he decided to put it off for a few days. "You, You're just lazy, don't make excuses. Sister Joe cast a disdainful look at Suyang and said, Hey, why don't you support me then, cousin? Then I wouldn't have to struggle to find a job and can just lie flat. Suyang laughed jokingly, his hands behind his head as he looked at Sister Joe. Although Sister Joe could be a bit blunt sometimes, she could still take a joke. She gave Suyang a big eye roll and blurted out, You really know how to daydream. I want to lie flat too. Why don't you support me? After saying that, she seemed to realize something was off. Alright, I'll support you. Suyang nodded directly. Hearing Suyang answer so decisively, and seeing him looking at her with a grin, Sister Joe's face turned red instantly. Although Suyang called her cousin, they weren't actually related by blood. It was just that Suyang's mother and her mother had a very close relationship in the past and always referred to each other as sisters, hence this cousin relationship. You'd better find a way to support yourself first. It's too hot. I'm gonna take a shower. Sister Joe, still blushing, gave a soft huff and walked towards the bathroom. By the looks of it, she was fleeing in something of a hurry. She actually blushed. Suyang was a bit bewildered. The mute bride, Sister Joe, is a person who can battle anyone in her live stream comments. She actually got all flushed just because of 2 sentences from him. But Suyang knew clearly that although he looked handsome and had a good body, given the current situation, he shouldn't have too many wild ideas. Half an hour later, Sister Joe came out of the bathroom. Her face had returned to normal. As if she suddenly remembered something, she said to Suyang, By the way, Suyang, come with me to join the new reality show launched by our Shark platform. The meeting today was precisely about this matter. A few months ago, the Shark platform had already been preparing for this reality show called Wilderness Survival. It was finally scheduled today, and many of the logistics had been settled. Several high-profile streamers from the Shark platform were all going to participate. As the top LOL streamer on Shark, she naturally had to take the lead. Are you talking about the 300 days of wilderness survival that the Shark platform has been heavily promoting for the past few months? Suyang asked, feeling a bit surprised. Although he had only transmigrated 10 days ago, he had fully inherited the memories of this body. So he was naturally very clear about the 300 days of wilderness survival program. And with the massive promotional efforts of the well-funded Shark platform, it's likely that no one is unaware of this show. Yeah, exactly. Sister Joe nodded seriously. Suyang said helplessly, Are you kidding? This show only has 200 slots, chosen randomly from nearly 100 million applicants. Plus, the Shark platform definitely has people rigged to get in. With 1 in several 100,000 odds, do you really think I have that kind of dumb luck? In this parallel world without Ed Stafford or Bear Grylls, the Shark platform's original 300 Days of Wilderness Survival show is truly one of a kind. What's even crazier is the astronomical prize. Survive on the primitive island for 300 days, and you walk away with 1 billion yuan. Even if you quit early, you get paid by the day. 1 billion. A normal person couldn't earn that even if they started working back in the Qin dynasty. Even with an age limit of 18 to 40, nearly 100 million people signed up like crazy, dreaming of becoming rich overnight. Yeah, the odds are indeed small, and your luck really isn't that great either. Sister Joe rested her chin on her hands and nodded in agreement. Suyang was speechless. If you know my luck is bad, then why even bring it up? Hee hee. Sister Joe gave a cunning smile. But you were right about one thing. There are indeed rigged spots. Our Shark platform has 10 slots for streamers, and each can bring 1 companion. Plus, there are 10 celebrities participating who can also bring their own companions, so that's 40 slots gone just like that. Suyang's mouth twitched. Damn it. Is this the fair and just process they keep bragging about? Young man, you are too naive. Sister Joe smiled meaningfully. In this circle, fairness is a luxury. Suyang nodded in agreement. Hey, stop beating around the bush. Are you going or not? I don't get along with others. I'm used to being with you. Sister Joe urged him again. Anyway, she didn't expect to make it to the end. She was just going to have some fun. Just as Suyang was about to speak, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The God-level wilderness check-in system has been activated. The system has awarded you a novice gift pack. Do you wish to open it? A system? Suyang was stunned, and a surge of wild joy flooded his heart. He had been waiting for so long, and his cheat code had finally arrived. Open! Open it immediately! Suyang suppressed his excitement and whispered in his mind. System Novice Gift Pack opened. Wilderness Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia, Max Level Archery, Bullseye, and 2 bottles of marrow cleansing liquid. Wilderness Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia. Analyzes species, names, eatability, and nutritional value. Max level archery, bullseye, never miss a shot, an essential skill for wilderness survival. Marrow cleansing liquid, significantly enhances all physical functions. Rows of blue text appeared before his eyes, clearly listing the reward descriptions. These rewards are insane. Suyang was trembling with excitement. He had just accepted Sister Joe's invitation, and immediately the system delivered a perfectly tailored gift pack. Before transmigrating, he was already a hardcore wilderness fan, never missing an episode of Ed or Bear shows. Now, with these 3 divine skills at his disposal, he had absolute confidence in making it to the end. Why are you shaking? Can you even get off just by sitting there? Sister Joe looked at him with utter disdain, totally disgusted. Wow, you really are my good cousin, aren't you? Suyang rolled his eyes at her. Get lost. You're the one getting off. You're a girl, can't you be a bit more ladylike? I'll find something to shut that big mouth of yours for good eventually. Quit changing the subject. You still haven't answered my question. Are you going to join the Wilderness Survival Challenge with me or not? I heard the conditions are brutal and resources are scarce. We'll have to share a shelter. Sister Joe deliberately bit her lip, her slightly alluring tone making Suyang's throat go dry. He couldn't help but swallow hard. When she wasn't talking, Sister Joe really was a stunning beauty. Is that so? Well, in that case, I'm definitely in. Suyang looked her up and down and laughed. The thought of sharing a bed with you, cousin, is truly exciting. Of course, his confidence in agreeing came from the system he had awakened, which gave him more than enough capital to win. You pervert. Can't you think of anything normal for once? Sister Joe roared, then clenched her fists. I'm being serious this time. We have to last until the end and crush all the other streamers. Watching her try to pump herself up, Suyang actually found her a bit cute. I must be crazy. I have to be sick to have such an absurd thought. Sister Joe slapped Suyang's shoulder hard and said righteously, And you, don't you dare drag me down. That remains to be seen, Suyang laughed. There's 3 days left. I'm gonna look up some data and watch videos. You'd better learn some survival skills these next few days too. After giving her instructions, Sister Joe turned and walked back into her room. Not only did she have to cram survival knowledge, she also had to ask for leave from her viewers. If she suddenly stopped streaming, she would lose traffic, and her status as the top streamer could easily be snatched away by those who were jealous of her. Fine, I'll prepare properly too. A sharp glint flashed in Suyang's eyes. This was absolutely the perfect chance to turn his life around. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Both of them holed up in their rooms to cram survival information and techniques. Suyang also took the opportunity to use the marrow cleansing liquid he was rewarded by the system. There would be crises everywhere once they reached the island, so naturally, he had to strengthen his body beforehand. Luckily, there were no side effects, and the liquid successfully purged the impurities from his body. After a wave of refreshment, Suyang could clearly feel his strength and physical condition had improved significantly, making him even more confident about this wilderness survival challenge. On the day of departure, Sister Joe finally emerged with a pair of panda eyes. She had changed into a capable-looking, semi-fitted sportswear, perfectly highlighting her well-defined figure. Sister Joe gave a long stretch. It was clear that the past 3 days had been tough. She certainly wasn't just messing around. Looking at her dark circles, Suyang asked, You didn't sleep at all last night, did you? Yeah, pretty much. Sister Joe braced herself. I'm going to get something to eat. After that, we'll head to the Wanda Stadium to gather. This might be the last decent meal they'd have for a long time, so Sister Joe had prepared quite the feast. Once they were full, they set off immediately. An hour later, they finally arrived at the Wanda Stadium. The entrance to the stadium was bustling with people, all there to catch a glimpse of the candidates competing for the 1 billion prize. The two of them pushed through the crowd to register and enter. The inside was just as crowded, with most of the contestants having already arrived. Suyang frowned slightly. He didn't really like such noisy scenes. There were plenty of familiar faces along the way. Big streamers like Jiksun, Dai Xiaomei, Cheesy, and Mosey were all there, along with many celebrities active in variety shows. Clearly, the Shark platform had arranged this to drive traffic, and the celebrities and streamers were happy to use the show to boost their popularity. Hua Wang, Chef Huang, Jikun, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Koi Girl, Xia Xue, Shark really went all out. Suyang scanned these A-list celebrities and clicked his tongue in amazement. The appearance fees for just them alone would probably cost hundreds of millions. In comparison, the 1 billion prize didn't seem so exaggerated. For the platform, even bad publicity is good as long as there is buzz and traffic. Many people greeted Sister Joe warmly, while Suyang was treated like he was completely invisible. Once all contestants had arrived, The host Wang Jun stepped onto the stage to start dividing everyone into groups. The show had 200 participants in total, paired up into 100 teams. Wang Jun quickly read through the prize money and rules, finally asking everyone to sign a liability waiver. After all, it was primitive wilderness survival with a high degree of danger. The organizers had to be crystal clear. Anyone who was afraid of dying could still back out now. Second brother, is this the cousin you were talking about earlier? He's actually quite handsome. Just then, a slightly teasing voice rang out, followed by a beautiful figure walking over. Su Yang glanced over. The person speaking was none other than Dai Xiaomei, a beautiful streamer who also broadcasts on Shark. She had a slender figure and was slightly taller than Zhou Ji. But the one thing they both had in common was being as flat as an A cup. Although Dai Xiaomei was quite pretty, Su Yang felt she was the type who looked stunning at first glance. But Zhou Ji was the type who grew on you. Of course, that's only if Zhou Ji doesn't talk during her stream. Yeah, this is my cousin, Su Yang. Su Yang, this is Dai Xiaomei, you should know her, right? Zhou Ji introduced them simply. Then she curiously looked at Dai Xiaomei, noting that she didn't seem to have a partner with her. Yeah, I've seen her in short video clips before. Su Yang nodded earnestly. The Dai Xiaomei in front of him looked just like she did in the short videos. There were no obvious changes, and her looks were still top tier. My god, what the hell do you mean, short videos? Both Zhou Ji and Dai Xiaomei were stunned. As veteran drivers who have spent years drifting on the highway, their minds couldn't help but wander whenever they heard the word short videos. Second brother, actually I wanted to team up with you most, but you chose your cousin and abandoned me, Dai Xiaomei said, looking at Zhou Ji with feigned sadness. In truth, she did want to team up with Zhou Ji at the beginning. But as a well-known streamer on Shark, she often couldn't follow her own will if she wanted to maximize the platform's benefits. At this moment, the streamer Jixun also walked over. After exchanging a few simple words, they learned that Jixun had already teamed up with Dai Xiaomei. After all, the two had always had a good relationship and often played up a fake couple dynamic on their streams. So, their teaming up was expected, as it could bring more traffic and discussion to the Shark platform. Su Yang didn't care about this at all. After all, they hadn't known each other before, let alone been friends. Contestants, please settle down for a moment. All the rules have been explained to you, and we've also analyzed the potential dangers you might encounter during the Wilderness Survival Challenge. I see that everyone has already found their preferred teammates, so next, please choose your survival tools. There are 2 people in each group, and each person can choose 2 survival tools and 1 windbreaker jacket. A reminder, in wilderness survival, survival is the key, so please take it seriously when choosing your tools and select those that will help you stay alive. Alright, please begin. As host Wang Jun finished speaking, the staff brought out all the survival tools. A table was placed in front of each group, filled with a wide variety of survival gear. There were multi-functional military shovels, machetes, multi-tools, large iron pots, tents, bows and arrows, fishing rods, fishing nets, fire starters, climbing ropes, mosquito coils, compressed beef jerky, and many other items. The 100 groups of contestants also began choosing their survival tools. Su Yang, the 2 of us can choose 4 tools in total. What do you think we should pick? Zhou Ji asked, looking at Su Yang earnestly. She wanted to hear Su Yang's opinion. Although Su Yang might not have much wilderness survival experience, he had, after all, spent 3 days reading materials on the subject. The host was right earlier. Wilderness survival is mainly about surviving, so the tools we choose must be relevant to survival and suitable for long-term survival. In the wild, a blade is incredibly useful. Besides helping to build a shelter and hunt small animals, it can also be used to defend against larger animals. So, our first choice is the machete, Su Yang said seriously, picking up the machete from the table and weighing it. It felt very handy. Zhou Ji nodded with some surprise. Su Yang was right. A knife is very important in the wild. But she soon raised a question. Why don't we choose the multi-tool? It has more functions and is easier to carry. Zhou Ji's question did have some merit. Su Yang explained. The advantage of a multi-tool is its versatility and portability, but we need a lot of bamboo and wood to build a shelter, so a machete will be much more useful. It would be ridiculous to try and cut a main beam for a shelter with a tiny multi-tool. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Then what's the second one? Zhou Ji asked quickly. She had started to look at Su Yang in a new light. She hadn't expected this guy to have actually learned something during those 3 days. Survival is inseparable from food, and the body can't handle eating barbecue every day, so for the second item, we'll choose the large iron pot, Su Yang said confidently. Although barbecue tastes good, boiled food preserves the nutrients of the food itself to a greater extent. That's extremely important in the wilderness. Joji nodded repeatedly as she listened. For the third item, let's pick the military shovel. It can be used to build a shelter and also for self-defense. As for the fourth one, Su Yang set his sights on a bow and arrow set in front of him and picked it up. This is it. For Su Yang, who had maxed out his archery skills, a good bow and arrow was essential. It was the guarantee for his protein source in the early stages. What do you think? After making his selections, Su Yang looked at Sister Zhou to ask for her opinion. In Su Yang's view, this setup was fine. These tools would be enough to survive for a long time. Don't we need to choose a flint? I read in the materials that a fire source is very important in the wilderness. It's not just for cooking food, but also for keeping large wild beasts away, Sister Zhou asked doubtfully. After 3 days of staying up late to study, she hadn't come away empty-handed. The 4 elements of wilderness survival are food, water, fire, and shelter. These are the most basic survival needs. No need. I checked the weather forecast before I came. The next few days will be clear and sunny. We can make a fire by drilling wood and just keep the embers going. Su Yang answered directly. Okay then, let's go with that, Sister Zhou nodded, seemingly trusting Su Yang. Because at that moment, Su Yang exuded a confident aura, which made her instinctively feel that his choice must be correct. With the tools selected, the host began assigning numbers to the 100 teams and took the opportunity to show everyone each team's survival gear. First is our Team 1, Chef Huang's team. They chose flint, a multi-tool knife, a large iron pot, and fishing equipment. Our second team is Sister Zhou's team. They chose a machete, a large iron pot, an engineer shovel, and archery equipment. That's also a great choice. But they didn't choose any fire starting tools, so once they reach the island, starting a fire might be their first big test. The third team is our musical genius, Hua Feng's team. Their survival tools are a multi-tool knife, compressed beef, a tent, and a sleeping bag. The fourth team is our shark platform beauty duo, Jixun and Dai Xiaomei. Their survival tools are flint, mosquito repellent, a multi-tool knife, and fishing equipment. As they say, beauty streamers are beauty streamers. They need to take care of their skin wherever they go. Mosquito spray can keep the bugs away and save them from the misery of bites. An hour passed with the non-stop introductions. The ranking order for all teams had been set. The top 20 were interspersed between celebrities and streamers. As for those casually formed amateur teams, they were naturally pushed to the back. You have to realize that 100 livestream rooms will be opened, and the ones at the front certainly have an absolute advantage. As for those further down, the viewership is expected to drop significantly. This is the principle of fairness upheld by the Shark platform. Contestants, the order of all teams is set, and the tools have been chosen. We will now head to our destination. 5 minutes from now, all team live streams will begin. Make sure you perform well. According to the contract, all tips received during the broadcast belong entirely to the contestants. I sincerely wish all contestants great results and to win the grand prize. By the way, one last reminder. While the $1 billion prize is definitely tempting, your personal safety is even more important. If you encounter any danger in the wilderness, you must immediately use the satellite emergency phone to call for help and wait for the rescue team. Alright, lucky contestants, please set off. After the host Wang Jun finished speaking, all the contestants started to leave the stadium one after another. At the same time, 4 micro-drones appeared above every team. These are the latest solar-powered tracking drones. As long as there is sunlight, they won't run out of power, and they can also store a large amount of backup energy. The price is also ridiculously high. An ordinary person wouldn't earn enough in a lifetime to pay for these 400 solar-powered tracking drones. The 300 Days of Wilderness Survival broadcast officially begins. Meanwhile, over at the Shark platform, tens of millions of viewers had flooded in, all waiting for the 300 Days of Wilderness Survival to start. Because a few months ago, thanks to heavy promotion, this show had become the talk of the town and was known by everyone. Rumors of many celebrities and streamers participating also attracted legions of fans. Of course, a large portion of people just wanted to see what those lucky individuals looked like. Did they have the ability to win the ultimate grand prize? They watched the unstarted livestream rooms with eager eyes. They could only go to the official channel, one by one, to post their complaints. My god, what is Shark doing? Why hasn't it started yet? Exactly. I've been waiting for hours. Start already, let me see what those lucky ones look like. Looking forward to Hua's reality show debut. Hua is the best. Is the guy above talking about the legendary Ghost Summoning King? Ghost Summoning King? That's hilarious, but it fits so well. Waiting for Sister Zhou. I'm here to see our Kun Kun. Kun Kun is the best. Brother Chicken. At this moment, the number of viewers on the official live stream had reached a terrifying figure of over 30 million. Such a horrifying number of concurrent viewers had never been seen in previous broadcasts, and viewers were still flooding into the rooms, with the numbers climbing steadily. If Shark hadn't prepared by upgrading their servers beforehand, such a large audience would have definitely crashed them. And at this moment, as the countdown began, 100 livestream rooms opened almost simultaneously. At the same time, all the contestants had already boarded speedboats heading to their destination. The island for this survival challenge is called Half Moon Island. It has a vast area, and it is said that no team has ever explored this island before. The moment the livestream started, the second channel's viewership instantly hit over 200,000. Because Sister Joe is a very popular streamer, she has a huge fan base, and many people wanted to see exactly who was able to team up with Sister Joe. Sister Joe, my silent bride, I've finally waited for you. Wow, that guy is so handsome. How does that pretty boy deserve to be Sister Joe's teammate? You beast, let go of that girl and let me take your place. Su Yang? Such a familiar name. Where have I heard it? He looks a bit familiar too. I remember now, this guy appeared on Sister Joe's stream once a month ago. Seems like he's her cousin. Is this the legendary cousin who lives with Sister Joe? The guy is too handsome. I was originally here to watch Sister Joe, but now I'm attracted to him. +1. The guy is way too handsome. +2. Subscribed. Ladies, I advise you not to be so shallow. The comments and chat in the stream were flashing by, and the viewership count was still soaring. Aside from Sister Joe's original fan base, because the second channel was ranked so high, it also gave their team a very big advantage. Su Yang, I suddenly feel a bit nervous. I have never felt like this before. Sister Joe rubbed her hands together and said while looking at Su Yang. Although she had always been a carefree person and had never shown nervousness in front of anyone, but she was about to face a completely unfamiliar environment, and more importantly, to be cut off from civilization and survive in the cruel wilderness. No matter how strong a girl is, it is inevitable for her to feel nervous at this moment. Nervousness is not like you at all. Just relax, we will definitely be the team that stays until the very end, Su Yang said with a smile, trying to comfort her. If it weren't for the appearance of the system, he himself wouldn't be sure how many days he could last in the wilderness. Perhaps it is highly likely that he would be eliminated in the first few days. But now, with the system by his side, Su Yang felt that he could easily survive for 300 days. You are right. We will definitely be able to make it to the end. Looking at Su Yang's confident expression, Sister Joe was also deeply encouraged and said firmly, "Live chat room." My god. Sister Joe is actually nervous. This joke has gone too far. Sister Joe is actually quite cute right now. To the guy above, you need to see a doctor immediately, otherwise it will be too late. What kind of ability does that guy Su Yang have to be so boastful? With his weak frame, he wants to last until the end? Is he still dreaming? To the basement-dwelling nerds above, you are just jealous of Su Yang's good looks. Exactly. All you know is how to envy others. How pathetic. Count me in. We will protect our brother Su Yang. Count me in too. Handsome and confident brother. Love him. The chat room became increasingly lively, and Su Yang's look successfully captured the hearts of several young fangirls. Whenever disharmonious remarks appeared in the chat room, those fangirls would immediately snap back. Of course, Su Yang and Sister Joe were naturally unaware of everything happening in the chat room, because they couldn't see the bullet comments at all. 100 speedboats were racing side by side, quickly approaching the destination. And right now, on speedboat number 3, the talented pop singer Hua Fawang chose a retired female bodyguard named Zhang Li as his partner. It is said that she is very skilled and has some experience in wilderness survival. Hua, I used to be your fan and I really like your singing. With such beautiful scenery, can you sing a song for us? Zhang Li looked at Hua Fong and said with a smile, "Sure. Then I'll sing Exaggerated." I slightly rearranged the melody to make the emotions of the whole song fuller. Hua Fong was clearly very confident and agreed immediately without any hesitation. Singing is his area of expertise, after all. The two staff members driving the speedboat also glanced at Hua Fong. This guy singing, it should be pretty decent, right? Didn't expect to catch a free concert. Nice. Yeah. Zhang Li nodded immediately with a look of excitement. If someone asks me, I will tell, but no one comes. I wait until I am helpless, having words to say but nowhere to unload. The beginning was standard, only at the level of a second-tier karaoke enthusiast. But the singing style that followed gradually became insane. The expressions of the two staff members driving the boat obviously began to change. Shock, bewilderment, and then slowly turning into rigidity and distortion. Confused, puzzled, simply completely baffled. What the hell? Is this how a pop star sings? The two looked at each other and both saw deep confusion in each other's eyes. Only then did they realize that this guy's concert was free, but it could literally send people to their graves. Even Zhongli, who was excited and expectant at the beginning, gradually turned into embarrassment and awkward laughter. Just when everyone thought it was going to end slowly, Hua Fawang played his trump card. While screaming hysterically, his body began to twitch uncontrollably. He collapsed onto the speedboat, his body twitching wildly. Still screaming. Continuous screaming and continuous twitching. My god, you two please stop. Hua seems to be having a seizure. Hurry up. Call an ambulance. Zhongli panicked. How did he end up having a seizure just from singing a perfectly normal song? The frequency of this twitching was as if he were possessed by a ghost. What the hell? The two staff members were also dumbfounded. This damn song didn't send the three of them off, but it sent himself off instead. Does a person like this deserve to be called a star? Gotham's weirdo. It seems like only the word weirdo fits him. One of the staff members immediately started preparing to call for help. Although this guy sings like garbage and acts like he's possessed by a ghost, he is a star after all, with high trending topics and a massive fan base. If an accident happens before the show even starts, it wouldn't be good for their show's reputation. Neither of them can afford to take this responsibility. What are you doing? I was just expressing my emotions. According to my understanding of the song, it should end this way. Don't you think my singing style and emotional expression are good? Just then, Hua Fawang, who was previously possessed by a ghost, suddenly stood up. He asked the three of them with a serious face. This question left the three of them completely speechless. What the hell? Are you playing with us? Good. Please, you must maintain this emotionally fulfilling singing style. The staff member, clutching the phone for help, nodded blankly. Is it true that in this society, any demons and monsters can become stars? The entire live stream went dead silent. Holy crap, I nearly had a heart attack on the spot. My god, I actually thought some mysterious underwater creature had possessed him just now. What the heck was that? I am out of here. Stay here any longer and it might actually kill me. What the hell? How can someone like this be a celebrity? That singing was just... After a brief moment of silence, the live chat flooded with comments, swarming out like a nest of hornets. You bunch of trolls don't know a thing. This is Hua's unique singing style. Exactly. You uncultured people, you don't understand music at all. The way he sang Exaggerated just now was so good. It completely outdid the original. Every one of Hua's songs is perfect, especially the emotional expression. It is simply unprecedented. Following that wave of overwhelming insults and disgust, the fan bots were instantly deployed. In a split second, they had taken over the entire screen. You have to admit, the power of these fans is truly immense. I just wonder if these people are truly out of their minds, or if they are just pure bots? Or maybe they would even betray their own parents for a few pennies. The executives at the official Shark platform were left stunned by what they were seeing. But soon, a satisfied smile appeared on their faces, even though his singing was absolutely absurd beyond belief. But this is exactly the kind of effect they wanted. Once this clip goes live, it is certain to generate massive engagement for their show. If there were a few more oddballs like this, their show might just become several times more popular. What's going on at Team 3? Someone seemed to be screaming just now. Zhou Ji glanced toward the third speedboat and asked with some confusion. She thought she heard a heart-wrenching scream, but everything seemed fine over there. Is it that Dharma King Hua singing again? But that scream just now clearly wasn't singing. Maybe they are holding some kind of mysterious seance, Su Yang said calmly. He had heard the scream too, and recalling concert clips of this singer from his past life. It was no different from a ghost summoning ritual. What is even more baffling is that so many people actually pay to watch such concerts. Sometimes he really doesn't understand what these people have inside their heads. Dung beetles? Honestly, that guy doesn't even sing as well as I do. Zhou Ji understood what Su Yang meant, and she said dismissively. After all, she debuted in a girl group, so she has dabbled in both singing and dancing. As long as she has a decent sound card, she could wipe the floor with these so-called professional singers in a heartbeat. Zhou Ji, belt one out for us. Exactly. Don't just talk. Let's hear it. It's been so long since I heard Zhou Ji sing, I'm actually a bit nostalgic. I can vouch for that. Joji's singing is definitely much better than that so-called musical genius. Don't you dare compare such streamers to our Hua Hua, they aren't even qualified. Exactly. Jo Ai is just a minor streamer with less than 1/10 of Hua Hua's Weibo followers. What right does she have to be compared to him? How did so much trash get into our live stream? My pee is yellow. Let me come and wake them up. Step back, you've got diabetes? Don't let these idiots taste the sweetness. Just because of that casual remark from Joji, a full-blown war broke out in the second live stream. However, the Dharma King Hua's fans couldn't get any advantage in the second stream. They were pushed back in under a minute, and all their toxic comments were instantly drowned out. Even the third live stream came under fierce attack. Although Joji's fans usually tease her, they never back down in times like this. When it comes to typing speed, they are all concert pianists. More than 2 hours passed. The first group finally reached their destination, and Huang the chef and Li Tae successfully landed on the island. Half Moon Island is huge, so even with 100 teams on it, the chances of running into each other are quite slim. Half an hour later, Joji and Suyang also made it onto the island. Vroom vroom. As the sound of the speedboat engine faded away, Suyang and Joji felt a sense of quiet solitude. Suddenly, being away from the hustle and bustle of the city made them quite uneasy. But soon, both of them adjusted their mindsets. They had to get used to this feeling of loneliness as quickly as possible. Because to survive here for a long time, they had to overcome all negative emotions. All jokes aside, rationally speaking, Joji is done for this time. Their team probably won't even last a day. I agree with the person above. As much as I want to see her last until the end, her partner looks way too weak. A pretty face is useless here. If this pretty boy lasts a day, I'll eat my hat. Yeah, they didn't even pick a flint. They probably won't be able to start a fire at all. I bet a pack of spicy sticks they only last 3 hours. I'll add a bottle of 82 vintage Sprite. If those two make it until tomorrow morning, I'm gifting 10 super rockets. The live stream was bustling, but many were not optimistic about the Suyang and Joji duo. Because at first glance, Suyang really is just a pretty boy with a good look. He surely couldn't possess any survival skills or experience. Surviving even one day would likely be a monumental task for them. After all, they didn't even choose the flint, and starting a fire by drilling wood is not as easy as it sounds. Many people online have tested this, and even with an electric drill, it is hard to get a fire started. Hand drilling a fire without veteran experience is simply impossible. Suyang, what are we going to do now? Looking at the endless ocean before her, and the seemingly bottomless island behind, Sister Jo turned to Suyang with a dazed expression. After 3 days of research and study, she had thought she had mastered some wilderness survival skills. She had once held a very clear sequence of priorities for wilderness survival in her mind. But at this moment, her mind was like a bowl of mush. She had no idea what to do first. The growing sense of isolation creeping into her heart made her lose all sense of direction. At this point, Suyang had seemingly become her entire emotional pillar. Looking at the position of the sun, it should be between 1 and 2 in the afternoon. It is not suitable to go further onto the island right now, so we will just make do on the beach tonight. But before that, let us scout the surroundings to see if we can find any abandoned trash that might help us survive. And we must build a shelter and start a fire before dark. Suyang looked up at the sun to determine the approximate time. It was clearly an unwise choice to head further inland at this time, because that would consume a great deal of their physical energy and body fluids. If they could not find a water source before dark, they would likely suffer from dehydration. Getting dehydrated in a place like this would likely lead to immediate elimination, and he could not take that risk. More importantly, once they headed inland, they would have no time to build a shelter. The environment further in would surely be more humid, making it even harder to start a fire. Therefore, camping on this beach tonight was the best choice. Yeah, okay, I will listen to you. Sister Jo nodded quickly. She had completely lost her train of thought, so she felt whatever Suyang said was right. Afterward, Suyang and Sister Jo began to search along the seaside to see if they could find any discarded trash. Ordinary trash might turn into a treasure for them. The panicked look in Sister Jo's eyes just now was heartbreaking. Yeah, the live stream has never seen Sister Jo so distressed. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Sister Jo. True. That helpless expression makes one want to protect her. Sister Jo, wait for me, I am flying over to protect you right now. But honestly, Suyang seems to know his stuff. He was absolutely right that heading inland now was not a wise choice. Exactly. I admit I underestimated him before. His composure in such an unfamiliar and lonely environment shows he has a strong mindset. I hope Sister Joe and Suyang can get through this first night safely. The audience in the live stream felt their hearts ache as they saw the fear and confusion in Sister Joe's eyes. Teasing aside, they all truly liked Sister Joe. They were genuine, devoted fans. And seeing Sister Joe in this state for the first time, it was inevitable to feel a desire to protect her. On the other side, Suyang and Sister Joe searched along the beach for an entire hour, but they did not find even a single piece of trash. It shows that this island is indeed isolated, even from drifting garbage. Also, the temperatures were high the past few days, and the scorching sun had both of them sweating within just an hour. Their lips were already starting to dry out. Not finding any trash suggests this island is truly remote, with no signs of human activity nearby. Suyang was slightly disappointed. Usually islands have drifting trash, but there is nothing here. If they could pick up a few plastic bottles, it would be a huge help for their future survival. It seems that was not going to happen, but fortunately, they picked up some dry firewood along the way, so they should be able to get a fire going tonight. Can we take a break? Sister Joe said, her lips turning pale. Normally, walking for 2 or 3 hours would never result in this, but under the direct glare of this sun, the body's moisture evaporates rapidly. More importantly, Sister Joe streams for a living and rarely gets the chance to exercise, so her stamina is not that strong. Right, let us build our shelter here today. That spot looks pretty good. We can make a shelter just by clearing it up a bit. Suyang pointed to the junction of the beach and the island, where there were 2 horizontally growing tree trunks. It was clear that the high tide had caused them to shift their growth direction. Now, we just need to find a few thick branches and lay them parallel across those 2 trunks to build a simple raised bed. Then, we cover it with some banana leaves, and we can make do for the night. On such a vast island, banana leaves are materials that can be seen almost everywhere. Okay, then how can I help? Sister Joe nodded and asked. Although she had planned many things to do upon arrival while she was at home, her mind was blank now, and she didn't even know how to start a fire. There are some branches and vines over there, go cut some back so we can build a simple raised bed tonight. I am going to scout the area nearby to see if there is any food or water. If we cannot find a water source tonight, it will be very tough to endure. Suyang pointed to some trees not far away and said to Sister Joe, this was meant to be a survival challenge for 2, so he did not intend to take on all the work himself. More importantly, Sister Joe has a somewhat competitive personality. If he took on all the work, she would probably feel very guilty. Right now, the most important thing is to find a water source quickly. A person might survive for a week without food, but they would not last 3 days without water. Water is called the source of life for a reason. Okay, the raised bed is on me. Sister Joe nodded immediately. Being able to do some work for Suyang would also help her feel useful. So she must have the bed built before Suyang returns with food. Alright, then the shelter is up to you. I will not wander too far. If you are in danger, scream for me immediately. Suyang handed the machete to Sister Joe, gave her instructions, and then vanished into the thick bushes with his bow and arrows. Because this island is incredibly vast, the vegetation grows unusually dense, making it very difficult to move through. So Suyang feels that finding a suitable shelter inside won't be an easy task. After walking for about 10 minutes, Suyang discovered some palm trees. In the wild, palm trees have many uses. Survivalists generally use palm leaves for weaving, and more importantly, the heart of the palm is edible. Palm hearts, olive oil, and natto are known as the 3 major healthy foods. They are healthy foods, free of cholesterol, fat, and sugar. They are rich in dietary fiber, vitamin C, calcium, iron, and plant-based protein. In wilderness survival, palm hearts can serve as a very good snack. However, palm hearts have a layer of thorns on the outside, which makes them a bit troublesome to process. Suyang still carefully collected several of them, as it was very likely that this would be their food for the night. After wandering for another half hour, Suyang found some banana trees. The heart of the banana tree is also edible, and is rich in a large amount of water. Although it's definitely not as tasty as pure water, at least it can replenish the fluids the body needs. After carrying a few more banana leaves, Suyang followed the tracks he left along the way back to where he started. In an hour's time, Joji had almost finished building the elevated bed. It wasn't a major project to begin with. Not bad. You built the bed already? Emerging from the dense jungle, Suyang said to Joji with a smile. Seeing Suyang return, a smile also appeared on Joji's face. Working alone just now, that feeling of loneliness had struck her again. Without Suyang's company, she felt very lonely and even a little scared. You're back, Joji said quickly. At this moment, Suyang seemed to have become Joji's spiritual pillar. When she was with him, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, a feeling she had never experienced before. No one else had ever given her this feeling either. Her parents divorced, and after age 16, she rarely felt fatherly love, so she lacked the sense of security that children usually get from their fathers. Yeah, I found some palm hearts and some banana hearts, which can help replenish some fluids. As he spoke, Suyang picked up the machete to trim off the thorns on the palm hearts. Then he handed one to Joji. Taking the palm heart, Joji quickly began to eat. The breakfast she had eaten was mostly worn off, and now she felt very thirsty and hungry. The palm heart tasted crunchy, with a slight, faint astringency. But at this moment, she couldn't even tell. It just tasted sweet to her. It's so crunchy and delicious. A happy smile appeared on Joji's face. Having a palm heart to eat at a time like this seemed like quite a happy thing. Suyang also peeled one and started eating. Indeed, although it wasn't paired with olive oil, it tasted pretty good. The two of them ate a few more. Their stomachs felt a bit warmer, and they weren't as thirsty as before. Next, Suyang squeezed some water out of the banana heart. A whole large banana heart only yielded a bit of water at the bottom of the pot. These things might seem like they contain a lot of water when you eat them, but when you squeeze them, they don't yield much fluid. Without professional equipment, it's impossible to extract all the moisture. Hurry up and drink this water. Even though it might taste different from the water you're used to, at least it can replenish your body's fluids. Suyang handed the water to Joji. Because his body had been strengthened, the fluid in his body didn't evaporate very quickly. Then what will you drink? Joji asked. I'm not thirsty. I'll go look for more water-rich food later, Suyang said with a smile, looking at Joji. Joji suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. Being moved sometimes happens in an instant, or even over something trivial. The water in the iron pot, with its astringent taste, seemed to have become sweet. Bringing Suyang here seemed to be the best choice she had ever made. Regardless of how many days they could hold out, she felt this was a pretty good trip. After drinking the water, Joji felt much more energetic. Alright, next I'll upgrade the shelter a bit. Although the weather forecast says it'll be sunny for the next few days, the weather on an island is like a woman's temper, sometimes unpredictable. If it rains at night, we'll end up like drowned rats. Suyang smiled, then started upgrading the shelter using the banana leaves he had carried back. It was actually quite simple. He just needed to set up a basic A-frame roof. Then he laid the banana leaves evenly on top to prevent leaks. Because the banana leaves were fresh, they provided excellent protection against the rain. Hey! What do you mean island weather is like a woman's temper? I feel like we women are being insulted. Joji gave Suyang a big eye roll. Although she said that, her body was very honest as she started helping. This is a survival challenge for two, so naturally, she couldn't let Suyang do all the work. Because of Suyang's remark, the live stream chat became instantly lively. Most men supported Suyang's point of view, especially those who are married or in relationships. They felt it deeply. As for some radical activists, they launched a fierce attack. However, some more rational women still felt that Suyang's words made a lot of sense. Because women's temperaments are indeed more changeable, and most women aren't as steady as men. After simply building a roof with tree trunks and vines, Suyang spread the banana leaves he had carried back evenly over it. He checked it afterwards to make sure it wouldn't leak before calling it a day. It was now a little past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was scorching. In this kind of environment, it is very easy for people to become dehydrated. Although he had eaten 2 palm hearts just now, they contained almost no water at all. So, he had to find a way to get more food and water to make it through tonight. Cousin, go soak the remaining banana leaves in the water, then put them on the reef over there to dry. After doing all this, Suyang started delegating tasks to Joji. Although she had done some simple research on wilderness survival, it was far from enough. Furthermore, in this parallel universe, there hadn't been any shows similar to wilderness survival before. So the information available was very scarce, and some of it was just made up by people and had no practical value. Huh? What are you going to use those for? Why do you have to soak them in water and then dry them? Joji asked, looking blank. Wetting them and then drying them out, isn't that just a redundant, useless move? At this moment, she also felt that her own knowledge was truly limited. If she had to rely on her own store of knowledge alone, she might really not have survived the night. Because we are surrounded by seawater, and seawater contains a lot of salt. By soaking the banana leaves and letting them dry, we can get some salt. I think you also know that iodine in salt is an essential element for our bodies, a deficiency can cause goiters and even affect our central nervous system and heart. So in a long-term survival situation, besides water and food, salt is also a necessary supply. Su Yang began to explain the science earnestly. Actually, these were just basic common sense and not knowledge provided by the system. Because he enjoyed watching wilderness survival videos in his past life, he was quite familiar with these basics. Of course, unrefined sea salt contains a lot of impurities and harmful minerals, and magnesium chloride can taste bitter. But eating a little bit of it won't have much of an impact. Once life becomes a bit more stable, we will have to refine edible salt. Oh, okay. Zhou nodded blankly. She was truly shocked by Su Yang. She didn't expect Su Yang to know so much. I really couldn't tell before that your range of knowledge was so broad. After a moment of surprise, Zhou began to redefine her perspective on this cheap cousin of hers. That goes without saying. Otherwise, do you think I would dare to come to a place like this to suffer with you? Su Yang said smugly. His words naturally earned him a huge eye roll from Zhou. He doesn't know how to be low-key at all. However, Zhou still followed Su Yang's instructions obediently. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yang prepared to get a fire started. In the wilderness, a fire can absolutely provide enough sense of security. Since there was uncertainty about whether there were large animals on this deserted island, taking precautions was definitely the right thing to do. It was now the hottest time of the day, so starting a fire wasn't difficult for him. Because the weather had been very dry for the past few days, he found tinder very quickly. As Su Yang started to build the fire, he also began to explain the process. They were currently live streaming, and perhaps some professional knowledge could bring some popularity to their channel. Maybe some handsome and wealthy big shots would generously shower them with tips. After all, the money from tips belonged entirely to the survivors. Many people might think that hand drill fire starting is difficult, and even some who have tried it couldn't do it. But in fact, for a professional survivalist, the hand drill is the most basic skill. As long as the weather is favorable and you have dry wood and tinder, you can basically succeed. There are actually many types of hand drills. The most primitive one is the hand twirl method. This method not only consumes a lot of physical energy but is also easy to hurt your hands. For some beginner survivalists, this is a very inadvisable way to start a fire. Because without enough strength and the hand speed of someone who has been single for 20 years, it is simply impossible to start a fire. Besides the hand twirl method, I think you should also know about the bow drill method. This method is also quite common, and the success rate is much higher than the hand twirl. But this method is not foolproof either, and it consumes quite a bit of energy. Under the intense friction, the bowstring is also prone to snapping. Today, I want to show you a less common method, which is called the Iroquois fire starting method. While explaining to the audience in the live stream, Su Yang had already gathered all the necessary tools for the Iroquois method. A straight drill shaft, a handle, then he untied his own shoelaces, and finally found a baseboard. He used his machete to drill a small hole in the edge of the board, and there must be a notch connecting to the hole on the edge. This notch is to allow the sawdust to come into contact with the air better and flow to the tinder more easily, increasing the success rate. The most critical step is to find a wheel-like circular object to reinforce the drill shaft. It acts as an accelerator. The inertia will make the drill shaft spin faster. The other things were easier to find, but this circular accelerator was a bit tricky. Su Yang searched around, but couldn't find anything suitable. Then, he spoke to the drone. Actually, the effect of the wheel accelerator is just to increase the inertia of the shaft, so we can replace it with 2 stones of appropriate size. After saying that, Su Yang found 2 stones and fixed them onto the shaft. This can also achieve the effect of increasing inertia. With the help of 2 shoelaces, Su Yang quickly made the Iroquois fire starting tool. It didn't look perfect, but it was very practical. My god, this Su Yang is actually quite skilled. I didn't expect him to know so much. I'm shocked too. I originally thought he was just a pretty boy looking for a free ride, and tagging along with Zhou was just for exposure. It looks like he actually has some skills. Indeed, I've never even heard of this Iroquois fire starting method he's talking about. The method he used for collecting salt just now was also very novel. I've never heard of it before. Little brother Su Yang is so cool. A guy who is this handsome and has such solid skills, I'm in love. Wonder how long it will take for Su Yang to get a flame. Looking forward to it. 18-year-old wants to rush Zhou sent a super rocket. Zhou's husband sent 666 shark pills. Su Yang's fire starting maneuver significantly improved the audience's impression of him in the live stream. They originally thought he was just a pretty boy looking for a free ride. They didn't expect him to truly have some capabilities. After all, most of the audience had never even heard of that Iroquois fire starting method. Many viewers started sending gifts as well. As long as you make the tools for the Iroquois fire starting method, you can drill for fire with very little effort. In just half a minute, the base plate began to emit black smoke, black wood dust appeared, and there were even some sparks mixed in. Su Yang knew he had succeeded. In fact, after seeing some survivalists use this fire starting technique before, he had tried it himself in real life, and it was quite easy for him to get a fire going. Of course, there are many necessary prerequisites, such as ensuring all materials must be dry. The base plate, the drill rod, and the tinder. Gently fan the wood dust containing the sparks with your palm. This helps them make better contact with the air. Then wrap the wood dust containing the sparks in the tinder and blow on it gently. A large amount of white smoke continuously emerged from the tinder. Whoosh, it caught fire. It all took no more than a minute. For Su Yang, this wasn't too difficult because he had done it before. But this performance completely stunned the audience in the live stream. My god. Drilling for fire in 1 minute, Su Yang is amazing. I thought he was a total amateur at first. Turns out he is a pro. My eyes deceived me. Is this guy for real? He started a fire in less than a minute? This guy is definitely pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He must be a professional survivalist. Agreed. +1. He really played the humble expert routine perfectly. Learned the Iroquois fire starting method. Thanks for the lesson, Godsu. Su God's little kitten sent 10 super rockets. My god. The lady above is a rich girl. Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. Hey lady, I am fit and healthy. I like working overtime at night and I am good at protective coloration. Do I still have a chance? A super rocket costs 2,000 yuan, so 10 of them is 20,000 yuan. Anyone who can drop 20,000 yuan so casually is definitely a wealthy girl. Looking at the username, she must be one of Su Yang's new fans. And a female fan at that, on the beach. Zhou smelled the smoke and turned around, seeing a roaring fire. She was completely bewildered. She trotted over to Su Yang and whispered, Su Yang, did you secretly bring a lighter? She had only just turned away for less than 2 minutes, so how did Su Yang get a fire going? It made her suspect that Su Yang cheated and used a lighter. Don't talk nonsense. I really did use the drill wood method. Every viewer in the live stream can testify for me. Su Yang said helplessly. There probably aren't many out of 100 teams who could successfully drill for fire in just a minute or two. And he certainly counts as one of the first 10 contestants to succeed. Really? You have hidden depths. How come I never noticed you had such hidden skills before? Zhou looked at Su Yang in disbelief, feeling more and more that this guy was keeping his true self hidden. After arriving on the desert island, he hadn't shown a hint of nervousness or panic. Instead, he appeared completely in control. This was totally different from the Su Yang who was just lying around at home a few days ago. I didn't have the opportunity back then, did I? Alright, how are those banana leaves you're drying coming along? If we dry more leaves, we can last longer once we head further onto the island. After a smile, Su Yang asked seriously. Before heading deeper into the island, he planned to dry more banana leaves and prepare more salt. You know, food without salt not only causes iodine deficiency in the body, but is also very difficult to swallow. And once they move further onto the island, they don't know when they'll be able to return to the beach. So it's better to prepare more and be safe. Yeah, they are all drying. Zhou nodded seriously. She naturally knew not to joke around when it came to serious matters. Now that the shelter and the fire are ready, the next priorities are water and food. Let's walk along the beach first to see if there are any edible seafood. Su Yang was prepared to try his luck, because looking at the color of those tree trunks by the beach, they were deep brown, which means they are frequently soaked by seawater, which also implies that the tides shouldn't be too high. Perhaps there might be some small rock pools where things got stranded. If we can find some seafood, we could have a feast tonight. Yeah. Zhou nodded very obediently, because she was slowly realizing that by following Su Yang, she might really have a chance to make it to the end. The reason she didn't think so before was that she felt with her own abilities, it was impossible to survive for a month. She might not even have lasted a week. But Su Yang's performance today gave her hope. She naturally wanted to crush all the other streamers and celebrities in this survival challenge. On one hand, it's for the $1 billion prize, and on the other, she wants to prove her perseverance to everyone. The two walked along the beach for about 20 minutes. Then they saw a pile of reefs. Su Yang knew that fish, or even shellfish, could easily get stranded in these places. As long as they were alive, they could be their dinner. Let's go, let's check out that reef pile. Maybe there's something good. After saying that, Su Yang led Zhou Ji over. The water level was quite low at the moment, and the reefs were unusually dry, meaning the sea hadn't covered them for a long time. This made Su Yang feel a little disappointed again. However, they checked anyway and found quite a few sea snails. It's just that these sea snails had long since become empty shells, and after looking around again, they found nothing else to eat. Nothing. Oh man, I am mentally collapsing, Zhou Ji said helplessly, looking at the few empty shells she had found. Don't be so discouraged. Look, aren't there 2 fish over there? Just when she was feeling discouraged, Su Yang suddenly spotted 2 fish cooling off under a rock. This made Su Yang instantly happy. Looks like tonight's midnight snack is taken care of. Wow, there really are 2 fish, and they're huge. Sister Zhou looked in the direction Su Yang pointed, and sure enough, 2 fish were there cooling off, and they looked quite large too. But soon, a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. She said, feeling rather discouraged, "It's useless even if there are fish. We didn't choose any fishing gear, so even if we see them, we can only watch. If they had fishing equipment or a net, maybe they could have had some delicious fish tonight. But without that gear, they could only just stare at them." Meanwhile, the chat in the live stream started getting lively again. The most painful thing in the world is finding fish, but having no tools to catch them. Exactly. When they were choosing survival tools at the beginning, I thought they should have picked a fishing kit. After all, it is an island survival situation. The person above is right. The island is full of fish. Having a hook or a net could solve their food problem. I don't know why Su Yang chose a bow and arrow. It's not as useful as fishing gear. Actually, many of the comments felt quite bad for Sister Zhou and Su Yang. The feeling of seeing something but not being able to get it is truly soul-crushing. But without fishing equipment, they simply couldn't catch the fish. Even making a simple harpoon to catch fish in the sea is an incredibly difficult task. Who said we can only watch? Don't we have a bow and arrow? Seeing the frustrated and disappointed Sister Zhou, Su Yang smiled and said, "If it were in the past, he would never have said something so stupid." Shooting fish with a bow and arrow was nothing short of a fantasy, a pipe dream. But he had previously been rewarded by the system with master-level archery skills and perfect accuracy. This ability wasn't just for catching land animals, it was also quite reliable for fishing. Are you kidding me? You mean you want to shoot fish with a bow and arrow? I admit you've changed my perception of you a bit lately, but can you not joke about this? Even professional archers might not be able to do that, so stop joking. Sister Zhou glanced at Su Yang and said with a serious face. She felt Su Yang was definitely pulling her leg. Using a bow to shoot a fish was simply impossible. And Su Yang didn't even have that kind of skill. Even for professional archers, doing such a thing is unlikely. After all, water causes refraction. So where our eyes see the fish is actually quite different from where the fish really are. And the fish are at least a meter deep, which makes it even harder to judge their exact position. I'm not kidding with you. How about we make a bet? Su Yang continued to smile, full of confidence in his archery skills. No problem, you're on. If you really can hit a fish with the bow, I'll listen to everything you say from now on. But give up, because it's absolutely impossible, Sister Zhou said with certainty. Because, in her understanding, this was absolutely impossible. Besides, Su Yang wasn't a professional archer. Everything I say. A wicked smile appeared on Su Yang's face, and he looked Sister Zhou up and down. Everything about her was perfect. Being stared at so blatantly, Sister Zhou's face turned beet red in an instant. But since she had already said it, there was no taking it back. Besides, she was certain Su Yang couldn't pull it off. He was just bragging. Yeah, a deal is a deal. With that, Sister Zhou nodded firmly. This guy is talking big, right? Shooting fish with a bow, I can't believe he actually came up with that. Totally. I thought Su Yang was pretty capable, but it looks like his bragging skills are stronger than his real ones. User boy who eats shit. If Su Yang can really hit a fish with that bow, I'll eat shit on stream. I'm putting it on record. My god, the guy above is a wild one. Your ID made me remember you. Ugh. Shameless, looking for free food and clout again. I'm waiting to see that stream. I was about to go to the bathroom, but I'll hold it in to provide some fresh supplies for my bro. If Su Yang pulls this off, I'm dropping 10 super rockets. I'll stream myself eating that too. It's getting more and more interesting. The live stream was buzzing again. The viewer count had already reached 1 million. After all, Sister Zhou already had a fan base, and the live stream was prominently featured. It wasn't a surprise to attract 1 million viewers in such a short time. But at this moment, most viewers thought Su Yang was just spouting nonsense. Shooting fish with a bow isn't impossible. Maybe there's a chance a professional archer could do it, but it's definitely not something an average person can do. And obviously, Su Yang was just an average person. Just as the stream was getting heated and nobody believed in Su Yang had already drawn the bow, aiming automatically at the fish underwater. Whoosh! As he released it, the bowstring made a crisp sound. In the next second, before the eyes of a million expectant viewers, the arrow pierced straight through the fish's body and pinned it to the spot. It struggled frantically, creating ripples, but clearly, the fish couldn't get free. My god, how did you do that? Lucky shot? That's definitely just blind luck. No way? I'm absolutely floored. Watching the fish struggle, pinned in place by the arrow, Sister Joe felt like her mind was breaking down. She didn't expect Su Yang to actually pull off such a stunt. It's pure skill. Don't forget your promise. From now on, you'll listen to everything I say. Watching Sister Joe, who had her mouth wide open in surprise, Su Yang looked her up and down again. Then he took off his shirt and jumped into the water with a splash, leaving only a stunned Sister Joe behind. Is this guy really the cheap cousin I've been living with for months? And the live stream went instantly silent. I reckon the shock in the hearts of every viewer was just as strong as Sister Joe's. So annoying. I can't believe he actually managed to show off like that. Sister Joe gritted her teeth in frustration, never expecting that someone could actually hit a fish with a bow and arrow. And it was her own cousin, who never showed any special talent before. Who would have thought that once out in the wilderness, he would act like he was using hacks? Fine, I get it. Although she felt very unconvinced, a promise was a promise, and she had to keep her word. Of course, if Su Yang made any unreasonable demands, she would definitely refuse. Seeing Sister Joe's pouty face, Su Yang was very happy. Meanwhile, the stream, which had been quiet for a moment, instantly exploded. Holy crap, this guy is definitely hacking. Is this something a normal person can do? Damn it, he actually pulled it off. What I'm worried about is Sister Joe going to fall into her cousin's trap now? God Su is a legend. Please accept my worship. Mom asked why I was kneeling to watch the stream, and after watching for a while, she's now kneeling next to me. God Su, do you have any spare leg hair? I want to be your little tag-along. Me too, do I qualify for that? Boy who eats shut. Hurry up and come out to stream yourself eating it. Boy who eats... Spamming the boy who eats... Outside the stream, a shirtless guy was eating instant noodles and scratching his foot, reading the chat intently. He sneered, mocking, "Stupid. I've got plenty of backup accounts." When you spend enough time on streaming platforms, who doesn't have a few backup accounts? Hey you legend who promised to eat come out and keep your promise. Small pendant of God Su. Gifted 10 super rockets. I keep my word. God Su is the best. I surrender. God Su's little kitten. Gifted 10 super rockets. Su is just too amazing. Sugar mommy in the chat. Please adopt me. The chat was incredibly lively. At the same time, the clip of Su Yang shooting the fish was screenshotted by many viewers. Then it was made into short videos and posted on various video platforms. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers in the stream increased by over 100,000. Many came just for the fame. They wanted to see if the video was edited. Is there really someone that skilled? Was that guy a Special Forces soldier before? However, Su Yang and Sister Joe were completely unaware of what was happening in the stream. Su Yang had already put his clothes back on, holding his prize, feeling wonderful. Dinner for tonight was secured. More importantly, seeing Sister Joe's pouty face made him feel even better. Su Yang, what kind of fish is this? It looks so pretty. Sister Joe quickly recovered from her bad mood. Although losing the bet made her a bit disappointed, it seemed they had fish to eat tonight. Eating fish on the first day of wilderness survival was something she hadn't dared to imagine before coming. This is a black sea bream, living in shallow waters. It has high nutritional value and is relatively expensive. In some coastal cities, wild black sea bream can sell for about 70 yuan a jin, and in inland cities, the price is even more ridiculous, Su Yang explained. This was all knowledge from the animal and plant analysis manual awarded by the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about this wild sea fish. It is quite expensive. This fish looks like it weighs about 2 jin, Sister Joe said in surprise. Although she ate fish often, she wasn't really clear about the prices. If this fish were in Shanghai, it might very well cost 200 yuan to buy. For big streamers like them, 200 yuan isn't much. But for the average person, 200 yuan for a single fish is extremely extravagant. More than that, about 3 jin. Let's go. Let's go look for a fresh water source nearby. If we could find one, That would be even better, Su Yang said with a smile. Earlier, after he hit this fish, the other one had escaped. But this one should be enough for their dinner. Sister Zhou nodded obediently and trotted after Su Yang. At this moment, her view of Su Yang had completely changed. She even felt that as long as she followed Su Yang, she could definitely make it to the end. A sense of security surfaced once again. The two explored for another hour. Although they didn't find a water source, they did find some coconut trees. There were some ripe coconuts, and some had even fallen to the ground. After Su Yang and Sister Zhou replenished some of their body's hydration, they picked up a few more. Coconut water is considered an important source of fresh water on the island. I'm so tired. But we have fish for tonight, hee. Back at the shelter, Sister Zhou rubbed her legs. After walking for 3 or 4 hours, they were indeed feeling sore. But looking at the big black sea bream and the dozen coconuts, she felt all the effort was worth it. They could have a good night's sleep tonight. You take a break first, I'll roast the fish. Su Yang looked at Sister Zhou, who had sweat on her forehead, and said with a smile, in this sweltering weather, a 3 or 4 hour trek is definitely a huge challenge for a girl. The fact that she didn't complain about being tired halfway was already quite impressive. After all, she hadn't walked this much in a long time. That won't do. You walked just as much as I did, and you did way more work than I did. You go ahead and roast the fish. I'll go see if I can find some dry grass to lay on our bed, so it's warmer at night. Sister Zhou immediately stood up. She always felt this was a challenge for two people. She couldn't just leave everything to Su Yang just because he was a guy. Alright then. Seeing the determined look in Sister Zhou's eyes, Su Yang understood her intent and nodded. Perhaps this would make her feel better. Seeing Sister Zhou covered in sweat is so heart-wrenching. Yeah, we mess around in the chat, but seeing Sister Zhou so tired is honestly painful. Honestly, this guy Su Yang is actually not bad at all. Indeed, I approve of him. Does my god Su brother need your approval? Exactly. Don't be ridiculous. Because there are many broadleaf plants on the island, and they are located at the junction of the beach and the island. There are also a lot of dead leaves. In just over 10 minutes, Sister Zhou had already collected a large pile. Spreading some dead leaves on the bed at night will provide a bit better insulation. She also picked up a lot of firewood. In this kind of place where the sea meets the island, dry firewood is the thing you are least likely to run out of. Su Yang's grilled fish was just about ready. He didn't use the method of grilling over a rack because that would evaporate too much of the moisture from the fish. Although it might taste better, they are in desperate need of moisture right now. So, even the moisture inside the fish cannot be wasted. He used a roasting method, first digging a pit in the sand, then wrapping the fish in banana leaves and placing them in the pit. Then, he covered the wrapped fish with sand and moved the fire over. Using the heat generated by the fire, he roasted the fish buried under the sand until it was thoroughly cooked. This roasting method preserves the flavor of the fish and the moisture inside much better. After adding some of the salt he had dried earlier, a fragrant roasted fish was ready. Although this salt hadn't been processed finely, it was perfectly fine to use a little for grilling fish. Wow, it smells so good. I can't control my drooling anymore. Looking at the roasted fish on the banana leaf, the mouth-watering aroma made Sister Zhou struggle to contain her hunger. Although she had eaten some palm hearts earlier, that didn't really fill her up, and she was starving now. Eat up quickly. It won't taste as good if it gets cold. Having fashioned a pair of chopsticks from tree branches, Su Yang and Sister Zhou began to enjoy their meal. At this moment, it felt like pure bliss. Being able to eat such delicious roasted fish while surviving in the wilderness is a truly heartwarming experience. The warmth from the fish kept spreading through her body, and her sense of happiness grew stronger. I wonder how the other teams are doing. Daimi and Jishoon probably don't have anything to eat, right? A fish weighing over 3 pounds is enough to fill the stomachs of 2 people. At this moment, Sister Zhou was curious about how the other contestants were living. She felt that Jishoon and Daimei definitely didn't have the skills for wilderness survival. They must have gone hungry on the first day. I wonder if they managed to start a fire or build a shelter yet. They chose fishing gear, maybe? They're living better than us, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. He didn't care at all about how others were surviving. What he cared about most was his own survival for the days to come. He had to find a way to survive on this deserted island and live as comfortably as possible while doing so. Meanwhile, the first team, Chef Huang and Li Tai, because they had chosen excellent tools. They had selected both the fire starter and the fishing gear. So they managed to start a fire quickly and also caught some fish. The problems of fire and food were soon solved. As for the shelter, it wasn't a very difficult task for two grown men. After all, every contestant participating in the show must have undergone various forms of training before coming here. And Chef Huang's partner, Li Tai, is a retired Special Forces soldier. His robust physical condition and professional knowledge made it easy for him to handle the initial stage of wilderness survival. As for the third team, Hua Fong and Zhang Li, they weren't so lucky. Although they also successfully started a fire after choosing the fire starter. They didn't have any hunting tools. After building a simple shelter, the two of them could only chew on compressed beef jerky. For Hua Fong, who was used to fine dining, this compressed jerky was hard to swallow. But in order not to make a fool of himself in front of his fans, he pretended to be very happy eating it. And he declared that he would definitely persist to the end. Zhang Li, let me sing you another song. After being well fed, we should seek some spiritual nourishment. After eating some of the compressed beef jerky, Hua Fawang seemed to have regained some strength. He is, after all, a popular musical genius. So he always remembered that music was his true calling. Singing a few songs for the live stream audience was also a benefit for his fans. Haven't we not found a water source yet? Let's go look for water first. Zhang Li's expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly interrupted Hua Fawang. The scene from 7 hours ago was still lingering vividly in her mind. That one performance of Exaggerated had almost sent them to their graves. Now that night had fallen, what if he summoned a ghost? Just thinking about it made her spine chill. Hurriedly leaving the shelter, Zhang Li finally let out a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost died there. Sigh. I shouldn't have come to suffer like this. Wiping away her sweat, she felt deep regret in her heart. However, Hua Fawang still confidently began singing his new song, Cancer. He believed that as long as he sang, the popularity of his live stream would definitely remain high. After all, as a musical genius, his charisma is something ordinary people can't imagine. But after just a few lines, the viewership of his live stream began to plummet. The original audience of nearly 1 million people dropped by 300,000, scared off directly. Although many people believed in science, Hua Fawang was simply too intense. His voice, movements, and expressions were all executed flawlessly. For those unknown things, one must maintain the appropriate level of awe, and the most frequent comments appearing in the third live stream were, "Hurry up and collect the 7 Dragon Balls to resurrect Uncle Nine." As time passed, night began to fall bit by bit. At this moment, the fourth team, which is the pairing of Daimei and Jishun, they also successfully started a fire using the fire starter. It has to be said that the Wilderness Fire Starter is indeed very important. It can provide people with a sense of security. Jijun, I'm so hungry. Have you caught any fish yet? Daimei asked while inside their shelter, watching Jishun, who was still fishing. Ever since they landed on the island, Jishun had been fishing non-stop, but several hours had passed, and he hadn't even seen a minnow. Meanwhile, she had already started the fire, and the shelter was almost finished. She was desperately thirsty and starving. Fishing is also a technical skill. Not everyone can just catch fish. The reason the first team, Chef Huang and the others, could catch fish so easily was because Li Tai had extensive fishing experience, and he had also received professional training before coming here. Jisoo was different. He had originally come with the mindset of playing around, so he didn't look into any materials at all, much less undergo any professional training. Without experience, professional techniques, or patience, how could he possibly catch any fish? Hey, I'm telling you, can you stop asking every other minute? I just caught a glimpse of a fish, and you're asking scared it away again. Whatever, let's just make do for tonight. Yushun gave Daimei a reproachful look, then threw the fishing rod on the ground and walked toward the shelter in a huff. I'm telling you, Mei Mei looked aggrieved, and was also quite angry. I'm asking you, why are you like this? You failed to catch a fish, so why blame me for scaring it away? Jishun, can you show some responsibility as a man? You weren't like this before. Is it true that you can only see a person's true character in times of hardship? Third sister, I am not blaming you. It is just that everyone hasn't eaten for a whole day. I feel just as hungry as you do, but there is nothing I can do if we can't catch any fish. Alright, let's just make do for tonight. Tomorrow morning, you handle the fishing, and I will go look for a water source. Jiksun suppressed the irritability and anger in his heart as he spoke to Daimei. Actually, he wasn't bowing down to Daimei, he was bowing down to the viewers in the live stream. Because in his usual streams, he was always easygoing and occasionally cracked edgy jokes, rarely ever getting angry. He had left a pretty good impression on his fans. He couldn't let his hard-earned public image be ruined by this lousy show. To put it more bluntly, he was bowing down to the money. Fine, I will do the fishing tomorrow. Daimei nodded with a somewhat cold tone. For this wilderness survival challenge, she had spent several days studying relevant knowledge. That was why she was able to live so successfully and build a simple shelter. For the rest of the time, the atmosphere was very dull. Neither of them had any intention of starting a conversation, as things had been quite unpleasant just a moment ago. Plus, feeling famished and parched, neither wanted to say a single extra word. As for the fifth group, it was the team of the trending idol, Ji-kun. Actually, what really made him famous was a short video of him singing, dancing, and rapping. Ji-kun's partner is named Liu Yang, and I heard he is actually one of his own fans. They had also chosen the flint at the start, so survival wasn't a huge problem for them. However, the issues of food and water were trapping them just the same. Even with fishing gear, besides needing professional knowledge and experience, fishing is something that purely depends on luck. If you are unlucky, it is impossible to catch any fish at all. Clearly, Ji-kun and his partner were not having much luck. They had busied themselves for the whole afternoon and didn't catch a single fish. And they also didn't have enough time to go search for a water source. Just like the fourth group, they chose to rest for the night and figure out a way tomorrow morning. Back to the second group. Su-yang and Sister Jo were lying side by side on the bed. With their hands behind their heads, they were admiring the twinkling stars. The campfire was flickering, and although their shelter was very primitive, it looked somewhat cozy. Compared to the fourth live stream, the scene here was clearly 1,000 times better. Su-yang, thank you so much. Sister Jo turned her head and said to Su-yang very earnestly, Thank me? Su-yang didn't quite understand. Come to think of it, he should be the one thanking Sister Jo. It was she who gave him the opportunity to potentially win a huge prize money. And maybe even change his life forever. Thank you for joining the show with me, and thank you for knowing so much, which kept me from going hungry on the first day. Sister Jo said with a smile, a very gentle and beautiful smile. Su-yang was a bit mesmerized. Sister Jo is truly pretty, there's no doubt about that. And to borrow Teacher Piao's words, in private, Sister Jo is definitely not as boisterous as she is on the live stream. Sister Jo in private must be very lovely to be around. Indeed, Teacher Piao was absolutely right. This is the result of our mutual hard work. I believe we will definitely do better and make it to the very end. Looking at Sister Jo's serious expression, Su-yang said back, also with extreme sincerity. He came to participate in this show specifically aiming for first place. There was absolutely no way he would give up halfway. Yeah, you're right. As long as we work hard together, we will definitely make it to the end. Sister Jo also clenched her fists and said with a determined look in her eyes. In fact, before participating in this show, she had never even considered making it to the end. Because it was far too difficult for her, something she thought she couldn't possibly achieve. But after witnessing Su-yang's wilderness survival skills today, hope was ignited within her. She felt that as long as they both worked hard together, they would surely make it to the end. Yeah, we will. Su-yang nodded and whispered, his tone firm. It seemed as if he was answering Sister Jo, and yet also speaking to himself. Look, the starry sky tonight is so beautiful. The moonlight is so wonderful. Tomorrow will definitely be a sunny day. Su-yang looked up, gazing lazily at the horizon. With such beautiful night views, tomorrow will be sunny. It will surely be a wonderful day. Sister Jo also sat there quietly, appreciating the beautiful starry sky. The night was so quiet. Occasionally, crisp sound of an animal could be heard. Living in the bustling city for so long, it had been a long time since she had been able to enjoy the night so relaxedly. The night is truly beautiful, Sister Jo whispered. Meanwhile, the livestream room seemed unusually quiet as well. It felt as if everyone was watching the peaceful and wonderful starry sky along with Sister Jo and Su-yang. Such a beautiful night, such a heartwarming scene. I love this view. Beautiful night sky, handsome guy, and beautiful girl, they are a perfect match. Suddenly realized that Sister Jo and Su-god are such a great match. Yeah, they really are a talented man and a beautiful woman. I approve of this marriage. Brother Su is mine. Anyone who says otherwise, I will fight them. True, Brother Su belongs to all of us. Just came from the fourth live stream. Compared to Su-god, Jiksun is trash. As a man, he has no sense of responsibility. When things go wrong, he blames Daimei. I really want to slap him twice. Exactly. I just came from there too. What a disgrace to men. I used to think that guy looked pretty handsome. Why do I find him so nauseating now? Poor Daimei. Sympathize with Deme plus one. I just came from the third live stream. The Falong has started chanting again. Good thing I slipped away fast, or I would have been a goner. Hey, isn't being alive better? Why must you go to the third live stream? To the brother who came from the third live stream, turn around and look behind you. A beauty in white with long hair is staring at you through her long flowing tresses. Damn. Don't scare me in the middle of the night. What a spineless act. Time passed, minute by minute. After a busy day, Sister Joe soon fell asleep. Su Yang sat up. He had to make some preparations for tomorrow's survival. The temperature on the island is relatively low at night, and the air is quite humid. So it is easy to collect some fresh water at this time. Although they still had some leftover coconut juice, they had no idea when they might find a freshwater source. Every drop of fresh water is crucial. He prepared to make a simple water collection device. This device is actually very simple. Since the island's air is relatively humid, he just needed to hang his machete in the air. Then, by placing the large iron pot under the machete, the condensed water droplets gathered on the blade would slide down the tip and into the pot. Although this method of collection is quite slow, he should be able to collect quite a bit overnight. Because their equipment is limited, there was no way to collect more fresh water. After finishing all this, Su Yang returned to his makeshift bed. A person's energy is limited. Even with the bone marrow cleansing liquid, he felt quite exhausted after a busy day. Glancing at Sister Joe, who was already fast asleep, a gentle smile inadvertently appeared on Su Yang's face. He then turned to the drone and said, "Friends in the live broadcast room, get some sleep early. Good night." After saying that, Su Yang closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. He greeted the audience in the live room not because he wanted to curry favor with them, but simply because he was feeling too bored. Coo coo coo, chirp chirp chirp. Early in the morning, nature's alarm clock rang right on time, with all kinds of birdsong chirping incessantly. Sister Joe rubbed her eyes and opened them, still feeling drowsy. At this moment, she noticed that Su Yang was already awake and was boiling water in a large iron pot. "Su Yang, why are you up so early?" Sister Joe asked in a somewhat groggy tone. She hadn't slept comfortably last night. Although there was some dried grass on the bed, it was still very hard and poked at her body. "Yeah, I built a water collection device last night, so I got up early to see how it's working." Su Yang glanced at the sleepy-eyed Sister Joe and said with a smile, actually, he had gotten up 3 or 4 times during the night. If he hadn't gotten up, their fire might have gone out. Although starting a fire wasn't a difficult task for him, there was no need to waste that energy when it was possible to keep the embers alive. "You've really worked hard for me. I slept like a log last night and didn't help at all." Sister Joe lowered her head, clearly feeling a bit guilty. In her heart, she naturally understood that Su Yang must have gotten up many times last night to add firewood. Otherwise, their fire would have long since extinguished. But perhaps because she was so exhausted yesterday, she slept soundly all night? "I say, my beautiful Sister Joe, can you please stop feeling guilty every other moment? You supported me for several months before. If you put it that way, wouldn't I have to die of guilt? You can be polite to others, but I don't want you to be so formal with me, because we still have a long journey ahead of us," Su Yang said to Sister Joe in a righteous tone. You have to know that when Su Yang couldn't find a job a few months ago, it was Sister Joe who supported him. So, shouldn't he be the one dying of guilt? I was wrong. Sister Joe stuck out her tongue playfully. Indeed, she shouldn't be so polite with Su Yang. After all, Su Yang is her cheap cousin. That's more like it. Hurry up and get down. Let's brush our teeth first, then we'll go find some breakfast. Watching Sister Joe's playful expression, Su Yang also smiled with satisfaction. There are still 300 days waiting for them to challenge. If they are both this polite to each other, then those 300 days will be very hard to endure. Brush my teeth? Sister Joe was stunned. In this wilderness, how are we supposed to brush our teeth without toothpaste and a toothbrush? And the knowledge points she had searched for previously were all about how to survive. She hadn't gone into details like these. Well, although we don't have a toothbrush or toothpaste, charcoal has strong absorption and cleaning properties. So many survivalists use charcoal to clean their teeth, Su Yang explained. Charcoal's cleaning ability is indeed quite good, and it works well for brushing. But there are pros and cons. The fibers in charcoal are too coarse, so it's easy to damage your teeth and gums. So it's fine for once or twice, but you definitely can't use charcoal to brush your teeth every day. Ha! Charcoal! Sister Joe showed a look of disgust. She had never thought about using charcoal to brush her teeth. However, in order to survive better here, she eventually chose to compromise. Although the taste and comfort were not as good as toothpaste and a toothbrush, Her teeth indeed felt much cleaner after using the charcoal. Over the next 2 hours, Su-Yang managed to spear another fish. Having max-level archery skills is indeed very useful in the wilderness. After returning to the fire, Sister Joe volunteered to grill the fish. If she wants to survive on this desert island for a long time, she must find ways to improve her cooking skills. As for Su-Yang, he went to find more banana leaves on the island, preparing to dry more sea salt for storage. Because after heading deeper into the island, it won't be that easy to find salt anymore. Ding! The God-level check-in system is ready for the 3rd day of check-in. Does the host wish to check in? Just as Su-Yang was busy, the system's electronic synthetic voice rang in his mind. I can check in now? A look of surprise flashed across Su-Yang's face. He knew very well that every check-in and reward from the system was crucial for his upcoming survival challenge. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. Rewards. Beginner Beast Language. Beginner Animal Tamer. Beginner Beast Language. Can communicate simply with animals. Beginner Animal Tamer. Can tame some small animals that are less dangerous. Friendly reminder. Never try to tame large wild animals unless the host wants to commit suicide. After the system's voice completely faded, Su-Yang also felt that he had gained something in his mind. Beast Language and Animal Tamer? This system is really awesome! Although it's only beginner level, and I can't tame large wild animals, at least with Beast Language, I have the leverage to negotiate with them. Su-Yang was naturally overjoyed in his heart. Since these two abilities are only at the beginner level, they will surely be upgradable in the future. If I can tame some of the large wild animals on this island, wouldn't I be able to rule this island later? Thinking of this, he felt a little excited. Looks like after finishing breakfast, I can head into the island. I'm really looking forward to the little animals on the island. Licking his lips, a look of longing appeared on Su-Yang's face. Su-Yang, the grilled fish is ready. Come and taste my cooking. Sister Joe's voice rang out from afar. Coming, Su-Yang replied. After finishing a grilled fish, both of them were pretty much full. Su-Yang used his blade to gently scrape off the sea salt dried on the banana leaves, then wrapped it all inside a banana leaf. This amount of sea salt should be enough for them to survive for a month. However, once the survival conditions are met, and there are stable sources for everything, he still needs to refine the sea salt. Su-Yang, what are we going to do now? After finishing the fish, Sister Joe asked. Since they arrived on the island, she had completely lost her sense of direction and had no idea what she should do. So she followed Su-Yang's arrangements entirely. Let's head into the island. First, we need to find a water source. That is the most critical resource for our survival. Su-Yang looked at the dense shrubs on the island and said firmly, they cannot survive on the beach for 300 days, as fresh water obtained through condensation cannot solve their body's need for hydration. And there aren't many coconuts left on those coconut trees either. Only by moving into the island can we solve the fundamental problems. Sister Joe nodded obediently. Before heading to the island, Su-Yang grabbed a few more coconuts, as he wasn't sure when he would be able to find a source of drinkable fresh water. So, he had to get some coconut water as a backup. Then, he found a piece of fungus to use for keeping the embers alive. Once they reached the island, the environment would surely be damp, and it might be difficult to start a fire later. So, keeping embers is absolutely necessary. Shortly after, the two left the beach and officially stepped onto the island. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Coo-woo, coo-woo. In the dense shrubbery, various animal calls rang out continuously. Moving through such thick bushes is not an easy task. Fortunately, Su-Yang was clearing the path ahead with his machete, which made things much easier. The shrubbery was gloomy. Even though it was a bright day, the sunlight couldn't penetrate through. This dense jungle, combined with all sorts of strange calls, made one feel quite heavy-hearted. Sister Joe scanned the surroundings with a vigilant gaze, tinged with a bit of panic. One of her hands was clutching the corner of Su-Yang's clothes tightly. These sounds are so creepy, Sister Joe said, her voice sounding a bit uneasy. Even in broad daylight, it's normal to feel scared in this kind of environment. It's fine, they're just some birds. Su-Yang turned his head to comfort her, and then continued walking. They hiked through the thick shrubs for nearly 2 hours. The coconut water was about finished. In this humid and sweltering environment, the body loses moisture very quickly. Splash. Just then, Su-Yang suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. A look of delight instantly appeared on his face. Did you hear that? It's the sound of flowing water, Su-Yang said excitedly to Sister Joe. With the sound of flowing water, it meant they were about to find a water source. In wilderness survival, water is of the utmost importance. It's even more important than food. Huh? I don't hear anything. Sister Joe shook her head. She then tilted her head to listen carefully, but still couldn't hear any water. But this was not surprising, considering Suyang's body had been transformed by the marrow-cleansing fluid. As a result, all his bodily functions had been enhanced. This included his hearing, sense of smell, and perception. Follow me. Suyang took Sister Joe's hand and quickened his pace. 5 or 6 minutes later, a clear, trickling stream indeed appeared before them. More importantly, there was a relatively open area right by the clear stream, and this area was open to direct sunlight. It was the perfect place to build a shelter. Gurgle. Water, it's water. Thank goodness, Suyang. Seeing the clear, flowing stream, Sister Joe swallowed hard and hugged Suyang in excitement. The coconut water was finished, and she was feeling parched. Stay calm, Sister Joe. Feeling the softness against his chest, Suyang said awkwardly. This was the first time Sister Joe had taken the initiative to hug him in the months they had known each other. Sister Joe also realized she was a bit too excited and quickly let go of him. To smooth over the awkwardness, she quickly said, Suyang, are you too amazing? You could hear the water from so far away. I really doubt if you are still the shut-in cousin I used to know. She was indeed doubtful. Ever since they got on the island, Suyang's behavior had been completely different, especially his professional knowledge regarding wilderness survival. It didn't seem inferior at all to those experts on the internet. His mindset was even better. One must know that the old Suyang was a total shut-in. He only knew how to sit at home playing games every day, not even going out to work. Now, it was as if he had turned into a completely different person. Fortunate. For the better. Of course I am. Everyone has their own areas of expertise. I just happen to be good at wilderness survival, Suyang said with a smile, brushing off the question. However, he lamented to himself that a woman's intuition is indeed terrifyingly accurate. Alright, go get some water. I'll go gather some dry wood for a fire. In the wilderness, drinking raw water is very dangerous, so we must boil all our water to sterilize it. There are dangers hidden everywhere in the wilderness. Even though this small stream looked very clear, no one could guarantee whether there were bacteria in it. After all, they definitely weren't the only ones living in the vast jungle. Perhaps the animals in the surrounding area all relied on this stream to survive. Water that animals have drunk from might contain some bacteria. Once a survivor drinks raw water containing bacteria, they might lose their qualification for survival. Sister Joe nodded quickly, behaving very obediently. Right, take the machete with you. Be sure to watch where you step and ensure you stay safe. Suyang handed the machete to Sister Joe. Since this was the only stream nearby, it was highly likely that venomous snakes and other dangerous animals were around. Once bitten by a venomous snake, not only would you lose your chance to survive, but your very life might be threatened. Sister Joe nodded again. She took the machete and kept swatting at the dense grass. This method could drive away any venomous snakes or insects hidden inside. She knew at least the basics. After half an hour of work, they finally had some safe, boiled water to drink. Suyang, bringing you along for this survival challenge was the best decision I ever made. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have even made it through last night, Sister Joe said with a sincere expression. This wasn't flattery, but the truth. Wilderness survival is not easy. Without Suyang's rich experience and powerful survival skills, she might still be hungry and unable to find a drop of water. Don't say that, you've been great too. Without your help, things would have been difficult for me as well, Suyang said with a light laugh. Sister Joe naturally knew Suyang was comforting her. However, she still felt very happy inside. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as the two were chatting, a rustling sound suddenly erupted from the grass not far away. Suyang's expression changed abruptly, and he jumped to his feet. He drew his bow and notched an arrow in an instant, his sharp, vigilant gaze locked onto the swaying grass. Sister Joe was also on edge, her face turning pale. She quickly ducked behind Suyang. Su-yang. What is that? I'm not sure, don't be afraid. I'm here. Suyang gently patted Sister Joe's hand to signal her to stay calm. As long as it wasn't a large beast, with Suyang's archery skills, he could easily resolve the crisis. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat room. My god. What is it? It scared me. The tension is so high. It wouldn't be a black bear or something, right? It could also be a giant python. Everyone shut up. The tension is so high that my heart is in my throat. Please, no large animals. Otherwise, I won't be able to see Sister Joe anymore. In the second live stream, many viewers grew tense after seeing the nervous expressions on Su Yang and Sister Joe's faces. In the wilderness, danger is always lurking at every turn. Perhaps hidden in the dense grass not far away is an animal capable of forcing Sister Joe and Su Yang to quit the game. Half Moon Island is an untouched, primitive island. Therefore, no one knows exactly what kind of animals inhabit it. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The grass continued to sway incessantly. Su Yang's gaze was incredibly sharp, his bowstring drawn to its full length. Whatever it is, I have to strike first. A cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He had to eliminate the danger completely before it could threaten them. Sister Joe gripped Su Yang's clothes tightly. Su Yang could feel her fear, as well as her trembling hands. Cheap. The next second, just as Su Yang was about to release the arrow, a crisp sound rang out. Judging by the sound, it was the call of some kind of animal cub. It sounded a bit like a chick, but the cry was very sharp. Clearly not the kind of wild chicken you'd eat. Huh? Is that a chick? Sister Joe was stunned upon hearing the sound. The fear on her face vanished in an instant. This sound was exactly the same as a wild chick. It looks like it was just a false alarm. Damn. It turns out to be just a little wild chick. Gave me a scare for nothing. Is this a scripted scene for the show? Nice. This scene is top-tier entertainment value? The audience in the live stream also heard the sound just now. It was clearly not the large beast they had imagined. Judging by the sound, it must be some kind of avian cub. The hearts that had been pounding just moments ago finally settled down. Some even felt that this was a scene orchestrated by Su Yang and Sister Joe. No, it is not a chick. A chick's voice isn't that sharp. Stay back. I'll go check it out. Su Yang shook his head, his expression remaining serious. In the wilderness, you have to be careful about everything. Even some cubs are not to be trifled with, because where there are cubs, there is a high possibility that large beasts are lurking nearby. Maybe even right in the vicinity. Sister Joe nodded quickly. She trusted Su Yang's judgment implicitly. Su Yang approached cautiously and gently brushed aside the dense grass with a branch. At the same time, a furry head lifted up, locking eyes with Su Yang. Cheep, cheep. Its eyes, expression, and sounds were all incredibly adorable. At first glance, it looked exactly like a little kitten. A leopard cub? Su Yang was startled. This wasn't a kitten, but a leopard cub. He could confirm it from its build and the faintly visible spots. Besides, having mastered the encyclopedia of flora and fauna, Su Yang could identify any species at a glance. How could there be a leopard cub in a place like this? Meanwhile, a grave look returned to Su Yang's face. The presence of a leopard cub here meant that an adult leopard was likely lurking nearby. Cheep, cheep, cheep. The leopard cub still had its downy baby fur, and it seemed very excited to see Su Yang. It kept making high-pitched sounds and then began to crawl towards Su Yang. This little thing seems to really like me. From the cub's sharp calls, Su Yang could actually sense a feeling of affection. Because he had mastered primary beast language, even though they couldn't speak yet, he could still understand the emotions expressed in its cries. Looking at its naive and cute eyes, Su Yang instinctively squatted down and gently patted the little guy on the head. He then scratched it under its chin. The little guy seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it, closing its eyes and nuzzling against Su Yang's hand affectionately. Sister Joe, on the side, watched as Su Yang squatted down. Driven by curiosity, she stepped forward cautiously, inch by inch. Then she saw the little leopard nuzzling Su Yang's hand. Where did this kitten come from? It's so cute. A smile appeared on Sister Joe's face, and she couldn't wait to pick up the kitten and give it a cuddle. After all, girls have absolutely no resistance to such fluffy little animals. Ah, not a chick? It's actually a kitten? I'm confused. How can a kitten make a sound like a chicken? What a cute kitten, I really want to hold it. Are you guys blind? Open your eyes and look, is that really a cat? Finally, someone with normal vision. That thing is clearly a leopard cub. Do you have cats that big? What? A leopard cub? My god. No way, right? Don't be surprised. That is definitely a leopard cub, and a young one at that. My first time hearing a leopard cub sound, so that's how it is. With the appearance of the leopard cub, the live stream became instantly lively. Messages flooded the screen wave after wave. Many viewers thought it was just a kitten, and were wondering why there would be a kitten in the wilderness. Could it be that the Shark platform arranged a pet because they were afraid the contestants would be too lonely? But some sharp-eyed viewers realized it wasn't a kitten at all, but a pure-blooded leopard. The leopard cub had lost some of its baby fur, so you could faintly see the spots on its body. Viewers with professional knowledge in this area could tell at a glance that it was a leopard cub. I don't care if it's a kitten or a leopard, it's so cute. I'll pay 100,000 for it. The guy above is bold. That sounds like a criminal offense to me. Very illegal indeed. Brother, I have to admire how elegantly you phrased your desire to get yourself arrested. The number of viewers in the stream was constantly increasing. After about 20 live streams, the viewership of the second room had reached a staggering 2 million. It was already leading other streams by hundreds of thousands. Su-yang, such a cute kitten, can I hold it? But what breed of cat is this? How is it so big? Sister Jo asked Su-yang with curiosity. The kitten in front of her hadn't even fully lost its baby fur, yet it was already the size of an adult cat. Although she liked cats, she had never seen this breed before. My dear cousin, those big eyes of yours shouldn't just be for show. This thing is called a leopard, not a cat, okay? Su-yang said, feeling a bit speechless. But it's understandable. In real life, it's very hard to see a leopard cub with your own eyes. And young leopards really do look a lot like kittens. Especially with that naive, cute look. Many girls truly find it impossible to associate them with the fierce leopard. What? You are saying this is a leopard cub? Joji subconsciously took a step back. The very name leopard carries a great deal of intimidation in the wilderness. Even though it was just a cub, fear had already taken root in her heart. A kitty and a leopard are two completely different concepts. Don't be nervous. It's just a leopard cub. It poses no threat at all. Seeing the panic on Joji's face again, Su-yang smiled and reassured her. Meanwhile, the little guy was playfully nibbling on Su-yang's thumb. But the pressure was barely more than a tickle. It is a way for felines to express affection. Su-yang, what should we do now? Should we just drop it off somewhere else? It would be bad if its parents came looking for it. Joji looked around, still sounding nervous. Although the leopard cub poses no threat to them. If its parents show up, it certainly wouldn't be a laughing matter. A single adult leopard would be enough to kill both of them. At this moment, Joji remained quite rational. She didn't want to keep it just because it looked cute and naive. Yeah, that is the safest approach. Su-yang nodded seriously as well. Although the little guy seemed to like him and he quite liked the little guy too. But liking is one thing. If its parents found out, the situation would become very bad. Furthermore, Su-yang didn't have total confidence that he could defeat an adult leopard right now. In the live stream chat, hearing the conversation between Su-yang and Joji, the comments started flooding in. Don't send it away. It's so cute. Wouldn't it be great to keep it as a pet? Exactly. Raise it to be a mount. Why not send it to me instead? Many viewers in the stream felt it was a pity to just leave such a cute little guy behind. After all, it is fluffy and looks so adorable. There are plenty of people who love it. You all are just watching for fun without caring about the consequences? If Su-yang and Joji keep the cub and attract an adult leopard, they could be in mortal danger. Exactly. It is very likely the adult is nearby. Wild animals are usually very protective of their young. This is a very dangerous move. Besides, a wild beast is a wild beast, not a pet dog or cat. Even if you raise it, in their eyes you are just a food reserve. True. I really don't know what those people were thinking. Aren't there enough cases abroad of people being attacked by the wild animals they raised? There were impulsive netizens in the stream, but there were also rational ones. So many felt that Joji and Su-yang's approach was very rational. If they kept the little leopard, it would only bring them danger. If you want a pet, why not get a prairie dog? With that occasional screaming, it would keep you wide awake. Su-yang and Joji walked for half an hour. They had also left some markings along the way to ensure they could find their way back to the original spot, because that area was an excellent site for a shelter. If they missed it, who knows how long it would take to find another. Open land near a stream is inherently hard to find. Just leave it here. That should be about right. Su-yang placed the little guy on the ground. Cheep cheep. Wah. Seemingly accustomed to the warmth of Su-yang's arms, the little guy started crying, and its chirps sounded rather urgent. Wah wah. The leopard cub kept rubbing against Su-yang's leg. Su-yang knew very well that the little guy really liked him, and he could hear it clearly from its sounds. Su-yang, it seems like the little thing really likes you. It doesn't seem to want us to abandon it. Joji understood those cries as well. Sometimes animals are just like humans, expressing their inner feelings through sound, expressions, and actions. Yeah, looks like it. Su-yang nodded, hesitation appearing in his eyes as he looked at the cub. Bringing this little guy along would indeed be dangerous. But if he left it here and its parents couldn't find it, it would be in grave danger. Even if it weren't eaten by other animals, a leopard cub without hunting skills would only have a death sentence. So at this moment, Suyang felt hesitant. He quite liked the little guy and couldn't bear to watch it perish on its own. Wah wah. Cheap. The little guy wrapped its front paws around Suyang's leg, licking his calf constantly. It was clearly showing affection. One must admit, this little guy seems very smart. Perhaps it was because Suyang had gained the ability to communicate with beasts, making him more sensitive to animal motions. How about we take it back with us? If we leave it here, and its parents can't find it, it'll surely be eaten by other animals. It's so small, it feels really pitiful. Listening to those cries, Joji's heart softened too. Most women have softer hearts than men and are more emotional. Clearly, Joji was one of those. If she left the leopard here to be eaten, she felt she would have a sense of guilt. At worst, we can release it once we find the area where the leopards are active. Joji looked at Suyang and added, "Fine. Then let's take it back. To be honest, I don't want to see the little guy get eaten either." After hesitating for a moment, Suyang nodded firmly. There were no signs of large animal activity in this area, which meant no adult leopards had passed through, and leaving the cub here meant certain death. Although bringing it back was risky. If they took precautions, an adult leopard wouldn't necessarily be able to harm them. Having made their decision, the two felt much more relaxed. Although there might be danger ahead, at least they wouldn't have that guilt on their minds. And the little guy really was very cute. Kind people always have good luck. I am a fan of Suyang and Joji now. Brother Su is so gentle, I love him. Joji is so kind. I knew my judgment wouldn't fail me. The streamers I like are definitely the best. From today on, I am a loyal fan of God Su and Joji. +1, +2, +186. Although the action was impulsive, such streamers are worth our support. That's right, from now on, I'm only watching the second livestream channel. Only watching Suyang and Joji. Brother Su's little kitten donated 10 super rockets. 18. And want to rush Joji. Donated 10 super rockets. Joji's husband donated 10 super rockets. Although Suyang and Joji's decision was emotional, and even a bit impulsive, but the entire audience in the stream supported them overwhelmingly. Because their kindness also captured the hearts of many casual viewers, turning them into true fans. In less than a full day, the donations in the second livestream room have already reached 100,000. You have to realize that a single super rocket costs 2,000 yuan, and the livestream never lacks big spenders. 10 super rockets mean 20,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan really isn't much for a top streamer, and it's practically a drop in the bucket compared to that top e-commerce streamer who was caught for tax evasion the other day. But for Suyang, this is definitely a significant amount of money. The popularity of the second livestream room has also surged directly to the top spot. Meanwhile, in the control room. I really didn't expect this. Sister Joe actually found a partner with such great wilderness survival experience. If they keep this up, they are very likely to become the dark horse this time. Operations Manager Ma An is also watching the second livestream room, a smile appearing on his face. Because the higher the popularity of the livestream room, the better the benefits it brings them. Yeah, that guy named Suyang really seems to have some real skills. Look at the other streamers. Some of them have already started digging for earthworms to eat. They've had fish to eat since they got on the island, and now they even managed to get a leopard cub. This will undoubtedly make their livestream room's popularity grow even faster. The assistant on the side also nodded and said, "The popularity of the second livestream room is still skyrocketing. Clearly, it has already completely crushed the other rooms. Even the livestream rooms of those popular celebrity influencers are being overshadowed right now. Oh, right, quickly edit some of their highlights and the professional knowledge Suyang has displayed, and then recommend them on the homepage as a short video." Ma-an thought for a moment and said immediately, "It's time to strike while the iron is hot. While their popularity is peaking, push them with a recommendation. Then their stream's popularity will definitely keep booming. Anyway, no matter which room is popular, it's a great thing for their platform." Understood, Manager Ma. I'll go arrange for the tech team to get it done. The assistant nodded quickly and then walked out of the control room. Suyang and Sister Joe finally brought the leopard cub back to the place where they built their shelter. Seeing such a cute and clingy little thing, Sister Joe couldn't help but fall in love with it. Many girls just can't resist these fluffy little animals. Suyang, why don't we give this little guy a name? Sister Joe suddenly got interested. If we keep calling it Little Leopard, it feels a bit awkward and not intimate enough. Yeah, that's necessary. Suyang nodded seriously. Then he said casually, how about we call him Goldie? Goldie? Sister Joe was stunned. Her expression changed slightly. What a casual name. The little guy nearby also seemed a bit unhappy. It looked at Suyang with displeasure, clearly unsatisfied with the name. Little Flower? Little Leopard? Suyang came up with a few more, but it was clear that neither Sister Joe nor the little guy liked them. It just kept making squeaking sounds, so before Suyang could finish, Sister Joe sensed something bad. How about we call it Little Squeaky? How's that? This one works, right? Suyang said with a straight face. Sister Joe looked grim. I knew it would be like this. The leopard cub bared its teeth. You're the one who's a little squeaky. It seems you guys are still not satisfied. How about Tiny? Let's call it Tiny. It's settled. Suyang was really out of ideas. He's just not good at naming things. As everyone knows, protagonists are terrible at naming. For such a tiny little thing, you can't give it a name that's too imposing. This name is not bad. Tiny, do you like it? Sister Joe nodded, then squatted down and asked Tiny. Sure enough, Tiny was clearly satisfied with the name too. It kept licking Sister Joe's hand and happily rubbing against Suyang's leg. Another mouth to feed. Suyang sighed as he looked at the little guy. For a family that wasn't exactly wealthy to begin with, this is just making things worse. But since they've decided to adopt the little one, they'll have to provide food for it until it learns to hunt. In a month or two, Tiny should be able to hunt on its own. Then it will be its turn to put meat on the table for the family. Let's explore the surroundings first to find some food and get familiar with the area. Suyang looked at the surroundings and said to Sister Joe, since they plan to camp here, they must be familiar with the surroundings. They need to see if any large wild animals are lurking around, and also see if there's enough food here. If the resources here are poor, no matter how good the location is, they won't be able to survive here long term. Sister Joe nodded immediately, holding Tiny in her arms. She looked like she couldn't get enough of it. Half an hour ago she was scared to death, and now they are already this close. Women, people are such fickle creatures. After diving back into the dense bushes and exploring for another half hour, that's when Suyang discovered some tracks left by small animals. In the dense bushes, there were a few paths worn down by small animals. Clearly, they aren't from large animals. Because all the openings were small, it looked like tracks left by animals the size of wild rabbits or pheasants. It looks like there are quite a lot of animals living here. Our food should be guaranteed from now on. A smile appeared on Suyang's face. Since there are animals here, they won't have to worry too much about food. With his unerring archery, getting these preys won't be difficult. As long as he can find them, Suyang has absolute confidence. Walking a bit further, Suyang found rabbit and pheasant droppings. This meant that in this area, not only were there rabbits, but pheasants were quite active too. Suyang, look, is that a wild rabbit? Just then, Sister Joe carefully patted Suyang's shoulder and whispered. Suyang looked over in the direction Sister Joe was pointing. Sure enough, it was a wild rabbit, busily eating. Great! We'll have braised rabbit tonight. Seeing the rabbit eating grass, Suyang was overjoyed. He drew his bow and notched an arrow in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The moment the arrow left the string, it pierced the rabbit's neck, pinning it firmly to the ground. Its body was still struggling violently. Zoom! The next second, Suyang darted out like a leopard. His speed was so fast that Sister Joe was stunned. It felt like a gust of wind had passed by. At this speed, he could totally rival professional sprinters, right? My God. He hit it again. Is this some kind of perfect marksmanship? What was that speed from Su Shen just now? It was like a gust of wind, way too fast. Is this what it means to be a man as fast as the wind? Su Shen is amazing. I'm bowing down. Is this guy a professional archer? Suyang's simple actions once again shocked the viewers in the livestream. If hitting the fish last time was just pure luck, then this time definitely wasn't a coincidence. Suyang's archery is just too accurate. Suyang caught the wild rabbit by its ears with lightning speed. Although the little guy was struggling wildly, its fate was already sealed. At this moment, Sister Joe also hurried over. She looked at Suyang in astonishment and asked in disbelief, Suyang, how on earth did you manage that just now? How did you manage to move so fast in such thick brush? She was genuinely curious about this. From his appearance, while Suyang doesn't look frail, he certainly doesn't look strong either. And in the past 3 months, she had never seen him do any physical training. Yet, His speed just now felt like it surpassed that of a professional sprinter. Seeing her look of utter curiosity, Su Yang said triumphantly, "Human potential is infinite. In the face of food, my potential was triggered to the limit, so it is normal to run a bit fast, right?" Sister Joe, I am actually speechless. The audience in the live stream was also speechless at Su Yang's answer. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, he is not entirely wrong. For Su Yang, food is the key to survival. So it seems to make sense that his potential was triggered by food, but it still feels like something is not quite right. After exploring the surroundings for another half an hour, Su Yang discovered a bamboo grove not far away. In the wilderness, bamboo has always been called the hardware store of the wild. Because bamboo is so versatile, it can be used to build shelters and make all kinds of survival tools. What a huge bamboo grove! Su Yang, that is great. Can we use this bamboo to build our shelter now? Sister Joe said with a happy face. Having studied wilderness survival, she naturally knew that bamboo is a great material for building shelters. Compared to other trees, bamboo is easier to cut down and is much straighter. The shelter built will also be much more square and neat. Yeah, you are absolutely right. Bamboo is perfect for building a temporary shelter. Su Yang nodded happily as well. If you want to build a temporary shelter quickly, bamboo is the best material. Of course, bamboo warps as it dries, so it can only be used for temporary shelters. To survive here for a long time, we will still need to use adobe to build a brick house. That is not a difficult task for Su Yang, because on this desert island, there is no shortage of wood and soil. Here, you hold the rabbit first, and I will cut some bamboo. I will try to get our shelter built by tonight. Su Yang handed the rabbit, which had stopped struggling, to Sister Joe. Then he picked up the machete and started working. 3 chops later, the bamboo fell to the ground. After about a dozen minutes, he had cut down more than 10 bamboo poles. Each pole was about the thickness of Su Yang's wrist, which should be strong enough to support a shelter. He trimmed off the excess branches and thin parts, then halved all the bamboo poles. These fresh bamboo poles were quite heavy, weighing about 20 pounds each even after trimming, totaling around 200 pounds. The old Su Yang definitely wouldn't have been able to carry all this. But after his body was reformed by the marrow cleansing liquid, carrying 200 pounds of bamboo was not difficult. However, to save more effort, Su Yang decided to use the marrow cleansing liquid again. System: use the marrow cleansing liquid. He had 2 portions in total, used one last time, and had 1 left. Using it all up would greatly improve his physical fitness and strength. It would be even better for their survival in the wild. Understood, host. Marrow cleansing liquid used successfully. The system's electronic voice immediately flashed in his mind. Afterward, Su Yang checked his personal profile again. Host: Su Yang. Strength: 18. Base strength was 7. Speed: 15. Base speed was 6. Stamina: 15. Base stamina was 7. Abilities: Encyclopedia of Fauna and Flora, Archery at max level, Basic beast language, Junior animal tamer. Soon, a complete virtual personal template appeared before his eyes. The base values must have been his strength and speed in the past. After using the marrow cleansing liquid, all his bodily functions had greatly improved. At the same time, Su Yang could clearly feel the changes in his body. He clenched his fist and felt a completely different sensation than before. Then, he found some vines and tied all the bamboo poles together. Su Yang, are you planning to carry all this bamboo at once? But that is at least over 100 pounds, right? Can you carry it? Why don't we carry it together? Watching Su Yang, it was clear he intended to carry all the bamboo in one go. But for Su Yang, who didn't look like he had much muscle, this was clearly difficult. Even if they carried it together, it would be hard to transport in this kind of terrain. However, Sister Joe was wrong. The weight of the bamboo far exceeded 100 pounds. No need, I can do it alone. This little bit of bamboo is not a difficult task for me. Su Yang smiled confidently. If it were in the past, without the system, he definitely wouldn't have had this confidence. But now that his strength and stamina have nearly tripled, he naturally had enough confidence. As he spoke, he had already hoisted the huge bundle of bamboo onto his shoulder. He gave his shoulder a slight nudge. It didn't feel heavy at all. Looking at the stunned Sister Joe, Su Yang said, "Let's go. We have a heavy task today." After that, he didn't pay attention to the bewildered Sister Joe and walked easily toward where they were going to build the shelter. At the same time, all the viewers in the live stream were also shocked. My God, is that bamboo fake? There must be at least 100 pounds of it, and this guy lifted it up so easily. Shocking. A certain survivor actually did this to bamboo. Lol. The guy above must be from the UC Shock News department. Seriously? Soo-young's strength is too much? He looks skinny, how is he so strong? Easily carrying over 100 pounds of bamboo is indeed strong. Even an average adult man wouldn't find it that easy. Exactly. If it were on flat ground, carrying 100 pounds wouldn't be hard, but this is in the wild, so it's really impressive. Most of the audience in the live stream clearly didn't have a precise idea of the weight of the bamboo bundle. Based on my visual estimation, that bundle is definitely more than 100 pounds. Soo-young is such a beast. Exactly. Even after removing branches and thin tips, each pole should be about 20 pounds. I seriously suspect that Soo-young is just pretending to be weak to catch us off guard. All the viewers in the live stream became increasingly curious about Soo-young. Not only does he have accurate archery skills and rich wilderness survival experience, but now he has also displayed superhuman strength. There is so much energy hidden in this not-so-broad body. This made them even more curious about how much more hidden energy Soo-young had in his body. Carrying over 200 jin of bamboo, he walked for nearly half an hour in one go without even getting out of breath or his face flushing. Both Sister Jo and the audience in the live stream were once again stunned by Soo-young's physical stamina. You have to realize that few young people in today's society have much physical strength, thanks to the conveniences of modern life and the developed internet. If they were to carry 200 jin of cargo, they would probably be panting after just a few minutes, even on flat ground. And that's not to mention walking continuously for over half an hour through rugged wilderness. He didn't even have an irregular breath. This made many people feel like this guy Soo-young is simply not human. How could an ordinary person possess such incredible strength and stamina? Soo-young, let me go prepare the rabbit, and then I'll start making lunch. Sister Jo also proactively offered to start cooking. In a life for two, since she is a woman, chores like starting a fire and cooking naturally fall to her. As for the tasks requiring high physical exertion, there was a lot she couldn't handle. So those just had to be left to Soo-young. Alright, I'll go look for some vines and banana leaves to get the shelter built as soon as possible. Soo-young nodded, put down the bamboo, and dived back into the jungle. In the wilderness, timber and vines are the least scarce resources. So, before long, Soo-young returned carrying a large bundle of vines and a significant amount of banana leaves. The banana leaves were intended for the roof, serving as shingles to keep out the rain. Although the weather forecast predicted sunny days for the next 3 or 4 days, it's always better to be safe than sorry. The weather on an island is just like a woman's mood, it changes in a heartbeat. You never know when a downpour might suddenly strike. Since it was just a temporary shelter, it didn't need to be incredibly sturdy or overly luxurious. It just needed to be able to block the wind and rain so they could get by for a while. Because in the days to come, he would build a much more luxurious shelter with better performance. For an A-frame shelter, you first use 6 pieces of bamboo to build a square base, low on the sides and high in the middle. Then find a thicker bamboo pole to serve as the ridge beam to build an A-shaped frame. After that, you can evenly lay some bamboo strips across the main ridge and the side beams. Split a piece of bamboo down the middle and remove the nodes inside, and it becomes a natural shingle. Then use the vines to fix all the bamboo shingles onto the roof. Finally, lay the banana leaves evenly over the bamboo shingles. This way, the waterproofing effect would be absolutely top-notch. Although it sounds easy, it is quite time-consuming to actually do. The frame alone took an entire hour. And once the frame was set, the walls on the 4 sides also had to be handled. He didn't want to be exposed on all sides in this remote wilderness at night. Using the same technique, split the bamboo down the middle, and then fix a load-bearing pole in the center of the 4 walls. Finally, weave the prepared bamboo strips onto the walls in an interlocking pattern. This way, it looks very aesthetically pleasing, and it can achieve a decent effect in blocking wind and rain. Soo-young had great physical strength and possessed quite skillful techniques. But even so, it took him a full 2.5 hours to nearly complete the entire shelter. If it were an ordinary person, they might not even be able to build the frame in 2 hours. Perfect! I never thought I'd have such great craftsmanship. Once the shelter was nearly finished, Soo-young clapped his hands and admired his masterpiece. It looked nice and square, and the irregular parts had been trimmed away with the machete. So, the visual result was excellent. Only a door was left in the front. After eating, he could just weave a door out of bamboo and it would be done. Soo-young, you are too amazing! It's really hard to imagine that such a beautiful shelter was built by you. And it only took you 2 hours. How on earth did you manage that? Seeing the shelter finished, even after witnessing the entire process of Soo-young's work, Sister Jo was still deeply shocked. Although the shelter wasn't very big, it was enough to accommodate both of them. Being able to build such a shelter in just over 2 hours is definitely something most people couldn't accomplish. More importantly, building a shelter requires not only physical stamina, but also a perfect concept in one's mind. Su-yang was as skillful as if he had built such shelters countless times before. Just messing around. I'll properly renovate it when I have time later. Tonight, at least we won't be exposed to the wind and rain. Looking at the shocked Sister Joe, Su-yang said with a hint of pride. Even he himself was a bit surprised that his hands-on ability was this strong. Although before he was reborn, he had watched those survivalists build shelters countless times. But after all, he had never tried it himself. But looking at it now, his abilities are not at all weaker than theirs, and his speed in building the shelter is much faster. Memma. It's a beautiful house. It looks exactly like the houses where hermits live in TV dramas, Sister Joe said excitedly. At this moment, this bamboo house in front of her seemed even more likable than her apartment in Magic City. Come on, let's eat. Try my cooking. The rabbit meat in the big iron pot is just about stewed to perfection. Wild rabbit meat is very delicious. Just adding a little salt makes it a top-tier delicacy. The 3-jin rabbit was quickly eaten up by the 2 humans and the leopard. Of course, little one also ate quite a bit. Although this little guy is still in his infancy, his appetite is not small at all. Watching little one keep licking its paws and looking unsatisfied, Sister Joe joked, "Little one has such a huge appetite. It eats more than I do. Looks like you'll have to work harder at hunting in the future to keep the 2 of us fed." After speaking, she affectionately stroked little one's head. Looking at Sister Joe's playful demeanor, Su-yang responded in the same tone, "Don't worry, I'll definitely keep you 2 fed until you're plump and healthy." Sister Joe's face turned slightly red. Why did that conversation and feeling just now sound like a loving young couple flirting? But this feeling is actually quite nice. Oh my god. Sitting at home, and the dog food hits you out of nowhere. This round of PDA almost choked me to death. Sister Joe actually blushed. She doesn't really have feelings for her cousin, does she? What cousin? That's just a good friend. They don't have any blood relation. As a woman, I think Sister Joe has truly fallen for Su-yang. That's right. That look in her eyes just now doesn't lie. I also like a man like Brother Su who is both handsome and capable. Me too. Plus 186. Su-yang? Damn it. This charm I can't put away. Su-yang, what should we do now? Do we need to go look for more food? After a blush, Sister Joe asked. With the addition of the little one, they now needed enough rations for 3 people every meal. And the little guy actually ate more than she did. She really hoped it would grow up quickly so it could start hunting on its own. Maybe then she and Su-yang could have it a bit easier. At that moment, she suddenly felt like a doting mother, hoping her child would excel and looking forward to living a happy life thanks to her kid. Yeah, food is definitely important for us. But that area over there looks like it has a lot of rabbit activity, so it won't be hard to find food. As long as we can find their base camp, we won't have to worry about food for a long time. Su-yang nodded and said, "Rabbits reproduce incredibly fast, breeding 5 to 6 times a year. And each time, they can have anywhere from 9 to over a dozen babies. That is why many countries have suffered disasters caused by rabbits breeding too quickly." Sister Joe nodded quickly. The rabbit meat earlier was truly delicious. If we can catch more rabbits, we can try braised rabbit meat tonight. With the machete and bow and arrow in hand, the 2 set off again. On the way, Su-yang also found some tree bark with fine fibers, because these could be woven into rope. This was to make some snare traps. 20 minutes later, they arrived back at the area where the rabbits were active. However, there were no signs of rabbit activity this time. Su-yang found some larger stones nearby and set up traps along some of the paths the rabbits frequently used. Snare traps made of tree bark are rarely effective for rabbits, as they would just chew through the bark ropes. Snare traps are generally used for catching animals like pheasants. It took half an hour, but they finally finished setting up 4 stone traps. As soon as a rabbit runs through and triggers the mechanism, the stone will instantly kill it. Then, the 2 of them explored a bit further away. That was when they finally stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. Several pheasants were foraging not far away. Just as Su-yang and the others appeared, the pheasants seemed to sense danger. They stopped eating and looked around vigilantly. Wild animals are usually very alert. They detect incoming danger very quickly. Su-yang and Sister Joe quickly crouched down. Awesome! It looks like we really chose a great spot, right? I never expected this area to not only have signs of rabbits, but also so many pheasants. Just these 2 types of animals should be enough to sustain us for a long time. While speaking in surprise, Su Yang had already quietly taken out his bow and arrow. He drew the string and knocked the arrow. Whoosh! A second later, the arrow left the string. A 100% hit. Flap, flap. One of the male pheasants started fluttering around instantly. Su Yang pounced like a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the pheasant. His speed was dizzying. After all, Su Yang's speed right now was far more than double that of an ordinary person. Even some professional sprinters wouldn't be able to catch up to Su Yang at this moment. He grabbed the pheasant, which felt like it weighed about 3 or 4 pounds. Pretty plump. A full meal is guaranteed. He hit it again? How is Su Yang so accurate? Sister Zhou was stunned where she stood once again. Could this be the legendary archer god? He never misses a shot. All the viewers in the live stream were also completely bewildered. As expected of God Su, his archery is truly 100% accurate. I seriously suspect this guy is cheating. I second that. God Su, I want to crown you as the strongest. God Su, please accept my kneeling ovation. Brother Su is too cool. Please let me have your babies. His archery skills are totally beyond reality. It's such a pity he isn't competing in the Olympics with that accuracy. Another display of archery that shocked the live stream. Many viewers were even starting to feel numb to it, because Su Yang's archery was just too unbelievable. It was virtually perfect, and the confident look on his face before he shot proved it wasn't just blind luck. He knew the arrow he shot would definitely hit the target. Meanwhile, Su Yang had already retrieved his arrow. After all, he only had 12 arrows. These were the treasures he relied on for survival. Then he walked over to Sister Zhou. He looked at the dazed Sister Zhou. At that moment, Sister Zhou felt like she and Su Yang were from 2 different worlds. They had been together for 3 months, yet she had absolutely no idea Su Yang had such amazing skills. He shot a total of 4 arrows, and each one precisely hit its target. This was definitely not just dumb luck, but real skill. Su Yang, I've realized you've been hiding way too much. How many other skills do you have that I haven't discovered yet? Sister Zhou's beautiful eyes stared straight at Su Yang, as if trying to see right through him. But the only response she got was his usual gentle smile. Many. You'll find out slowly. Su Yang said with a playful tone. Sister Zhou's surprise was within his expectations. The viewers in the live stream were probably wearing the same expression. At the beginning, I guess no one had any faith in my skinny self. This dramatic contrast would definitely make many people uncomfortable or even disbelieving. Alright, you hold this for now. There are quite a few pheasants in this area. I'm just going to set a few traps. I bet we'll have meat to eat again tomorrow. Handing the pheasant to Sister Zhou, Su Yang began working on the snare traps. Snare traps are very effective for pheasants. They don't have the same biting power as rabbits, so they won't be able to chew through the rope. Once they get caught in the snare, there is almost no chance of escape. It took about half an hour of work. They set up 6 snare traps in total, and placed some fruits and small insects as bait. Su Yang was quite confident in the traps he made. They would definitely catch some pheasants tomorrow. It just depends on how many. If they are lucky, maybe all 6 traps will be triggered. Let's go. Dinner is sorted, let's head back and continue working on the shelter. When they returned to the shelter, the sunset was already beginning to dip. Judging by the height of the sun, it should be around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In another hour or so, it would be completely dark. Sister Zhou, you can handle the cooking. But don't throw away the pheasant's internal organs. Wrap them in leaves and bury them somewhere. We might need them when we set up other traps tomorrow. Su Yang said to Sister Zhou. He planned to follow the stream tomorrow to see if he could find a river. In this environment, if you can find a river, you can usually find fish. And the internal organs of these birds can be used as bait for fishing. Okay. Sister Zhou was very obedient. She had already placed complete trust in Su Yang. She believed firmly now that as long as she stayed with Su Yang, she would surely make it to the end. Su Yang began to get water and mix some mud. Although the shelter was built, the walls on the 4 sides weren't very sturdy. The wind was definitely going to leak in tonight, so he had to cover the 4 walls with a layer of mud. That way, he could block the wind perfectly. He had to mix some weeds into the mud, because that would make it more solid. Back in the countryside, most mud brick houses were built like this. But this is physically demanding work, far more exhausting than building the framework of the shelter. Because first, you have to gather a lot of soil and then fetch water from the stream using a big iron pot. Just moving the dirt and mud alone consumes a significant amount of time and physical energy. Plus, you have to mix the mud, which is not only a huge challenge for your stamina, but also quite time-consuming. Although Suyang has plenty of stamina and wouldn't feel tired even after working for several hours, he only has 2 hands, so naturally, he can't keep up with everything. That is why, in nearly 2 hours, he has only managed to cover 2 walls. You need to take a break and come over to eat something. Even though I know you have endless energy, you'll burn yourself out if you keep going like this. Seeing his hands and face covered in mud, Sister Joe said to Suyang with a look of concern. She had already urged Suyang to rest several times. Seeing Suyang in a constant state of busyness, she felt genuine heartache and guilt. Ever since they arrived on the island yesterday, Suyang has been working non-stop. Even someone made of iron couldn't withstand this kind of exhaustion. Watching Suyang work all by himself, she felt really uneasy in her heart. Yes, my beautiful cousin. Seeing the slight feigned anger on Sister Joe's face, Suyang could only smile and reply. Although he had worked all day, he didn't feel particularly exhausted. Perhaps it is the effect of the marrow cleansing liquid he used today. But now it's getting dark, and it's impossible to work in total darkness anyway. And besides, it seems like Sister Joe is really worried about him. He might as well stop what he's doing and pick it back up tomorrow. Don't you dare talk back to me. You have to know that your body doesn't just belong to you right now. You have to lead me until the very last day, so you absolutely cannot be selfish and work yourself into the ground. Do you understand? Sister Joe pouted, speaking in a firm tone with a look of feigned anger as she scolded Suyang. No matter how you look at it, at this moment, Sister Joe acts just like a wife who is deeply concerned for her husband. Fine, I promise. I will definitely lead you to the very end. Looking at Sister Joe's serious expression, Suyang nodded very earnestly. He knew that Sister Joe wasn't doing this for the final prize, but because she genuinely cared for him. She was afraid that he would ruin his health because of this challenge. Seeing Suyang's equally serious expression, Sister Joe actually felt a bit embarrassed. Then, looking a bit shy, she said, I'm mostly worried that if you wear yourself out, Little Bit and I won't have anything to eat later. Right, Little Bit? After saying that, she didn't forget to include Little Bit. Little Bit. What does that have to do with me? Suyang. Fine, I understand what you mean. Let me taste your cooking tonight. Suyang laughed and said immediately. Today, Sister Joe roasted the wild chicken the same way she cooked the fish the first time. The chicken was roasted until it sizzled with oil, and after sprinkling some sea salt on it, the taste was absolutely fantastic. The magnesium chloride in the crude salt was a bit bitter, but in this environment, it was already quite good. Not bad at all. You have a real talent for cooking. It looks like Little Bit and I are in for a treat from now on. Actually, you don't even need many seasonings. The wild chicken's meat is naturally tender and fresh, so a little salt makes it perfectly delicious. You only know how to sweet talk. Eat up quickly, and have a good rest when you're finished. If there's anything else left to do, you can ask me to do it. Don't underestimate me. Sister Joe pouted, but she felt wonderful inside. At least in Suyang's eyes, she had great value in this group. That was enough. As for what others said or thought, that was their business. She had never really cared much about other people's opinions or evaluations. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so blunt and outspoken in her live streams, often roasting everyone and everything. Alright, Suyang nodded in agreement. Sister Joe, you've changed. You're no longer my silent bride. Wow, Suyang and Sister Joe are so heartwarming. Why does it feel like they aren't on a survival show, but on a honeymoon? I know, right? I have the same feeling. Is this that sour smell of love? The other channels are still worrying about food and water while these two are flirting. Daimei, is it polite to do this? Ji-shun, we're both men. Can you at least give me some face? Survival has been turned into something else entirely by Sister Joe and God Su. I really want to go survival camping with Brother Su too. Seeing them treat survival like a honeymoon, the viewers in the chat couldn't help but feel envious. After all, the two of them felt truly sweet together. Even without too many sweet words, you could tell from their mutual concern that they were both quite happy. Looking at the other channels, quite a few teams have already had disagreements, especially the conflict between Daimei and Ji-shun, which didn't seem to get better after a night's rest. In fact, the conflict has only deepened. At this point, more and more viewers are starting to criticize Ji-shun for not having the grace expected of a man. His popularity has hit rock bottom. As for the other channels, many have also seen conflicts arise, because they had never worked together before and were in a completely unfamiliar environment. In such conditions, many people are prone to becoming irritable. Added to the difficulty of finding food and water, this anxiety naturally continues to grow. It's just like many families. The poorer they are, the more conflicts they have. The wild chicken was soon finished. Little Bit was earnestly chewing on the bones. To it, It seems like the bones are even tastier than the meat. Burp? I'm so full. Su-yang let out a burp with a look of satisfaction. In such a wilderness, being able to eat and drink your fill is truly a very satisfying thing. He took a glance at Sister Jo sitting opposite him, and he even had the company of a beauty. After a little bit was full, it excitedly ran around the two of them. Let's go find some more firewood. We must not let our fire go out. After finishing his meal, Su-yang still had work to do. In the wilderness, a fire is exceptionally important. Especially at night, it can scare away some large animals and serves a huge purpose. So the fire must absolutely not be allowed to go out at night. Ma'am. Sister Jo nodded quickly and obediently followed behind Su-yang. Su-yang picked up a half-burnt branch to use as a torch. It looks like he really needs to make some candles in the next couple of days. Otherwise, being in total darkness at night is just too hard to get used to. After fumbling around in the dark for more than half an hour, the two finally found some dry firewood. Actually, doing these things during the day would have been very simple. This is the trouble caused by a lack of wilderness survival experience. Many things are only realized after the fact, and many items are only remembered when they are needed. Su-yang, tonight let's take turns watching the fire, 2 hours each, no room for refusal. After returning to the shelter, Sister Jo said very firmly, she was way too tired yesterday, so she slept the whole night through. But since Su-yang did so much work today, she had to share the responsibility of watching the fire. Fine. And here I thought it was something major. Su-yang agreed with a smile. After a busy day, I'm indeed a little tired. At Jo-jae's insistence, Su-yang went to sleep first, with her taking the first 2-hour shift to tend the campfire. Su-yang didn't refuse, because compared to the second half of the night, the first half is much easier to get through. Usually, the latter part of the night is much harder to endure. So he planned for Jo-jae to handle the first half while he took responsibility for the second. It didn't take long for Su-yang to drift off into dreamland. Perhaps because he did a lot of physical labor today, he slept very soundly. Jo-jae sat next to Su-yang, watching him quietly. A gentle smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Actually, he is quite handsome. And he's so capable too. Don't you think so, little one? Staring at Su-yang, Jo-jae whispered softly to little one. After speaking, she hugged little one tightly. Clearly, she was talking to herself. Little one also affectionately rubbed against Jo-jae's body. It's over. Our Jo-jae has truly fallen for him. That look in her eyes, she's 100% smitten. Honestly, Su-yang is outstanding enough. He's good looking and has such strong wilderness survival skills that even I, as a man, am a bit attracted. Is the person above planning to make a move on him? A man falling for a man? Although it was already 10 o'clock at night, the number of viewers in the livestream was increasing rather than decreasing. At this moment, the second livestream room had reached nearly 3 million viewers. The reason for such high viewership, besides the excellent performance of Su-yang and Jo-jae, was another major factor. That was the heavy promotion by the planning manager. Right now, on the short video homepage of the Shark streaming platform, most of the content is short clips of Su-yang and Jo-jae. Some show Su-yang's perfect aim, while others show him demonstrating his strength, carrying over 200 pounds of bamboo as if it were nothing. There are also videos of Jo-jae and Su-yang caring for each other. Through clever editing, these clips make them look exactly like a happy couple. Therefore, these videos attracted a large number of passerby viewers. Compared to some other live streams, Su-yang and Jo-jae are living quite well, and there doesn't seem to be any rift in their relationship. Time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. Chirp, hoot, squeak. Strange sounds echoed from time to time, and Jo-jae looked around with a fearful expression. In the wilderness at night, these weird noises are so chilling. Even with Su-yang right by her side, she still felt scared. This kind of fear is hard to overcome. Little one, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Jo-jae hugged little one tightly and said this to him. Perhaps only by talking to little one could she ease the fear in her heart. Little one looked completely confused. You're the one who's scared. Yawn. Just then, accompanied by a yawn, Su-yang sat up. Looking at Jo-jae, he asked sleepily, how long have I been asleep? That was a comfortable sleep. It must have been more than 2 hours. It's still early. Why don't you sleep a bit more? Jo-jae replied immediately. Seeing Su-yang wake up, the fear in her heart vanished without a trace. I'm fully awake. You and little one should go inside and get some sleep. I don't want to see our beautiful Jo-jae end up with panda eyes, and I don't think the fans in the stream want to see that either, Su-yang said jokingly. It was obvious that Joe was already very sleepy. Girls generally aren't as good at staying up late as boys. Alright then, I'm going to sleep. Let little one keep you company. Joe handed little one to Su Yang. She was truly exhausted. She needed a good sleep, and after closing her eyes for a bit, she would take over for Su Yang. Coo, 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 coo. Early in the morning, the chirping of birds broke the silence. Joe sat up abruptly and saw that it was already light out. She had only intended to nap for a little while, and Su Yang was sleeping on the side as well. You have to know that sitting alone can be very boring. In such a situation, sleepiness naturally becomes stronger. So after adding a large amount of firewood, Su Yang had also fallen asleep. As long as the fire didn't go out, most animals wouldn't dare to attack them. Soon, the slight noise from Joe woke Su Yang. After his body was strengthened by the marrow-cleansing liquid, his sensory perception had become much sharper. Moreover, in this situation, his nerves were on edge, so he could pick up on even the slightest rustle. Why don't you sleep a bit more? I overslept again last night. You must not have had a good rest, Joe said somewhat awkwardly. She had only meant to doze off for a second, but never expected to wake up in the early morning. She felt quite guilty towards Su Yang. I'm fully awake. Let's go wash up. We have some very important work to do today. Su Yang rubbed his eyes, his trademark smile still on his face. With his strengthened body, he didn't need much sleep to feel refreshed. Feeling sleepy was just a physiological reaction and a matter of sleep habit. After a quick wash, the two prepared to check their traps. They had set 10 traps in total yesterday, 4 of which were for catching rabbits, and 6 were for catching wild chickens. They hoped those 10 traps would bring them a decent haul. After a half-hour trek, the two finally followed the markers left on the path to the trap location. 3 of the rabbit traps had been triggered. Great, the traps were triggered. Let's go take a look. Su Yang walked to the first trap, finding some gray fur under the stone slab. There were also signs of a desperate struggle. It was obvious that this trap had hit a rabbit, but it had eventually managed to break free. That's a real shame. Then they went to check the second trap. The trap had also been triggered, but it hadn't caught a rabbit, just flattened a field mouse. For wilderness survivors, field mice are also a decent source of protein. It's just that Su Yang found it hard to stomach, unless it was a last resort. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat anything rodent-related. The third trap had not been triggered. The fourth trap had been triggered, and it caught a very fat rabbit. There were also signs of struggling on the ground, but this one was unlucky and didn't break free. Its body was still soft, meaning it hadn't been dead for long. Awesome, today's food is secured. Su Yang was naturally very happy. After all, they wouldn't go hungry today. Joe looked at Su Yang with pure admiration. After picking up the rabbit, the two headed over to the snare traps. Su Yang, look. We caught a wild chicken, and it's still alive. As soon as they arrived, Joe said excitedly. One snare trap had been triggered, with the rope perfectly looping around the wild chicken's leg. The creature felt the impending danger and was constantly flapping its wings, struggling desperately. But with its limited strength, it couldn't break free from the restraint of the snare trap. Not a bad haul. It's still alive. We can keep it in a pen. Su Yang smiled and nodded. When food is plentiful, live prey can be kept in captivity. Because wild chickens can lay eggs, and rabbits have a very strong breeding capacity. Raising wild chickens and rabbits is absolutely an excellent way to prepare for the future. Nima, Joe agreed completely. After using rope to bind the wings and claws of the first chicken, they continued to check the other traps. A total of 4 traps had been triggered. 3 of the chickens were still alive, while one had unfortunately been strangled to death when the rope tightened around its neck. For them, this was an enormous harvest. The 3 live wild chickens could definitely be raised. Perhaps before long, they'd be able to have delicious fried eggs for breakfast. We don't have to worry about food for the next 2 days. Let's head back. Once we're back, we can finish the work we didn't get to yesterday. Carrying a few pheasants in his hand, Su Yang was feeling incredibly happy. When you don't have to worry about food and water, you can finally start seeking some material comforts. For example, properly reinforcing the shelter and building a fire pit or something. It gets pitch black in the shelter when night falls, so making some candles is also essential. Even though it's not cold yet, we have to make preparations in advance. It's autumn now, and they have to survive on this island for nearly a year. So we must be ready for the arrival of the harsh winter. Yeah, I'll help you today, let's do it together. Joji said with a happy smile. She has watched many wilderness survival videos, and very few survivalists have such an abundance of food. The fact that they don't have to worry about food every day is already something she is very satisfied with. She felt that if things could keep going like this, lasting 300 days wouldn't be difficult at all. Alright, as the saying goes, work goes easier when men and women work together. It's just the right time to test if that saying is actually true. Su-yang looked Joji up and down before saying that with a suggestive grin. Joji naturally knew that Su-yang was just joking. However, as someone who knows all the tricks, she understood perfectly well that the working together he mentioned wasn't just about the chores, but about the two of them getting together. At this moment, she had to sigh at how profound Chinese culture really is. Daring to make dirty jokes out in the middle of nowhere, aren't you afraid of falling into a ditch? Joji said with a blushing face, acting dismissive, and then turned to walk away. Su-yang had no choice but to follow closely behind. Surviving together is naturally quite dull and boring. If both people were deadly serious and acted overly formal, not even able to take a joke, it would be even more tedious. So, occasionally chatting about some suggestive topics can actually liven up the atmosphere. After more than half an hour, Su-yang and the others passed by a bamboo forest. They then took the opportunity to cut down some bamboo and brought it back. Bamboo is like a hardware store in the wilderness. It has a wide range of uses. Its function isn't limited to just building a shelter. Bamboo joints can be made into cups or bowls. Besides, bamboo can be woven into many daily necessities. He mainly cut down the bamboo this time to weave a cage to keep the pheasants in. An hour later, the two of them finally returned to the shelter. Although the round trip took less than 2 hours, Joji was already feeling incredibly thirsty. After all, the trails in the wilderness aren't as smooth as roads, and every step requires caution, which is quite energy-consuming. Joji quickly added some firewood and started boiling water, and Su-yang began to focus on weaving the chicken cage. Actually, weaving a cage is quite simple. You just need to cut the bamboo into thin strips, then weave them in an alternating pattern to make 6 sections of netting. Finally, just secure the 6 sections together with thin vines, and it's done. This kind of simple handiwork doesn't take much time, nor does it consume much energy. 20 minutes later, Su-yang had finished a cage that was 1.5 meters square. He then put the 3 pheasants inside. Flap, flap. Clearly, the pheasants weren't at all used to their new home. After all, they were used to freedom, so being caged up naturally made them restless. They kept jumping around, sending feathers flying everywhere. Looking at his spoils, Su-yang's face was filled with a fatherly smile. Hopefully, they will adapt to their new home as soon as possible. Otherwise, they might regretfully end up on the dinner table tomorrow, and Su-yang would have to tearfully eat 3 big bowls of it. For the rest of the time, Su-yang also made a few cups out of bamboo, because there is a layer of oil on the surface of bamboo. They absolutely won't leak water. Once Joji finished boiling the water, she also quickly handed a cup to Su-yang first. After all, he was doing the heavy labor, which was much more tiring than her own tasks. So this is what a life of men working in the fields and women weaving at home is like. Seems pretty nice too. Don't you think so, Joji? Su-yang sipped the water and looked at Joji with a contented expression. With no worries about food or drink, a beauty for company, and a huge bonus waiting at the end. Such a life is indeed quite good. Joji rolled her eyes at Su-yang and then said, "If you can satisfy me a little bit every day, then this life is naturally pretty great. But if you can't satisfy both of us, then that's a different story." This? Su-yang hesitated for a second, looking back and forth between Joji and Little Bit. He could definitely satisfy Joji. After all, his body has been completely enhanced. 2 or 3 hours is nothing for him. But for a little bit, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Geez, this guy, can he even make dirty jokes with his eyes now? Looking at Su-yang's gaze, Joji thought resentfully. How did I not realize before that this cheap cousin of mine is not only highly capable, but also so good at being suggestive? Su-yang, you little rascal, your technique is quite skilled. I honestly couldn't tell. Su-god is actually a seasoned pro. I'm falling for him, so handsome and so humorous. Superficial women. When a handsome guy says suggestive things, it's humorous and witty, but when an ordinary person says it, it's harassment. Sigh. Sounds like the guy above has a story. I have liquor. Want to chat about it? The popularity of the second livestream room is growing, and the number of viewers has exceeded 3 million. Even the amount of tips received in just a single day reached a staggering 300,000. You have to realize, for ordinary workers, it might take 2 years to earn that much money. One has to sigh that live streaming really brings in money fast. Alright, time to get to work. Let's try to get the remaining 2 walls wrapped up in under 2 hours. After replenishing the water his body needed, Su-yang continued to work. Last night, the 2 walls were a bit drafty. The wind was whistling through, and it wasn't very comfortable to sleep. Once the walls are fixed today, I'll weave a bamboo door. Lastly, there's the bed and the fire pit. Although it's not late autumn yet, it's already getting a bit chilly at night. Since even my enhanced body can feel the chill, you can imagine how Joji feels. What materials do you need? I'll go get them. Joji offered. She was eager to help Su-yang, because only then could she feel that she was of some use. Go to the creek and find some larger stones, preferably the flatter ones, because I'll need them later when I build the fire pit. Su-yang didn't stand on ceremony. Since a person only has 2 hands, trying to do so much work at once really keeps you busy. So there are many times when we need Joji's help. Perhaps letting her do more work will make her day more fulfilling and help her feel more at peace. You got it. Let's go, little bit. We're gonna pick up some stones. Joji said happily while holding Little Bit, heading towards the creek. Su-yang also began to fetch water, mix mud, and wrap the walls. As expected, it was 2 hours later by the time both walls were finished. Judging by the position of the sun, it should be between 11 Zoro and 12 Zoro. Not hungry yet. It took another hour or so to build a comfortable bed. Although sleeping in the dry grass last night wasn't bad, the ground was still a bit damp. And sleeping on the ground easily attracts some bugs, which isn't very comfortable. An elevated bed is very necessary. Actually, making an elevated bed is quite simple. Just drive 4 stakes into the ground to form a rectangle. Then find 4 sticks to firmly fix the 4 stakes. And the last step is to split the bamboo into strips and lay them out evenly according to their length. Finally, secure everything with vine. The things they are least short of are bamboo and vines. Here, these 2 things are almost inexhaustible. Su-yang, what are you going to do with all these stones? Are you planning to reinforce the shelter? At this point, Sister Joe had already gathered a pile of rock slabs, but she was still very curious about their purpose. Could he be using them to reinforce the foundation of the shelter? But this is just a temporary shelter. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any need for that. No, I'm planning to use these stones to make some underfloor heating for us. It gets a bit chilly while sleeping at night, and if we set up some underfloor heating, the temperature at night might improve quite a bit. I saw you shivering with cold while you were sleeping last night. Su-yang shook his head, then looked at Sister Joe and said earnestly. His words and expression were full of care and concern for her. This made Sister Joe's heart skip a beat, and a wave of emotion surged within her. Su-yang actually cares about me this much. Thank you, Sister Joe said, her face full of emotion. After saying that, she went off happily to pick up more stones. The way she hopped about looked exactly like a child who had just received some candy. The walls and bed of the shelter were completely finished, so now it was time to start on the heating system. Actually, this process is relatively simple. Since they have an entrenching tool, digging holes is naturally very easy. First, you need to dig down 1 layer in the open ground in front of the shelter, about 30 or 40 centimeters deep. Because the open area in front isn't very large, the workload is manageable. Next, dig a channel about 20 centimeters wide at the same depth, starting from the entrance and leading directly to the back wall of the shelter. Inside the room, this channel can branch out into a few lines, which is more effective for overall room heating. Then, lay the flat stones that Sister Joe just brought back over the channel. Finally, cover the top with a layer of sturdy soil. This kind of floor heating is actually a hybrid between a rural heatable brick bed and urban underfloor heating. The final step is to leave a hole in the back wall and use mud to wrap a chimney leading outside. The chimney serves 2 purposes. First, to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, and second, to increase suction, allowing the shelter to heat up better. Although it sounds simple, the actual work is quite significant. It took a total of 5 hours from start to finish. However, Su-yang was very satisfied with the final result. Now, as long as you start a fire outside, the suction of the chimney will successfully draw the flames into the channel, and then heat up the entire shelter. My goodness, where on earth did you learn all these things? It's just like installing floor heating. After everything was finished, Sister Joe asked in amazement. Was Su-yang actually a wilderness survival expert before? It feels like he has so many talents and experiences in wilderness survival. This kind of method isn't something an ordinary person could come up with. At the very least, she could be sure that among the 100 groups participating in this survival challenge, very few could have built such a heating system. Looking at the surprised Sister Joe, Su-yang replied calmly, I have always liked knowledge related to wilderness survival, so I've paid a lot of attention to these things. There's no real technique involved in this. As long as you know the basic principle, you can easily build it. Nothing worth getting excited about. A heating system like this really doesn't require high-level skills for a survivalist. It just consumes a lot of physical energy. But for Su-Yang, physical stamina is not an issue at all. Show off. Sister Joe glanced at Su-Yang and muttered. In her view, this was certainly not lacking in technical skill. At the very least, she believed the 10 celebrities and 10 streamers participating absolutely would not have thought of building an underfloor heating system. Because everyone has lived in relatively privileged families, they probably wouldn't even have thought of such a heating method. Even if they did think of it, they wouldn't necessarily be able to build it. Come, let's test it out. Hope we can get a good night's sleep tonight. After speaking, Su-Yang began to move the fire to the entrance of the heating system. It was a large circular pit with a diameter of 30 centimeters. It could hold a lot of fuel. This way, they wouldn't have to constantly add firewood. When you move the fire into the pit, under the strong suction of the chimney, the flames zoomed into the channel, and thick smoke began billowing out of the chimney behind the wall. Because the stones hold heat so well, in just a few minutes, the temperature could already be felt on the floor of the shelter. It's so hot! We did it, Su-Yang, you're amazing. You're about to become my idol. Feeling the temperature of the floor, Sister Joe jumped up with excitement. Then she gave Su-Yang a big bear hug. Her face was beaming with excitement. It was indeed a bit cold last night. But with this floor heating, we will definitely be able to sleep comfortably tonight. Su-Yang is truly a brilliant little survival genius. Isn't it just a simple heating system? Don't get so excited, stay calm. The tingling sensation on his chest made Su-Yang feel a bit uncomfortable. With just the two of them alone in the wilderness, it would be quite dangerous if things got too heated. Not much else to say, Su-Shen is the best. Truly impressive. Other groups are still starving, and he's already built floor heating. He really is strong, both in hunting and his manual skills. Am I the only one who noticed Su-Yang's stamina is off the charts? This guy has been working constantly in such hot weather, and he's not even panting, barely even sweating. You finally notice the point. He doesn't look bulky, so his stamina is a bit absurd. Brother Su is so handsome. I really want to replace Sister Joe. Yeah, how great would it be if I were surviving with Brother Su? In 300 days, maybe we'd come back with a little one. Brother Su is mine. Nobody touch him. Su's wife, no. 1 donated 10 super rockets. Ladies, please line up accordingly. Oh my god. Is that even allowed? Fine, then I'm Su's wife, no. 2. With one astonishing move after another, the audience in the live stream finally fully acknowledged Su-Yang's ability. After all, there hasn't been a wilderness survival show like this in the world before. Even people like Bear Grylls from Su-Yang's past life haven't appeared in this world. So there are very few true island survivors. Ordinary viewers naturally haven't had the chance to learn about this knowledge. Half an hour later, the whole room felt nice and toasty. Luckily, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the temperature had started to drop. If it were high noon, it would have been way too hot to sit inside. However, this kind of underfloor heating allows you to adjust the temperature according to your needs. We need to go out one more time. We fumbled around in the dark all night yesterday. Now we need to go out and look for some materials to make candles. Su-Yang had already planned last night that he must make some candles today. He just didn't expect that building the floor heating would take so much time. However, with 2 hours left until dark, that should be enough time to find some materials for making candles. Actually, it's not hard at all to make some candles in the wilderness. You can do it as long as you find the right materials. First, find some flammable birch bark. It's highly combustible because there's a thick layer of oil on the outside that helps it burn. Then, find some tree resin and pine needles and mix them together thoroughly. Next, roll the birch bark into a small tube and stuff the mixture of resin and pine needles inside. That forms a simple candle. Tree resin is also flammable, but it doesn't burn very fast. This helps extend the burn time of the candle. As for the pine needles, they serve as the candle wick. In the wilderness, besides pine needles, birch bark and resin are almost everywhere, so they are very easy to find. Since pine needles are just for the wick, you can use other dry twigs as a substitute. After half an hour of searching, Su-Yang had already found everything he needed. However, he wasn't just making a regular candle this time. He wanted to make one with mosquito-repellent properties. So, he had to find some materials that could repel mosquitoes. Su-Yang started sharing some knowledge with the viewers in his live stream. He explained how to make a durable candle in the wild. Su-Yang's wealth of knowledge once again amazed everyone watching the stream. They even suspected that Su Yang must have had extensive wilderness survival experience in the past. Otherwise, how could he be so knowledgeable about the wilderness and all the various plants found within it? He walked for another 10 minutes or so. Two types of plants appeared before his eyes. These were exactly the materials Su Yang needed to make his mosquito-repellent candles. Su Yang continued his explanation. This plant is called Ageratina adenophora, an invasive species. When it burns, it gives off a scent that mosquitoes really hate. So, in the wilderness, many survivalists use this plant to make mosquito coils. And this one here, this is a fragrant flowered tree. Its petals emit a very unpleasant smell that mosquitoes generally detest. But its flowers have withered now, so we can use its leaves and stems to make mosquito coils. Su Yang explained things quite thoroughly. The names of these plants and their effects were naturally knowledge points from the Encyclopedia of Plants and Animals rewarded by the system. He hadn't known the wonderful uses of these plants before. Listening to Su Yang's explanation, Sister Zhou was completely mesmerized. That look of admiration in her eyes was exactly like someone looking at their idol. Many of the viewers in the live stream had the same expression as Sister Zhou. The knowledge Su Yang possessed truly exceeded the understanding of many of them. After all, for most people, they had never really researched this kind of information. Many people have the heart to try wilderness survival, but they just don't have the courage to actually attempt it. Alright, finally we just need to find the fruits of the Chinaberry tree. The fruits of the Chinaberry tree have excellent mosquito repellent properties, and they are usually used in traditional medicine and other applications. However, this stuff generally cannot be eaten because it contains a small amount of toxin. In the wild, you must never accidentally ingest it. I need to remind all my friends in the live stream that Chinaberry fruits look a bit like dates. If you ever plan to survive in the wilderness, you must learn more about this and know how to distinguish between different plants and fruits. He kept explaining things along the way. After another half an hour, Su Yang finally found the Chinaberry fruit. This island is quite large, so the resources here are naturally very rich. Many of the materials needed can be found quite easily. This guy Su Yang really knows his stuff. Yeah, at first I thought he was just a pretty boy living off a woman, but now my opinion of him has completely changed. I'd never even heard of the Ageratina adenophora or Chinaberry fruits he mentioned just now. Useless knowledge has increased again. How is it useless? I think it's super useful. I've always wanted to try wilderness survival, I just haven't had the guts to do it. This information is extremely valuable to me. Old TCM practitioner. Donated 10 rockets. This little guy Su Yang is great, he knows a lot. Showing my support. The sun was setting, and night was beginning to fall. Su Yang and Sister Zhou had already returned to the shelter. You have to realize that not being able to return to your shelter before dark is a very dangerous thing in the wilderness, because many large beasts come out to hunt at night, and they have excellent night vision. If he ran into those guys, even Su Yang wouldn't be able to handle them at all. After all, in the darkness, he can only rely on his senses and feeling his way around. Finally back. You go ahead and boil the pheasant for us. I'll make the candles. Because they spent a full 2 hours searching for materials earlier. So right now, they could only work in the dark. Sister Zhou nodded and hurried off to prepare the pheasant. Su Yang, meanwhile, used the light of the fire to start making the mosquito-repellent candles. He crushed all the materials he had found. The Chinaberry fruits, fragrant flower leaves, and Ageratina adenophora. Then, he mixed them all with the tree resin from earlier. Since the leaves and the plants were fresh, he had to be careful not to add too much, or it would affect how well the candle burned. A ratio of 5 to 2 is just about right. This way, the candle will burn even slower. And just like that, time ticked away second by second. Sister Zhou was fumbling with the cooking, while Su Yang had already finished making a full 10 candles. These 10 candles should last him 5 days. Although he still had plenty of materials left, there was no need to finish them all tonight. He could just take his time and make more tomorrow once it's light out. With the issues of food and water solved, there was absolutely no need to rush other things. He lit one of the newly made candles. A pungent odor instantly filled the air. The oils on the birch bark also began to crackle and pop. The flame flickered wildly, but it did the job. You really did make a candle. So, can I call you a genius now? Watching the candle flickering with flame, Sister Zhou admired Su Yang even more. Is there anything this guy can't do? If given enough time, would this guy eventually lead them back to a civilized society? Of course, because I am one, Su Yang said proudly. This time, Sister Zhou didn't argue. Because based on the amount of knowledge Su Yang possessed, he truly deserved the title of genius. Peefty, why don't you know how to be a little humble? But I like it. Alright, let's eat. We've been tired all day, so let's get some rest after we finish. I can't wait to feel the floor heating in our room. Sister Joe pouted and said. The wild pheasant was finished off in no time. Little guy was still happily gnawing on the bones. It seems this little fellow is even more interested in bones than in the meat itself. Afterwards, Su-yang used the remaining materials to make a few fire starters. Actually, the method for making these is quite simple, primarily using pine needles, fragrant flower leaves, and charcoal. Crush all these items and mix them together thoroughly. Roll them into thin strips, then use some finer bamboo stems as an outer casing, drilling small holes in the bamboo to ensure airflow. But the holes must not be too big, as this effectively restricts the air circulation. It slows down the combustion rate of the fuel. According to Su-yang's judgment, one fire starter should last for 7 or 8 hours. As for how effective it really is, we'll see the final result tomorrow morning. We'll prepare more firewood tonight so we won't have to pull an all-nighter. After doing all this, Su-yang said to Sister Joe, since they had to take turns keeping watch last night, neither of them slept well. Tonight, the shelter is no longer drafty, and 2 mosquito-repellent candles have already been lit inside the room. There shouldn't be any issues with mosquito bites. So tonight, we'll definitely get a good night's sleep. Sister Joe nodded. Walking into the room, it felt warm and very comfortable. Clearly, the ground stove is working quite well. Why don't you sleep on the inside? Su-yang said to Sister Joe, feeling a bit awkward. They were now truly a man and a woman alone in one room, sleeping in the same bed. But there's no choice. This is wilderness survival, not a relaxing vacation. They don't have enough time or energy to build 2 separate shelters. Yeah, okay. Sister Joe quickly nodded, looking a bit unnatural with her face turning red, even though she was always carefree on her live streams, and would even swear every now and then. But in this situation, sharing a bed with a man, no girl could remain completely calm. However, it's a relief that she knows Su-yang is an honorable man. Sister Joe laid down properly on the side against the wall. Su-yang lay down as well. The two lay there straight, their hands folded neatly on their chests, staring directly at the ceiling. The atmosphere felt quite strange at this moment. Neither of them spoke, because they didn't know what to say to ease the awkwardness. Although Su-yang had lived in Sister Joe's house for 3 months previously, the two had never spent a night in the same room, let alone shared a bed. So the feeling right now was completely different. Hoo, thump, thump. Both could clearly hear each other's breathing and heartbeats, because it was just too quiet in the room. Every sound of their heartbeats and breathing was audible. Sister Joe slowly turned her head and found that Su-yang had turned over in perfect sync. As their eyes met, they both felt their hearts racing. For a moment, Sister Joe's gaze was quite flustered. Well, get some sleep, Su-yang also said, feeling a bit at a loss. If it were a stranger lying beside him, or a streamer he didn't know well like Daimei, then Su-yang would have absolutely no psychological burden and wouldn't feel the slightest bit of awkwardness. He might even have had other wicked thoughts. But he had spent 3 whole months with Sister Joe, and this person usually referred to herself as his cousin. So it felt completely different from being with a stranger. Right now, he had no other thoughts. He finally understood why they say it's hard to make a move on someone you know well. Ah, yeah, you too, get some sleep. Sister Joe quickly turned her head away to avoid Su-yang's gaze. Her heart was pounding like crazy, as if there were a little rabbit trapped inside. Even though she tried hard to suppress the thumping, it was of no use. Su-yang let out a long sigh, forcing himself to calm down. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The first night of sleeping together was already so awkward. It looks like the days ahead won't be that easy. After all, they still have 290-something days of survival ahead. Nothing happened throughout the night. The next morning, Su-yang woke up early. With the floor heating and mosquito coils, the sleep quality had indeed improved significantly. He slept soundly until it was broad daylight. Turning his head to look at Sister Joe, who was still sleeping soundly, a smile subconsciously appeared on Su-yang's face. Really pretty. Right, little guy? Su-yang whispered, then gently walked out of the shelter. Little guy followed him like a little tail. Su-yang checked the firewood in the ground stove, and it had mostly burned out. But thankfully, there were still plenty of embers left. This gave Su-yang an idea of roughly how much firewood was needed for a night. Then he checked the fire starter. After 7 or 8 hours, it had only burned 2/3 away. It seems the effect is good. The production was a complete success. Ding, the host can check in for the 5th day. Would you like to check in? Just as Su-yang was about to go to the creek to wash up, the system's electronic voice suddenly rang in his head. Su-yang was stunned for a moment, and then a joyful expression appeared on his face. Whether it was the first newcomer's gift package or the previous 3-day check-in, the rewards received have all been excellent. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get for this 5th day check-in? Check-in! Su-Yang replied immediately. 5th day check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving Marrow Cleansing Liquid X3, Spirit Soil X5, and Master Level Weaving Technique. The system's electronic synthetic voice sounded promptly. Su-Yang knew the effects of the Marrow Cleansing Liquid very well. A single dose could cause massive changes to his body. Being rewarded with 3 doses at once is definitely a great reward. Master Level Weaving Technique is also easy to understand. As the name implies, it improves his weaving abilities. In the wilderness, this is definitely a skill worthy of praise. Spirit Soil. Use it to plant crops, which can significantly increase growth rate, shorten maturation time, and improve the quality and quantity of the yield. Note: each portion of Spirit Soil covers 1 square meter. The system apparently knew Su-Yang didn't understand the effect of the Spirit Soil, as a row of small blue text immediately appeared before his eyes, explaining the function of the Spirit Soil. So that's it. Looks like it's time to find some crop seeds and build a farm? Su-Yang happily muttered to himself. With sufficient sleep and the system rewards, Su-Yang was instantly full of vigor. Life is getting more and more to look forward to. 300 days doesn't seem that long after all. That feels good. Stretching out long and hard, Su-Yang felt incredibly refreshed. After washing up, he returned to the shelter. He checked on the chicken coop, and the 3 wild chickens weren't as lively as they had been yesterday. It was clear that the exhaustion of their physical energy was forcing them to gradually accept the reality of being kept in captivity. Su-Yang then went over to find some tender wild vegetables and threw them into the coop. He wasn't sure if these guys were just shy or intentionally being stubborn, but they didn't rush to eat. Su-Yang didn't really care. If they still wouldn't eat by tomorrow, he would have no choice but to slaughter them. And then he'd tearfully eat 3 big bowls of them. If they kept starving like this, there wouldn't be much meat left on them. You couldn't blame Su-Yang for being cruel, because if you want to survive in the wilderness, the law of the jungle is displayed even more vividly. After that, Su-Yang ducked into the dense brush. He planned to forage for some wild vegetables this morning, since they had been eating nothing but meat for the past few days. While his protein intake was certainly covered, his body was lacking the necessary vitamins and carbohydrates. Many wild vegetables are rich in vitamins, and some root plants are packed with carbohydrates. Little One was following behind Su-Yang because he was still just a bit too small. So every once in a while, he would accidentally trip and land face first while walking. But he would quickly scramble back up and happily keep following along. It seemed like tumbling around was a bit of fun for him. After searching for 10 minutes or so, Su-Yang had already gathered a large handful of edible wild greens. Oh, there's cassava here. Fantastic. This stuff is a great source of energy and protein, and it is very high in starch. Maybe I can even use it to make some cold starch noodles. Seeing the cassava, Su-Yang was quite excited. Cassava propagates very easily. As long as you chop the stems into pieces and plant them in fertile soil, they grow back quickly. The yield of this plant is even greater than potatoes or sweet potatoes. After digging up 7 or 8 cassava roots, Su-Yang took all the stalks back with him, because he wanted to plant them. Although it is not the ideal food source, at least it can help them get by for a while. When he returned to the shelter, Sister Zhou was already awake. Upon waking up and not seeing Su-Yang or Little One, she had been looking around nervously. Seeing Su-Yang emerge from the thicket, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Where did you go so early in the morning? You scared me to death," Sister Zhou said, feeling a bit wronged. She really thought Su-Yang and Little One had abandoned her. It is very easy for a girl to overthink things when stranded on such a vast, deserted island. "I went out to find some wild vegetables. We've been eating only meat these past few days, so we need to replenish our vitamins. Go ahead and wash your face." Looking at the tense Sister Zhou, Su-Yang said with a gentle smile. "Don't ever leave me alone to look for food while I'm asleep again, got it?" Sister Zhou said, still sounding aggrieved. Waking up and not seeing Su-Yang made her subconsciously feel abandoned. "Alright, I've got it. I won't do it again." Su-Yang could only smile helplessly. Sister Zhou felt satisfied and went to wash up. Meanwhile, Su-Yang soaked the cassava he had just dug up in water. Although cassava is edible, it must be soaked in water for 1 to 2 days before consumption. Cassava contains linamarin toxin, which hydrolyzes into free hydrogen cyanide when acted upon by gastric acid, potentially causing poisoning. Eating cassava directly in the wilderness is a very dangerous thing to do. So you have to peel the skin off and soak it in water for at least a full day. It also needs to be boiled for a long time before it can be eaten. That is the only correct method. While many wilderness survivors in reality might eat it directly, that carries a huge risk. Once cyanide poisoning occurs, without timely rescue, it could be life-threatening. So when surviving in the wild, you must be extremely cautious, unless you happen to be surviving in your own backyard. After getting the cassava soaking, Suyang started stir-frying all the wild vegetables. He had saved some rabbit fat from the rabbit meat they ate 2 days ago. This fat could be rendered into animal oil, which is perfect for stir-frying. Plus, the stir-fried vegetables would be incredibly fragrant. Once Sister Joe finished washing up, the sight of the fragrant green vegetables immediately gave her an appetite. After eating meat for 2 days, finally having some greens was quite a treat. After the meal, Suyang started planting the cassava stems. There were over a dozen of them, and after planting them all, Suyang used a portion of spiritual soil. He hoped it would help the cassava grow faster, perhaps satisfying their future need for carbohydrates. After finishing all that, the two prepared to go check on the traps they had set the day before. He hoped today's catch would be just as good as yesterday's. If so, they would be able to keep even more animals. Who knows, before long, their farm might be officially established. For Suyang and Sister Joe, their survival life could be said to have gotten on the right track. They had a stable water source and energy from food. Furthermore, their shelter was well insulated, and they had a warm fireplace. Following this trend, surviving 300 days on the island didn't seem to be a problem. But the other groups were not so lucky. Especially those with absolutely no survival experience, they were currently full of conflicts. This was especially evident in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th groups. The 3rd group consisted of Hua Fawang and Zhang Li. After over 2 days of being together, Zhang Li was already starting to get fed up with Hua Fawang. Apart from singing like a banshee in the middle of the night, this guy was utterly useless. He had zero wilderness survival experience. Everything from finding water to building the shelter had been done entirely by her alone. Even though she was a retired bodyguard, her physical strength couldn't hold up to such exhaustion. Sister Li, why haven't you gone out to find food yet? Are we seriously going to eat wild vegetables again today? You're supposed to be a retired bodyguard. Can't you do something to satisfy me? Just waking up, a bleary-eyed Hua Fawang said to Zhang Li, who was busy weaving a fish trap. The tone was clearly full of dissatisfaction and blame. This guy, he really is a piece of work. How can he be so thick-skinned? Yeah, I've never seen such a shameless person. A grown man actually relying on a woman to survive. Exactly. Since getting on the island, it's always been Sister Li running around busy, whether it's finding water, building the shelter, or finding food. This guy hasn't helped one bit. What's more, as a singer, his singing sounds like ghost summoning. It's honestly unbearable. Sister Li, beat him up. Why put up with this loser? I really want to give this loser a couple of smacks. I used to admire this guy, now I just want to slap myself. Sister Li, don't serve him anymore. Let this trash fend for himself. Just came over from the 2nd stream. Compared to God Su, the ghost summoning king isn't even a man. No, he's not even a person. Please don't insult God Su. Is there even a comparison? My bad. At this moment, only about 1 million people were watching the 3rd stream. A world of difference compared to the 2nd stream. And most of the audience was there to support Zhang Li. Every comment and message in the chat room was almost entirely attacking Hua Fawang. In his daily life, he was packaged by his management team as gentle, humble, and hardworking. But now, everyone had finally seen through his true colors. He was simply a lazy, good-for-nothing loser without any talents. Even his best skill, singing, sounded like wailing demons, absolutely shameful. Wah. This is supposed to be a survival challenge for 2. Even though I used to be a bodyguard, I'm not omnipotent. I only have 2 hands. How could I possibly take care of everything on my own? While I'm out looking for food, you could at least do something else. There's no need for me to do everything. Over the past 2 days or so, Zhang Li had been harboring a lot of resentment. At this moment, she finally couldn't help but let it all out. She had actually quite liked Hua Fawang at first, but after spending time together, she realized he was such a jerk and a total loser. If someone like him wasn't a celebrity, he would be useless to society, just wasting space. Huh? Hua Fawang was stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Li to speak to him like that. For the past 2 days, Zhang Li had been very obedient. Then what do you want me to do? However, Hua Fawang quickly took the initiative to ask. This wasn't a compromise. It was because he had to consider the feelings of the viewers in the livestream, as many of them were his fans. If he were to argue with a woman, some fans might start thinking badly of him. Fetch some water and boil it. I'm going to look for some food around the area, Zhang Li said in a cold tone. team up with this kind of loser, and she saw absolutely no hope. Forget 300 days, she'd be lucky if they lasted 5. If she couldn't win the prize money, there was no point in wasting time with this deadbeat. And on top of that, having to do whatever he says? Why should she? Stupid woman, how dare you order me around? If it weren't for the live stream, I wouldn't let you get away with this. But once I leave this hellhole, you'll be in trouble. Hua Fong clenched his fists, fire in his eyes, thinking to himself, just because she disrespected him like that, once they got out of this hellhole, he would definitely find a way to get back at Zhongli. But for now, he had to suppress his rage and go fetch and boil water. Reaching the water source, Hua Fong began kicking and beating a patch of bushes. It was obvious he was venting his anger. He was the recognized musical genius of the Chinese music industry. To be ordered around by a retired little bodyguard like this was something he absolutely couldn't let slide. And just as Hua Fong was violently kicking the bushes, suddenly, a brightly colored snake coiled directly around his leg. Ah, a snake. It's a snake. Help! Zhongli, hurry up and save me. Seeing the snake wrapped around his leg, Hua Fong let out a shrill, bone-chilling scream of absolute terror. He slumped to the ground, trembling violently. A wet stain instantly spread between his legs. And then it started dripping onto the ground, a pale yellow liquid, accompanied by a pungent, musky odor. That's right. Hua Fong had peed his pants in fear. With a blank stare, he fainted from fright. Hearing the screams, Zhongli rushed over as fast as she could. She then saw the snake wrapped around Hua Fong's leg. Judging by the patterns, it was clearly a king rat snake, also known as a cauliflower snake. It's a non-venomous snake, but it is extremely aggressive. If it feels threatened, it will fight back. It was likely that Hua Fong's movements were perceived as a threat by the snake, which is why it struck. Zhongli drew her combat knife and, with lightning speed, grabbed the snake by the head and chopped it off in one go. Although she was a woman, she had worked as a bodyguard before. Killing a snake didn't ruffle her feathers at all. Besides, it was just a non-venomous king rat snake. Looks like we're having meat today. Zhongli picked up the still wriggling snake body. There wasn't a hint of fear in her eyes, just the excitement of seeing food. They had been eating wild vegetables for 2 days, so they were craving meat. My god, Sister Lee is awesome. 66666. Sister Lee is a true heroine. I've been scared of snakes my whole life. I was scared to death just now, but Fong is so damn pathetic, he actually peed himself. I can smell the stink through the screen. Hua Fong will definitely be trending on Weibo tomorrow. It's so damn embarrassing. Sister Lee is a beast. Support Sister Lee in surviving alone. Don't take that dead weight with you. Exactly. Why bother with that dead weight? Sister Lee is powerful and imposing. Ye Shichu donated a super rocket. Support Sister Lee. Penguin Judong donated 5 super rockets. Sister Lee is a true heroine, fully supported. The live stream was buzzing with activity. While most of the audience supported Zhongli, they also despised Hua Fong, peeing his pants in front of a live camera. It looks like Hua Fong's future celebrity career will be very bumpy. It might even be completely over. After all, there aren't many fans who are foolish enough to admire a star who pees himself over a snake. And most importantly, he's a male idol. Hey, wake up. Wake up already! Seeing Hua Fong fainted with that stench surrounding him, Zhongli slapped his face firmly. At this moment, she looked at him with nothing but disgust. A grown man, actually peeing himself over a king rat snake, and he even fainted from fear. This was truly baffling to her. The moment Hua Fong opened his eyes, he was still screaming at the top of his lungs. Can you be a little more composed? It's just a non-venomous king rat snake. Is there any need to be this scared? Zhongli said in a cold tone. She had given up all hope on this guy. He was just a total drag. If possible, she wanted to survive on her own now and just get this guy out of here. It was just so damn embarrassing, and he was holding her back. Wah, compose my ass. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? If a snake were wrapped around your leg, would you be able to stay composed? Hua Fong cursed back. Feeling the wetness in his crotch, Hua Fong felt both ashamed and angry. It's over. His star career might just be ruined. You mean this thing? Zhongli draped the body of the snake around her own neck. Hick! Hua Fong fainted again from fright. After waking up again, Hua Fong immediately used the satellite phone to call the production team. He demanded with extreme urgency to quit this inhumane show. He had come here to gain more popularity, to let more people love his beautiful singing voice. But after today's incident, his original fans were likely to abandon him. His star career might be ruined. What a colossal disaster. However, the rescue team arrived quickly. Are you really sure you want to quit? The staff member confirmed. Yes, I'm quitting. I want to leave this hellhole right now. Hua Fawang shouted with firm conviction and anger. It was way too damn scary. If there were one more incident like this, he'd probably be scared out of his wits. What about you, Sister Lee? The staff member asked, looking at Zhang Li. In fact, they had been monitoring the situation in each livestream channel. They had naturally seen how Hua Fawang had performed over the last 2 days. He was such a damn loser. But Sister Lee was a true heroine. They figured that if she survived on her own without a drag, the results would be even better. Can I continue? Zhang Li asked. She really wanted to go on, because she really needed the prize money. As long as she survived for a month, she could get $1 million. $1 million was not a small amount for her. It was enough for her to live on for years. Yes, the rules of the show state that if one person quits, the other can continue to the end and win the same prize money. You are fully qualified to continue on your own, and I reckon the live stream engagement will be even better, the staff member said without holding back. Then, I'll continue. Zhang Li nodded firmly. The biggest challenge of surviving alone is loneliness, and she was someone who could endure loneliness. Crazy. Everyone's damn crazy. Hurry up and take me out of here, Hua Fawang shouted at the staff members in a rage. Anyway, the moment he peed himself, the audience's impression of him was already set. So at this point, he could be as reckless as he wanted. Alright. Then, Sister Lee, good luck. After saying that, the staff member left Half Moon Island with Hua Fawang. Ooh, what a loser. He's truly hopeless. To have a partner as outstanding as Li Jie and still choose to quit. Exactly. Do you know how many people would kill to get this spot? I can't believe this jerk gave up after only 2 days. That is the definition of a dog in the manger. In the live stream chat, another wave of insults poured in, and Hua Fawang became the first contestant to be eliminated from the show Wilderness Survival. Not to mention, he was a celebrity contestant. It is obvious that within minutes, he will be trending on social media. But it is certainly the kind of trending topic Hua Fawang would never want to see. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Meanwhile, Suyang and Joji also heard the roaring sound of a speedboat. What's going on? Why is there a sound of a speedboat? Could it be that someone has already been eliminated? Joji asked Suyang with a puzzled look. It's only the 3rd day. Could someone really be unable to hold on? But then she thought, if Suyang weren't here, she probably wouldn't have lasted a few days either. For those with absolutely no wilderness survival experience, every second for the past 3 days must have been agonizing. Yeah, it looks like someone has indeed been eliminated. It's only day 3. I bet more people will start dropping out over the next few days. Suyang nodded and said with a calm expression, regardless of who was eliminated, it has nothing to do with him. All he needs to do is continue searching for supplies to make their life better. Don't worry about them. Let's go check the traps first. Suyang told Joji, then put on his bow, grabbed the machete and the entrenching tool, and headed toward where he set the traps. He needs to set some other traps today to catch live rabbits. Rabbits reproduce quickly. If he can catch a live one, then they won't have to spend so much time and effort hunting or setting traps later on. Joji followed close behind. Suyang was right. In this situation, they are doing well just to take care of themselves. As for the life or death of others, it really doesn't concern them. After 40 minutes, they reached their destination. As expected, there was a harvest today. 2 rabbits and 2 pheasants. The 2 rabbits had already been crushed by the stone slab, while the pheasants seemed to have been caught recently, so they were still hopping around. Great, we have such a big haul again. I feel like in a few more days, we could open a zoo, Joji said excitedly. Including the pheasants they already had, they now had 5 pheasants and 2 rabbits. So their food supply was very sufficient, and the traps Suyang set were clearly working very well. By making good use of these 2 types of traps, they might have an endless supply of food. You're dreaming. Alright, wait for a bit, let me weave a back basket. Having a back basket would save them a lot of energy, and the system just rewarded him with master level weaving skills this morning. So weaving a basket would be a breeze. After finding some rattan, Suyang quickly laid the base and began weaving. Actually, for a wilderness survivor, weaving is basically one of the most fundamental skills. Whether it's crates, baskets, or back carriers, it's a very simple craft. In just over 10 minutes, Suyang had already finished a beautiful back basket. It was neat and square, with every piece of rattan perfectly aligned. Even the baskets sold in stores wouldn't look as good as the one Su-Yang just threw together. That is the unique power of the system rewards. It's so pretty, and you finished it so fast. I really want to know, is there anything you can't do, Su-Yang? Zhou Ji asked, looking at Su-Yang with great curiosity. Although it didn't seem that hard to weave, but he did it in just about 10 minutes. And he only used ordinary rattan, yet the craftsmanship was so refined. Su-Yang's techniques and speed clearly showed he had undergone long-term training to reach this level of proficiency. This guy Su-Yang is becoming more and more mysterious. It's as if arriving on this island turned it into his personal playground. Of course there is, I'm not omnipotent. I just have a bit more survival experience. Otherwise, why would I have come to join you in the first place? Su-Yang said modestly. Who knows if he had some ulterior motives? Glancing at him, Zhou Ji muttered. Maybe this guy joined me just to get close to me on purpose. Otherwise, with his physical condition, even working construction would earn him 600 or 700 a day. And with all these skills he has, it wouldn't be hard to build a career, right? Alright, let's get these loaded into the basket. I still need to set a few more traps today. Hopefully, I'll catch some live rabbits, Su-Yang said with a smile. Then he got to work. The spots he chose were naturally where rabbits often pass through. The trap itself is very simple. First, you dig a hole about 50 centimeters deep in the ground. Then, you drive some wooden stakes around the perimeter. This is to prevent the rabbits from digging a tunnel to escape, because rabbits are very capable of digging tunnels. Without the stakes to stop them, a dirt pit wouldn't hold them at all. Finally, you weave a circular disc the same size as the pit. Fix the disc with a branch, then place it over the trap, ensuring the branch can pivot flexibly. Then cover it up with dry leaves and weeds. As soon as a rabbit steps on the disc, one side tilts, causing the rabbit to fall successfully into the trap. The disc will also snap back into its original position the moment the rabbit falls. The trap is very simple. The key is the balance of the disc. Once you master the balance, catching rabbits is not hard. After nearly 2 hours, Su-Yang had made 4 identical traps. Finally finished. I hope my efforts won't be in vain. Clapping his hands, Su-Yang muttered to himself while looking at the 4 traps. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to catch some rabbits. Of course, accidents happen too. Having set up the new traps, the 2 of them took the pheasants and rabbits and returned to the shelter. Then they locked the pheasants in the coop. Let me go make lunch. How about we have roast rabbit today? Without pausing after returning, Zhou Ji started preparing lunch. Sure, remember to keep all the rabbit fat later. We can refine some animal oil from it so that our future meals won't be so bland, Su-Yang reminded. Eating only roasted meat definitely won't cut it. So they need to start storing some animal fat. That way they can stir fry some wild greens or something? Yeah, I know. Sister Zhou nodded quickly, because the stir-fried wild vegetables this morning were exceptionally delicious. It was all because of the animal fat used in the stir-frying. Taking advantage of this break, Su-Yang prepared to make a dining table and 2 chairs. If he didn't have the master-level weaving skill rewarded by the system, these things would have been quite difficult to make. Though he definitely could have finished them eventually. But they certainly wouldn't have looked very good. Now that he has mastered the master-level weaving skill, the table and chairs he makes will absolutely be both beautiful and durable. The weaving skill rewarded by the system doesn't just mean weaving bamboo baskets or back baskets. It also includes the dexterity to craft all sorts of bamboo items. Luckily, there was still plenty of bamboo left. It was just the right time to put it to good use. A dining table and 2 bamboo chairs don't require that much bamboo. First, he used whole bamboo poles to build the frame for the dining table. Then, he used split bamboo strips to fill in the tabletop. This time, he didn't use rattan for fastening, because while a table held together with rattan might be quite stable, it lacked a certain level of refinement. After all, having bits of rattan showing everywhere really isn't very aesthetically pleasing. So this time, he chose to cut slots into the bamboo for a mortise and tenon style fit. The table and chairs made this way are incredibly stable and look extremely refined. Anyway, with his machete, cutting slots into bamboo was a breeze. Then, he found some tree resin, mixed it with charcoal, and after simple boiling, he obtained a very strong adhesive gel. He applied it evenly to the joints to make them even more secure. With his master-level weaving and crafting ability, Su-Yang's speed was clearly much faster. If it were before, a table and 2 chairs would have taken at least 3 or 4 hours, maybe even longer. But now, he finished it in just 1 hour. And the aesthetics and durability are absolutely flawless. After roasting the rabbit meat, Sister Joe stared at the table and chairs without blinking, clearly loving them to bits. Su Yang, with skills like these, you could have totally used them for live streaming before. These are all traditional crafts. Maybe the older generation knows them, but young people definitely don't have these abilities. If you had done this kind of stream back then, you would have definitely stood out and achieved great success on the Shark platform. Sister Joe looked at Su Yang and said very seriously, if she had known earlier that Su Yang had such incredible hands-on skills, she certainly would have dragged him to join the Shark platform for streaming long ago. Because there is basically no one on the entire Shark platform doing bamboo weaving streams like this. Su Yang would definitely be one of a kind. I just didn't think of it at the time, you know? Besides, I didn't even know you could stream this kind of stuff. Su Yang replied dismissively. If he had the system from the beginning, he wouldn't have been stuck living under someone else's roof at Sister Joe's house. After all, as a man, you want to save face. That's true, it's my fault for not discovering these talents of yours earlier, Sister Joe said with a naive nod. She then sat directly on the chair and said with a smile, I'll test if this chair is comfortable. It was incredibly comfortable. After all, they hadn't had such comfortable chairs to sit on for the past 2 days. Squinting her eyes, facing the sunlight, she took a deep breath of fresh air. This kind of survival in the wilderness seems pretty great too. Compared to the noisy city life from before, this place is rarely peaceful, without the complex social obligations and backstabbing. The air is fresh, birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and there's plenty to eat and drink. Is 300 days actually too short? Alright, let's hurry up and eat. After we finish eating, shall we head downstream today to see if we can find a small river? We aren't lacking protein now, but if we eat wild chicken and rabbit meat every day, we're bound to get sick of it sooner or later. So we must find a way to improve our menu. Looking at the relaxed Sister Joe, Su Yang interrupted. Although they are living quite well right now, and have already fully acquired the capital to survive here long term, the monotonous food will definitely become tiresome after a while. Therefore, they must explore further to find more edible food sources. You got it! I haven't eaten fish in 2 days. Honestly, I've been craving it. Sister Joe nodded obediently right away. She was acting like a well-behaved little wife. She followed Su Yang's lead in everything, to an almost extreme degree. Although the viewers in the live chat knew that the private Sister Joe might be different from her on-camera persona. But the current Sister Joe is like a totally different person compared to her usual self, alright? From the moment they stepped on the island, she barely said any swear words. And she was exceptionally obedient. To be honest, this version of Sister Joe made many people daydream. After a simple lunch, Su Yang noticed that little guy didn't seem to have much of an appetite today. It just sniffed the 2 pieces of meat he put by its mouth but didn't eat them. Su Yang, look, what's wrong with little guy today? It had a great appetite yesterday. How come it doesn't seem to want to eat anything today? Could it be that it's just tired from walking with us for so long today? Sister Joe also noticed that something was wrong with little guy. This little thing was so active the past 2 days. It used to fight for meat, but today it actually ignores it completely. It's very likely that it's exhausted from walking too much today. Let me check. Su Yang picked up little guy to examine it and discovered that its paw pads were covered in scratches from thorns, and both front paws were starting to swell quite significantly. After all, little guy is still too young. It hasn't even shed its baby fur yet, so its paw pads naturally aren't as tough and wear resistant as an adult leopard's. Wah wah. As soon as he touched the paw pads, little guy cried out in pain. Seeing this, Sister Joe also felt very heartbroken. If she had known, she would have carried little guy the whole time. System. Use 1 portion of marrow cleansing fluid on little guy. Su Yang silently thought to himself. He wasn't sure if the marrow cleansing fluid had healing properties. But if both of little guy's front paws were getting infected, the problem could become quite serious. The fluid could make little guy stronger, so these kinds of problems should be much rarer in the future. After all, both Su Yang and Sister Joe really like little guy. They've only been together for 2 days. Yet they already regard little guy as their companion. Understood, host. Marrow cleansing fluid used successfully. The system's voice rang out in his head shortly after. Then, Su Yang saw that little guy's injured paw pads were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the swelling was also fading away rapidly. Clearly, the marrow cleansing fluid worked. You wait for me here, I'll go find some medicinal herbs to disinfect and treat little guy's wounds. After saying that, Su Yang quickly carried little guy into the dense jungle. Little guy's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The swollen areas were also disappearing quickly. Such a magical occurrence shouldn't be seen by Sister Joe. Moreover, as he held little guy, he could clearly feel the little thing's weight increasing. It seems the effects of the marrow cleansing fluid are even more pronounced on animals. Trying to stay out of sight of the camera, Su-yang found some herbs, crushed them, and applied them to Little Guy's feet. Little Guy clearly felt the changes in its own body. And it obviously knew that these changes were inseparable from Su-yang. It kept rubbing its head against Su-yang, showing immense affection. The bond between the two seemed to undergo a very subtle change at this moment. Seeing Little Guy's affectionate behavior, Su-yang was puzzled. Did using the marrow cleansing fluid somehow increase his intimacy level with Little Guy? Not bad. It seems that the bone cleansing fluid has quite a wide range of uses. Grow up quickly, little one. Once you are grown, our food supply will depend on you. Su-yang bowed his head and said to the little one in his arms. The little guy was clearly 2 or 3 pounds heavier than just a moment ago. Even its size had grown by a circle, and the baby fur on its body had started to shed. The effect of the bone cleansing fluid on small animals seemed to exceed Su-yang's expectations. Squeak, squeak. The little one seemed to understand Su-yang's words, and it actually nodded in a very human-like manner. After letting out a cute cry, it affectionately licked Su-yang's hand once again. It looks like you really have grown up. You even seem to understand what I'm saying. Not bad, the bone cleansing fluid was not wasted after all, Su-yang whispered to himself. Because the two of them had their backs to the camera at this moment, they could not be captured by the viewers in the live stream. All they could see was Su-yang's back. Let's go. We are heading back now. Otherwise, Sister Zhou will be worried. Then, Su-yang carried the little one and prepared to return to the shelter. After all, the little one's feet were indeed quite badly injured, and Sister Zhou was quite worried. A few minutes later, the two returned to the shelter. Sister Zhou still had an anxious look on her face. Seeing Su-yang return with the little one, Sister Zhou quickly asked, "Is the little one okay?" "I just found some herbs and applied them, so it should be fine." Su-yang nodded and said. However, Sister Zhou soon stared at the little one with curiosity and asked, "Hey, why does it feel like the little one has suddenly grown so much? It seems to have gotten a size bigger. Is it just my imagination? Just 20 minutes ago, the little one wasn't this big. How did it get a size bigger just by going out with Su-yang? Could it be my imagination? If it's not my imagination, then that's just too strange. For the little one to grow visibly in just 20 minutes, this is unbelievable. It's an illusion. Definitely an illusion. How could the little one grow in such a short time?" Su-yang said, immediately denying it. In fact, anyone with eyes could see that the little one was indeed a size bigger than before. It's just that Sister Zhou couldn't believe her own eyes. This kind of thing is just too bizarre. She would rather suspect that it was her own illusion. "I knew it," Sister Zhou muttered. How could such a thing happen? Meanwhile, in the live stream, almost all the viewers had noticed this problem as well. My god, this is an illusion? Even if the heavens themselves came down, it's clear the little one has grown a size. Agreed, agreed. With such visible changes, how could it be an illusion? Did you guys notice that the little one's baby fur has started to fall off? Of course I noticed. Could the little one be in a rapid growth phase? Bullshit. Do you think this is pulling sprouts to help them grow? Coming that fast? I strongly suspect that Su-yang fed the little one some kind of rapid growth elixir just now. Yes, that must be it. Did you read too many novels and lose your mind? This is real life, not a fantasy novel. That guy above must be obsessed with novels to even bring up unrealistic words like growth elixir. At this moment, most of the viewers in the live stream had already noticed the changes in the little one. If one person thought its growth was an illusion, surely millions of pairs of eyes couldn't be wrong, right? It's just that they couldn't find any evidence for the time being. And almost no one believed in things like the elixirs mentioned by that hero earlier. This is a real world that values science. How could things like elixirs exist? Although they were very puzzled, no one took it too much to heart. After all, most people are here to watch Sister Zhou and Su-yang. Whether the little one grew or not wasn't their main concern. Alright, let me hold the little one today. Don't let its feet get infected. Saying this, Sister Zhou tried to take the little one from Su-yang's hands. But at that very moment, the little guy jumped straight off Su-yang. Then, it started jumping around joyfully on the ground. It was completely different from the sickly state it was in just a moment ago, and its feet seemed perfectly fine. This left Sister Zhou and the livestream audience stunned. It was just looking pitiful and sickly a moment ago, so how did it become so full of life in less than half an hour? And it looked even more agile than before. Seeing this, some viewers in the livestream even began to believe that Su-yang must have secretly fed the little one some magical elixir earlier. That would be the only way for it to undergo such a transformation in less than half an hour. Suspicion is just suspicion. They had no evidence. And not many people would believe in such ridiculous things. In the age of science, nothing supernatural is allowed to exist. This is so magical. Su Yang, what you applied to the little one, it wouldn't be fairy grass from Kunlun Mountain, would it? Sister Zhou also blinked her big eyes in disbelief, her gaze constantly alternating between Su Yang and the little one. If it wasn't fairy grass, how could the effect be so magical? Fairy grass from Kunlun Mountain? It's a real pity if you don't write novels with that imagination of yours. Maybe the little one, and I were just lucky. There's a chance that possibility really exists. Su Yang shrugged helplessly and replied jokingly. Sister Zhou naturally wouldn't take such an answer to heart. Regardless of what happened, it was a good thing that the little one's injury recovered. Then should we still go check downstream today? Sister Zhou asked. After all, even though the little one recovered its energy, who knows if the wound might get infected? It's still early, let's go for a walk. Su Yang nodded and said, because he knew very well that the little one had completely healed. And right now, it should have endless energy to burn. Then the two walked in front, with the little one jumping and chasing behind them. Every now and then, it would run ahead of them to show off. It was as active as a dog. It's so magical. Sister Zhou watched the little one, which was much more active than it had been in the last 2 days, still looking puzzled. After walking downstream along the creek for about an hour, the two finally discovered a blue lake. The water from the creek all flowed into this place. There were also several other small streams flowing from different directions. The lake water was very clear, and perhaps because the environment was relatively humid, the surrounding vegetation grew exceptionally lush. What a beautiful lake! I wonder if there are any fish in it. It was the first time Sister Zhou had seen such a beautiful lake with her own eyes, and she was shocked. The rich minerals made the entire lake look azure, and paired with the surrounding lush green vegetation, the environment was indeed very beautiful. The wilderness environment is truly excellent. The natural lake before them could not be compared to any man-made ones. A lake this big must have fish. There might even be crocodiles, Su Yang said seriously. He wasn't joking. In a lake this large, there could very well be crocodiles. However, being able to find this lake was definitely a great thing for them. With such abundant water sources here, many animals would definitely come to drink. And that would naturally mean more choices for their food. Eat crocodiles. If we catch one, can we make crocodile skin shoes out of it? Sister Zhou asked naively. Well, that is a possibility. Of course, there is also the possibility that you become a feast for the crocodile. Su Yang answered very seriously. Crocodiles aren't wild chickens or rabbits. That thing is definitely not to be messed with. Especially when they're in the water, it's practically their territory. Even though Su Yang's physical strength is far superior to an ordinary person's right now, he wouldn't dare to go into the lake to catch a crocodile. That would be no different from courting death. So, until he figures out exactly what kind of creatures are in this lake, he absolutely won't step into the water. If you get bitten by a crocodile and it starts its death roll, you might just end up dead on the spot. Naive Sister Zhou. She is actually eyeing the crocodile. Crocodile. Thanks for the KFC bucket meal, my friend. Crocodile. Come on, catch me. I am starving. Sister Zhou, your thoughts are very dangerous. After hearing Sister Zhou's words, the viewers in the live stream started teasing her. She's actually thinking of going after a crocodile. It seems Sister Zhou doesn't know much about them. Hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou looked embarrassed. She was just thinking out loud. She had heard that crocodile skin shoes are indeed of good quality. The two of them continued to explore along the lakeside. The lake is quite large, and the vegetation is exceptionally dense. So it is impossible to get a full view of the lake from any single location. The two of them and the little leopard walked for a few minutes. Su Yang's eyes suddenly sharpened, because he sensed some movement ahead, which means there should be some animals there. Whoosh! The little one clearly felt it too. A fierce look appeared on its cute face, baring its tiny, less than a centimeter long baby teeth. Swish! In the next second, the little one bolted forward. After the transformation from the marrow cleansing liquid, the little one's speed and body strength have noticeably increased. In an instant, it shot out like an arrow from a bow and disappeared into the dense vegetation. What happened to the little one? Sister Zhou was startled by its sudden move. This little guy had trouble walking through such dense jungle just yesterday. It would trip and fall face first every now and then. How did it become so fierce today? And that speed just now, it was way too fast. It disappeared into the grass in the blink of an eye. The little one is a carnivore, so its ability to perceive prey is much stronger than ours as humans. There must be some animals ahead, which is why the little one is so excited. Su Yang replied, then quickly followed in the direction the little one had disappeared. After pushing through the dense vegetation, The two finally found the little one 3 minutes later. This area is a bit more open, and there is a small path that has been trodden out. There are clear animal footprints by the river, all muddy and wet, and it's likely they belong to goat-like animals. This suggests that large animals frequent this spot. Right now, the little one is standing nearby with a tuft of fur in its mouth. It's clear it just attacked those animals, but didn't succeed. It is still too young and simply lacks the ability to hunt. So many footprints. It seems larger animals come here to drink often. Looking at the footprints, Sister Zhou also knew these animals must be quite large. Otherwise, they wouldn't have trampled the area into this state. Yeah, Su Yang nodded. Then he looked at the light brown fur in the little one's mouth and checked the surrounding area, spotting some pellet-like droppings. If nothing goes wrong, the animals that frequent here should be wild goats or deer. If we could catch one, it would provide us with protein for a long time. Huff, huff. The little one looked at Su Yang with a mouthful of fur. Judging by its expression, it was clearly disappointed that it hadn't caught any prey. Su Yang bent down and gently patted the little one's head. Then he said in a gentle tone, "Don't get discouraged. You are still too young, so you can't catch these large prey yet. You'll be able to once you grow up a bit more." Sure enough, encouraged by Su Yang, the little one jumped up excitedly again, like a little child who has been encouraged. My God, the little one can understand what Su Yang is saying, right? I really feel that way. It looked so sad just a moment ago, but after Su Yang comforted it, its mood instantly improved. No way, right? Leopards can understand human nature? I think the little one is different from average leopard cubs. From the first time Su Yang saw these things, it seemed exceptionally smart. Maybe the little one thinks Su Yang is its dad? The little one is so cute. I really want to raise one. I see a prison sentence in your future. Ever since I got that idea, my life has been increasingly worth a jail sentence. Seeing that the little one seemed to understand Su Yang, the viewers in the live stream were amazed once again. Although some animals are indeed perceptive and very smart, like pet dogs, most of them can understand their owner's intentions. But the little one is a genuine wild beast, and it's just so small. It being able to understand Su Yang's words is a bit ridiculous. Su Yang, can the little one understand you? Why did its mood instantly improve after you comforted it? Sister Zhou also looked at Su Yang and the little one, feeling puzzled. She asked the question all the viewers in the live stream were curious about. It just feels like the little one is especially close to Su Yang, and it almost seems like it understands him. How is that possible? The little one is just a wild animal. How could it understand what I'm saying? Stop letting your imagination run wild all day. We need to trust in science. Su Yang replied with a smile. After gaining the ability to communicate with animals, the little one indeed can understand some of Su Yang's simple words now. But such a thing, naturally, cannot be known to anyone, including Sister Zhou. After all, she can't really keep a secret. True. Sister Zhou nodded. Indeed, it's just a wild animal. How could it possibly understand what humans say? Perhaps it just saw the smile on Su Yang's face. Sister Zhou is still too naive. Based on my experience from reading novels, people who keep telling us to trust in science often end up doing things that cannot be explained by science. Really? Then I look forward to the day when Su Yang can fly on a sword right in front of me. Live streaming a heavenly tribulation? I'm looking forward to that too. I think the people above have gone crazy reading too many novels. Su Yang and Sister Zhou walked along the lake for a while longer. They found a spot where the terrain was relatively low. This area also showed signs of animal activity. Judging by the animal tracks and droppings, it should be goat-like or deer-like animals that have been here. There are even some animal skeletons nearby. This indicates that this area poses a certain danger. Perhaps there really are crocodiles in the water. Or maybe there are some large carnivores nearby. Carnivores large enough to eat a goat. The terrain here is relatively low, and the water is shallow. We can set up a coral trap here to catch fish. Su Yang looked around and said, "It's certain that there are fish in this lake, but they don't have any fishing tools, so they can only set up a simple trap. Hopefully, they'll be able to catch some fish." Okay, do we need any materials? Sister Zhou nodded and asked. The thing she can do is to try her best to help Su Yang find the materials he needs. We need some tree branches, but leave this manual labor to me. After saying that, Su Yang started chopping at a tree next to him. A coral trap is actually very simple. You just need to find some tree branches or stones to enclose a shallow water area, then leave a small gap and put some earthworms inside the trap. This trap is very simple, which is why it's a go-to for many wilderness survivalists to catch fish. After 20 minutes of hard work, a simple coral trap was set up. This trap is very simple, just using tree branches to form a semicircle in the shallow water area. Then, leave a small gap in the middle so the fish can swim in easily. Generally, fish don't have a very good sense of direction, so once they swim into the trap, it's hard for them to swim back out. Afterward, they dug up some earthworms nearby, crushed them, and put them inside the trap. Most fish simply cannot resist the temptation of earthworms. With all that done, Suyang and Joji prepared to head back to the shelter. They had been out for nearly 2 hours. Also, the way here was all downhill, so it will take even longer to get back. Suyang was fine, but Joji didn't have that great of physical stamina. After all, she's a girl, and her body hasn't undergone any enhancement. So, Suyang deliberately slowed down their pace on the way back. This was, of course, to take care of Joji. However, slowing down had its advantages. They found quite a lot of edible food along the way. There were lots of wild vegetables, enough to fill almost a whole basket. They also found some water fungi. Water fungi usually grow on rocks in small streams. This kind of thing requires very high water quality. So, these can be eaten raw, and they taste a bit like cold sheet jelly. They just don't have much flavor. After collecting some water fungi, the two set off again. 10 minutes later, Suyang found something else good. It was a cluster of fruit that looked like sea buckthorn. However, the surface of these was coated with a layer of transparent sugar-like crystals. Suyang, what is this? Joji asked curiously. After all, she never had the chance to visit the countryside, so whether it's sea buckthorn or other small wild fruits, she hadn't seen them before. She had never seen them. So throughout this journey, Joji felt like a country bumpkin. Out in the wilderness, she seemed to know absolutely nothing. The knowledge she learned in the 3 days before coming here had been completely forgotten. Right now, she was truly just a bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. This is called a salty acid fruit, although in many places it's also known as white acid salt. I remember when I was a kid, there were many of these trees behind my house, and they were our favorite little snacks back then. They taste sour and salty, but we couldn't stop eating them. See, these fruits have turned white, which means they've reached maturity. The crystal layer on top is the salt we need, Suyang explained earnestly. Because he had seen this since childhood, he was very familiar with them, even without the help of a plant and animal identification guide. These wild fruits come in 3 colors: gold, red, and white. When the fruit turns white, it is in its ripe stage. This thing not only has food value, but also medicinal value. So this fruit can be used both as food and medicine. It doesn't taste as good as it did when I was a kid, but at least it can supplement the salt our bodies need. And with these, we can make more delicious food. Oh, you know so much. Joji nodded blankly, and then looked at Suyang with admiration. It seemed like there wasn't a single thing in the entire wilderness that Suyang didn't recognize, and he explained everything so logically. This was more than just recognizing them. It was having a deep understanding of these things. Wow, this is a childhood snack. Love it. As soon as I see these, my mouth starts watering uncontrollably. Eating these really makes you drool. Stop talking about this. I'm already so sour just thinking about it. Clearly, quite a few viewers in the livestream knew what this was. After all, there weren't as many snacks back then, and conditions weren't as good. So for many rural children, their snacks came mainly from the wild. Things like wild strawberries, sea buckthorn, wild raspberries, and so on. So, most of those who recognize the salty acid fruit must be rural kids. Of course, it's also possible they are experts in this field. A day passes by so quickly. The two strolled back to the shelter, and it was late afternoon again. At this moment, they were both starving. Although they had eaten some palm hearts and wild fruits on the way back, those things didn't fill them up at all. So upon returning to the shelter, Joji immediately started preparing dinner. Perhaps because they've had plenty of food these past few days, even skipping one meal makes them feel famished. How do you want to eat the rabbit meat tonight? Should we just boil it or roast it? Joji asked for Suyang's opinion. We can stir-fry it tonight. Didn't we get some palm hearts on the way here? We'll stir-fry the rabbit meat with palm hearts tonight, Suyang replied. Now that they have salt and the fruit, they have all the conditions for stir-frying. Alright, sounds good. Leave it to me. I'll also make some cold-dressed water fungi for you tonight, Joji said with a smile. Then she started to prepare dinner. Suyang brought out the cassava that had been soaking since yesterday. The cassava has been soaking for almost a day. The toxins inside should have been sufficiently leached out. Cassava roasted in the ground oven should be fresh and chewy. Next, Suyang started working on the surrounding bushes. He had to cut down all these extra bushes because the shelter would definitely need to be expanded later. Coupled with the land needed for farming, he required a larger space. This could become their long-term shelter. Although this spot gets sunlight, the surrounding vegetation is just too dense. So the lighting conditions aren't great. Clearing more space will improve the light. Action speaks louder than words. Picking up the machete, Suyang began to hack away frantically. Under the sharp machete, the trees around them began to fall one after another. After more than an hour, Suyang had cleared a large open area. The surroundings looked much more spacious. We can build the main house there later, the kitchen over here, and a farm over there. The 2 open patches in front will be used for planting. Suyang began planning the layout. Fortunately, the terrain in this area is quite flat. Finding such an open space in the wild is a gift from heaven. At this time, Joji's dinner was finally ready. Stir-fried rabbit meat, cold-dressed water fungi. Thanks to the juice from the salty acid fruit, the water fungi turned out to have a unique flavor. And then there were 2 large roasted cassavas, plus 2 cups of wild vegetable soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup? It looked incredibly luxurious. This is what survival in the wilderness should be like? 3 dishes and 1 soup? Is this really wilderness survival? Are you kidding me? Watching Su Shen and Joji's survival journey suddenly makes the instant noodles in my hand taste bland. I came here to watch them suffer, but it turns out I'm just torturing myself. Please, you two, be reasonable. Daimei and Jiksun next door are already chewing on tree bark. Ji-kun next door is eating grass. I just checked over a dozen streams, and only Teacher Huang and Suyang's team are living the best life. 3 dishes and a soup. Protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins are all covered. And with the flavor-enhancing sorrel, it really tastes quite delicious. Of course, it doesn't compare to the spicy hot pot and sour and spicy rice noodles you get outside. But in the wilderness, being able to have a meal like this is a real luxury for many survivalists. You know, even a legend like Bear Grylls sticks to the principle of starving for 9 meals out of the first 3 days when starting a survival challenge. If he didn't skip those 9 meals, he wouldn't be able to unlock his true potential. It feels so good to be full. After finishing the meal, Suyang rubbed his round, full belly. Actually, even he didn't expect that things would go so smoothly for the 2 of them over the past few days. You have to realize that even with a system, without good luck, he wouldn't be living this comfortably. After all, this island is vast. If they had chosen a poor location, even finding food would have been a problem. So comfortable. If I could eat this well every day for the rest of our time here, I'd be so satisfied. Joji also rubbed her flat stomach and said with a look of pure satisfaction. They hadn't gone hungry since arriving on the island, and they even had meat every day. I bet many other contestants couldn't manage a wilderness survival like this. Suyang was actually quite surprised, since Joji clearly ate about as much as he did. His own belly was already bulging, yet hers remained completely flat. Is this some special talent unique to women? By the way, Suyang, since you're so talented, did you have a girlfriend before? Joji glanced at Suyang, then asked, pretending to be nonchalant. But she quickly added, I'm not prying into your privacy, I was just bored and asking. You can choose not to answer. Perhaps the old Suyang wasn't very noticeable, other than being handsome. He had no special skills and just seemed like a typical shut-in. But after spending these last few days together, she knew for a fact that Suyang was truly capable. A man who can handle himself so well in the wild. In real life, he definitely couldn't be just a shut-in. And for such an excellent man, it would be a lie to say no women were interested in him. More importantly, Suyang has very handsome features. No, I didn't. As you know, I couldn't even find a job for several months. With absolutely no source of income? Do you think women nowadays would look at someone like me? Suyang self-deprecatingly joked. His self-deprecation was also a reflection of reality. Most women today are extremely realistic. Compared to a handsome man with no money, they would rather be with a wealthy old man. But nothing is absolute. Suyang still believed that true love exists in this world, and that there are good girls who aren't obsessed with money. It's just that the social atmosphere has made most girls turn out that way. It has even created a twisted culture of comparing such things. 10 years ago, girls mostly competed over who had the most handsome boyfriend or the best grades. But now they compete over whose sugar daddy is the fittest or who bought them the most expensive bag. Many people even take pride in being a mistress and breaking up other people's families as if it were a supreme honor. So under these circumstances, it wasn't easy for the old Suyang to find a girlfriend. Me. Brother Su, pick me, I want to be the woman of a god. I was here first. Pick me, Brother Su. Brother Su, I'm beautiful and sweet-talked and very good at... I don't have any special skills, but I'm really big. A 36F lady just happened to pass by. My god, is this what women are like? I want to get off. This bus isn't heading to the kindergarten. Watching these messages is making my nose bleed. What the heck? A single sentence from Su Yang sent most of the female fans in the chat room into a frenzy. Heaf teeth. I don't believe you. In my opinion, someone like you must have been a real player back in the day. Joji pursed her lips, still pretending to be calm. Believe what you want then. Su Yang shrugged. Then he smiled and said, Joji, you care so much about my personal life, don't you have a crush on me? If that's the case, you can just say so. I'll definitely consider it. Su Yang wasn't stupid, and he could feel the change in Joji's attitude towards him over the past few days. It wasn't just simple admiration. Maybe there were other feelings mixed in as well. Given his performance over the past few days, capturing a girl's heart wasn't difficult, especially for Joji, who was living and eating right alongside him. Don't flatter yourself, I don't have a crush on you at all. And besides, I'm your cousin, remember? Joji's face turned red, and she retorted stubbornly while avoiding his gaze. But inside, her heart was racing like a deer. That's fake. We aren't related by blood at all. So, that's not really a problem. Su Yang continued with a smile. Joji's evasive eyes and stubborn tone said it all. Give it a rest. I don't have a crush on you. After saying that, Joji went back into the shelter, looking quite flustered. Su Yang watched her flustered state and smiled lightly. Night fell, and the island became lonely once again. The chirping of various creatures made the silence feel somewhat eerie. Nothing happened throughout the night. Early in the morning, Su Yang and Joji got up. The stove was still working well, and the mosquito candle was effective. They had a great night's sleep and woke up feeling refreshed. Su Yang roasted 2 cassava roots and boiled some palm hearts. After breakfast, it was time to check the traps again. Joji carried the basket, and Little Bit tagged along happily. Half an hour later, they reached the traps set for wild rabbits and chickens. They checked the 2 stone slab traps and caught 1 wild rabbit. The haul was smaller than the previous 2 times. Then they checked the chicken traps. Perhaps because they had caught so many before, the other chickens had been spooked and left the area. This time, they only caught 1 small chicken. Today's harvest was really poor compared to the last 2 days. Looks like these traps can't be our long-term food solution. Rabbits and chickens are very sensitive. After being scared a few times, they'll relocate. It seems there aren't many chickens left in this area. Su Yang frowned slightly as he spoke to Joji. He had originally thought the wild chickens and rabbits here were inexhaustible. But looking at it now, his previous assumption was a bit too naive. Joji also furrowed her brows. Rabbits and chickens were their most important food sources these past few days. If these sources dried up, they would have to find new ones. Let's go, let's check the other traps, he said, and then headed toward the other traps. The pit trap was mainly for catching live rabbits. They carefully opened the first trap. Inside was an adult rabbit, looking like it weighed about 3 or 4 pounds. We've got something great! The worry on Su Yang's face instantly vanished. If they could catch live rabbits, they could breed them. This was a much better long-term plan, and far more reliable than just setting traps. They continued to check the remaining traps. They caught 2 more live rabbits. Su Yang took a look. 1 male and 2 females. This was extremely exciting news. As long as they start breeding, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of rabbit meat. Happily, they brought the 3 rabbits back to the shelter. These 3 wild rabbits would very likely become their main source of protein from now on. After returning to the shelter, Su Yang began to prepare a new home for the rabbits. Following the methods used for raising domestic rabbits, Su Yang started digging a pit. It took him an hour, but he finally finished digging a pit about 1.5 meters deep. The pit was designed to be narrower at the top and wider at the bottom, which is more effective at preventing the rabbits from escaping. Wild rabbits have much stronger jumping abilities than domestic ones. If it were a standard 1.5 meter pit, they could easily jump out. He then wove a lid out of bamboo strips to make sure it was absolutely secure. Alright, now we can put the rabbits in. I hope they get used to their new home quickly. After saying that, Su Yang placed the 3 wild rabbits inside. It was clear that the 3 wild rabbits were used to freedom and didn't like their new home at all. They were also acting extremely restless, running and jumping around wildly. He then found some wild vegetables and tossed them in casually. If they couldn't adapt to their new living environment, they would simply have to be eliminated. Perhaps putting them in a pan with some oil is the greatest respect he could show them. I feel like this place is starting to feel more and more like a home. It feels a bit like those hidden paradises you see in historical dramas. Joji looked at the chicken coop and the rabbit pen with a smile on her face. Although these were their backup food, they also helped relieve some of their boredom. Now that you mention it, it really does. But we still need a kitchen, a bathroom, and ideally a storage room. Su-yang already had other plans in mind. The kitchen and storage room could wait for a while, but the bathroom issue needed to be resolved sooner. Because in these past 3 days, they both truly felt how inconvenient it was to use the restroom. Especially at night, it was still a bit dangerous for Joji to go to the toilet alone. Yeah, you're right. A bathroom really is super important. Joji agreed immediately. She knew better than anyone how inconvenient it was to use the toilet at night in this place. She certainly wouldn't want Su-yang following her for such a private matter, but going out into the bushes to use the toilet all by herself in the middle of the night was genuinely scary. So a bathroom was something she was absolutely dreaming of. Then let's make the bathroom our priority for the next few days. Su-yang made up his mind. With those traps set up, they didn't need to worry about food for the time being. So he might as well use this time to get the bathroom built. Building a bathroom actually isn't that hard. It's even simpler than building a shelter. But the main issues are water diversion and digging a latrine. That is definitely going to be some back-breaking work. Yeah. Joji nodded eagerly. If they could have their own private bathroom out here in the wilderness, that would truly be such a wonderful thing. Action speaks louder than words. Su-yang already had a rough blueprint for the bathroom in his mind. The first step was to dig a latrine pit some distance away from the shelter. It sounds a bit unseemly, I know, but that's just how survival in the wild is. You definitely can't expect things to be pristine and glamorous. This pit must be far enough from their shelter and located downstream. Otherwise, if the wind blows in the wrong direction, the smell would be enough to make your scalp crawl just thinking about it. Ultimately, Su-yang chose a spot for the latrine about 100 meters downstream from their shelter. There was also a dense thicket of bushes in between. This way, the smell shouldn't drift over. If there were other survivors living further downstream, well, Su-yang would just have to offer them his sincere apologies. With the location chosen, Su-yang grabbed his tool and started digging. Fortunately, this spot was near the stream, so the soil was damp and not too difficult to dig through. Joji helped by clearing away the bushes and weeds along the way. Since this toilet might need to last them 300 days, it had to be dug quite large, about 1 meter in diameter. The depth needed to be around 2 meters. Even with Su-yang's great physical stamina, this was still a strenuous task. He had just finished digging the 1.5 meter rabbit pit earlier, and his arms were already feeling a bit sore. Dense beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. It was already around 10 in the morning with the sun beating down, and in this humid environment, one could feel waves of heat rolling over them. After half an hour of digging, Su-yang's clothes were completely soaked through with sweat. It's way too hot. Looks like I need to take off my shirt to keep digging. Wearing a tactical jacket in this heat was genuinely unbearable. Su-yang had no choice but to take off all his upper garments, exposing his bare torso. His skin was fair, yet his body was incredibly sturdy. The solid chest muscles, abdominal muscles, clearly defined muscle striations, and V-taper instantly electrified all the viewers in the live stream. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Su-yang actually has muscles? Holy cow, this physique is just too perfect, isn't it? I'm so incredibly jealous. You can't judge a book by its cover. Su-yang looked a bit on the thin side. I didn't expect him to be so toned. I remember the last time Su-yang went into the sea to catch fish. His muscles didn't seem this developed. I forgot, I wasn't looking closely. It's expected. Why are you so surprised? A guy who can carry over 100 pounds of bamboo through the wilderness, isn't it normal for him to have some muscle? This is real muscle, not that flab you get from eating protein powder. With a body like that, I'm shaking with jealousy. These muscles remind me of Bruce Lee. Wow, Brother Su's figure is just too perfect. I love it. Ladies, come out and start drooling over your screens. I've already taken a screenshot. This is going to be my wallpaper from now on. Such a perfect body, I can't take it. Sisters, I'm getting a nosebleed. Sisters, I'm already done. Body pillow ready. Brother Su is sleeping with me tonight. Brother Su, I really want to have your babies. Upon seeing Su-yang's perfect body and muscle lines, the chat room instantly exploded and things quickly got out of control. Most of the men were full of envy, while the women had already started drooling over their screens. Just half an hour later, The video of Su Yang taking off his shirt swept through the trending sections of various short video platforms with unstoppable momentum. Of course, this generation of fans is truly amazing. Some fans with decent editing skills even stitched together several handsome screenshots of Su Yang into a single video. In a very short time, it gained over 10,000 followers. The number of likes, shares, and comments reached a terrifying level. And what's more, during these half an hour, Yang Perfect Bodhi, it went straight to number 1 on the Weibo trending list. Wilderness survival expert Su Yang. Sissies come and see our real man Su Yang. Two topics also dominated the 4th and 5th spots on the trending list. Just from a simple act of taking off his shirt and showing off his physique a little, it caused such a massive sensation. Many people also entered Su Yang and Joji's live stream through these screenshots and edited short videos. In an instant, the number of online viewers in the live stream reached a staggering 5 million. Even the executives at the Shark platform were left in a daze. They didn't expect that just a few screenshots of Su Yang would have such high popularity. But they are all seasoned veterans, and after seeing Su Yang's high popularity, they immediately put their maximum effort into promoting the second group. They even placed the second group's live stream in the most prominent recommendation spot on the Shark platform. This is reality. No matter how popular the celebrities participating in the show are, if they can't bring traffic and profits to the platform, then they'll just have to step aside. Around here, traffic is king. The live stream and the outside world were in an uproar, yet Su Yang, the person at the center of it all, was completely unaware. His body, transformed by the marrow cleansing liquid, truly looks very nice. Just then, Joji caught sight of the shirtless Su Yang, and she was equally shocked by his physique. Oh my god, are those muscles really Su Yang's? Is this some kind of special effect? Or am I seeing things again? Joji rubbed her eyes hard to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. Those toned, powerful muscles were indeed Su Yang's? No way! I've been with him for 3 months. How did I never know he had such perfect muscle definition? My goodness, how many secrets is this guy hiding? Joji stared blankly at Su Yang's upper body, appearing somewhat mesmerized, just staring at him without blinking. Su Yang noticed Joji's gaze. He then raised his head to look at her. It felt as though she was completely entranced. Su Yang waved his hand at her, but Joji didn't react. Hey, your drool is about to drip out. Wipe it off. If you're interested, you can come over and touch them. Su Yang teased. Joji's surprise was exactly as he had expected. After all, for the past 3 months, he had not had such perfect muscles. It was only natural for her to be shocked to suddenly find out her cousin, whom she had been with for 3 months, had so many secrets. Suck. Hearing Su Yang's voice, Joji subconsciously wiped away her drool. That perfect physique had truly left her a bit mesmerized just now. As a girl, she had absolutely no resistance to such a physique. Her face turned red, and she embarrassedly lowered her head to get back to work. Stinky Su Yang, keeping this from me for so long, and he made me make a fool of myself in public, so annoying. Blushing, Joji cursed to herself. But one thing was certain, Su Yang had definitely attracted her just now. Whether it was his looks or his build, he was almost perfect. It's over. It's over. I think Joji has completely fallen for him. Joji is so cute like this. Mom, help me prepare the bride price. I think I'm in love. Joji, try to show a little restraint, will you? I wanna touch. The audience in the live stream realized the gravity of the situation. The way Joji looked at Su Yang had changed completely. It looks like Joji is showing signs of falling for him. Isolated in the wilderness, a man and a woman surviving for 300 days together, they're bound to develop feelings eventually. Su Yang didn't pay it too much mind. Instead, he continued his work. The workload was heavy, and it lasted until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The pit was finally dug, and he was drenched in sweat. His stamina was 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person. But in this hot weather, doing such physical labor, his energy consumption was absurdly fast. Joji thoughtfully boiled some water and brought it over to Su Yang. Look at how much you're sweating. Drink some water to quench your thirst. Joji handed the cup to Su Yang, stole a glance at his muscles, and quickly looked away. Su Yang nodded. He was truly exhausted. After drinking a few cups of warm water, the fatigue began to fade little by little. The pit is done, next is the channel. Su Yang looked at the nearly 100-meter distance, which was also a massive engineering project. Because after digging the channel, he would also need to line it with stone slabs to ensure it wouldn't get clogged. Why don't we stop here for today? You've done so much work, you're exhausted, your body won't be able to take it, Joji said, looking at Suyang with concern. Although she now knew Suyang had superhuman stamina, even an iron body needed rest. If he kept working like this, he'd surely collapse. It's fine, I'll just rest for a bit and my energy will recover. Seeing the worried look on Joji's face, Suyang replied with a smile. System, use the marrow cleansing liquid. Suyang issued the command in his mind once again. After using another portion of the marrow cleansing liquid, Suyang instantly felt refreshed. His previous exhaustion swept away. He clenched his fist lightly, and his strength felt even greater than before. There was one portion left, he should keep it well in case of an emergency. In a critical situation, it might come in very handy. After reinforcing his body once more, Suyang continued his work. His speed was faster than before, and he felt none of the previous fatigue. Watching Suyang work like a machine, Joji felt both concerned and amazed. As for the viewers in the live stream, they were all astonished by Suyang's superhuman stamina. He had been working continuously for 4 or 5 hours, and his speed showed no signs of slowing down at all. Past 7 in the evening, night had already fallen. Suyang had also successfully dug about 150 meters of the channel. This workload, even for construction workers long accustomed to the job site, would be impossible to achieve in just 2 or 3 hours. Joji had also lovingly prepared the meal. Roasted wild rabbit, stir-fried palm hearts, and wild vegetable soup. Suyang started devouring the food. With more work comes a bigger appetite. After dinner, night had completely enveloped the entire island. Suyang and Joji leaned back on their lounge chairs, hands behind their heads, admiring the moonlight. The feeling of being full was very comfortable. The image of the two of them leisurely watching the moon was quite poetic. Many viewers in the livestream took screenshots of this scene. Beautiful night, handsome man, and beautiful woman, a sight to behold. Of course, not all contestants were as lucky as Suyang and Joji. In the fourth group, Daimei and Jishun's conflicts were growing more frequent. On another part of the island, there was a shelter that was as simple as could be. Just a person's height, a simple A-frame shelter. In front was a flickering flame. Daimei and Jishun sat in front of the fire, each staring in different directions. Their expressions at this moment were not very good, especially Daimei, whose angry expression was mixed with a sense of grievance. It had only been 4 days, but she was having such a hard time. For 4 days, they hadn't eaten any meat at all. The fishing equipment they chose hadn't been of any use whatsoever. They had spent 2 days on the beach without catching even a single scale. Since arriving on the island, they had been living off wild vegetables. Although they had seen wild chickens several times, they had no hunting tools, so it was impossible to catch them. Moreover, other than being male, Jishun hadn't shown any advantages a man might have. The most pitiful thing of all is, Daimei was starving, and she had visibly lost weight. It was quite pathetic. Jishun also seemed to be sulking. After a full 10 minutes of silence, Jishun finally took a look at Daimei. Then he said, Daimei, how about we quit tomorrow? I think you and I both know we aren't cut out for wilderness survival and have no chance of making it to the end. There's no point in dragging this out anymore, and if we starve ourselves to the point of illness, it won't be worth it. By now, Jishun no longer addressed her as Sanmei. He directly called her Daimei. Clearly, in these few days, their relationship had undergone a sea change. In fact, before participating in this show, he was extremely eager to demonstrate his survival skills and gain more followers. For streamers, followers are their lifeblood. The more followers they have, the more money they naturally make. But what he never expected was that the continuous setbacks after landing on the island made him unable to hold on any longer. I never thought wilderness survival would be so hard. Even with fishing gear, I haven't caught a single fish in 2 days. For 4 consecutive days, I've been eating wild grass and vegetables. Right now, I feel like my face is turning green from all this eating. If this keeps up, it will definitely lead to malnutrition. My handsome face might even be affected by it. As a streamer who relies on appearance, this is something she absolutely cannot allow. If you want to quit, then quit. I refuse to give up halfway, unless I truly encounter a problem that is impossible to solve. Daimei's voice was unusually cold. She didn't even spare Jixun a glance. These 4 days together have allowed her to fully understand this man. Previous interactions on the stream and offline had made her feel that Jixun was not bad. At least he seemed to have a man's sense of responsibility. But out here in the wilderness, it seems you can really see a person's true nature. Having no survival experience is not shameful. After all, No one has been exposed to such a show before. But casting aside even a man's basic responsibility is something she finds deeply repulsive. The slight good impression she had built up before has vanished completely during these few days together. Her personality is proud. If she were to just give up like this, that would not be her style. So she must persist until the very last moment. The biggest regret she has right now is teaming up with Jiksun. I reckon if I just grabbed a random friend to survive with or even brought a dog, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only has these past few days been suffocating, but we might not even be able to be friends after this. Daimei, listen to my advice. Wilderness survival really isn't for us. Isn't it much more comfortable to stream peacefully in front of a computer than to suffer here? If it weren't for me, you probably wouldn't even survive a single night on your own. Jiksun's expression changed slightly. It was clear that he was feeling extremely annoyed as well. But what he's most worried about now is how many people will be left in his stream when he gets back. Will this challenge cause his popularity to plummet? How long I can persist is none of your business anymore. Since you want to quit, then you can leave right now. Daimei's tone remained incredibly cold. At this moment, she regretted it deeply. I wonder how Joji and Mosey are doing. Have they encountered the same problems? After speaking, Daimei walked straight into the shelter. She absolutely would not quit like this. She wanted to prove to this man right in front of her that she could survive on this deserted island even without him. And perhaps even live better. Good heavens, how ungrateful. Jiksun clenched his fists tightly. He was cursing wildly in his heart. Since she wants to suffer here, then let her be. Anyway, she won't last a few days without my company. She might even encounter some large wild beasts by then. But what happens then will have nothing to do with me. The night felt incredibly long. Daimei hardly slept at all, because she spent the whole night thinking about her upcoming survival plan. Because she knew very well that after tomorrow, she would be surviving on her own. The sky began to brighten. Jiksun asked again, Daimei, let me ask you one last time, are you coming with me to quit? Don't suffer here anymore. His main goal in saying this was to salvage a little bit of his good reputation. What Daimei thinks about her future doesn't affect him at all. At most, he'd just have one less person to stream with. What he cares about most is leaving a good impression in the minds of his fans. He certainly wouldn't dare to offend his lifeblood. You go your own way, Daimei replied indifferently. At this moment, she had also come to terms with it. Each their own. People with different principles cannot work together. Fine. Jiksun gritted his teeth and nodded. Then he immediately dialed the program team's emergency satellite phone. Soon, the roar of a speedboat could be heard, because the rescue team was on a nearby island, just in case any contestants had an accident. So whenever the satellite emergency phone rang, they would respond as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, 3 staff members had located Daimei and Jiksun's shelter via satellite. You want to quit? The staff member asked, looking at Daimei and Jiksun in disbelief. Looking at them, it didn't seem like they were injured. And they were a real high-profile duo. 2 streamers with huge fan bases, and they were even rumored to be involved with each other occasionally. The production team had also explicitly urged them to stick together. They needed to hold out for a longer time. Only then could they bring more traffic to the platform. But who would have thought that by only the 5th day of survival, they would have called for help? I want to quit. I simply cannot survive in a place like this. Hyung stood up and said with a firm tone. He had made up his mind, even if he might face a series of problems later. But in this godforsaken place, he couldn't stay a single second longer. And the relationship between him and Daimei had deteriorated to such an extent that staying together only made them both miserable. Huh? What about Daimei? The staff member asked with some surprise. They didn't expect that it would be the man, Jiksun, who took the initiative to quit. I will continue to challenge, Daimei said in an equally firm tone. The staff member felt surprised. They also glanced at Jiksun with a bit of disdain. A girl is still persevering, yet a man wants to give up. It really was hard for them to understand. Jiksun, let me ask you very seriously, are you sure you want to quit? The staff member asked, looking at Jiksun very sternly. Yes, I must quit. Jiksun nodded firmly as well. Fine. Since that's the case, come with us. They as staff certainly couldn't stop a contestant from wanting to quit. Then he turned to Daimei and said, Daimei, if you're on your own, keep up the good work. If you can't hold on, please contact us immediately, and we'll find you as soon as possible. You're just a girl, and I'm sure all the viewers in the stream will understand if you can't keep going on your own. Daimei nodded and thanked them. Well, thank you, I will. Then, Jiksun left with the staff. It seemed like on the huge deserted island, only Daimei's lonely figure remained. looking so lonely, so vulnerable, so weak. Good God, watching this makes me want to beat that moron to death. It really makes me furious that Jiksun doesn't even deserve to be called a man. Exactly. I feel like even if Daimei brought a dog with her, it would be 10,000 times better than this guy. Hey, please don't insult dogs like that. Dog. What the hell did I do to deserve such an insult? Poor Daimei, she looks so lonely and helpless. Yeah, I really want to go and keep her company. Daimei, stay strong. We are all supporting you. That's right, no matter how much longer you can keep going, we'll continue to support you as always. Everyone gather up to beat that moron, type 1 if you're in. 1, 11, 11, 11, 11. In an instant, the entire chat was completely dominated by the number 1. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desert island, Daimei stood all alone. To be honest, seeing that solitary figure really makes one feel a bit heartbroken. Many people are well aware that Daimei has absolutely no experience in wilderness survival. Leaving her alone in the wild like this, even though they feel for her, they know she definitely won't last long. A lack of food alone will be enough to completely knock her out of the game. However, every viewer in the live chat feels that even if Daimei truly cannot hold on any longer, they would never blame her. At the very least, Daimei has already lasted longer than Jiksun. Ji Xinwei, come on! You can definitely do it! Daimei cheered herself on, then began packing her things to prepare to leave the area. There isn't much food or water here, so to survive here, she must find new food sources and a water supply. Although being alone is lonely, and she doesn't even know if she can face the fear at night. Since she chose to persevere, she must overcome all these challenges. Meanwhile, over at Su Yang and Joji's place, they had also woken up early. Su Yang, did you hear the roar of the speedboat just now? Did someone quit again? Just as he was washing up, he heard the roar of a speedboat. This means the rescue team has arrived on the island. Someone must have chosen to quit. Yeah, it's the 5th day. It's normal for some people not to be able to hold on. Su Yang nodded and said, for some contestants with zero survival experience, maybe every single day is an ordeal. If they can't find food or water in the early stages, it's basically impossible to keep going. 5 days. I imagine that's already reaching the limits for many people. The sound of both speedboats felt quite close to us. I wonder if it could be Daimei and her group. Joji thought for a moment and said, the island is huge. If they were among the teams at the far end, they wouldn't have been able to hear the speedboat. They definitely wouldn't be able to hear it from so far away. But the previous boat sound and the one just now, both seemed pretty close to them. That means it must have been a nearby contestant who quit. It's very likely. Based on my observations, that guy named Jiksun doesn't seem to have any survival skills. And among the survival gear they chose, one was mosquito repellent spray, which is completely useless in the wilderness. They also didn't seem to choose any cooking utensils, which severely limits their survival capabilities. Su Yang nodded and replied, whether it's Daimei or Jiksun, they are both used to living a life of leisure. Wilderness survival is obviously not suited for them. So it's no surprise that they are quitting now. That's true. That guy Jiksun loves to show off. I bet he has absolutely no wilderness survival experience at all. Joji nodded thoughtfully. Actually, she and Daimei have a pretty good relationship. They hang out quite a bit in private and often participate in many events together. Although they aren't exactly best friends or sisters, they are considered good friends. Alright, forget about them. Let's have a quick bite and then go check the traps. I hope we can catch some fish today. We haven't had fish for several days. Su Yang didn't want to waste too much time discussing other contestants, because them quitting has nothing to do with him. And the more contestants quit, the higher their own chances of making it to the end. After all, every team is in competition with one another. Yeah, I'll go prepare breakfast right away. Joji nodded quickly and cast all those thoughts aside. Right now, successfully making it to the end with Su Yang is what they should be thinking about. As for everything else, there's no need to waste time thinking about it. After breakfast, the two first went to check the rabbit and pheasant traps. Their luck was even worse this time. Neither trap caught any rabbits, and they only managed to catch a single pathetic pheasant. But that's okay. One pheasant is enough to get them through a meal. After returning, the two filled some bamboo tubes with water and then headed towards the downstream fish trap. If they could catch some fish, it would be a great way to supplement their protein. Over an hour later, the two finally arrived at the fish trap. Look, Su Yang, there really are fish in there, and several of them too. As soon as they arrived at the trap, Joji saw several fish swimming inside. She was absolutely thrilled. They'd been eating pheasant and rabbit every day for a while now, so she was incredibly excited at the thought of having fish. Yeah, looks pretty good. There must be quite a lot of fish in this lake. Suyang also nodded happily. Then he counted them. There were 7 fish in total. 3 of them were big ones weighing over a pound, and 4 slightly smaller ones. Wait a second, I'll weave a fish basket. Suyang quickly found some thin vines nearby and wove a fish basket in just a few minutes. Then he packed all 7 fish inside. These should be enough to last them for a whole day. Shall we look around a bit more to see if we can find anything else? After packing all the fish, Suyang reset the trap back to its original state. He also put some bait inside. It was some pheasant and rabbit offal they had saved earlier, which finally came in handy. Although they don't like to eat these parts themselves, the fish are very interested. Joji quickly followed behind him. After wandering around, they didn't find much else. Just some wild vegetables. Suyang was actually curious about what the animal was that the little one had spotted earlier. If it were a mountain goat or a deer, catching one could feed them for a long time. But unfortunately, they didn't catch sight of any such large prey this time. In the end, they had to leave. After all, today's haul was already quite good. It took them 2 hours to return to the shelter. Along the way, they also found quite a few edible wild fruits. Suyang continued working on the bathroom. Joji helped by gathering stones. Then they embedded the 150-meter-long drainage channel with stone slabs. This was definitely some heavy physical labor. After working for 5 full hours, only half of the channel was finished. Joji went to cook. After all, they had only eaten a simple breakfast and hadn't had anything else since then. Suyang kept on working. He hoped to finish the bathroom by tomorrow. After eating, the two continued to get busy. Because in addition to paving the entire drainage channel with stones, they also had to dig a water conduit today to flush the bathroom. Connecting from the upstream to the bathroom would take about 70 or 80 meters. But this task was manageable. It didn't need to be paved with stones. They just needed to knock out the nodes inside the bamboo and connect all the bamboo poles together. And they worked on this until late into the night. The drainage channel and the water conduit were finally finished, so tomorrow's task would be to cut enough bamboo to bring back. The night passed without incident, accompanied by the chirping of birds. The 6th day of surviving on the desert island officially arrived. Suyang and Sister Jo got up early and headed to the bamboo forest. Without a word, they immediately cut some more bamboo and carried it back. Now, the weight of over 200 jin was not a problem at all for Suyang. He carried the 200+ jin of bamboo all the way back to the shelter in one breath. Next, they had to find a few bamboo poles of uniform thickness to use as the water pipes. Split the bamboo down the middle, half and half. The bamboo nodes are actually quite brittle, so you just need to tap them a few times with a machete to clear them out. Then, just trim off the excess with the machete. There were 8 bamboo poles in total, and it took over an hour to clear all the nodes. Then, connect all the bamboo pieces and secure them firmly with vines. Seal the cracks they just split with glue made from tree sap and charcoal. Then bury it in the conduit, and that part of the work is basically done. The drainage channel was also covered with bamboo strips and stone slabs, then topped with a layer of soil to finish it off. Although it sounds simple, it took Suyang and Sister Jo nearly 2 hours to actually do it. After this hustle, it was already noon again. After a quick bite to eat, it was time to get back to work. The next part of the work would be much simpler. Build a makeshift toilet seat out of stones. Next, just build a simple outhouse with bamboo. Then use banana leaves for the roof. A simple 4 or 5 square meter bathroom was now complete. The bamboo water pipe was connected right behind the toilet. Pull the plug, and the water rushed down. The flushing effect was absolutely top-notch. It looks like a simple bathroom, but it took Suyang and the others over 2 days to build. Phew, finally finished. This thing was no small amount of effort. It seems like upgrading the shelter in the future will also be a massive project. Looking at the finished bathroom, Suyang sighed, but felt a great sense of accomplishment in his heart. Now that the bathroom was built, using the toilet wouldn't be such a hassle anymore. That is so great, we have our own bathroom. This is something I never dared to imagine before. Sister Jo also looked at the bathroom in front of her with a beaming face. It felt even more high-end than the bathroom in her own home. After all, things that are hard-won feel more cherished and precious. Yeah, it really wasn't easy, but fortunately, it is finished. Suyang nodded. With the bathroom done, and now that they had a relatively stable food supply, he felt it was time to start making some table salt. Although sea salt can improve the taste of food, Sea salt contains magnesium chloride, which tastes very bitter. If it were just bitter, that would be acceptable. However, this type of sun-dried sea salt contains a large amount of impurities and minerals. Eating it for a few meals might be fine, but you definitely can't consume this kind of salt for a long time. Long-term consumption would cause great harm to the body. So for the next few days, he planned to go to the beach to refine some table salt. After all, there is no professional equipment in the wilderness. It's naturally impossible to remove all the impurities and harmful substances, but with a simple refinement process, it can at least reduce the harm to the body. And it could also greatly improve the taste of the salt. I'm going to roast 2 fish to properly reward you. You have really worked too hard these past 2 days. Sister Joe happily went to prepare the food. Their lives were gradually getting on the right track, and the standard of their living was constantly improving. Today they had a bathroom, and in the future, they would have a kitchen, a farm, and a pasture. Maybe one day they could even eat white, fluffy noodles. Although these were just temporary thoughts, having Su-yang by her side made her dare to dream about these things. After simply filling their stomachs, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Sister Joe, let's continue exploring towards the beach in a while, Su-yang said to Sister Joe while packing his things. His main goal, naturally, was to refine some salt. But if they could find some seafood by the beach, that would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the very least, it could improve their living conditions and food flavors. To the beach? What are we going there for? Didn't we have a hard time finding such a good shelter? And our bathroom was just built. We aren't moving, are we? Sister Joe looked at Su-yang with a puzzled expression. She really couldn't bear to give up such a great shelter and bathroom. Plus, they had just spent 2 or 3 days building the bathroom. Of course not moving. I just want to go to the beach to refine more salt. That way we can survive here for a long time. And if we can find some seafood, we can change up our diet, right? Seeing the slightly panicked and reluctant Sister Joe, Su-yang explained with a smile. This place was absolutely an excellent spot to build a shelter. So he certainly wouldn't give up such perfect geographic conditions. But if they wanted to live, they absolutely couldn't just stay in this one spot every day. They had to explore further afield to find the materials needed for their survival. Oh, I see. You scared me there. I thought since our bathroom was just built, you were going to leave this place. Sister Joe let out a sigh of relief. Then she said, we do need to refine some salt. Even though the sea salt we dried before had some saltiness and could improve the taste, it was just too bitter. Yes, this problem had always been there. It was just that she hadn't said anything to anyone, because she felt that in wilderness survival, there was no need to be so picky. And once said out loud, these problems would inevitably end up bothering Su-yang again, which was exactly what she didn't want to do. Now that Su-yang had already brought it up, that was naturally for the best. Okay, pack up properly and get some extra wild vegetables for the chicken and rabbit, because we might be gone for 2 or 3 days. Su-yang said to Sister Joe, refining sea salt is not simple, and this time he planned to refine more. So one day was definitely not enough. It was already afternoon, and who knows how long it would take to reach the beach, so they definitely couldn't return tonight. Need to prepare a bit. Okay, I'm on it. Sister Joe nodded quickly, and then ran off to look for wild vegetables. Su-yang also started to pack. He used the remaining bamboo strips to weave a larger basket, because on the way to the beach, they might discover some useful resources. Then he used some thicker bamboo to make several water buckets, and filled all the buckets with fresh water, because on the beach, finding fresh water is almost impossible. Finally, the large iron pot. This thing was an essential tool for refining sea salt. After packing everything up, the 2 of them and Little Bit headed toward the beach. This time, they chose not to take the same path as before. That was because they hadn't found any useful resources along that route last time. So, they had to blaze a new trail this time, while making sure to mark it as they went. Otherwise, finding their shelter again on such a huge island would be no simple task. Time slipped away second by second. Along the way, Su-yang and the others managed to find quite a bit of survival supplies. There were some wild mushrooms and a few types of wild vegetables. These might be enough to keep them from going hungry tonight. After walking for 2.5 hours straight, they finally caught sight of the vast ocean. I see the sea. We finally made it. Seeing the deep blue sea, Sister Joe shouted with excitement. Constantly pushing through dense thickets for 2.5 hours was quite a test of their physical endurance. Their hands were also scratched red by branches and thorns. Yeah, it really wasn't easy, was it? I hope we can eat some seafood tonight. Then all this hard work today won't have been in vain, Su-yang said with a smile. Then, the 2 of them headed straight toward the sea, moving quickly. A few minutes later, they had pushed through the thick bushes and stepped onto the beach. That sudden feeling of openness was truly wonderful. I'll get the fire going first, then boil some water to rehydrate. As he said that, Suyang gathered some dry wood and used the fire starter he'd prepared earlier to ignite the pile. Then he began setting up the pot to boil water. 2 hours of trekking through dense jungle really took a toll on their energy and hydration. At that moment, they were parched. Once the water boiled, they quickly took some to replenish their fluids. The exhaustion on their bodies began to fade little by little. There's a bunch of reefs over there. Let's go check them out. If we're lucky, maybe we can find some seafood. Yang pointed to the reef pile not far away and said to Sister Zhou, the reefs appearing before them were completely different from the last time. Half of these reefs were submerged in the seawater, so they had a much better chance of finding some seafood. Yeah, Sister Zhou nodded. After hydrating and resting a bit, they didn't feel as tired as before. The two of them walked over. Before they even reached the spot, they could see small fish swimming around. But these fish were too small, barely enough to be worth catching. This wasn't what Suyang was aiming for. Once they reached the reefs, Suyang and Sister Zhou started searching carefully. Many shellfish attached themselves to the reefs. Plus, their colors blend in so well with the rocks that you really have to look closely to find them. Suyang, come over here quickly. There are so many abalones. Sister Zhou shouted excitedly. Suyang hurried over as well. Indeed, there were several abalones attached to the base of the reef, and they were quite large. Abalones of this size should cost at least 12 yuan each in the market. There were 8 of them in total, so Suyang quickly pried them off with his machete. Truly delicious. Fresh abalone meat is incredibly tasty. No special preparation or seasoning is needed. Just a quick boil and the flavor is exquisite. Afterward, the two of them looked around the area some more. They found quite a few sea snails, including 2 larger emerald snails, 1 palm-sized conch, and several small sea urchins. Also an octopus, though it wasn't very big. You could say they had a bountiful harvest. With this seafood added to the wild vegetables and mushrooms they gathered on the way, it was enough for them to handle tonight's dinner. They continued searching for a while, but didn't find any other seafood. The fish in the shallows were too small, and Suyang wasn't very interested in them. Then, the two of them returned to the shelter. By now, the sunset glow had covered the entire island. It was obvious that it would be dark very soon. Let's boil this seafood first, and then I'll start boiling the salt, Suyang said to Sister Zhou. You need to be well fed to have the energy to work. Emma. Sister Zhou nodded quickly and then started boiling the seafood. She even threw in the mushrooms and wild vegetables from earlier, because the water used to boil the seafood already had a natural salty taste, so the boiled vegetables would taste much better. A few minutes later, all the seafood was ready. Every bit of the seafood was delicious. Within just a few minutes, the two of them had eaten it all up. Compared to meat, Little Bit didn't seem very interested in the seafood. After giving it a simple sniff, it lost interest. Then it ran off to play by itself. Why does the instant noodle in my mouth suddenly feel so flavorless? Hey production team, look at this. Is this even something humans should be doing? A whole seafood feast? That is just too mean. Compared to Sister Zhou and Suyang, Daimei is having such a miserable time. Daimei, hurry up and go join them. Don't even mention it. I just came from Daimei's stream. It seems she's on the beach too. I wonder how far away she is? The viewers in the live stream were all indignant. Why is the survival experience of Suyang and Sister Zhou so completely different from the other contestants? There were also many who felt bad for Daimei and hoped Sister Zhou and Suyang would take her in. After being well fed, it was time to get to work. Suyang filled the large iron pot halfway with seawater and started boiling it. Actually, for most edible salt, the refining process involves sun-drying first, and then it undergoes processing. But they didn't have that kind of time or the right conditions right now. So boiling was their only option. Although this method produces less salt at once, as long as there's plenty of firewood, the speed is decent. As the seawater boiled in the pot, a layer of white substance soon started to float on top. A thin layer of white material was also clinging to the bottom of the pot. Suyang, is that layer at the bottom crude salt? Sister Zhou asked curiously. Like an eager student, she was observing the experiment closely, just like a teacher would. No, this isn't crude salt. This white stuff is calcium sulfate, or you could call it gypsum. The salt concentration in the remaining water is still too low, so we have to keep adding water and boiling it down. Suyang shook his head and explained. Actually, calcium sulfate has many uses. Not only can it be used to make cement, but it's also used in food as a nutritional supplement, and a firming agent. Su-yang then continued adding water and boiling. After repeating this process 4 or 5 times, the amount of white substance at the bottom of the pot kept increasing. The color of the water also became increasingly yellowish. The yellow tint was because there were other impurities and minerals in the boiled seawater. The most abundant one is magnesium chloride. Sister Zhou, take off your bra, Su-yang suddenly said to Sister Zhou. And that sentence made Sister Zhou jump back, landing hard on the ground. She looked at Su-yang with a bit of horror. Has this guy gone crazy? Why would he suddenly ask her to take off her bra? They are live streaming right now. How could this guy be so reckless? Couldn't he wait until they were back at the shelter to say something like that? Cough, cough. Wait, no. He shouldn't be saying something like that at all. Su-yang, are you insane? We're live streaming. What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, don't you dare try anything. As she said that, Sister Zhou quickly crossed her arms to cover her chest. Out here in the middle of nowhere, was Su-yang planning on doing something untoward? You can know a man's face, but not his heart. So, this guy finally couldn't hold it in anymore? Huh? Su-yang was also taken aback for a moment. Looking at the panicked Zhou Ji, he instantly understood what was on her mind. It seems he didn't phrase it quite right just now, which led to a misunderstanding on her part. No, what I meant was that I need to use your bra for filtration, because there's foam padding inside that thing, and it works great as a filter. Since I can't find anything better, I'll have to trouble you to sacrifice your bra, Su-yang explained earnestly. All the calcium sulfide from earlier needs to be filtered out. But there are certainly no fine filter meshes or coffee filters on this desert island. So the best substitute is naturally the foam padding from Zhou Ji's bra. Oh, is that all it is? Upon hearing Su-yang's explanation, Zhou Ji immediately felt embarrassed and took her hands off her chest. It seems like having a dirty mind isn't always a good thing. You end up jumping to conclusions way too often. Still, she said hesitantly, can't we use something else? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to use that to filter? After all, it's intimate apparel. And the salt we filter out is something both of us will be eating later. If it were just me, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Su-yang is a man, and she felt it was a bit awkward. Doesn't that mean he'd indirectly be eating, something of mine? What's wrong with that? This is survival in the wilderness. Su-yang replied dismissively. A badass like Bear Grylls would even drink his own urine. So he wouldn't care about something like this at all. After hesitating for a moment, and going through some internal struggle, Zhou Ji finally nodded. She ran to the side, turned around, and skillfully took it off. Then, looking embarrassed, she handed it to Su-yang. It's so small, I hope it actually works as a filter. Su-yang glanced at the item in his hand and thought to himself. Then he sneaked a look at Zhou Ji. At this moment, her chest actually looked a bit flat. Damn, all that padding only gets you an A cup. That's just pitiful. A flash of sympathy suddenly appeared in Su-yang's eyes. Hey, what was that look for, you jerk? Seeing Su-yang's look, Zhou Ji blushed, feeling instantly annoyed. She stood with her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. Although, the effect of puffing it out was clearly not very significant. If later on, I'll try to explore the island more and see if I can find some papayas or something to help you out, Su-yang said with a straight face. This comment made Zhou Ji blush deep red. Damn it, that's too hurtful. Holy crap! Brother Su is such a thoughtful guy. He really means it. I'll be waiting to see the transformation. High damage, even higher insult. Zhou Ji, damn it, that's too much. Give it up. Papayas aren't gonna save her. After filtering out the calcium sulfide, what remains is high salinity brine. Then, continue the boiling process. As the water evaporates, salt crystals begin to appear bit by bit. Then, stir it evenly. When only a little water is left, you need to filter the brine a second time. This helps filter out most of the magnesium chloride in the brine. Actually, magnesium chloride isn't toxic and won't cause problems in the short term. It's used in making tofu, but it's just extremely bitter. After boiling for nearly 2 hours, they finally got about 3 or 4 tails of salt. Extracting salt is clearly not as simple as imagined. The workload for tomorrow will likely be just as heavy. Even after 2 rounds of filtering, there are still plenty of impurities in the salt. The magnesium chloride wasn't completely filtered out, but being able to get edible salt like this on a desert island is already pretty good. Honestly, I bet many of the other contestants don't even know how to filter salt. After finishing all this, they set up a simple place to sleep. The two of them soon fell into a deep sleep because they were exhausted from the heavy labor and walking. When they woke up, it was already the next morning. Sunlight bathed the entire island, and the morning breeze was quite cool. After getting up, they did a simple rinse of their mouths. Su-yang prepared to look for something to eat on the island. You stay here and keep boiling the salt, while I go deeper and look for food. Su-yang left the salt boiling task to Zhou, because it's very simple now that she knows the general steps. She just needs to stir it evenly. There's no real difficulty to it. Okay, then come back early. Don't go too far. Zhou nodded and reminded him. After all, being alone in a place like this makes her feel very insecure. Okay, I got it. I'll let little one stay with you, and I'll be back soon. Su-yang nodded, then grabbed his bow and arrows, took his machete, and stepped into the bushes. Half an hour later, Su-yang walked out of the bushes carrying two birds. He had no idea what kind of birds they were. But Su-yang didn't need to care about that, because he had signed an agreement with the production team before joining the show. Any creature on this island can be hunted by contestants if they have the capability. The two birds were slightly larger than pigeons, but after plucking the feathers, there wasn't much meat left. One for little one, and one became their breakfast. After breakfast, Su-yang continued to boil salt, and Zhou went to the nearby reef, ready to look for some seafood for lunch. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Su-yang had already boiled 2 portions of salt. Altogether, it should be about a pound. However, that is far from enough for their needs. So he had to keep boiling more. Zhou also managed to find some seafood, barely enough to replenish some protein. Su-yang's only task was boiling salt. This dull and boring work continued until noon the next day. By now, they had reached the 8th day of survival. They had boiled over 2 pounds of salt. That should last the two of them for a long time. Plus, they had the salty fruits on the island to help supplement their salt intake. Ah, we're finally just about done. Looks like we can head back soon. After boiling the last batch of salt, Su-yang gave a long stretch. Although it wasn't technical work, it was truly tedious. Besides, the fresh water they brought was almost finished. So they had to head back. Yeah, I still think sleeping in our shelter is more comfortable. Zhou nodded immediately. She hadn't slept well the last 2 nights. It got freezing cold after midnight. She was shivering the whole time. If they were in the shelter, they had a fireplace, so they wouldn't feel cold at all. After just 2 nights, she couldn't wait to go back. Let's take a quick walk along the beach to see if we can find any unexpected treasures. You must be back here in 2 hours, and then we head back to the camp. Since it's still early, Su-yang wanted to explore the area a bit more, to see if there were any other useful resources. Then, the two started searching along the beach. The viewers in the stream seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Hey? The place Brother Su and Zhou just passed through looks familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Isn't this where Daimei was yesterday? Exactly. I was in Daimei's stream yesterday, she was definitely here, but she's already gone back. Forget it, I'm gonna check Daimei's stream. Daimei, hurry up and have a surprise encounter with Brother Su. Let him take you to victory. Really hoping for a chance meeting. Daimei is so pitiful. Yeah, you really feel for a girl in that situation. Meanwhile, in the 4th live stream, due to Jisun's heartless departure, Daimei has to continue her survival journey alone. However, since Jisun left, Daimei seems to have been doing slightly better than before, and her luck has improved a lot. She successfully found a freshwater source. Although the water flow is very limited and she has to collect it drop by drop from the rock wall. Even so, it is enough to meet her daily physical needs. After exploring the island for over a day, Daimei finally decided to set up camp on the beach. Because she is all alone and vulnerable, and the dense jungle on the island makes the atmosphere feel very oppressive even during the day. She was so scared at night that she could hardly sleep. So after much deliberation, she eventually decided to return to the beach. Although the place to get fresh water is a bit far, at least the danger level on the beach is significantly lower. Many wild beasts generally stay deep in the jungle and rarely come to the beach to forage. A simple shelter that completely lacks the ability to shield her from the wind and rain. After all, as a girl with limited physical strength, she simply cannot build a decent shelter. If it were a girl with wilderness survival experience, she might have had that ability. But Daimei clearly lacks such skills as described above. Daimei, Zhou and Su-yang have come here. Hurry up and go encounter them. Exactly. I just came from the 2nd stream too. Both of them are near you. Go find them quickly. Go quickly. or they will head back soon. If you run into them, you can team up with them again. I'm so anxious. If only Daimei could see the live chat. The viewers in the live stream were all reminding Daimei, even though they knew that Daimei couldn't see the chat at all. Yet every message was so similar, all urging Daimei to go out and have a chance encounter with Su Yang and the others. If she could receive Su Yang's protection, then Daimei would surely be able to survive until the end. I have to say, Su Yang's wilderness survival skills are just too incredible. So far, among all the contestants, Su Yang is probably the one with the most wilderness survival skills and experience. Daimei naturally cannot see their live chat at all, but she also communicates with the audience in the live stream from time to time, because this helps alleviate some of the loneliness. And after streaming for so long, she is just used to saying something. Her luck was pretty good 2 days ago. She managed to catch 2 small rockfish using a fishing setup. That solved her protein requirement. But right now, her face looks quite haggard because she hasn't found any food to replenish carbohydrates. You have to know that carbohydrates are also essential nutrients for the human body. She was already a bit thin, and now she looks even more pitiable. Guys, I tried all morning today but didn't catch any fish. Looks like my luck from 2 days ago has already run out. Maybe I could be eliminated at any time. It's a real shame if I can't hold on to the end. While interacting with the livestream audience, Daimei's mood was clearly a bit dejected. She had hoped that catching fish 2 days ago would be a turning point, but she has been fishing since this morning with no results at all. This made her feel the frustration of failure once again. But I won't give up so easily. Now I am going to take a look around to see if I can find some edible wild vegetables. Saying that, Daimei started taking her fishing gear and multi-purpose military knife to explore the surroundings. Actually, over the past 2 days, she has wandered around quite a bit, but she hadn't found many useful survival resources. Going out now, she just doesn't want to give up the hope of survival. Hurry to the place you went to yesterday. Zhou and Su Yang are over there. This is so frustrating. What kind of crappy production team is this? Why can't the streamer see the fans' messages? I know, right. Watching this is making me so impatient. Poor Daimei. I hope she can successfully meet up with Su Yang and the others. Wants to lick Daimei's armpit sent 5 super rockets. Can the rich guy above stop using such a sleazy nickname? The nearly 3 million viewers in the live stream all felt anxious for Daimei. If she could successfully meet up with Su Yang and the others this time, then she might very well last until the end. But once this opportunity is missed, she might be eliminated in less than 2 days. And meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang and Zhou found another nice shallow beach. There were some sea fish in it. Although they were small, they could fill their stomachs. So Su Yang used his infallible archery skills to shoot several of them. But there was nothing he could do about the ones that were too small. Su Yang, look, is that kelp over there? Zhou pointed to a clump of olive brown stuff and asked Su Yang. Those brown things were blocked by a large reef and tangled around it. Because the color of the stuff was similar to the rock pile, it was not easy to be spotted. It looked a bit like kelp, but it was huge. After all, most of the kelp she was usually exposed to was either cut into strips or tied into knots. She had never seen raw kelp in the ocean before. Su Yang took a look and immediately nodded, saying, "Yes, that is definitely kelp. It looks like it was washed up when the tide rose. Great, this is an unexpected bonus." After saying that, Su Yang and Zhou quickly walked over. So much kelp. It seems like this unexpected harvest is quite substantial. Looking at the large pile of broadleaf kelp in front of him, Su Yang's face was also filled with excitement. Because besides the fact that he personally likes eating kelp, more importantly, kelp is rich in many minerals and trace elements needed by the body, and the most abundant one is iodine, which is necessary for the human body. Kelp has always been known as the champion of iodine content. The salt they made from boiling seawater earlier actually contained very little iodine. It wasn't enough to replenish the body's required iodine level, and finding kelp now is undoubtedly excellent news. Because kelp will supplement the lack of iodine in their salt, keeping their bodies from developing symptoms due to iodine deficiency. Yeah, I love kelp salad the most. Zhou also nodded excitedly. Usually, she loves kelp salad best. When going for hot pot, kelp knots are also a must-order dish. Wait a moment, I'll go inside and find a vine, and then bundle some of it up to take back. This is really great stuff. Su Yang hurriedly ducked into the opposite jungle. He soon came back with a long, thin vine. They must bring back as much kelp as possible this time. Although this stuff is very common in the ocean, most of it grows on the seabed. It's not that simple to get, and as it happens, Su Yang's swimming ability isn't exactly outstanding. So such a large amount of kelp is a rare and lucky find for them. They must transport all of it back, even if it's a bit of an effort. If they miss this opportunity, they might not have such good luck finding kelp again in the future. Then, he tied all the kelp together with the vine. Since it had been soaking in water for a long time, and they were very fleshy, it was quite heavy. However, for Su Yang, this kind of weight was still acceptable. After all, he could carry over 100 kilograms of bamboo across the mountain. As long as he rests a little on the way, carrying it back to the shelter is absolutely no problem. After packing up, Su Yang and Zhou didn't plan to keep wandering around. They only had a little bit of fresh water left. Returning to the shelter before their water runs out is the safest course of action. In wilderness survival, it's best not to take any chances, because even a tiny accident could potentially end the survival journey. Alright, a full harvest. Let's head back. Su Yang weighed the big bundle of kelp. It was okay, not too heavy. Next, there's no need to continue hanging around on the beach. They must rush back to their shelter before it gets dark. Mima. Zhou nodded with a satisfied look on her face. Having harvested so much of the kelp she loves, along with 7 or 8 sea fish, dinner tonight would be very rich. Lifting the kelp, the two prepared to leave and return the way they came. But just as they were about to leave, Xiao Budian suddenly looked towards a distant direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then it kept gesturing to Su Yang. Clearly, it had discovered something else that interested it. Huh? Seeing Xiao Budian's actions, Su Yang froze for a moment. Su Yang, what's wrong with Xiao Budian? Zhou looked confused. She naturally couldn't understand what Xiao Budian was saying. It seems to want to tell us that there are other people over there. Su Yang frowned slightly and said, because he could now communicate with Xiao Budian completely, so he could naturally understand what it wanted to express. Looks like there are contestants from another group nearby. Me? Wow, I'm so excited. It looks like Little One has already spotted Dai Mei. Totally. I just came from over there, and Dai Mei is heading this way. Oh my god, this is so exciting. Our Dai Mei is finally going to be saved. To all the family members in the second live stream, from now on, we're all one big family. Exactly. We need to stick together and be supportive. Love Zhou and look after Dai Mei too? Hurry, hurry. God Su, go ahead and ride your auspicious clouds to save Dai Mei. By the way, isn't Little One's perception just too strong? He's so tiny, but his senses are incredible. Yeah, I'm really curious about that too. And haven't you guys noticed? Su Yang seems to be able to understand what Little One is trying to say. Are they telepathic, or is it some kind of superpower? The viewers in the live stream were incredibly excited. Viewers from both live streams started visiting each other's channels. Because who knows, maybe starting today, the two live streams will become one. All the viewers were looking forward to the meeting between Zhou and Dai Mei. After all, they have always had a great relationship in their streams. And I hear they're close in private too. Just not sure if it's just a fake friendship. If their friendship is real, then Dai Mei is saved this time. Maybe she can have a comfortable life from now on. At the very least, she'll prove to that idiot that without him, she has a better place to belong. Therefore, the viewers in both streams were extremely excited, looking forward to how the three of them would meet. Meanwhile, on the beach, Little One started sprinting toward the distance. Little One, don't scare anyone, Su Yang quickly shouted out loud. Since he didn't know who it was, Little One's sudden appearance would definitely startle them. The little guy is now much bigger than an adult cat. Anyone with half a brain would know it's a leopard, not a cat. A leopard appearing out of nowhere in the wilderness, even if it's small, would probably scare anyone. If it were some female contestants, that would be even worse. Little One glanced back at Su Yang, then continued sprinting forward. Let's go see too. Su Yang quickly dropped the seaweed he was carrying and followed closely behind Little One. Zhou followed right after. I wonder who they're gonna meet. Little One is very fast, and Su Yang's stamina is more than enough to keep up. But Zhou is different. Her stamina is too weak, and her physique hasn't been enhanced by the marrow-cleansing liquid. After running for 3 minutes, she was already panting. Su Yang had no choice but to take care of Zhou and slow down. On the other side, Dai Mei was exploring with her fishing gear and multi-tool knife, searching for edible wild vegetables. Whoosh! Just then, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Dai Mei turned her head instinctively. Coming straight toward her was a sprinting animal. Ah! Dai Mei was so scared she screamed, collapsed on the ground, and started trembling. She was still gripping her knife tightly. My god, is that a leopard? What the heck? Why is there a leopard? It's over! Dai Mei is done for. In the fourth live stream, the viewers were startled the moment they saw the leopard in the frame. They instantly started worrying about Daimei. Since the shot was a bit far, many didn't realize it was just a small leopard cub. And some of the viewers in the fourth stream were loyal fans of Daimei, so they rarely visited other streams. As a result, many didn't know who Little One was. Don't worry, that's Zhou Jie and God Su's little one. It's just a cub. It's not a threat. Yeah, Little One is very tame. It won't hurt anyone. Everyone relax. Su-yang already told Little One not to hurt anyone. Don't ask how I know, I just came from the second stream. I'm so excited. Are Zhou Jie and Daimei finally meeting? God Su, come and get your little one. Daimei is about to lose her mind from fear. Of course, there were also many viewers who liked to visit other channels, so they recognized Little One at a glance. And many viewers had just come over from the second stream. They came specifically to confirm if the person Little One found was indeed Daimei. Now it's fully confirmed. The person Little One found was Daimei. And very soon, Su-yang and Zhou Jie would be able to meet her. Little One was fast, so the camera zoomed in quickly. At that point, all the viewers realized that Little One was indeed very small, just a bit bigger than an adult cat. Such a small leopard is definitely intimidating, but it doesn't pose much of a threat. Daimei probably didn't see it clearly, so she was just frozen in fear. When it was 5 meters away from Daimei, Little One slowed down. Then it sauntered over to Daimei. Don't come over. Ah! Daimei was still screaming, waving her multi-tool knife frantically. Little One stared at Daimei and actually gave her a very human-like look of disgust. Was it showing disgust toward Daimei just now? Is this little guy sentient? I think I saw it too. Isn't it against the rules for animals to become sentient? The viewers were baffled. Even though it wasn't dangerous, what was up with that disgusted look? That was way too human. Not far away, Zhou Jie and Su-yang also heard the screaming. That voice, so familiar, it sounds like Daimei. Zhou Jie was surprised to find that the scream was indeed from Daimei. Since she's close to her, her voice is easy to recognize, plus she's a chronic screamer. So the sound was very familiar. Daimei? Let's go see, Su-yang said quickly. It's highly likely, because Group 2 and Group 4 didn't land too far from each other. So meeting Daimei here isn't impossible. But why can't we hear Ji-sun? Aren't they in the same group? The two of them hurried toward the sound. A few minutes later, they saw Daimei sitting on the ground, waving her knife in terror. It really is Daimei. Zhou Jie's face lit up with excitement. Meeting a familiar face on this desert island is truly a happy thing. She quickly called out to her, Daimei, don't be afraid, that's Little One, it doesn't bite. As she said that, she ran toward Daimei. Su-yang followed behind. Hearing a familiar voice, Daimei looked up. The moment she saw Zhou Jie, tears started rolling down her face. Sister Zhou, boo-hoo! She let out a wail, and the tears of grievance wouldn't stop. Come back, Little One. Didn't I tell you not to scare people? Su-yang scolded. Little One happily trotted back to Su-yang. It rubbed its little head against Su-yang's leg as if looking for a reward. It seemed to be saying, look, I found such a big catch for you. Aren't I a great leopard? Looking at Daimei, she must have been really terrified by Little One. But he was curious. Where is that guy named Ji-sun? Weren't they in the same group? However, Su-yang was not particularly concerned about such matters. Because whether it was Daimei or Ji-sun, Su-yang was not familiar with either of them. So, there was really no need to care about what had happened between them, or why Ji-sun was not here at this moment. Perhaps because she was overly frightened, or perhaps because she had been feeling too stifled lately. Daimei hugged Sister Zhou and cried for a full 5 minutes before her emotions finally calmed down a little. Afterward, she let go of Sister Zhou, looked her up and down, and finally, her gaze rested on Sister Zhou's chest. Still sounding like she was about to cry, she said, Second sister, what have you been through these past few days? Why has your chest become smaller? It's even a bit sunken. She was truly very curious, because at this moment, she couldn't see any curves on Sister Zhou at all. It was completely flat, almost like the Congo Basin. In her impression, although Sister Zhou wasn't exactly well endowed, she still had something there. But now, you couldn't tell at all. And after that hug, it actually seemed to sink inward. My God. What the hell? What do you mean by sunken? I wasn't wearing anything underneath, okay? And this windbreaker is just too loose. Sister Zhou was still her usual self, swearing the moment she spoke while trying her best to explain. She didn't expect that the first sentence Daimei would say upon meeting would completely trigger her. She did have something to show. Okay, it was just that this windbreaker was way too baggy, so it couldn't highlight her figure at all. Not wearing anything? Second sister, does that mean you two have already? Dai Mei looked at Sister Zhou and Su Yang, her expression clearly suggesting she had realized something. No way? It's only been 8 days. Have they actually progressed to this level? Although she knew that Sister Zhou and Su Yang were not related by blood, they could be considered acquaintances. And isn't there a saying that it's hard to make a move on someone you know? What are you thinking? You're in such a sorry state. Why do you still have such filthy thoughts in your head? I was using mine to filter seawater. Sister Zhou felt like she was going to blow a fuse from anger. Dai Mei had ended up in such a terrible state, yet her head was still full of these messy thoughts. She then looked at Dai Mei again, feeling a bit more balanced inside. Then she said, "You have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't you the same, all sunken in?" Indeed, Dai Mei had lost a lot of weight from hunger over the past few days, so there was almost nothing to be seen. This made the two of them hug tightly again. In an instant, they both felt that classic sense of fellow villagers meeting in tears. Perhaps this was an important reason why they could become good friends. They had quite a few obvious commonalities. Su Yang looked on indifferently at the two, who had gone from tearing each other apart to sympathizing with each other. Women, truly a mysterious species. Eventually, Su Yang had to step forward to interrupt them. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. If they delayed any longer, they might not make it back to the shelter today. Besides, the fresh water they brought was almost finished, so they had to leave here quickly and return to the shelter. By the way, Dai Mei, where is Jishun? Weren't you two in the same group? Why don't I see him? Only then did Sister Zhou think of Jishun. Logically speaking, they should have appeared together. But there was no sign of him at all, and it seemed little one hadn't spotted him either. Don't mention him to me, I don't want to hear that name right now. Dai Mei's expression changed instantly. She never wanted to hear that name again. Especially the experiences of the last 2 days, and the loneliness and fear at night, which filled her with deep resentment toward that name. Did he quit? Then the roar of the speedboat we heard a few days ago must have been when Jishun left. Sister Zhou reacted immediately. The sound of the speedboat was so close, it was almost certain that was when Jishun quit. But how could that guy just leave Dai Mei behind here alone? Usually, their relationship was quite good, and they were even an internet-famous couple. No matter the reason, such behavior was a bit unmanly. If it were Su Yang, he would never do that. Sister Zhou, can I come with you and join your team? I really don't want to quit this challenge, but I can't keep going alone. Dai Mei said very seriously, her tone pleading. Only she knew how she had spent these past 2 days. Especially the fear at night. It could devour a person's resolve and determination completely. There were several times she had almost reached out for the satellite emergency phone. Sister Zhou was clearly hesitant, because she wasn't sure if the show's producers would allow contestants to team up privately. Furthermore, in their team, the final say rested with Su Yang, because everything they had now was built almost single-handedly by Su Yang. If Su Yang didn't agree, there was nothing she could do. One more person meant one more mouth to feed. Like her, Dai Mei didn't have any survival skills either. I can't decide, because I also rely on Su Yang to survive. If it weren't for Su Yang, I might be performing even worse than you. After a moment's hesitation, Sister Zhou replied earnestly. She really couldn't make this call on her own, and she didn't want to overstep and decide for Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang and Little One walked over. You'll have to discuss it with Su Yang yourself. Seeing Su Yang approach, Sister Zhou could only say that. Actually, deep down, she didn't really want to team up with Dai Mei again. People are relatively selfish, and women often express this more prominently. The addition of a third person made her feel that her position in Su Yang's eyes might be threatened. But seeing Dai Mei looking so pitiful, she couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. Of course, the final decision still lay with Su Yang. Su Yang, let me join you. No matter how long I last, I'll split the final prize money with you two equally. I just don't want to be eliminated so soon. Please. Dai Mei looked at Su Yang, speaking with a very serious tone. Actually, she wasn't really gunning for the prize money when she joined the show, because she was well aware that, with the wilderness survival skills she and Jishun had, winning the final prize was impossible. If she could last longer with Su Yang's help, she would split the prize money with them without hesitation. Hearing Dai Mei's words, Su Yang hesitated. What was certain was that Dai Mei had no wilderness survival skills. If he let her join, to put it bluntly, it would be an extra dead weight. But the condition Dai Mei offered was indeed quite tempting. If they could all last for 300 days, perhaps they could all receive the final prize of 1 billion Chinese yuan. Even if their groups became first and second, the second place prize was still 500 million. If they split it equally, he would get over 100 million more. For Su Yang, that amount of money was truly astronomical. And Dai Mei was quite good looking. Having her around would be pleasant. And who knows, there might be unexpected benefits. So right now, Su Yang was conflicted, with logic and impulse fighting it out. Adding one Dai Mei just meant one more mouth to feed. With his wilderness survival skills, that should be no problem at all. Seeing Su Yang hesitating, Dai Mei continued, "Are you not looking forward to a 3-person wilderness life?" My god. 3 people together? Su Yang was stunned. A glint flashed in his eyes instantly. It was as if he had experienced a sudden epiphany. Alright, seeing how sincere you are, and since you and Sister Zhou are on good terms, I agree to let you join. Su Yang replied, appearing quite composed. Three's company? A pile-up? Who could say no to that? Anyway, for Su Yang, it's just one more mouth to feed. With his skills, he can easily handle their food and shelter. And having an extra companion means it won't be too boring on the island. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou beside him looked a bit conflicted. Su Yang taking in Dai Mei proves she didn't misjudge him. He has a kind heart. But in this situation, adding another mouth to feed isn't actually that simple. Although they've lived well for the past few days, who can guarantee they'll have meat every single meal? So, this invisibly places more pressure on Su Yang. At the same time, as Dai Mei is her friend, she naturally wants to help her too. Surviving with Dai Mei might add some fun to these dull days. But at the same time, Dai Mei's appearance will definitely make life for the two of them completely different from before. As a woman, she is very sensitive to these things, especially since she feels like she's already developed a tiny crush on Su Yang. With so many thoughts and emotions mixed together, it's only natural for her to feel conflicted. Three's company? Oh my god, Su God must be having the time of his life, right? Life of his life? Give me a break. Those who have been there know the thrill is only temporary. Su God, take care of your health. Still making dirty jokes at a time like this. She's definitely the Dai Mei I know. In the second live stream, the number of viewers kept growing. That because the audience from the 4th stream kept pouring into the second one. The moment Su Yang let Dai Mei join, it seemed as if the 2 streams had merged into one. Thank you so much, Su Yang. I don't know how to repay you. Should I offer myself to you? Dai Mei joked, feeling excited. Isn't that the traditional way people in ancient times showed their gratitude? And since Su Yang is so handsome, he fits the image of the prince charming in her heart. Plus, looking at him and Sister Zhou, they must have lived quite well on the island for the past 8 days. And Sister Zhou definitely has no more wilderness survival experience than she does. So the fact that they were doing so well is definitely thanks to Su Yang. He might have rich experience in wilderness survival. Forget it. I'm not that interested in the Congo Basin. Su Yang glanced at Dai Mei's chest and said nonchalantly, most men prefer the kind that's harder to handle. As a normal man, Su Yang's taste is no exception. Hey, what was that look for? Since when is it the Congo Basin? You can't just insult people like that. Even if it's not Mount Everest, it's not exactly small, okay? Dai Mei said indignantly, hands on her hips and chest puffed out. It was just like Sister Zhou's, with no substantial difference. Eat more papaya in the future. Good for you, and good for me, Su Yang added calmly. He wondered if there were papayas on this huge island. If so, maybe he could save Sister Zhou and Dai Mei a little. In most cases, these things require human intervention. Sister Zhou, the way your cousin talks is way too hurtful, isn't it? Dai Mei looked at Sister Zhou, seeking help. Sister Zhou looked down at herself. It was an unobstructed view from top to bottom. She also felt quite helpless. Su Yang almost burst out laughing on the side. Dai Mei, welcome to the group. After a moment of helplessness, Sister Zhou also genuinely welcomed Dai Mei's joining. With Dai Mei here, Su Yang can go explore on his own later. She won't be too lonely either. And since Su Yang has already promised Dai Mei, it's a done deal. Don't worry, I definitely won't hold you guys back, Mei said very earnestly. Jokes aside, she was truly touched that Su Yang and Sister Zhou were willing to take her in. So for the days to come, no matter how long she can hold on, she will spare no effort to assist Su Yang. By the way, do you have a shelter and water source here? Su Yang looked at Dai Mei and asked seriously. If they could find a fresh water source, they could stay here one more day and take the chance to explore the vicinity a bit more. Once they return to their shelter, they wouldn't have many opportunities to come here. So exploring this area is very necessary. Yeah, I do. My shelter is quite simple, and there's not much fresh water, but I have stored some. Dai Mei nodded immediately. Good. Then we'll stay here for one more night. Let's head back to our shelter tomorrow morning. What do you think? Suyang looked at Sister Zhou to ask for her opinion. I have no objections, let's go with that. Sister Zhou shook her head, because it had always been Suyang who made the decisions. In this place, Suyang is the true core, and his decisions never go wrong. Great, then that's decided. After nodding, the three of them followed Daimei back to her shelter. It was indeed quite shabby. It was just a basic framework built with some dry wood. A few leaves were haphazardly thrown on top. It wouldn't provide any protection from the wind or rain. And the sleeping area was just some banana leaves laid out on the sand. It certainly looked pitiful. But for a girl to survive for 2 or 3 days without companions, it was truly admirable. Girls usually aren't very bold, and those who could survive even one night alone in the wilderness are probably less than 5%. So Daimei's courage is indeed worth acknowledging. You two rest here for a bit. I'm going to see if I can find any supplies we need to survive on the island. Of course, after you're well rested, you can check the nearby reefs to see if we can find something for dinner tonight. After a quick look at the shelter, Suyang prepared to continue exploring the island. He figured he wouldn't come back to this area after today. It would be a pity to miss out on any good resources for survival. Okay. They both nodded obediently. Then, Suyang and the little one disappeared into the dense bushes. Sister Zhou and Daimei started chatting happily. Daimei was clearly very interested in what had happened between Suyang and Sister Zhou over the past few days. The two of them chatted away with great enthusiasm. But fun is fun. Dinner tonight is important. After resting briefly, they started looking for a rock pile. Fishing wasn't simple for them, as they lacked the skills. So it was more realistic to find a rocky area and pick up some seafood. After reaching the island, Suyang was carefully observing the surroundings. Is that soapberry fruit? Just then, Suyang suddenly spotted a type of fruit. This fruit looked a lot like longan in size, shape, and appearance when ripe. They were all growing together in clusters. Soapberry fruit has always been known as the fake longan. It is often used as a traditional Chinese medicine and has wide applications. Of course, this thing has another very important use. That is, it can be used to make soap, shampoo, and cosmetics, because its pulp is rich in saponins, and the glycosides it contains can provide antiseptic, antibacterial, and anti-dandruff effects. This thing is practically natural soap in the wilderness? What a great find! Looks like staying for one more night was the right choice. Suyang licked his lips and whispered to himself, staring at the dozen clusters of soapberry fruit. With this, and by processing it with a few other materials, they would finally be able to wash their hair and bathe. After all, sweating frequently these past few days, having a sticky body was truly uncomfortable. In just a few minutes, Suyang had already placed all the soapberry fruits into the wicker basket on his back. Such great finds are truly rare. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when you will run into them again? Unless you run a long way to come back and look for them here. That is naturally not as convenient as getting it right the first time. Afterward, Suyang continued his search. If he doesn't have to return to the shelter today, he has plenty of time to explore the island. Plus, without Sister Zhou with him, his speed and efficiency are naturally much faster. After a while, he discovered quite a few more good things. One of them was a locust tree covered in locust pods. Locust pods are fruits similar to sword beans, currently widely used in medicine and health products. Of course, they have another great feature, which is that they can also be used to make soap and shampoo. This is because the surface of the locust pod contains surfactants, which can effectively remove dirt. Therefore, it has been widely applied in the production of soap and shampoo for a long time. My luck today really is quite good. With soapberries and locust pods, I can make some really decent shampoo and soap. This is a big step towards civilization. Today's discoveries and harvest naturally made Suyang very happy. For him, not washing his hair for a week or even 10 days doesn't matter much. But for Sister Zhou and Daimei, it is completely different. Loving beauty is a girl's nature, and although they haven't mentioned such a request, they definitely want to have a proper bath and wash their hair. Since the soapberries had already filled his basket, Suyang had to make do with what was available and weave a handheld basket out of rattan vines. Then he picked a large amount of locust pods. The shampoo and soap made from these materials should be enough to last them 300 days. After all, there's no need to shower every day here. The conditions just don't allow for it. After that, Suyang wandered around for nearly an hour. After picking some wild mushrooms and wild vegetables, he returned to the shelter with a full harvest. However, after returning to the shelter, Sister Joe and Daimei were not there. It was obvious they had gone to prepare dinner for tonight. After resting a bit and drinking some water, Suyang decided to go find them. It wasn't out of concern for their safety, but rather a fear that they wouldn't be able to find tonight's dinner. He didn't want to go hungry. Little one, go find them, Suyang said to Little One. Little One then heroically dashed off into the distance. The sensory capabilities of a beast are truly incomparable to that of an average person. Half an hour later, he finally found the two of them in a pile of reefs. This pile of reefs was very similar to the ones they encountered 2 days ago, with part of it submerged in the sea. So it might be covered with abalone or other types of shellfish. Sister Joe and Daimei were both rolling up their pant legs, diligently searching. There was clearly already a harvest in their basket. Seeing Suyang coming, the two of them quickly walked over. "How's the harvest?" Sister Joe asked first. "Yeah, it's really good." Suyang nodded and replied. Then he quickly walked up to them. At that moment, Daimei was holding 2 abalones in her hands. Looking at her, she had a good harvest and was in a great mood. "Oh, why did these 2 abalones pinch my fingers? And they're pinching really tight. Suyang, come over and help me take a look." The expression and tone were clearly laced with double meanings. "My God, aren't you afraid of getting into a car accident driving on such a dangerous road?" Sister Joe was completely stunned. Although she usually uses quite a bit of colorful language in her live streams and has a carefree personality, her driving skills are far behind those of Daimei and Mosey. She is practically a rookie. It's just an abalone, but Daimei can even make a dirty joke out of that. "Daimei, can we tone it down? If you scare God Su away, you're doomed." As expected of the Akina mountain racing queen, that sudden turn almost threw out my waist. "Daimei, I also want to experience what it's like to be pinched." The second livestream channel was extremely lively right now. Because of the influx of viewers from the 4th livestream channel just now, the viewer count has reached nearly 8 million. It has become the undisputed #1 among all livestream channels. The second-ranked Teacher Huang's channel only has a little over 4 million viewers. As for most celebrities and influencers, their viewer counts are hovering between 2 to 3 million. As for some amateur contestants, their channels are even more miserable. There are even some at the bottom with only around 10,000. You have to know that this show is extremely popular. So a viewer count of just over 10,000 is indeed pitifully low. Just poke it with your finger, and when it releases some liquid, it will loosen up, Suyang told Daimei earnestly. That's how abalones are, no matter the breed. This guy, he doesn't know how to be gentle at all. Daimei rolled her eyes at Suyang in disappointment. Meanwhile, on the Shark platform, after Jiksun quit the survival show, he continued his own live streaming path. However, his previous actions of abandoning Daimei caused his live stream to take a massive hit. At this moment, the viewer count was only in the hundreds. Compared to before, this is a world of difference. More importantly, most of the comments and barrage messages from these few viewers were full of sarcasm. Some were even starting to curse him out. Fortunately, these influencers have relatively strong psychological resilience. If it were an average person, they would have likely started arguing back or closed the live stream long ago. But they depend on live streaming for a living, so they naturally couldn't do that. Jiksun, of course, found out that Daimei had joined Suyang and Sister Joe's team. After greeting his viewers and closing his own stream, he silently registered an alt account and snuck into the second livestream channel. Seeing the happy smile on Daimei's face, his heart boiled with rage. When she was with him, Daimei always had a straight face and didn't show a single smile. Who would have thought that she would be smiling so happily with those two guys? "What are you showing off for? I don't believe you can act arrogant for long with those 2 dead weights." Sitting in front of his computer screen, Jiksun's expression was extremely ugly. He then typed rapidly on his keyboard. "A wilderness survival show with no technical skill? And you're bringing 2 dead weights with you. I guarantee you won't last 3 days. So disgusting. Isn't the show production team going to put a stop to this unauthorized teaming?" Shark official. After posting 2 barrages quickly, he was instantly flamed by the viewers. And his private messages also instantly showed 99+ in red. Just as he wanted to continue arguing with the audience, he realized his account had been banned. And even his main account received a ban notification. Now, he really has lost everything. More than 10 minutes later, the 3 of them returned to the shelter. The harvest today was quite good, with abalone and plenty of sea snails. In these piles of rocks and crevices, it is easy to find these kinds of seafood. However, seafood is cold in nature. Eating it occasionally can really improve the quality of life, and it tastes quite nice too. But if we continue to eat it for a long time, The body definitely won't be able to handle it. It is so great to be on a team with you two. I finally truly understand what they mean by saying that when men and women work together, the work doesn't feel tiring at all. With one man and two women, it is even more relaxing. Yeah, not tired at all. Daimei looked at Suyang and Joji, smiling brightly. Her face was beaming with smiles. During her survival experience over the past few days, she had felt both stifled and miserable. But today, her mood was completely different. Suyang and Joji stared at Daimei. Why does it always feel like there is a hidden meaning in what this girl says? She didn't mention a single word about the actual work. Why are you two looking at me like that? I was talking about working together, Daimei explained. But her explanation clearly sounded a bit weak. Suyang, are the fruits and beans you found going to be our dinner for tonight? Joji couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this cheeky girl and turned to look at Suyang, asking, No, these things are not for eating. I plan to use them to make some shampoo and soap. These are the main raw materials for making shampoo and soap, and they are very effective at cleaning and removing dandruff, Suyang said with a nod, speaking seriously. Shampoo and soap? Joji looked surprised and said incredulously, Can you really make these things? It was hard to believe that one could actually use shampoo and soap out in the wilderness. Although she asked with doubt, in her heart, she fully trusted Suyang. Suyang usually doesn't talk nonsense. If he says so, he must be confident about it. Of course, this is a soapberry tree, which contains a large amount of saponin. That soap pod is mainly used for making soap. Although it can't compare to industrial products, it should be fine for bathing and washing hair, Suyang answered earnestly. Daimei, standing on the side, was completely shocked. Before, they couldn't even solve the problem of food, yet Suyang and Joji are already planning to make shampoo and soap? There is truly no comparison between people. At the same time, she was even more curious about what Suyang and Joji's shelter looked like. After a simple dinner, night had fallen. After chatting for a while, the three of them drifted off to sleep. After all, they had expended quite a bit of energy today, and they had to continue their journey tomorrow. The next morning, the three of them woke up very early. Because the wind on the beach was very strong, it was particularly cold in the early morning. It was impossible to sleep well. After packing up and taking all their belongings, the three set off for the island once again. The path to the island was even harder to walk, and it took them 3 full hours to return to the shelter. Upon seeing Suyang and Joji's shelter, Daimei was stunned. Oh my god. Is this your shelter? It is so beautiful. It feels like a paradise on earth. And you have actually started raising wild chickens. Daimei's expression at this moment was exactly like a country bumpkin arriving in the big city full of surprise. Joji smiled. Because Daimei's reaction was exactly as she had expected. Compared to Daimei's pigsty of a shelter, theirs was like a castle. Is that little room over there specially prepared for me? Daimei pointed at the restroom and asked. Could it be that they knew she would join their team? So they made a small private room for her in advance? That is the outhouse. If you want to live inside, I won't stop you, Suyang said calmly. Never mind. I can just squeeze in with you guys, Daimei said awkwardly. Inside, she was even more shocked. Many contestants probably haven't even solved their basic food and shelter issues, yet Suyang and his team have already built a restroom. The gap is simply too huge, right? Joji beamed with joy. At this moment, the audience from the 4th live channel were also shocked when they saw their shelter. In comparison, Daimei's old shelter was practically a garbage dump. Moreover, by the 8th day of survival, Suyang and Joji had already started livestock farming. This speed was something other contestants couldn't even dream of. Even Teacher Huang's group, who performed relatively well, had only just solved their basic food needs and found a stable source of nutrition. Wow, there are wild rabbits too. How on earth did you manage all this? Seeing the cellar for the wild rabbits, Daimei was surprised again. Although she knew she was acting like a bumpkin, the things in front of her truly amazed her. She had never even thought about building a bathroom or setting up a farm. It is all thanks to Suyang. Let me tell you, Suyang is truly amazing. Anyway, it is hard to explain in a few words, but you will slowly come to know how incredible he is, Joji said with a look of pride, as if she were prouder than if someone had complimented her. Second sister, looking at your expression, don't tell me you have a crush on Suyang? Daimei said with a mischievous smirk. As a woman, her intuition was quite accurate. Judging from Joji's proud expression, she almost certainly had feelings for Suyang. After all, their relationship was just that of acquaintances, with no blood relation whatsoever. What nonsense are you talking about? Suyang is my cousin. Besides, he is not my type at all, Joji said, her face turning red as she quickly denied it. And the more agitated she acted, the more it revealed the truth. Oh, is that so? If that is the case, then I might just make a move on him. After all, it is hard to find such an excellent man if you miss the chance. Daimei joked, threatening her. Jokes aside, the fact that Su-yang could live like this in the wilderness in such a short time is a testament to his excellence. Go ahead, if Su-yang even likes you, that is. But Su-yang isn't really into soccer fields, you know? Joji said, pretending to be indifferent. But her awkward expression showed she wasn't as calm as her words suggested. That is no problem. I will just eat more papaya, and if that doesn't work, I can just fly to South Korea for some fillers after the show ends, Daimei continued with a smile. Su-yang felt speechless and annoyed. Can't these two just go somewhere else to discuss such topics instead of doing it right in front of me? They are completely treating me like air. It looks like you two still have plenty of energy. Since that is the case, let's go check the traps. Saying that to the two of them, Su-yang put on his basket, grabbed his bow and arrows, and prepared to set off. He hadn't checked the traps for 3 days. Even if there were prey caught, it would probably be starting to rot by now. So he had to go over and reset the traps. The two of them quickly got up and followed closely behind Su-yang. Half an hour later, the three of them finally arrived at the place where the traps were set. 3 traps had been triggered, including 2 for hares and 1 for a pheasant. A stone slab trap had crushed a hare to death, and it looked stiff as a board. It probably couldn't be eaten anymore. Because the daytime temperature here is still quite high, it is best not to eat anything that has been dead for more than a day, unless you have no other choice and are extremely hungry. But clearly, Su-yang and the others hadn't reached that point. What a pity. Su-yang could only discard the hare with a hint of regret. This hare should have been enough for them to have a meal. After that, they checked the triggered pit trap, which also contained a rabbit, and it looked quite large. And it was still alive. There were bite marks on the branches inside, showing that the guy had tried to escape but failed. Sister Joe also quickly brought over the backpack basket. Then she put the rabbit inside. The remaining pheasant trap had also been triggered, snaring the pheasant's leg. The ground showed signs of a violent struggle, and the pheasant had now completely lost the ability to resist. But it wasn't cold yet. The harvest was decent, enough for them to have a delicious meal at least. Su-yang, the harvest from these traps is getting smaller and smaller. It looks like in a while we might not catch any more prey. Sister Joe also reminded him from the side. Then she looked at Su-yang's expression. Since arriving on the island, these traps have been almost their only source of food. If the traps can't catch any prey in the future, their life will be very difficult. More importantly, there is now an extra person, Daimei, so more food is required. It was expected. Let's go look elsewhere. It's impossible for such a large island to only have pheasants and hares. Su-yang didn't seem too concerned, because this was originally within his expectations. Wild animals are inherently very sensitive, so these traps couldn't catch prey long term. We must find a new food chain. It would be best to find some large wild animals. Daimei was a little confused. 3 traps were triggered, and they caught 2 hares and 1 pheasant. Although one of the hares could no longer be eaten, isn't this considered a very good harvest? You know, since she arrived on the island, other than the few fish she got when she was lucky, she hadn't eaten any meat at all. She had absolutely no ability to catch pheasants or hares herself. Looking at them, they seemed very dissatisfied with this result. Alright, Sister Joe nodded. Then the 3 of them continued to explore further away. Half Moon Island is so vast that the animals living on it are definitely not just pheasants and hares. The appearance of Little Bit shows that there are large carnivores on this island, and there must be prey for large carnivores as well. Time passed, minute by minute. They had been trekking through the dense jungle for an hour. Sister Joe and Daimei were clearly starting to run out of stamina. After all, it took them over 3 hours to hike up to the island this morning. Just then, Su-yang discovered traces of animals being trampled ahead, and in the dense shrubs, there was also a hole. This must be the animal's main path, which is why such a hole appeared, and it looked like it was made by a larger animal. Pheasants and hares couldn't possibly leave such a large hole. Su-yang, look over there, it seems like there is some animal excrement. Sister Joe quickly pointed in a direction and said to Su-yang. Because she had been with Su-yang for the past few days, she had learned to observe everything around her when they were out. She would try her best to find clues to help Su-yang out. Hearing Sister Joe's voice, Su-yang hurried over to check. It was indeed animal droppings, and he ruled out small animals like pheasants and hares first. What kind of animals' droppings are these? Sister Joe asked curiously. It looks very likely to be a wild boar. Suyang wasn't entirely sure, but the possibility was high. And the droppings are not dry, which means these animals didn't pass through here too long ago? Let's keep moving forward and take a look. If these really are wild boar droppings, that is huge news for them. It means wild boars live on this island. And wild boars reproduce very quickly and are usually in groups. If they could catch a wild boar, it should solve their food problem for half a month. Hearing that they might find a wild boar, Sister Zhou and Dai Mei instantly perked up. The exhaustion in their bodies seemed to vanish all at once. They knew very well what a wild boar meant in the wilderness. Capturing one could perhaps let them live very comfortably for over half a month. At this point, the three of them lightened their movements as much as possible. Because if there were wild boars nearby, they might be scared off by the noise. They might also launch an attack if they were frightened. The offensive power of a wild boar is very formidable. Woof woof. Just as the three of them were moving forward in hushed tones, Little Bit suddenly ran in front of Suyang. Then it barked at Suyang twice. "What's wrong, Suyang? Did Little Bit find some prey?" Sister Zhou asked in a low voice from behind. After spending time with Little Bit, she knew its sensory abilities were very strong. It could usually discover prey faster than them. Whether it was last time by the lake or finding Dai Mei this time, Little Bit's perception had always been excellent. "Yes, that's right. It looks like we'll have plenty of meat to eat soon." Suyang smiled and nodded. Little Bit's intent just now was indeed that it had discovered prey ahead. What exactly the prey is, Little Bit naturally doesn't know for sure. But soon, there should be an answer. Just came from another stream, asking out of ignorance, has this Little Bit turned into a demon spirit? Clearly, yes. Oh my god. Can Suyang really communicate with Little Bit without barriers? Curious. It seems like Suyang can understand what Little Bit wants to express. Many new viewers in the chat were also quite surprised, because Suyang and Little Bit seem to understand each other very well. Little Bit is a leopard, a wild beast, not a house-wrecking husky or a chaotic breed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Next, Little Bit began to move forward quickly. Suyang also hurried to catch up. As for Sister Zhou and Dai Mei, they naturally couldn't keep up with their speed, so they could only mark the path as they went while trying their best to catch up. 10 minutes later, Little Bit finally slowed down its speed. It began to move slowly on all fours, staying low to the ground. Its movements were exceptionally light and agile. It looked as though it had already initially mastered the hunting skills of a leopard. Suyang also hurriedly crouched down and moved forward inch by inch. At this moment, they were on higher ground, which made hiding somewhat disadvantageous. They were very likely to be noticed by the prey, so they had to be very careful. Huff huff. After slowly moving forward for over 100 meters, Suyang heard a familiar sound. This sound, it really is a wild boar. Suyang was ecstatic in his heart. It seems his previous judgment was correct. Those droppings were left by wild boars. After hearing the sound, Suyang immediately flattened his body and took out his bow and arrow from his back. Little Bit was also lying there perfectly still. This makes me so nervous. Me too. I dare not even breathe. The immersion is so strong. Damn, my palms are sweating. I feel more nervous than Master Su. Is it really a wild boar? You can actually meet wild boars on a desert island? It must have been put there by the production team. Oh my god, the guy above hit the truth. You know too much. Watch out for the blade. Everyone stop sending messages. Just watch the stream properly. The tense atmosphere gave the viewers in the stream a sense of being there in person. Of course, many viewers also questioned the authenticity of the wild boar. Suyang couldn't see this, and even if he did, he wouldn't pay it any mind. Regardless of where the wild boar came from, today it would become his food. After creeping forward another dozen meters, Suyang finally heard the sounds of the Peppa Pigs. There were 4 of them in total, 1 adult pig, and the other 3 were a bit smaller. But they looked like they must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. The pigs, which were happily eating wild grass, seemed to sense a crisis in an instant. The adult pig looked around with vigilant eyes. After seemingly finding no danger, it went back to eating greedily. It's you then. Suyang's eyes became sharp in an instant. He gently knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring. The bow was instantly pulled to full capacity. The next second, the arrow left the string and shot out instantly. Squeak. The pig's painful squeals resounded all around. Then the 4 pigs began to scramble wildly and escape. Whoosh. Little Bit's body also shot out like a cannonball in that split second. Suyang stood up slowly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His previous arrow had shot directly into the pig's eye, with enough force to destroy its central nervous system. The escape just now was merely its death throes. It was already in his pocket. Eat beat. At this moment, Joji and Daimai also caught up, panting heavily. Then, Joji looked at Su Yang with a worried expression and asked, "We just heard a very sharp scream. Su Yang, are you okay?" That sharp scream from just now had really made their hearts jump into their throats. Animals in the wilderness, other than small ones like pheasants and rabbits, can be extremely aggressive. So Joji was terrified that Su Yang might have gotten hurt. "I am fine. That was just the sound of a wild boar. Let's head over there. Its life is about to come to an end." Su Yang shook his head to signal that there was no need for Joji to worry. His shot just now was full of power and hit the boar right in the eye. It would have directly damaged the boar's brain nerves, and although the struggle before death would be violent, it definitely wouldn't last long. Now we just need to follow the blood trail to find it. "Ah, you actually shot the boar?" Daimai looked on in disbelief. Hitting prey with a bow and arrow seemed like winning a lottery to her, so difficult. So, seeing Su Yang hit the boar directly really surprised her. Even though she had seen the living conditions of Zhou Jie and Su Yang was just too handsome, and subconsciously, she still thought of him as just a pretty boy who shouldn't have such strong wilderness survival skills. Everything they had now was perhaps just due to their good luck. That they had just found a lucky spot of land. That goes without saying. Let me tell you, Su Yang's archery skills are incredibly amazing. He never misses. He can even shoot fish swimming in the water, let alone a massive wild boar. Before Su Yang could even speak, Joji said proudly. It was as if she were showing off her most prized possession. Is he that good? Daimai reconsidered Su Yang. If he really could achieve pinpoint accuracy with his bow, that would truly be impressive, wouldn't it? Your brother too here wouldn't lie to you. Joji patted Daimai on the shoulder with an expression and tone that were extremely proud. It was more like she was claiming her territory. Alright, although I know I am excellent enough, I still feel a bit shy when you praise me like that. Let's hurry over to find the boar. Su Yang smiled at Joji and said. He then took the lead and walked quickly toward the direction the boar had disappeared. Joji also had a very sweet smile on her face. Every time Su Yang gave her this kind of smile, she felt extremely reassured and a great sense of security. As for Daimai on the side, her face didn't look quite right. After seeing that sweet smile Su Yang gave Joji, she felt a little sour in her heart. Let's go. What are you thinking about? Joji took Daimai's hand and then hurriedly chased after him. After following the blood trail for 5 minutes, Su Yang and the others finally found Peppa the wild boar under a large tree. There were bloodstains at the base of the tree, clearly because the boar had lost control and crashed into it. Wow! The boar was now on the verge of death, but the little one was still frantically biting its throat. It seemed to be showing off its sharp little canines. But after biting for a long time, it hadn't caused any damage to the boar's hide at all. After all, he was still too young, his teeth weren't sharp enough, and his bite force was insufficient to pierce an adult boar's skin. Oh my god, is this a real case of a pig crashing into a tree? Joji and Daimai looked at the boar lying at the bottom of the tree and the bloodstains at its roots, completely baffled. They had always heard the saying about a pig crashing into a tree. Today, they had finally seen it for themselves. Poor boar. It has to suffer secondary damage. It really is a pig crashing into a tree, and the little one crashing into the pig. Peppa, you guys are so mean. Why are you eating my daddy pig? Su Yang's archery is truly divine. One shot actually hit the boar's eye precisely. I have to admire Su's marksmanship. He is truly skilled, never missing a shot. Su Yang knew that if he hit other parts, it wouldn't be fatal immediately, but the eye is different. He's a god of archery. I would call Su the strongest. Our man is so amazing. Su's first wife. Don't call him that, I'm the real one. While sympathizing with Peppa the boar, the viewers in the live stream were once again shocked by Su Yang's archery. Su Yang was at quite a distance from the boar just now, yet he was able to accurately hit the boar's eye and kill it in one shot. To be honest, even some archery champions might not be able to pull off such a feat. Wow. The little one was still making blustering noises, biting frantically at the boar's neck. It kept pulling backward with its claws, but the boar didn't move an inch. Alright little one, don't embarrass yourself any further. Su Yang couldn't bear to watch anymore. The little one looked quite funny, and even had a touch of silly cuteness. The little one had no choice but to let go with regret and return to Su Yang's side. It even had a very human-like aggrieved expression on its face. The boar was clearly on its last breath. Its stomach was moving slightly. It hadn't gone cold yet. Joji, take out the bamboo tubes. Su Yang said to Joji. In wilderness survival, no edible food can be wasted, unless it is food that would bring harm to the body. Wild boar blood can be made into blood cakes and is completely edible, with good taste and nutrition. For such a large boar, weighing an estimated 100 pounds, it would be a shame to waste the blood. Oh, okay. Joji nodded quickly and handed 2 bamboo tubes to Su Yang. These were the tubes they used to carry water when they came. But the water in both tubes had already been finished. Daimai watched from the side, not disturbing Su Yang. Su Yang crouched in front of the boar, using his knife with sharp, decisive, and precise movements. The boar's neck began to bleed profusely. Soon, Su Yang had filled 2 large bamboo tubes. There was still some blood trickling out, but Su Yang didn't intend to take any more, because they had a total of 3 tubes, and one was still filled with water. The walk back would be physically demanding, so they needed to stay hydrated. The little one ran over to lick it up, as if it were enjoying some sort of delicious beverage. Since Joji and Daimai were girls, such a scene was naturally a bit too bloody for them. Su Yang is a real beast. Even his pig-killing technique is so awesome. Truth be told, I wouldn't have the guts. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'm this old, and I still don't dare to even kill a chicken. Quietly +1. Quietly +2. At first I thought Su Yang was just a pretty boy, but this is the real master. Nom, nom. The little guy was licking it up as if it were a delicious treat. Sister Zhou and Daimei, standing on the side, felt a bit uneasy. However, they also understood that although the little one looked young and acted as gentle as a puppy in front of Su Yang, it was still a wild beast after all, and the scent of blood held an irresistible temptation for its kind. Alright, store this blood away for now. We can make some blood cakes when we get back. Su Yang handed the 2 bamboo tubes to Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou quickly replaced the stoppers and tucked them into her basket. This wild boar is huge, at least 100 pounds. How are we supposed to carry it back to the shelter? Daimei looked at the massive boar, feeling a bit troubled. She and Sister Zhou were just 2 women, so they really didn't have much physical strength. Although Su Yang was a man, looking at his build, he probably wouldn't be able to carry something this heavy either. More importantly, the trails in the wilderness were rugged and treacherous, making walking extremely difficult. If they also had to carry over 100 pounds of weight, it would be even tougher. Daimei, you take the basket, and Su Yang and I will carry the boar back. Sister Zhou took off the basket from her back and handed it directly to Daimei. Then, she looked at Su Yang with a determined expression. She knew Su Yang was very strong, so carrying over 100 pounds wasn't a difficult task for him. The bamboo they had been carrying over the past few days certainly weighed more than this boar. But back then, it was only a half-hour journey. Now, getting back to the shelter would take at least 2 hours. Even with Su Yang's strength, he would definitely be exhausted by then. She absolutely wouldn't allow that to happen, and she couldn't let Su Yang bear the burden alone. She had always felt that since this was a survival mission for 3 people, they shouldn't leave all the work to Su Yang. Actually, I can carry it alone, you don't have to help me. Seeing the determined look on Sister Zhou's face, Su Yang knew she had made up her mind to help him. He then said with a resigned smile, in fact, on such rugged terrain, it was easier for 1 person to carry it than for 2 people to lift it. No way. It's such a heavy thing, I can't let you carry it alone while we walk empty-handed, Sister Zhou said with an even firmer tone. In fact, every time Su Yang took the initiative to do the heavy lifting, she felt guilty. Yet every time, Su Yang would comfort her, telling her not to have any psychological burden or guilt. But this time, she had to help. Alright then. Looking at the determined Sister Zhou, Su Yang knew he couldn't talk her out of it this time. After nodding, he went nearby to find some vines and a sturdy branch about 2 meters long. He then tied the boar's 4 hooves to the branch. However, he left a longer section for Sister Zhou, taking only a third for himself. Let's go. But if you can't carry it anymore, just let me know. You should know my strength better than anyone. A little thing like this is nothing to me, Su Yang said with a gentle tone. Sister Zhou nodded. She then lifted one end, and her entire body dipped slightly under the weight. However, her expression remained firm. Just like that, walking and resting, it took them a full 2.5 hours to return to the shelter. Su Yang couldn't help but admire Sister Zhou's persistence. Although she was sweating profusely, stumbling along the way, and constantly switching shoulders, she didn't utter a word and kept carrying it until they reached the shelter. She was drenched in sweat now, and her clothes were soaked through. On the way, Daimei had offered to take over for Sister Joe several times, but she was refused every time. Clearly, she was still stubborn and competitive. However, she would have to bear the consequences herself. Both her shoulders were left with deep, bloody marks. Despite the pain, Sister Joe felt a sense of relief and achievement she had never experienced before. This time, she had finally truly helped Su Yang, and together they had brought the boar back. Go rest at the shelter for a while. Leave the rest of the work to me and Daimei. Seeing the exhausted Sister Joe, Su Yang comforted her softly. The next task was to process the wild boar. This was also quite a troublesome job. However, with 3 or 4 hours left before dark, there was enough time to handle it. Alright then. Sister Joe nodded obediently this time. There was no other choice. Her shoulders were aching incredibly, and her arms felt so sore she could barely lift them. Her legs felt as heavy as lead. It is just like racing or playing basketball. While in the game, you can push through the pain, but once it's over, the real exhaustion truly sets in. Daimei, your next job is to crush all the soap locust and soapberry pulp. Then, boil it in the big iron pot until it becomes thick, but be careful not to let it burn. After straining out the waste, repeat the process. Your task for today is to boil a full bamboo tube of shampoo, Su Yang said, briefly assigning the task to Daimei. Although they had taken Daimei in, she wasn't a guest. She could only be considered their current partner. Therefore, she also had to share in all the work. Okay, leave it to me. Daimei nodded firmly. Looking at the frail Sister Joe, she actually felt quite bad. She would definitely complete such an easy task. Alright, I'm going to process the boar now. After assigning the tasks, Su Yang carried the boar to the creek to start working on it. A wild boar is very different from a wild rabbit. The boar's body contains a large amount of blood, even though they had already drained 2 bamboo tubes. That was far from enough to drain all the blood from its body. The scent of blood would attract large wild animals, so for safety reasons, he had to wash it by the river, letting all the blood flow away with the creek water. According to the standard procedure, one should scald the boar with boiling water to remove all the hair. But that was far too troublesome. They only had 1 iron pot, and if they used it to boil water to scald the hair, they wouldn't have enough time. So, he decided to just remove the skin along with the hair entirely. This method was much simpler and faster. Anyway, out here in the wilderness, they didn't have the means to scrape every single hair off. Time slipped away minute by minute, and the sun began to slowly set in the west. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Daimei had been constantly boiling, straining, and reboiling the soap locust and soapberry, repeating the process 4 or 5 times. The weather was already a bit hot, and she was dripping with sweat too. But at last, the shampoo was ready, and the bamboo tube was filled. Su Yang's work had also reached the final stages. The large cuts of meat were mostly processed. All that remained were the internal organs. Although many people might not be able to accept eating internal organs, these were actually quite a delicacy, even tastier than lean meat. After finishing her own work, Daimei took the initiative to come and help. Sister Joe had also rested enough. Su Yang, what should we do next? We here to help. Sister Joe and Daimei asked. Processing such a large wild boar would likely take them an entire day if they had to do it alone. However, they could still help with some of the smaller, trivial tasks. Help me split some bamboo strips, and then build a simple drying rack, Su Yang said without hesitation. After all, he was only one person, and he wouldn't be able to process all the meat tonight on his own. There was at least 70 pounds of pork. He had to find a way to preserve it properly. Otherwise, in such hot daytime weather, it would spoil very quickly. Yeah, sounds good. They both nodded in agreement, and then Joji went to split bamboo strips while Daimei went to prepare the roasting rack. These tasks were fairly simple, so they were finished quickly. After another half hour of work, Su Yang finally finished processing all the wild boar meat and organs. Joji also brought over all the bamboo strips she had split. Su Yang, are you going to weave something? Joji asked. She knew that Su Yang's weaving skills were incredible. The things he made out of bamboo strips were even more refined than some of the items bought in shops. Yeah, I'm planning to weave a small basket to put some of the leftover organs in, then place it in the water to keep them cool. Su Yang nodded and said seriously, in this kind of climate and environment, meat spoils very easily, making it impossible to store for a long time. The organs, in particular, are even more prone to spoilage. The water in the mountain stream is flowing, so the temperature is usually quite low. Although putting them in water won't keep them fresh for a very long time, it is still better. But it should be fine to keep them for a day or two. Looks like in a couple of days, I really need to learn how to weave from you. That way, all these tedious little chores can be left to me. Joji smiled and said to Su-yang. There were some things she truly couldn't do, like the skilled work of setting traps or the technical labor of building shelters. But she could certainly learn to weave simple baskets and fish traps. This way, she could help share some of the workload for Su-yang. Sure thing, I'll teach you when I have some free time. But don't think you're off the hook just yet. Go ahead and take those organs to boil them. That'll be our dinner for tonight. Su-yang said to Joji with a faint smile. You got it, Joji replied playfully. Working was the only way she could feel her own value and sense of presence. Su-yang also started weaving the bamboo basket quickly. For him, a small bamboo basket took about 10 minutes to finish. Then, he wrapped the remaining organs in banana leaves and stuffed them all into the basket. Finally, he placed it into a shallow pit in the stream. The effect naturally couldn't compare to a refrigerator, but at the very least, it could help keep things cool and slightly extend the shelf life of the organs. After finishing all that, Daimei had also finished setting up the roasting rack. She then helped Su-yang put all the remaining pork onto the roasting rack. This pork would completely spoil in at most 2 days, and they would have to throw it away by then. The only way to deal with it now was to use smoke to turn it all into smoked meat. This would also extend its shelf life. However, it wouldn't be easy to smoke such a large amount of meat. It was estimated to take a long time. I'm afraid there won't be much sleep to be had tonight. Once all the pork is on the rack, the fire below must not have large flames. Because if it does, the meat will just get charred. You need to add a lot of damp or fresh plants to the fire. It must be done with smoke, not by grilling it with fire. Su-yang went to find some more firewood and lit the floor stove. An hour later, the island was completely enveloped in darkness. Looking up, one could only see sparse starlight. Fortunately, they still had the fire and some extra candles, so they wouldn't be left in complete darkness. And the fresh organs were also fully boiled. For the three of them who had been hungry all day, although the meat might have been a bit gamey, it was an absolute delicacy with a dash of salt. Then, the three of them began to devour their meal, and little one was not being modest at all. Besides cooked organs, Su-yang also prepared some chopped raw meat for it. After all, little one is a real beast, and it shouldn't just eat cooked meat all the time, or it might lose its wild instincts. This was something Su-yang didn't want to see. My goodness, I'm so incredibly envious of God Su's life. Truly envious, with endless meat to eat and beautiful women by his side. You guys can keep the beauties. I'm taking Brother Su and little one away first. This isn't wilderness survival. This is the life I dream of. Is this what the life of a god is like? I'm curious, how will the three of them sleep today? A real human stack? Same question here. Plus 186. God Su, young man, you must protect your waist when you're out alone. There were more and more viewers in the live stream at this time, because most office workers had already returned home and finished dinner by now. So many were watching the live stream to pass the time. And their second live stream channel, after the heavy promotion by Shark Platform, naturally became the first choice for many. The number of viewers even broke through 11 million. In just 9 days, the amount in tips had exceeded 2 million. It goes to show that these folks who eat instant noodles are quite generous with their spending. Once full, Su-yang let Joji and Daimei go to sleep first. He still had to keep an eye on the smoked meat. Time passed, and Su-yang poked at the fire with a stick, bored. Then he looked up and counted the stars absent-mindedly. With such boredom, sleepiness naturally began to grow. Fortunately, the fire under the roasting rack was starting to die down too. Yawn? Time to rest. He stood up, yawned, and stretched. Then Su-yang walked directly into the shelter. It was originally a double bed, but now with 3 people, it naturally seemed a bit narrow. However, both women had left a spot for Su-yang, seeing that both of them were already sound asleep. Su-yang didn't light a candle, as that might wake them up. They had been tired all day, and getting a good night's sleep wasn't easy. Su-yang could only tiptoe over to the edge of the bed, and then he lay down. Although men and women are different, and sharing a room might be a little inappropriate, but he would absolutely not sleep on the ground or outside. That was definitely out of the question. The moment Su-yang lay down, Daimei suddenly turned over. Therefore, being unable to dodge in time, Su-yang's arm bumped right into Daimei's chest. Ah! With a groan, Daimei clearly felt the pain. Su-yang was also stunned for a moment. You couldn't tell just by looking, but Daimei's assets are actually fuller than Joji's. However, Su-yang's reaction was quite fast. He lowered his voice and said, "I'm so sorry, Daimei. My arm just bumped into your head. It felt so hard. Su Yang. God, I really am the wittiest guy on this whole island. Dai Mei almost cursed out loud, but when the first word came out, she swallowed the rest of the sentence back down. In the middle of the night, she didn't want to wake up the sleeping Joji. She could only curse in her heart. Damn it, that was my chest. Who the hell is hard? You wouldn't even be able to get hard if you wanted to. Although she was furious inside, she still whispered, "It's fine, go to sleep." I have to admit, that feeling of hitting an elbow just now was actually quite nice. But he had used up a lot of energy today, so Su Yang soon drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, there was a constant chirping alarm ringing all around him. Mean? Just as he was about to get up, Su Yang felt like he was tangled up by something. He looked down and saw an arm and a leg draped over him in a very bold manner. At that moment, he could clearly feel something soft pressing against his back. Does this girl have this kind of habit at night? Su Yang carefully moved Dai Mei's arm and leg aside and sat up, thinking to himself. You know, most girls are quite quiet when they sleep. When Joji sleeps, she barely moves at all throughout the night. Who would have thought Dai Mei's sleeping posture would be so uninhibited? I guess she's just used to cuddling with something else when she sleeps at night. After that, Su Yang went to freshen up. The shampoo he made yesterday actually works quite well for washing hands and face, completely removing all the grease. After washing up, he felt completely refreshed. Even though he washed his face every morning these past few days, it always felt a bit oily afterwards. Today, it feels completely different. The shampoo he brewed yesterday is truly useful. Then he found some charcoal to clean his teeth simply. He plucked some hog bristles yesterday, and his plan was to make a few toothbrushes with them in a couple of days. Surviving in the wild, life definitely isn't that particular. Having a toothbrush is a luxury, no one cares what it is actually made of. As long as it's not bird feathers, it's fine. After he finished washing up, Dai Mei and Joji finally woke up. Joji was limping as she walked, looking just like someone who had been thoroughly exhausted the night before. But Su Yang knew exactly what that feeling was. After not having intense exercise for a long time, the soreness you feel the next day after a strenuous workout is truly indescribable. And when the viewers in the live stream saw Joji limping, they all got excited. My god, Su Shen is mighty. Did he really leave Joji in this state? Handling two at once, and still having the upper hand, Su Shen is truly a legend. Joji usually talks a big game, but it looks like she can't take much after all. It's mainly because Su Shen is just too powerful. Can you guys keep your minds clean? This is clearly just the result of yesterday's intense exercise leading to muscle soreness today. Yeah, we didn't argue otherwise. It's just the intense exercise last night that has Joji limping now. Making me watch this first thing in the morning? No, I need another round to refresh my mind. Some of the lewd fans in the live stream started making jokes as soon as they saw the limping Joji. Only Joji can truly understand that particular kind of soreness. And the way Dai Mei looked at Su Yang had changed to some extent. After all, the two of them did have some intimate contact last night. Su Yang, did you touch my head last night? Dai Mei walked up to Su Yang and asked with a mischievous smile. She already knew the answer in her heart. This question was just her asking something she already knew. Actually, she really wanted to ask how the elbow sensation was last night, but she was too embarrassed to ask that out loud. I'm not sure if you're talking about the one on top, or the one on the left or the right, Su Yang asked jokingly. His eyes also drifted to the chest area that Dai Mei had wrapped up in her windbreaker. I knew it. You were putting on quite a show last night. It's a pity you didn't study acting with talent like that, Dai Mei smiled and continued. She knew Su Yang was fully aware of exactly where he touched her last night. He was just playing dumb. From his expression now, she could be certain that this guy is also a pervert. I'm afraid that if I actually went to study acting, those pretty boy stars wouldn't be able to keep their jobs. But speaking of which, could you not be so uninhibited in your sleeping posture at night? You were clamping onto me so hard that my waist hurts now, Su Yang said to Dai Mei with a playful look on his face. This girl must have had her arm and leg draped over him all night. She was like an octopus. He did feel a bit of soreness in his waist after getting up this morning. Young man, if that's the case, it sounds like your waist isn't doing so well. Dai Mei smiled mysteriously and went to the creek to freshen up. When masters trade moves, every strike is lethal. A contest between two master drivers. Absolutely fascinating. I'm curious, what actually happened last night? Did it happen or not? The tone implies it happened, but looking at them, it probably didn't. Chinese culture is truly profound. Although the two were speaking in low voices, the viewers in the live stream could hear them clearly. because the quality of the unmanned drone cameras was just too good. After the three of them finished washing, Joji also washed her bra. Although it's more breathable without it, she wasn't quite used to it. Besides, it really does make her look like she's sagging. After washing, the three cooked some wild vegetables and pork. They had a simple breakfast. Suyang continued to smoke the wild pork. He had to get all the pork smoked today so it could be preserved for a long time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Chef Huang and Li Tai, the first group on the island, were also living quite comfortably. They had built a shelter that was more than enough to keep out the wind and rain, and there was a string of smoked bamboo shoots and meat hanging under their eaves. At this point, Chef Huang and Li Tai had finished washing up and had breakfast. Brother Tai, it seems like we two are living the best out of everyone. A steady water supply, a shelter that shields us from wind and rain, and endless food. I guess the other groups are still worrying about food. Ha ha ha. After Chef Huang said that, he couldn't help but laugh. A very iconic laugh. He hadn't expected them to be so lucky this time. Not long after getting on the island, they found a perfect spot to build a shelter. And there was a water source right next to it. More importantly, this area had plenty of bamboo rats. As a retired Special Forces soldier, Li Tai's archery skills were excellent. So, the food problem was easily solved by them. That's right, Chef Huang. We're very lucky. The area we chose has plenty of prey. I guess the other groups aren't this fortunate. If my calculations are correct, I think we can make it to the end. Li Tai also said with great confidence. As a retired Special Forces soldier, he didn't give up training after leaving the service. So his body had always been in peak condition. Relying on his abilities, along with Chef Huang's intellect and survival experience, even if they couldn't last 300 days, they would definitely be the last group to leave the island. Then they would win the huge prize money. And Chef Huang promised him that if they could make it to the end, he would take 60% of the prize and Chef Huang would only take 40%. This made him very touched. Perhaps 10% of the prize money wasn't much to Chef Huang, but to him, it was a very significant amount. So no matter what, he was going to make it to the end with Chef Huang. After eating and drinking his fill, Chef Huang started showing off his intellect and prediction skills. Let me make a calculation. We are the first group. The second group is the shark platform streamer Zhou Ai, and her partner is someone named Su Yang. I have a deep impression of that Su Yang, because he looks a lot like my little brother Axing, you know, Little Sheep, right? Both are handsome guys. But handsome is as handsome does. At his age, he probably doesn't have much survival experience. Those two shouldn't be able to last very long. As for the third group, it's the Huahua group. Zhang Li, who is with him, seems to have decent skills, but Huahua himself has no wilderness survival experience, and he has lived in a relatively comfortable environment since childhood, so he probably won't be able to last long in this terrible environment. The fourth team is a combination of two streamers from the Shark platform. Looking at how polished and well-dressed they are, I don't think they're the type of contestants who can survive in the wilderness. As for Ji Kun and his fan in the fifth team, I reckon they're in trouble too. Wang the chef really has an incredible memory, as he has committed most of the contestants to heart. And after analyzing things, she feels that there's a very high chance she and Li Ti will be the ones to make it to the very end. Yeah, so we have a great chance of winning in the end. Li Tai is listening with an excited look on his face. If he can get his hands on that 1 billion prize money, he won't have to worry about a thing for the rest of his life. However, the mood in the first livestream room is a bit different right now. A massive online reality check is happening right now. Godsu and Joji are doing way better than you guys. Teacher Huang, you probably don't realize just how amazing Godsu is. Exactly, there's no denying that Brother Tai's archery is impressive, but he's not even in the same league as Godsu. And in terms of raw strength, Godsu seems to completely crush Brother Tai too. He even shot down a wild boar yesterday, it's just ridiculous. That's true, I've been switching back and forth between the first and second livestream rooms, and Suyang is indeed incredibly talented. But Teacher Huang's memory is also absurdly good. He actually managed to remember so many contestants. You bet he did. He isn't called the old fox for nothing. My guess is that Suyang and Joji will end up taking first place, and Teacher Huang's team will take second. Looking at the current situation, that is indeed a very high possibility. Based on the current state of the live streams, it's true that the first and second rooms are living the best. These two groups have completely met their basic survival needs. Some other groups are still struggling to scrape by, and they don't even have a stable source of food. If things keep going this way, they won't be able to escape the fate of being eliminated. As for the ninth team, it's the one with the celebrity Zhang Xiaoxiao. This guy has been very active in the entertainment industry in recent years. 4 words perfectly describe his image in the eyes of netizens: notoriously infamous. Although Hua Fawang is disliked by many netizens and his singing style is quite unique and hard for many to accept, he is, after all, a singer with a fairly large fan base. This is proof enough that he has been quite successful in his own field. But Zhang Xiaoxiao is completely different. It seems like this guy has no real skills at all. He can't dance or sing, his hosting is awful, and he has a sharp, nasty tongue. He's just absolutely useless. But there's nothing to be done. The capital backing him must be quite powerful. That's why he manages to do quite well in the entertainment industry. In the last year or two, he's also been constantly appearing on various variety shows. He doesn't seem to take the netizens' insults to heart at all. In fact, he completely scorns them. Anyway, the online hate only brings him more traffic, and it won't affect his income. If I had to comment on Zhang Xiaoxiao in one sentence, it would be that he clearly could have made people sick just by relying on his face, but he chooses to rely on his talent instead. His partner this time is a recently retired combat athlete, Niu Zhuangxi. Brother Niu, we've been eating wild vegetables for 4 or 5 days in a row now. Can we have some meat today? It's all up to you. Zhang Xiaoxiao said to Niu Zhuangxi, who was standing nearby. They only managed to catch a few fish in the first few days of arriving on the island. For the past few days, they've been living solely on wild vegetables. They've been eating so much of it that their faces are starting to look a bit green. It's not as simple as you make it sound. Do you think I don't want to eat meat? Look at how hungry I am, Niu Zhuangxi replied bluntly. This guy whines and nags all day long about every little trivial thing. It's just as annoying as dealing with a fussy woman. No wonder so many people on the internet hate him. There's definitely a reason for it. So, you have to make sure all the traps are set up today, that way we can finally eat some meat. You have all those muscles? They should be good for something, right? Zhang Xiaoxiao said with a look of exhaustion. If they don't get some protein soon, they might have to consider quitting. If it weren't for the incredibly tempting $1 billion prize, he wouldn't be here suffering. Hey, tell me, since we can't find any meat, maybe others have managed to find some. Why do we have to find it ourselves? Wouldn't it be much faster to just take it from them? Niu Zhuangxi seemed to have a sudden realization. He pondered for a moment before saying this to Zhang Xiaoxiao. With his combat skills, wouldn't taking stuff in this place be a piece of cake? Huh? What you're saying actually makes a lot of sense. That way, your professional background and these muscles of yours can finally be put to good use. And we won't have to go through the trouble of hunting. We'll just take what's already there. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. How could such a clever guy like himself have not thought of this before? The show didn't strictly forbid contestants from stealing food from one another. Survival is survival. That means using any means necessary. As long as we don't hurt the other contestants, taking a little bit of their food shouldn't be too much, right? Alright, let's do it. The two of them were birds of a feather, and they hit it off immediately. Since they couldn't find any food themselves, they just go and take it. Although this desert island is large, there are a full 100 teams of contestants on it. As long as they look carefully, they're bound to find other contestants. Each team of contestants has their own ideas and survival tactics. As for Su Yang and his team, they have already finished breakfast. Zhou Ji feels that her strength has returned a bit, and her legs aren't as sore as they were when she first woke up. After 2 more hours of smoking, the pork is just about ready. If stored like this, it should be able to last for a long time. At least until the 3 of them finish all this pork. You two go ahead and tidy up a bit, we're going to check the fishing traps today. Once we've prepared more food, I'll start working on upgrading the shelter in a few days. The weather is getting colder at night. I expect in about a month, our current shelter won't be enough. After smoking all the meat, Su Yang spoke to the 2 of them. Taking advantage of the decent weather lately, they need to store as much food as possible. Because in a few days, Su Yang intends to build a shelter that's better at keeping the warmth in. At that time, there definitely won't be time to go hunting, so they'll have to rely on the stored food to get by. Yeah, sounds good. Zhou Ji and Daimei nodded quickly, and then the 2 of them skillfully put their carrying baskets on their backs. Su Yang also picked up his bow and arrow and machete. These are essential items to carry when going out, because in the wild, danger can strike at any moment. This time, relying on his memory, Su Yang decided to try a different path in the general direction to find the Blue Lake where he had set traps earlier. Because they had already taken the path along the creek twice, there weren't many survival resources left there that they could utilize. So they had to choose a different route to explore. And so, after the 3 of them had walked for a long distance, They finally arrived at a place with sparse vegetation and plenty of sunlight. Below them was a rather swift-moving stream. On both banks, there were some thick, sturdy trees. Su-yang, look, there are so many coconuts over there. At this moment, Joji suddenly said to Su-yang. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. They had been drinking only water recently, so seeing coconuts naturally made them quite excited. Finally, they could improve their palate a little bit. Su-yang looked up, and a smile appeared on his face immediately. Because those weren't coconut trees at all, but an oil palm tree. So many coconuts! What a shame they are too high. We can't climb up there, right? Daimei was also quite excited. However, they were quickly brought back to reality. The height of the tree in front of them was at least 7 or 8 meters. Trying to climb up to pick the fruit was almost impossible and far too dangerous. This isn't a coconut tree. It's a genuine oil palm tree. The fruits you see right now aren't coconuts either, but the fruit of an oil palm, Su-yang explained. The fruit of an oil palm does look a bit like a coconut, which is why it's also called an oil coconut. Finding an oil palm here is much more exciting than finding a coconut tree. Coconut water from a coconut tree can only quench your thirst temporarily. But an oil palm can be used to extract a large amount of palm oil. Its yield is extremely high, at least 5 to 10 times higher than that of peanuts or soybeans. Oil palm tree? Is that where palm oil is extracted from? Sister Zhou asked immediately, filled with curiosity. Although she hadn't heard much about oil palm trees, she was certainly familiar with palm oil. This kind of edible vegetable oil is quite common in supermarkets nowadays. And in some African countries, 90% of the oil used is this type of palm oil. Yeah, so we've struck gold this time. With such a large oil palm tree, we can extract quite a bit of palm oil, Su-yang replied, nodding. They had been eating animal fat all this time. He had even gone out of his way to save all the fat from the wild boar. But wild boars are different from domestic pigs. They have much less body fat. Once rendered, the animal fat would likely run out very soon. Finding an oil palm tree like this is a fantastic stroke of luck. That is amazing. If we can extract palm oil, maybe in a few days we can have some delicious fried eggs for breakfast. Sister Zhou and Daimei were both looking excited. Although in wilderness survival, one shouldn't have too many extravagant expectations. Being able to have a stable food source is already a very lucky thing. But if there were oil to cook with, the taste of the food would be greatly improved. However, the only problem now is that the tree is so tall, it's very difficult for them to get the fruit down. What do we do now? This tree looks like it is at least 7 or 8 meters tall, and it is growing on such a steep slope, it would be extremely dangerous to climb. Despite the excitement, the two were feeling a bit troubled. Climbing the tree would obviously be too dangerous. Naturally, they didn't want Su-yang to take that risk. It is quite simple, just chop it down. Su-yang was decisive and swift. After saying that, he picked up the machete and walked directly to the oil palm tree. Without a word, he started chopping. A few forceful swings later, a large notch had been cut. The density of the oil palm trunk is much lower than other trees, so it looked very easy. 2 minutes later, the oil palm tree could hold on no longer and came crashing down. This is why Su-yang chose the machete in the first place. If he had chosen a multi-purpose pocket knife, chopping down such a large tree would not have been easy. There, isn't that done? Su-yang shrugged and said to them, looking completely relaxed. Sister Zhou and Daimei watched, completely dumbfounded. They had been thinking about how to climb the tree the whole time. It had never occurred to them to just chop the tree down. While such behavior might be a bit violent, it was clearly very effective. So violent, I am liking Su-yang more and more. Daimei rested her chin on her hand, showing a lovesick expression. Hey, your drool is hitting the ground, hurry up and wipe it off, Sister Zhou said, looking at Daimei with disdain. This was actually something Su-yang had said to her before. Now she finally understood how silly she looked back then when she was acting all lovesick. Afterward, the two walked to the oil palm fruit, and with a few more swings, they chopped all the fruit off. It was clear that they definitely couldn't carry all this fruit back in one trip. So it would have to be done in 2 or 3 trips. And it looked like checking the traps today would have to be put on hold for a while. The value of these oil palm fruits was far beyond that of a few fish. Besides, the traps might not even have any catch. It took over 2 hours. Su-yang and the others finally brought all the oil palm fruits to the shelter. Su-yang, how do we process this stuff now? Sister Zhou asked. Although they now knew that vegetable oil could be extracted from this, they had no idea what the specific steps were. The two of them had no idea about the specific procedures. First, take off all the nuts from the fruit, then boil them in water. After they've been boiled enough, You can crack all the nuts open, remove the kernels, and then you can start pressing them, Su Yang explained simply. Su Yang introduced it briefly. Although he hadn't done it himself before, he had seen videos of Africans extracting palm oil using this exact method. Okay, let's start doing it right away. Sister Joe and Daimei immediately started working. The plan to go to the lake to check the traps today didn't seem very realistic. So Su Yang picked up his bow and arrows, put his backpack on, and prepared to check the traps he had set up a few days ago for pheasants and hares. Little Guy naturally followed, right behind Su Yang happily. Half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at the trap location. 3 traps had been triggered today, and next to the traps, Su Yang also saw a lot of hare and pheasant fur. However, there was no sign of prey at any of the 3 traps. What's going on? Looking at the signs of struggle and the fur on the ground, they must have caught some hares and pheasants. Did they manage to escape? Su Yang was puzzled. But he soon discovered that the rope trap for the hares had been snapped by brute force. That shouldn't happen. Given the strength of a pheasant, it would be impossible for them to snap these ropes made of woven tree bark. And the chance of a hare, hit by a stone slab, escaping should be very small. At this moment, he was at a total loss. If it were only one trap where the prey escaped, it might be understandable, because on the second day of setting the traps, 1 rabbit did indeed escape. But now, all 3 traps were triggered, and judging from the struggle marks on the ground, they had definitely caught prey. Yet how could they have all escaped? Little Guy was also constantly sniffing around on the ground, seemingly looking for some clues. Could it be that there are other predators in this area? This thought immediately crossed Su Yang's mind. If there were other wild animals, then it would be completely understandable that his prey was stolen. But this suspicion was quickly dismissed by him. They had been living here for 10 days, and they hadn't found any tracks of any carnivores. Moreover, the pheasants and hares caught in previous days hadn't had any issues. Now there is another possibility. Perhaps there really is a carnivore here. It just arrived in this area not long ago. All of this, naturally, was just Su Yang's conjecture. Wah wah! Just then, Little Guy, who had been searching for scents, suddenly raised its head and barked at Su Yang twice. Are you saying you found our prey? Su Yang asked. By now, he could fully understand what Little Guy's barks were expressing. Little Guy nodded in a very human-like way. Holy cow! This Little Guy has really gained intelligence. It actually nodded at Su Yang? Is this your first day in this live stream? Little Guy was already nodding days ago, okay? I seriously suspect that this little thing's IQ is higher than mine. It must have eaten some sort of magic elixir. Isn't it said that animals aren't allowed to become sentient after the founding of the nation? What the heck is this thing? If my husky had half the intelligence of Little Guy, I would be satisfied. Looking at Little Guy's performance, and then looking at my husky that only knows how to destroy the house, I just want to go crazy. For the situation above, I suggest setting up the pot and heating the oil directly. The communication between Su Yang and Little Guy once again left the audience in the live stream stunned, especially some of the viewers who had just joined the stream. They simply felt like Little Guy had become sentient. Looking at the two of them, it was clear that they could communicate without any obstacles. Is this what a wild leopard is supposed to be like? Obviously not. Come on, little one, let's go over and take a look. Su Yang said to Little One. As soon as Su Yang gave the order, Little One zipped off and took the lead. Its speed was ridiculously fast, certainly not what you would expect from a leopard that small. Su Yang was also moving exceptionally fast, keeping up with Little One without falling behind at all. And he stayed right on its heels. This wasn't even his full speed. After all, he was live streaming, and if he showed something too outrageous, the viewers might be impressed, but if he appeared too abnormal, it was very likely he would be caught, dissected, and studied. Su Yang definitely did not want that to happen. After following Little One for 5 or 6 minutes, it finally came to a stop. Then it looked ahead. Su Yang walked up quickly and saw a pool of blood and a rabbit pelt that had been completely picked clean. A few steps further, he found a pile of chicken feathers. Looking at the scene before him, Su Yang frowned slightly. It looks like my guess was right. A predator has appeared in this area. And to eat a rabbit and a wild chicken this cleanly, without even leaving the bones, means it is not just some small predator, Su Yang muttered to himself. If it were a small carnivore like a fox, it wouldn't be able to pick a rabbit that clean. This was not good news for him. Although Su Yang now possesses strength and speed far beyond that of an ordinary person, and if some large predators were roaming this area, it would also pose a great threat to them. First and foremost, the safety of Dai Mei and Joji would no longer be guaranteed. And if it were a large beast, even Su Yang would have to take a detour if he ran into one. Little one, do you know what it was that ate our prey? Su Yang looked at Little One and asked. Little One just shook its head. Clearly, it didn't know what animal had eaten their prey either. But that was normal. After all, when he first found Little One, it was probably less than a month old. If it had run into these predators, it likely would have ended up as their meal. What could it be? Could it be an adult leopard? Su Yang rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. That is indeed a possibility. An adult leopard could certainly devour a chicken and a rabbit without leaving even the bones behind. And he knew there must be adult leopards on this island when Little One first appeared, because Little One couldn't have been placed on this island by the show's staff. But for now, everything is just his speculation. Let's continue to explore further ahead. After thinking for a moment, Su Yang decided to check the surrounding area. The appearance of this predator had already affected their safety. Su Yang felt he wouldn't be able to sleep well if he didn't find out what animal it was. And if they didn't deal with it, it would cause a lot of trouble for their survival efforts going forward. The presence of a wild predator would scare away the other game in the area. If that happened, catching rabbits and chickens would become much more difficult. Chi-Chi. Little One nodded quickly. The two of them began to explore cautiously. After all, if a leopard suddenly jumped out of the grass, Su Yang didn't have absolute confidence that he could take it down. However, they searched for nearly 2 hours and found no traces of any wild animals. Along the way, Su Yang did manage to shoot 3 birds. Although they weren't as big as wild chickens, every little bit helps. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon by the time they returned to the shelter. Joji and Dai Mei had been working the whole time, and they had nearly finished extracting the kernels from over a dozen oil palm fruits. The next step was to boil them all in batches, because after boiling them, the kernels would be easier to separate from the pits. You're back. Why were you out for so long? Seeing Su Yang return, Joji greeted him with a smile. At the same time, she was a little surprised, as the traps were only half an hour away from their shelter. An hour round trip would have been enough. And if it were just Su Yang and Little One, they would be even faster. But this trip had taken Su Yang nearly 4 hours. Huh? Didn't you catch any wild chickens or rabbits in the traps today? Dai Mei asked curiously. According to Joji, they had caught something almost every time they checked their traps, even though the yield had been decreasing. But to come back empty-handed was a bit strange, wasn't it? And the few pieces of prey Su Yang was holding obviously weren't chickens or rabbits. I have some bad news. There might be some large predators roaming our area. 3 of the traps were triggered and caught prey, but they were eaten by some kind of predator. Little One, and I searched for over an hour, but couldn't find any traces of them, which is why we're back late. Su Yang said to them while putting the things down. What? Large predator? Hearing those words, both of them visibly shivered. Fear appeared on their faces. If there were wild beasts in this area, it meant they were now in danger. If there were truly large predators in the vicinity, they would be seen as prey, just like the chickens and rabbits earlier. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what animal it is yet, but you two don't need to be so afraid. As long as we stay together, even a predator won't easily attack. Su Yang comforted them, seeing the look of terror on their faces. Oh, okay. The two nodded obediently, but the inner fear wasn't so easy to suppress. It wasn't easy to adjust to the transition from hunter to prey. But after looking at the calm expression on Su Yang's face, their anxiety and fear subsided a little. Su Yang always provided a sense of security, especially Joji, who trusted Su Yang even more. Alright, you two keep working on that. I'm going to cut some bamboo and build a fence around our shelter. Since there are large predators around, building a fence has become especially important. It can provide effective protection, and it'll help us sleep more soundly at night. Be careful then. Joji quickly warned him. If there are large wild beasts around, every trip out now carries a certain degree of danger. Yeah, I will. After nodding, Su Yang disappeared into the dense jungle again. Over 2 hours later, Su Yang had made several trips carrying bamboo, vines, and some thorns back and forth. Then he split all the bamboo into thirds. For Su Yang, this kind of work wasn't actually tiring at all. In fact, it was quite easy. So it didn't take long before all the bamboo was cut into roughly equal lengths. The next step was to dig a row of small holes, about 20 centimeters apart around the shelter. Then, by burying a quarter of each bamboo pole into the ground and packing the soil tightly around it, it would become quite stable. Of course, he also had to tie all the bamboo poles together using the vines. This way, the connection between each pole would be even more secure. He also wove the thorns he had gathered in between each piece of bamboo. After finishing all this, while he couldn't say it was foolproof, it was definitely enough to keep many animals at bay. Busy time always passes quickly, and by the time all this was done, it was already around 5 in the afternoon. Zhou hurriedly cooked all the organs that had been soaking in water since yesterday, adding some wild vegetables to the pot. The organs were basically all finished off. Dai Mei also finished separating all the oil palm kernels from the shells. Now it was the final step of extracting the oil. They put the material from the kernels into a thicker bamboo tube and punched some small holes in the bottom. Then they found a slightly thinner bamboo tube to press down from the top. This method was a bit like a noodle pressing machine, but it was actually quite efficient. Since Dai Mei wasn't as strong, Su Yang naturally took over this final step. That way, they would get a higher yield of oil. As for the residue left after filtration, it couldn't be wasted either. These materials were excellent ingredients for making candles and soap, so they were definitely worth keeping. After dinner and finishing all those tasks, it was already 7 or 8 in the evening. The days felt very short, especially now that they had clear goals. Time never seemed to be enough. This was completely different from when they first landed on the island. When they first arrived, every single minute and second felt like a torment for them. But now, the day would pass by in a flash. Sometimes they would look back and realize they hadn't actually done much work at all. After nightfall, the 3 of them didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, they sat by the campfire, enjoying the night view. Since they were approaching the middle of the month, the moon was becoming rounder. It wasn't as pitch black as it had been a few days ago. Time really flies. We have already been here for 10 days without even realizing it. Zhou remarked while gazing at the moonlight. Does it fly? I don't think it's fast at all. It feels like we've been here for months. Dai Mei had a different perspective. It was only after meeting Su Yang and the others that she started to feel like time was moving a bit faster. When she first landed on the island, neither she nor Jisung had any survival experience at all. Being unable to find water or food, combined with the physical and mental stress, quickly caused friction between the two of them. And for those first few days, they survived almost entirely on wild vegetables. Even though it was only a few days, it had been an agonizing experience for her. It could be described as feeling like years. Looking back now, the conflict with Jisung didn't really matter. After all, in that situation with no food or water and no hope in sight, everyone's temper would naturally become irritable. Including herself, her personality had also become prickly. Thank you for taking me in, Dai Mei said to the two of them, suddenly looking very serious. Reflecting on her previous life, she truly owed Su Yang and Zhou her gratitude for taking her in. What are you talking about? Aren't we best buddies anymore? Zhou rolled her eyes dramatically. She clearly didn't want Dai Mei to be so formal. Over the past few days, Dai Mei had helped a lot too, and she hadn't done any less work than the rest of them. One thing is one thing. Good brothers are one thing, but thanks must be given, Dai Mei said with a soft smile on her face. Su Yang looked at Zhou and Dai Mei sitting on either side of him, under the glow of the bonfire and the moonlight. Both of them looked truly beautiful and moving. Many hormones in the human body tend to rise at night. If you put it that way, we should all thank Su Yang, Zhou said while looking at Su Yang. If it weren't for Su Yang, she probably wouldn't have made it this far, and their life definitely wouldn't have been so smooth. Since landing on the island, they hadn't really gone hungry. Yeah, I said before, I could offer myself as a reward. That's how people in ancient times repaid their saviors, right? What do you say, Su Yang? Dai Mei said with a smile, looking at Su Yang playfully. After spending these days together, she knew that Su Yang could take a joke, and this guy's ability to flirt didn't seem to be any weaker than her own. Let's just become sworn siblings instead. After a moment of thought, Su Yang said with a serious expression, My God, are you implying that Zhou and I are ugly? You can't just insult people like that. Put your hand on your heart and tell the truth. Are Zhou and I not pretty? Dai Mei immediately became unhappy. She naturally understood what Su Yang meant, because in most TV shows, if the other person is beautiful, they would accept the offer to be together. If they find the person doesn't match their aesthetic, they would say something like, let's be sworn siblings. Clearly, Su Yang was politely saying that they were ugly, or rather, that he simply wasn't interested in them. This was a huge blow to her ego. Although she and Zhou might not be breathtakingly beautiful, they definitely weren't ugly. And yet, she had been rejected. How hateful. Too hateful. What does that have to do with me? You're the one offering yourself. I didn't say anything like that, Zhou said, chuckling on the side. Every time she saw Daimei get shut down by Su Yang, she felt inexplicably happy. Awoo, awoo. Just as the three were chatting away, suddenly, several low, deep howls shattered the lively atmosphere. Joji and Daimei's bodies shuddered simultaneously. Terror immediately appeared on their faces. What was that sound just now? That howl? Is it a wolf? Joji and Daimei subconsciously leaned closer to Su Yang, then asked, full of fear. Although the howl seemed a bit far away, they were sure it was definitely a wolf. They had seen wolves in the zoo before, and they had heard wolf howls on television, so they could be almost certain that the sound was from a wild wolf. Little One, who was beside them, also stood up in a flash the moment it heard the howl. It ran directly in front of Su Yang. Its expression instantly turned fierce, and a low growl emerged from its throat. Grr. Looking at Little One, it was clear that it wanted to protect Su Yang and the others. It's a wolf pack. So that's it. Are these the wolves that ate my prey earlier today? Su Yang's expression was quite calm, because what happened earlier today had confirmed that predators were present in their area. And now, these wolf howls convinced him that it was this pack that had stolen his catch. He hadn't heard any wolf howls for a while now. That meant this wolf pack must have arrived in this area only recently. Or perhaps they had arrived just today. When an area runs out of prey, wolf packs will choose to migrate within a small range. Awoo. Awoo. The howls continued to rise one after another. Judging from the sounds, it wasn't a lone wolf, but a pack. If it were a single wolf, it would actually be quite easy to deal with. Finding the right moment, Su Yang could end it with a single arrow. But if it was a pack, the situation was quite grim. Even a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. That saying didn't come out of thin air. Even a tiger, the king of beasts, would choose to avoid the chowdo of a wolf pack, because wolves are extremely united and very fierce. They are the kind of beasts that will not give up until they reach their goal. Listen to that howling, it doesn't sound too far from us. What should we do, Su Yang? Sister Zhou asked, looking at Su Yang with a terrified expression. Although she usually acts quite bold and carefree, and shows no fear at all on her live stream. But now they were in the wilderness, and hearing a pack of wolves howling in the middle of the night. It would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. You have to realize that if they ran into a wolf pack, they would very likely be torn apart and eaten. These things are nothing like huskies. In their eyes, humans are just prey too. Don't be so worried. Our fence is quite sturdy. They shouldn't dare to come near here. Su Yang spoke up to comfort her. To be honest, he was actually quite worried himself at this moment, because a pack of wolves and a lone wolf are completely different concepts. No matter how good his archery is or how strong he is, he definitely cannot match the power of a whole pack. It's just that he is the pillar of strength for Sister Zhou and Daimei right now, so he naturally couldn't show any cowardice. If even he acted scared, then Sister Zhou and Daimei would feel even more insecure. Sure enough, seeing how calm Su Yang was, their fear gradually began to subside. Their fence was a full 2 meters high. Those wolves shouldn't be able to get in. Not to mention that with a campfire going, most wild animals wouldn't dare approach. Alright, go inside and get some rest, Su Yang said in a calm tone. He really needed to think of a way to deal with these wolves. If they lingered here for too long, he would have to find a way to take them out. He certainly didn't like the feeling of being treated as prey. Emma, Sister Zhou and Daimei nodded obediently. Su Yang, on the other hand, continued to sit by the fire. Under normal circumstances, there would be no need to keep watch here. But since he heard the wolf howls today, it was better to keep an eye on things outside. God, Su, I know you are amazing. But if it really is a wolf pack, you should just give up early. Exactly. As much as we want you to make it to the end, there's no need to risk your life. The production team went too far. Did they even inspect the island before the show started? How are there even wolves here? Leopards have already appeared, so wolves aren't that surprising. Although I am worried about Su Yang and Sister Zhou, if there's no danger in wilderness survival, it's no different than playing in your own backyard. I want to see God Su show his power and fight the wolf pack alone. In that case, I might as well just get ready for the funeral feast and book the kids' table in advance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chef Huang and Li Ti from the first group naturally heard the wolf howls too, because the distance between their two camps wasn't too far, so they could naturally hear the howling. Right now, Chef Huang and Li Tai were trembling in their shelter. How can there be a pack of wild wolves on this island? This makes the situation really bad. If we want to make it to the end, the danger is going to get worse and worse. Although Li Tai is a retired special forces soldier, he knows how formidable a wolf pack can be. Even more so than the average person. If it were just one wolf, he might be able to find a way to take care of it. But a pack of wolves is something even the king of the beasts wouldn't want to provoke. Once they are spotted by the pack, they will be in grave danger. Fortunately, they could only faintly hear the howls just now, which meant the pack was still quite far from their shelter. What do? Should we withdraw? Our life on the island has just become stable. It would be a real pity to withdraw now. Chef Huang clearly didn't want to quit. The howling was so far away. As long as they stay in this area, the chances of encountering the pack shouldn't be high. Teacher Huang, let's just hold on for a few more days and see how things go. We'll find a way to reinforce our shelter tomorrow, and besides, wild animals are usually afraid of fire. As long as we keep the campfire burning bright, the wolves won't attack us. Li Tai gritted his teeth nearby, clearly not wanting to give up so easily either. If they could make it to the end, they could win hundreds of millions in prize money. That money would be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Plus, Teacher Huang had promised him 60% of the prize money after leaving the island. Alright, let's wait and see. Prepare more firewood tomorrow and keep the fire burning bright, Chef Huang nodded and said. Must say, Chef Huang is quite gutsy. After all, he is a man who has participated in Extreme Challenge. But survival now is much more extreme than Extreme Challenge. Not only are they challenging their physical limits, but they are also testing their psychological ones. The viewers in the livestream also praised the courage of Chef Huang and Li Tai. Just as there are brave ones, there are naturally timid ones. At this moment, the fifth group, Ji-kun and the others, also heard the howling from earlier. They were already curled up in their shelter, shaking in fear. Their faces had turned pale with terror. Under the glow of the campfire, the shaking of Ji-kun and Liu Yang was clearly visible. If they hadn't been holding their legs so tightly, they probably would have wet their pants by now. Liu Yang! That's the sound of wolves, isn't it? Ji-kun swallowed hard and asked with a terrified voice. But his question didn't get an answer, because Liu Yang, who was beside him, was shaking even more violently. She was completely scared silly. After all, she was just a little girl obsessed with celebrity chasing. When had she ever seen this kind of situation? But their life had just started to get better, and if they quit now because of wolf howls, the fans would definitely be disappointed. I don't want to stay here and become wolf food. Whatever happens, I must leave this hellhole immediately. Ji-kun decided in his heart, this is fucking risking my life. Making money from home, pre-releasing a few songs, and milking the fans is much more comfortable than risking my life here. A spark of inspiration flashed as Ji-kun spotted a sharp bamboo strip nearby. Gritting his teeth with a look of heroic resignation, he grabbed the bamboo and gave it a light pull. His middle finger was immediately cut, and blood began to ooze out slowly. Ah, it hurts. I'm dying. Liu Yang, hurry and call the rescue team. I'm injured. The wound is too deep. I need to get to a hospital to get it treated. Clutching his middle finger tightly with a painful look on his face, he made it seem like his life was in danger at any second. Yeah. Okay, Brother Kun, I'll call for help now. Liu Yang understood what he meant. She immediately took out the emergency contact phone to call for rescue. It hurts so much. Ji-kun put on a great performance, his face twisted with pain. A short dozen minutes later, the rescue team found Ji-kun and Liu Yang. What's wrong, Teacher Ji? Are you two withdrawing? Looking at Ji-kun, who was clutching his right hand with a look of agony, the staff asked. The staff members were still very polite. After all, these people had a lot of fans. If they weren't careful, they would be subjected to cyberbullying. My hand was cut by a bamboo shoot earlier. If we delay, it will definitely get infected. Take me to the hospital immediately. Raising his head, Ji-kun said with a pained expression. Yes. Brother Kun is seriously injured. Please take us out of here quickly. Liu Yang also said impatiently. Oh, is that so? Alright then. The staff member took a glance at Ji-kun. He's a pretty good actor, isn't he? To all the family members in the livestream, it's truly unfortunate. We originally had the capital to make it to the end and a stable food source. But now my hand is injured, and it's very serious. I have to go to the hospital for stitches immediately. So I cannot continue? What a shame. But everyone, don't worry. Even if I withdraw from the show, I will recover as soon as possible and return to your site. Ji-kun said sincerely to the drone camera. Teacher Ji, let's leave quickly. If we wait too long and the wound heals before we reach the hospital, that will be troublesome. The staff member said with a serious face. And this remark made Ji-kun's face turn the color of liver instantly. Well, thank you. Ji-kun gritted his teeth as he spoke to the staff member. He wasn't stupid. How could he fail to hear the mockery in the staff member's tone? "You are welcome. This is what we are supposed to do." The staff member didn't seem intimidated and replied with a calm, indifferent expression. He didn't have much love for these shallow internet idols. Especially when they go to such lengths just to quit, it makes people feel truly disgusted. The appearance of a wolf pack on the island is indeed a terrifying thing for many contestants. Even if you want to withdraw from the show, there is absolutely nothing shameful about it. After all, everyone fears wild beasts and values their own life. But resorting to such ridiculous stunts to quit just shows a lack of character. It only makes people dislike them even more. The viewers in the live stream weren't buying it either. How could such clumsy acting fool the sharp-eyed netizens in the chat? Wave after wave of insults poured in, overwhelming the screen. Even some of Ji-kun's diehard fans were instantly swallowed up by the barrage of angry comments. Accompanied by a roaring sound, the fifth group was completely eliminated. The fifth live stream channel was shut down immediately. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Hearing the roar of the speedboat, Soo-young felt no surprise at all. The howling of the wolf pack just now would surely scare many groups into quitting. This was expected. Encountering a wolf pack in the wilderness is inherently terrifying, so it is understandable for them to withdraw. This was the third time he had heard the roar of a speedboat. As time passed, the howling of the wolves faded away. Soo-young returned to his shelter to sleep. Thanks to the fence he built, he slept soundly through the night. Besides, Little One was guarding outside the house the whole time. Although Little One didn't have much offensive power, its senses were extremely sharp. If any wolves approached, Little One would definitely be the first to know. This gave Soo-young a lot of peace of mind. He slept until dawn. Waking up to the sounds of various birds chirping, Soo-young got out of bed. Ding! The host can now check in for the second week. Do you wish to check in? Just as he stepped out of his room, the system's electronic synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Soo-young paused. It had been a long time. This thing hadn't appeared in ages. "You damn system! You finally appeared! I thought you had kicked the bucket," he complained in his heart, clearly annoyed. This guy is definitely not a competent system. Ever since the fifth day check-in, it hadn't shown up once. Soo-young really wanted to ask, "Do you have any idea how I've been surviving all this time? Your author father forgot. What does that have to do with me? If you have the guts, go argue with him." The system's reply was quite arrogant. Soo-young: "Oh, so father forgot, then never mind." System: "Coward. Check in." After a brief complaint, Soo-young proceeded to check in immediately. "I wonder what kind of goodies I will get for this second week check-in? Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. Rewards: Dominating Aura, Marrow Cleansing Liquid ×5, God Tier Singing Voice. Dominating Aura primarily targets animals, giving the host varying degrees of suppressive power over them. God Tier Singing Voice: basically, you'll just sing really well. An essential skill for showing off and picking up girls. The rewards were simple, and the descriptions were easy to understand. What is this? Soo-young felt this time's rewards were a bit half-hearted. The system finally showed up after so long, and the rewards are this perfunctory. This so-called dominating aura sounds incredibly cringy. And as for the God Tier Singing Voice, this is a survival reality show, not a singing competition. This reward seems useless. Do I really need to sing to show off? And as for picking up girls, there are only 2 flat-chested ones here. Besides, with my overflowing natural charm, do I even need to sing to conquer them? Complaints aside, since they were rewards, I might as well take them. Then, Soo-young checked his personal attribute template. Host: Soo-young. Strength: 18, base strength 7. Speed: 15, base speed 6. Stamina: 15, base stamina 7. Marrow Cleansing Liquid: 6 doses. Abilities: Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia, Max Level Archery, Beginner Beast Language, Beginner Beast Tamer, Dominating Aura, God Tier Singing Voice. Well, at least it rewarded me with Marrow Cleansing Liquid this time. With 5 doses, these rewards aren't too disappointing. Adding the one from last time, he now had 6 doses, which meant he could continue to strengthen his body. The appearance of the wolf pack gave him a serious sense of crisis. He also felt that his current strength was simply insufficient to deal with wolves. However, if he used a few more doses of the liquid, his increased strength and speed might just give him the ability to fight back. At this moment, Little One came trotting over happily. However, after seeing Soo-young, it clearly paused for a moment. Although it still acted affectionate, Su-yang noticed that little one seemed to have a bit more awe toward him. Could this be the effect of the dominating aura? Su-yang mused to himself. If that's the case, the dominating aura seems to actually work. After all, he wasn't even actively focusing it on little one, and it could still be felt. From now on, Su-yang was going to be a man with his own aura of dominance. After a quick wash, Su-yang returned to the shelter. By then, Daimei was already up, but Sister Joe was still lying on the bed, curled up in a ball and trembling slightly. It was obvious that she wasn't feeling well. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Su-yang quickly sat down by the bed and asked in a gentle tone. Sister Joe turned her head. Her face was pale and her lips were a bit blue. Clearly, she was in great discomfort and even pain. My period just started, and it's a bit painful. It's okay. I'll be fine in a while, Sister Joe said in a very weak voice. She always suffered intensely during the first 2 days of her period, and she had been worried about this recently. Why so early? Didn't it usually come near the end of the month? How come it's so early this time? Su-yang asked, feeling puzzled. A woman's cycle is usually very regular. It rarely fluctuates by more than a few days. But this time, Sister Joe's period seemed to have arrived 8 or 9 days early. How do you know that? Sister Joe, amidst her pain, was suddenly taken aback. Why did Su-yang know so much about her cycle? She had never told Su-yang about this. I've watched your live streams. Plus, we've been living together for 3 months. I'm not some naive kid, of course I know, Su-yang said. But seeing Sister Joe in such pain, the situation was a bit dangerous. There was no sanitary pad here and no painkillers either. Ah, it hurts so much. Sister Joe curled her body up tightly. Looking at her deathly pale face, Su-yang felt a deep sense of pity. He wondered if the marrow cleansing liquid would have any effect. Then Su-yang said, I once knew an old practitioner of traditional medicine who taught me a massage technique to treat this kind of pain. I'm not sure if it will work. Ah, traditional medicine practitioner, my foot, you made that up, right? Sister Joe said, laughing through the pain. But she still added, you might as well help me rub it then. E-E-E-A-E-S. Sure. Su-yang agreed immediately. Then, he reached out and unzipped Joji's windbreaker. What are you doing? Joji panicked right away. Even though they were in the middle of nowhere, Daimei was still outside. Isn't it a bit too bold to do this? Besides, she felt so awful right now. Is this guy, Su-yang, trying to take advantage of her? It is for a massage, of course. Su-yang replied with a serious look on his face. Actually, whether it is an ordinary stomachache or the kind that comes with that time of the month, a gentle massage is very effective. A gentle massage can be quite effective. Even though he made up the old doctor part, the logic held true. When the older generation rubs a child's tummy, they often mumble something while doing it. Grandma always said, just rub it and the tummy ache will go away. Can't you do it over my clothes? Joji asked weakly. She felt like a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Of course not. The old doctor said it won't work through clothes. The key is to use the warmth of my palms to relieve your pain. How could it work through your clothes? Su-yang made it all sound very convincing. Fine then. Perhaps the pain was just too unbearable, so Joji stopped worrying about it. She just hoped he wasn't pulling her leg. Su-yang started the massage. It was very flat, with just a tiny hint of softness, and it was very smooth. System, use 1 portion of the marrow cleansing liquid on Joji. At the same time, Su-yang muttered to himself in his mind. He had 6 portions left, and the system would probably reward him with more later. So 1 portion wasn't too precious to him. Okay host, the marrow cleansing liquid has been used successfully. The system's synthetic voice echoed in his mind immediately. At that exact moment, the look on Joji's face changed. She felt as if the severe pain in her abdomen, which had been agonizing just a moment ago, had completely vanished. It actually really worked. Joji was stunned. Her mind went completely blank. She had thought Su-yang was just talking nonsense and joking with her. She didn't expect his massage technique to be so effective, and with such miraculous results. In less than a minute of massage, the sharp pain in her abdomen had completely disappeared. Seeing the expression on Joji's face, Su-yang knew the marrow cleansing liquid had taken effect. It seemed the effects of the liquid were quite extraordinary. Su-yang was supposed to be massaging evenly, but his hand seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force, moving upwards on its own. Joji, still in shock, suddenly sensed something was wrong. She sat bolt upright. What are you doing? That's going too far. Zhou Jie shoved Su Yang's hand away. Even though his massage technique was truly miraculous, she still felt he was acting a bit dishonestly. I finally understand what it means to discard the donkey once the grinding is done. You turned on me fast. Su Yang looked helpless. But luckily, the marrow cleansing liquid was very effective. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known what to do in that situation. I'm covered in sweat. Only then did Zhou Jie notice that she was soaked in sweat. However, besides feeling no pain at all, her body felt incredibly comfortable. That old doctor really knew his stuff. Zhou Jie, how about I help you check the wound? Su Yang asked with good intentions. After all, this was a serious matter. If he couldn't see the condition of the wound, Su Yang wouldn't feel at ease. Between companions, caring for each other is very important. My God, you really are my good cousin, aren't you? Please, act like a decent human being and get out. I'll check the wound myself. Zhou Jie felt like she was about to have a breakdown. How did Su Yang turn into this? How was he any different from those guys in her live stream chat? Alright then. Su Yang could only leave the room reluctantly. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Jie finally came out of the room. It was clear she had already tended to the wound. As for how she handled it, Su Yang naturally had no way of knowing. After glaring at Su Yang, Zhou Jie went to freshen up. Sigh. Such an ungrateful person. Su Yang shook his head helplessly. He did her such a huge favor, yet she wouldn't even agree to such a humble request as checking the wound. People are just so selfish. When Dai Mei saw Zhou Jie, she looked astonished and asked curiously, "Second brother, did you go through a second puberty?" Because she was surprised to find that Zhou Jie looked a bit bigger today. This definitely wasn't an illusion. Is that so? Zhou Jie paused and weighed them with her hands. They did seem quite a bit bigger. They even felt a bit heavier. Could it be that Su Yang's massage technique also has the effect of breast enhancement? For the next part of the day, Su Yang found some bamboo strips. Then he drilled some small holes, cut the previously collected boar bristles to the same length, bundled them tightly, and pushed them into the holes, bundle by bundle. He had cleaned these boar bristles 5 or 6 times, scalded them in boiling water, and soaked them for 2 full days. So now, they were perfectly ready to be used as toothbrushes. In wilderness survival, there aren't that many fussy standards anyway. After 10 minutes, Su Yang had successfully crafted 3 toothbrushes. It looked like he would have to find a way to make some toothpaste later. Brushing his teeth with charcoal every day was wearing his gums out. After washing up, Zhou Jie and Dai Mei started making breakfast. Today's breakfast was a big pot of smoked meat and kelp stew. Taking advantage of the gap in time, Su Yang walked outside and used 2 portions of the marrow cleansing liquid. His strength and speed had undergone a qualitative leap. The stats on his personal template were already quite high. His strength went from 18 to 26. His speed also improved from 15 to 22. An improvement like this was quite impressive. However, Su Yang didn't use the remaining 3 portions of the marrow cleansing liquid. He kept them for an emergency. He also planned to use 1 portion on Little Bit. That way, if they really encountered a wolf pack, he wouldn't have to fight alone. Returning to the shelter, they had a simple breakfast. Su Yang decided to go out and do a little exploring. Although it was indeed very dangerous out there right now, there was a high chance they could run into a wolf pack. But if they wanted to survive in this area, exploring was absolutely necessary. Sooner or later their food would run out, and if they just stayed in the shelter without daring to go out, they might as well just give up right now. You two finish extracting the rest of the oil from yesterday, I'm going out for a quick look around. After making up his mind, Su Yang said to Dai Mei and Zhou Jie, "Huh? You're going out? Can you please not go out? It's too dangerous out there right now." Exactly. What if you run into a wolf pack? Zhou Jie and Dai Mei looked at Su Yang with concern, their eyes full of fear. If anything happened to Su Yang, it would be something they couldn't handle. "We have to go out sooner or later. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Looking at their worried and even fearful expressions, Su Yang said with a gentle smile. He didn't have a death wish. If Little Bit sensed the wolf pack, they would just turn around and come back. After saying that, Su Yang strapped on his basket, grabbed his bow and arrows, took his machete, and stepped out. Zhou Jie and Dai Mei were incredibly worried, but Su Yang was absolutely right. If they wanted to survive on this deserted island, they had to leave the shelter to find food. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Meanwhile, the live chat was buzzing with activity. "I'm impressed. Su Yang has some serious guts." Indeed! Knowing there's a wolf pack nearby, and still going out, either he's brave or he's missing a few screws. Is Su God trying to push the boundaries of seeking his own death? Don't tempt fate, Su Su. If he goes too far, he's going to end up as a Kentucky Fried meal. Su Yang, I'm just bold. I'll take on 10 of them. Ha, just for fun. What's driving Su God to walk into the jaws of death? Could it be the unsatisfied desires of Zhou and Daimei? Brother Su, stay calm. We don't want to lose you. Su Yang wandered around outside for more than half an hour and didn't find any traces of the wolf pack. But even so, he remained extremely cautious. Going out to search for survival supplies is a must, but better safe than sorry. This time, Su Yang did not go to check the traps he had set, because after the prey was eaten yesterday, he could be certain it was the work of the wolf pack. This meant they had discovered that location, and having found a reward there, they might still be hanging around. So this time, Su Yang chose a different direction to explore. Half an hour later, Su Yang found a valley filled with small stones. The riverbed here was dried up and had a lot of pebbles. However, even in such dry areas, there are many plants that adapt to survive. Soon, Su Yang spotted clusters of white things. Walking over, he discovered they were wild cotton flowers. Wild cotton, also known as baby's breath, has roots that serve as a decent medicinal herb. This is really great stuff. I can't believe there's baby's breath growing in this place. Su Yang looked at the white fluffy clusters with a hint of surprise. This plant usually grows in drier environments, most often found in dry riverbeds. The current environment was actually perfect for the growth of baby's breath. Although it is called wild cotton, it is an entirely different species from true cotton. But these fluffy clusters could still be put to some use. This stuff is basically natural tinder. Of course, it could also be crafted into other things. Su Yang quickly picked all the wild cotton clusters, compressed them, wrapped them in the banana leaves he had just plucked, and put them into his basket. Afterward, Su Yang continued his exploration, but he remained very cautious. He had already told Little One that if it sensed any danger, it must react immediately. Little One nodded obediently. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. The sun had risen, and it was getting quite muggy, so Su Yang decided it was time to head back. Today's haul was pretty good. Besides the large batch of wild cotton, he also found some wild galangal and wild garlic. And there was a whole patch of wild garlic. With these 2 seasonings, their future meals would taste much better. By the time he returned to the shelter, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Seeing Su Yang return safe and sound, Zhou and Daimei finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Yang, you didn't find any traces of those wolves while you were out, did you? Zhou asked as she stepped forward. She looked in good spirits, clearly no longer suffering from stomach pain. I didn't see any footprints at all. It's possible they have already left. He shook his head and began to unload his gear. What on earth is all this stuff? Daimei asked curiously while looking at the full basket. It looked like a bunch of strange wild vegetables. She basically didn't recognize any of them. There was also a bundle of something that looked like chives. Found a lot of good things today. Thistle leaves, sow thistle, wild mushrooms. Su Yang showed them his findings one by one. In a big city, nobody would touch these wild vegetables. But under these circumstances, they became incredibly delicious food. The real prize today is the wild galangal and the wild garlic. Seeing so many good things, Zhou and Daimei were naturally very excited. When they ate the pig offal the other day, the lack of these deodorizing seasonings made the flavor a bit strong. If they had found wild galangal and garlic back then, it would have tasted much better. What's wrapped up in that banana leaf? Zhou and Daimei asked curiously, because at the very bottom of the basket there was a large bundle wrapped in banana leaves. It's wild cotton. As he spoke, Su Yang took it out and unfolded the leaf. It was a truly massive cluster. He had basically picked the entire patch of wild cotton. Huh? Wild cotton? Are you planning to weave us a quilt with this stuff? Daimei asked with a confused look. But there's only this much. Isn't the amount a bit too small? Su Yang looked helpless and said, You have a perfectly good brain, but you never use it. Who the hell uses wild cotton to weave a quilt? Although wild cotton looks somewhat similar to regular cotton, their internal structures are completely different. True cotton fibers have very strong resilience, which is why they can be used to make clothes, quilts, and even rope. However, wild cotton fibers are extremely brittle and snap with the slightest pull. Therefore, this stuff is absolutely unfit for making a quilt. This is for making sanitary pads for you two. First, we need to separate all the small seeds inside, then sanitize it thoroughly with boiling water. As he spoke, Su Yang handed this daunting task over to Daimei. In truth, He only picked the wild cotton because he saw that Joji's period had started today. As for whether it would actually work as a sanitary pad, he wasn't very confident himself. If it doesn't work out, it might end up being a messy disaster. This stuff, can it really be used as a sanitary pad? Joji and Daimei were both full of doubt. Why does it feel a bit unreliable? You two have any better ideas? Soo-young countered. Although he wasn't sure if it would work, they had to try something. It's not like he has anything to lose. Fair enough. Fine then. Daimei had no choice but to nod in resignation. Indeed, out here in the wilderness, they were like headless chickens. If Soo-young said it would be okay, then it probably would be. Daimei and Joji went off to do their own things. At this point, Soo-young noticed that the cassava leaves he had planted earlier were already very lush. Under normal circumstances, such a short time would only yield a few tiny sprouts. But these cassava plants were grown in spirit-enriched soil, which was why they grew so fast. It probably wouldn't be many days before they had more cassava to eat. After a 2-hour rest and having lunch, Soo-young prepared to start upgrading their shelter starting from today. His original plan was to stockpile more food first, then concentrate on upgrading the shelter. But the sudden appearance of the wolf pack completely disrupted his plan. So the food storage plan had to be shelved for a bit. He would wait and see over the next few days if he could still hear the wolves howling at night. If he did hear them, it would mean the pack had not left the area, and hunting would remain a high-risk activity. Their food supplies were currently sufficient. If the food ran out and the wolves still hadn't moved on, then he would need to come up with a way to eliminate them entirely. After all, if they wanted to survive in this area, they could not coexist with the wolf pack. Although the bamboo shelter we built earlier was covered with a layer of mud mixture, it was still too thin. It barely manageable in the current climate, but once late autumn or deep winter hits, a shelter like this won't be able to hold any heat at all. So this time, he's planning to build an adobe house. Because the walls of an adobe house are very thick, they have excellent insulation properties. Once it's mostly built, he'll set up floor heating so even in the dead of winter we won't feel cold. In the countryside back in the day, people used to build houses using the rammed earth technique. Soo-young may not be a master of this technique, but he knows a thing or two about it. First, we need to make the tools for ramming the walls. In the village, this frame is called a jikwanzi, and of course, you also need a pestle. Actually, making these tools is quite simple. First, you need 12 rafters of the same length, although here, bamboo works perfectly fine. They are divided into 2 sides, with 6 pieces on each side, tied tightly together with vines. The shape looks just like a bamboo raft. Finally, secure the 2 sides to form a rectangular prism shape, with about 30 to 40 centimeters of space between the 2 rows of bamboo, which will be the thickness of the wall. Once the tool is ready, you can continuously add soil inside and use the pestle to pack it down firmly. This method is definitely strenuous, but fortunately, it doesn't take too much time. If we were to build a brick house, just the process of firing bricks alone would take a massive amount of time. With a general plan for the construction in mind, Soo-young started digging the foundation. Digging a foundation about 30 centimeters deep is crucial because it ensures the stability of the walls. Besides, the ground in some areas is uneven, so it definitely needs to be leveled out. If the foundation is too shallow, there could be problems later. Joji and Daimei hurried over to help as well. Upgrading a shelter like this is a huge undertaking. With 3 people working, the speed will definitely be a lot faster. By the time the foundation was dug, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Next up is the ramming of the walls. First, we need to find a large rock to use as a pestle for compacting. In this wilderness, finding a large rock is actually quite easy. Then, the wall ramming officially began. Joji and Daimei took turns delivering soil, while Soo-young was responsible for the ramming work. Because the tool we just made is only 3 meters high, it takes 2 rounds to complete 1 wall. While ramming the wall, we need to vertically insert several bamboo poles into the frame, which is naturally to enhance the wall's stability and strength. Joji and Daimei kept sending soil, appearing very eager to show what they could do. So, they were moving very quickly at the start. After all, they were able to help Soo-young with this simple manual labor. There are some things where you just aren't as capable as you'd like to be. Every time we ram the wall, the height reached is only about 50 to 60 centimeters, and the wall height needs to be at least 2 meters, which means each wall has to be rammed at least 4 times. This is definitely a physically demanding task. For the first 10 minutes, Daimei was moving quite fast to show her value and usefulness. But after 10 minutes, she was drenched in sweat, and her speed obviously started to slow down. Before joining the show, she had never done this kind of manual labor. Her body naturally couldn't keep up. Looking at Zhou Jie beside her, 10 minutes had passed, yet her speed didn't seem to have slowed down at all. And she didn't look nearly as sweaty as Dai Mei. It was as if she had endless energy. Big sis, what's up with you today? Did you take stimulants or something? How come you have so much energy? Dai Mei asked, looking very puzzled. Zhou Jie, just like her, had absolutely never done manual labor like this. But why is she still full of beans after working for 10 minutes? This is simply impossible. Even the kick from a stimulant probably wouldn't be this strong. Honestly, I don't even know what's going on. I also feel like my body has undergone some kind of change. I've been working for so long, and I don't feel tired at all. Zhou Jie also looked completely bewildered. She also found this situation incredible just a moment ago. Under normal circumstances, after this much physical labor, she would surely be panting and drenched in sweat by now. But not only has that not happened, she didn't even feel particularly tired. What's more, today is the first day of her period, which is completely unscientific. Zhou Jie glanced at Su Yang and secretly wondered to herself, could this be the effect of the massage Su Yang gave me this morning? But that's impossible, unless Su Yang is some kind of immortal with magic powers. How could there be such a great effect? Guesses are just guesses, but she still didn't believe it. Su Yang isn't an immortal, and he doesn't know magic. It was just a regular 2-minute massage. How could it have such miraculous properties? And more importantly, her figure had also become a bit more stunning today. This is too much of a coincidence. Could it be that I've awakened some kind of superpower? Yeah, that's a possibility, Zhou Jie thought to herself. After all, she has always been a fan who believes in the light. Seeing the surprised Dai Mei and the confused Zhou Jie, Su Yang naturally knew what they were thinking. It's just that even if they racked their brains, they could never guess it was the effect of the marrow cleansing liquid. Besides himself, no one else knows about this. Alright, Dai Mei, why don't you take a short break? I can handle the rest by myself. Seeing Dai Mei drenched in sweat and panting, Zhou Jie said, because she really didn't feel tired at all right now. Dai Mei refused Zhou Jie's kindness. If Zhou Jie and Su Yang were both working while she took a break by herself, she would feel uneasy. After all, this was supposed to be a 3-person task. It's just that her speed at this moment obviously couldn't keep up with the beginning. Time slowly slipped away. Night once again descended upon the entire island. For 5 full hours, other than topping off their water a few times in between, the 3 of them didn't take a single break. Su Yang's stamina was naturally not a problem at all. As for Zhou Jie, although she was covered in sweat, she was still full of energy. Dai Mei was absolutely exhausted. This was easily the most tiring day since she was born. It felt like her waist was about to fall apart, and her arms didn't even seem to belong to her anymore. Ouch! I can barely feel my waist anymore. I can't go on, big sis, I'll leave dinner to you tonight. Dai Mei sat on a chair, pounding her waist as she spoke to Zhou Jie. She felt like she didn't even have the strength to stand up. That soreness was authentic. Alright. Get some good rest. Zhou Jie waved her hand and said she was in quite a good mood today. Usually, the first day of her monthly cycle was the day she worried about the most, because it would mean agonizing pain along with a sore back and all kinds of discomfort. But today, after the massage from Su Yang, not only did she have no issues all day, but she felt energetic as well. It felt as if some mysterious potential within her body had been unlocked. We really got a lot of work done today, but the results are also quite remarkable. Thanks to our collective efforts and the balance of men and women working together, we finally built 1.5 walls. With this kind of thickness, it will definitely keep us warm even when the harsh winter arrives. After a simple dinner, Su Yang and the others quickly fell asleep, because the workload today was just too heavy. Even Sister Zhou, who had used the marrow cleansing liquid, felt quite exhausted. As for Dai Mei, she was feeling even worse. By the end of the day, she felt like her waist didn't even belong to her anymore. Early in the morning, nature's alarm clock rang once again. Amidst the chirping of birds, Su Yang was naturally the first one up again. He felt full of energy after waking up. Perhaps it has something to do with using 2 portions of the marrow cleansing liquid yesterday. This is already the 13th day of their wilderness survival, and today, their task remains the same, upgrading their shelter. After stepping out of the room, Su Yang suddenly made a pleasant discovery. He found a wild egg inside the pheasant coop. For him, this was absolutely an exciting discovery. It actually laid an egg. What great news. Su Yang walked up to the coop with a happy expression. It looks like they will be able to have fried eggs very soon. And maybe they can even hatch some baby pheasants. This is a path towards sustainable development. They have 5 pheasants in total, 3 of which are hens. If they all lay eggs, they can provide Suyang and the others with plenty of protein. However, Suyang didn't take the egg away, because that might disturb the pheasants, cause them psychological trauma and affect their egg-laying efficiency. Wild pheasants are different from domestic chickens. They are highly vigilant. Their wariness of humans is naturally even higher. Once they've laid a few more, he can gather them all at once. The pheasant situation has already started on a sustainable path. Suyang couldn't help but feel curious about the wild rabbits. He wondered how they were doing. That's a question Suyang really cares about. He sneaked over to the side of the rabbit cellar. Looking through the cracks in the bamboo cover, he could just see the rabbits' shadows. Suyang saw 2 rabbits were getting busy together, and they were at it so intensely, they couldn't even be separated. Their lightning-fast speed made Suyang quite envious. My goodness, are the rabbits already this full of energy so early in the morning? They look much more motivated than the pheasants. Suyang couldn't help but curse under his breath when he saw the scene in the cellar. The feeling of peeking is actually quite satisfying. At this moment, Sister Joe also walked out of the room, still sleepy-eyed. Rubbing her eyes, she saw Suyang staring at the cellar with a lewd expression. "Suyang, what are you looking at?" Sister Joe asked, still not fully awake. Why isn't this guy washing up or working early in the morning, but instead spying on the rabbit hutch? What kind of perverted habit is this? Come over and take a look for yourself, and you will know. Suyang smiled and said calmly. Then he very consciously stepped aside. Seeing Suyang smile, she had a feeling it wasn't anything good, but she was still extremely curious. Could it be that the wild rabbits had babies, which is why Suyang was peeking so intently? She walked step by step to the edge of the cellar. Then, through the gap in the bamboo cover, she saw clearly what was happening inside. My God, what the hell are they doing? Seeing this scene, Sister Joe shouted out directly. Why the hell is he showing her this kind of thing so early in the morning? What else could they be doing? The rabbits are just doing what they love to do. After all, they have their own needs, and they need to reproduce their offspring. Sister Joe's reaction was within his expectations, and Suyang said with a faint smile, Wow, why are you becoming more and more disgusting? You are actually peeking at this kind of thing. What kind of person are you? I am completely speechless. However, with Sister Joe's loud voice, the rabbits were startled, and then they scrambled into their burrow. Can you be quiet? Your screaming behavior is not only impolite but also very disrespectful to the rabbits, you know. Sister Joe was actually left speechless. Indeed, Suyang's peeking behavior just now was quite bad. But he wasn't really bothering anyone, but her own shouting actually scared them away. The rabbits have probably cursed her many times in their hearts by now, right? At this time, Dai Mei also walked out of the room, still feeling sleepy. After giving Suyang a glare, she prepared to wash up. She had a very important task today. That is to use the wild cotton she gathered yesterday to make herself a sanitary pad. Although she hadn't felt any pain or symptoms like sore waist and legs in the last 2 days, but the flow hadn't stopped yet. At 9 o'clock in the morning, they had finished breakfast. Dai Mei started helping Sister Joe work on the sanitary pad, and Sister Joe and Suyang started working. From yesterday's situation, it was clear that Sister Joe's stamina and strength far exceeded Dai Mei's. So the pairing of Suyang and Sister Joe was naturally more efficient. In a morning's time, the two of them finished the second wall. It is estimated that in another 3 days, the entire shelter will be completed. As for some of the finishing touches, they would just have to be done slowly. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, Group 22 is a pair of sisters, Liu Shishi and Liu Yi. At the beginning of the show, this pair of sisters didn't receive much special attention. But as time went on, the two sisters showed remarkable survival skills. They even managed to live a pretty good life based on their wilderness survival abilities. They solved the water problem and currently have a relatively stable source of food. And more viewers are paying attention to them. From the beginning with over 100,000 followers. Now they have over 2 million followers. Although they haven't surpassed the celebrities and anchors who had a base of fans. Among all the amateur contestants, this pair of sisters has already gained super popularity. Their popularity is far ahead of the other amateur contestants. Their outstanding performance and survival skills also caught the attention of the production team. Naturally, they received a bit more promotion. Sisters are already a relatively popular topic. Especially when they are a pair of beautiful sisters, the topicality is naturally even higher. At this moment, Liu Shishi's gaze is fixed on the flock of pheasants in the distance. With the bow drawn and the arrow set, she has already assumed a shooting stance. Liu Yi, who was beside her, also held her breath. She had absolute confidence in her sister's archery. Swish! The arrow left the bowstring instantly. Flutter. The pheasant flock was suddenly startled and flew off in all directions. However, one of them would never be able to fly again. That was amazing, sister. Your archery is truly miraculous. Now we have 12 pheasants in reserve. Hehe. With her sister's supernatural archery skills, they will definitely be able to persist until the end. Furthermore, they have already prepared 12 pheasants. Enough for them to eat for at least half a month. Yi, go pick up the pheasant. Liu Shishi's expression didn't fluctuate much, as if everything was within her expectations. Then she skillfully carried the bow on her back. This was the third one for today. Time to go back and get something to eat. Wow, Shishi is so cool. Is his archery skills too outrageous? Indeed impressive. She hit the third pheasant today. Mom, I'm in love. Hurry and help me prepare the wedding gift. I love this kind of heroic and cool girl the most. I'm a girl, and I've even fallen for Sister Shishi. You guys can have the sister. I still prefer the gentle and cute Sister Yi. Shishi's archery skills could probably be mentioned in the same breath as Su Shen's now. Don't mess around. I can't deny that her archery is very good, but compared to Su Shen, there is still a big gap. Indeed, I also like her, but when it comes to archery, Su Shen is clearly better. He never misses a shot. In this regard, Su Yang is the well-deserved god of archery, without any controversy. The shelter belonging to the two sisters, Liu Shishi and Liu Yi, is quite unique, because as soon as they arrived on the island, they found a natural cave, which served as a perfect natural shelter. And it is a shelter where one can live long-term. Therefore, the two of them have not only skill but also very good luck. At the entrance of their cave, there are already 9 smoked wild chickens. Added to the 3 they caught just today, that makes a total of 12. This food is enough to last them for half a month. After all, most girls have smaller appetites, and the two of them are quite frugal as well. Sister, we will definitely be the final winners. I've already thought about how to spend all that prize money ahead of time. First, we'll buy a big house for ourselves, and the rest will be for our dowry. Yeah, Liu Yi said with a smile, clutching Liu Shishi's arm. Her eyes narrowed into 2 crescents, and she had 2 dimples, making her look exceptionally pure and beautiful. The first impression Liu Shishi gives is that of a mature, steady, and rather cold girl. But Liu Yi is the complete opposite. She has a lively and cheerful personality, with a pleasant smile always on her face. Don't get your hopes up too high. While our current living conditions are pretty good, that is inseparable from our luck. Besides, among the 100 teams of contestants, there are definitely those who are stronger and luckier than us, Liu Shishi said. She wasn't trying to be a wet blanket on purpose. It is just that the facts are exactly like that. 100 teams mean a total of 200 people, and without a doubt, there must be some contestants with outstanding survival skills among them. And only by maintaining this mindset can there be a possibility of holding out until the end. Alright. Liu Yi didn't argue and said with a smile. Anyway, in her heart, her sister is the strongest presence. She still firmly held to her belief that she and her sister would definitely survive until the very end. Soon, the two returned to their cave shelter. They ate some food simply, then they prepared to go check the fish traps by the small stream. They had placed several fish cages by the small stream. Although they could only catch some small fish and shrimp, at least it could supplement some protein. Even a little bit of food should never be wasted, because the contestants who get eliminated are often the ones who look down on these small things. However, just as the two stepped out of the shelter, Liu Shishi's expression seemed to change. What's wrong, sister? Seeing Liu Shishi's face suddenly turn serious, Liu Yi quickly asked. Others are coming, Liu Shishi said in a solemn tone. Almost the moment her voice dropped, a figure emerged from the dense bushes. They appeared directly in front of Liu Shishi and Liu Yi. Then, a second, a third, and a fourth. A total of 4 people walked out, and they were all men. Isn't that the annoying Zhang Xiaoxiao? Aren't they the contestants from Team 9? Why have they come here? And why are there 4 of them? Did 2 teams join forces? Liu Yi asked, looking puzzled. The short guy in the lead, who was annoying just to look at, was none other than Zhang Xiaoxiao, whom all the netizens detested. And behind him followed 3 others. One of them was exceptionally burly, and the other 2 were unfamiliar, which meant they were amateur contestants as well. What are you doing here? Without answering her sister's question, Liu Shishi looked cold and asked in an icy tone. She knew that the appearance of these guys was definitely not a good sign. The moment she saw them, she had a premonition that things were going poorly. My ladies, I've been watching you for over half an hour, and it seems you have a very sufficient supply of food. I hope you can be kind and share some with us. I would be most grateful. Zhang Xiaoxiao's disgusting smile made their intentions perfectly clear. That's right, they were here to rob them of their food and resources. He had made up his mind beforehand, and over the past few days, they had teamed up with 2 other contestants. This way, their team had grown, making it easier for them to act. "Please leave our territory immediately, or I won't be polite," Liu Shishi said with an even colder tone. However, her expression looked even worse at that moment. If the other party decided to rob them by force, the 2 sisters would have absolutely no power to resist. Although her archery skills were decent, she could only shoot small animals. She wouldn't dare shoot a person. Isn't this what bandits do? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the production crew for doing this? Liu Yi said, pouting in anger. These guys were clearly trying to openly steal their food, and 4 grown men bullying 2 weak women. This was simply outrageous. I'm not afraid at all. This is wilderness survival, so naturally, one has to use every means to survive. I think the production crew would fully support what we are doing. As for not being polite, you'd better not do that, because these brothers of mine don't know how to treat a lady with gentleness, Zhang Xiaoxiao said triumphantly and brazenly. Perhaps for most celebrities and streamers, their public image is very important. They have to protect their reputation, so they could never do something so immoral. But he didn't care, because he had enough self-awareness to know that his reputation on the internet had long since been notorious. What could a little more swearing do? Compared to the final prize money, he couldn't care less about the netizens scolding. The netizens in the live stream were instantly disgusted by Zhang Xiaoxiao's scumbag behavior. To publicly rob others of their hard-earned labor, and to be so thick-skinned there was just no way to deal with him. If they were robbing some male contestants, it would be one thing. But to not even spare 2 young girls, he was barely human. Animal. What a heartless piece of trash. This scumbag, to actually target the Liu sisters, I really want to kill this dog. He's got absolutely no shame. I really want to go to that island and beat this guy to death. I am going to die of anger. While the 2 live streams were full of abuse, many viewers also flooded into the official live stream to report and condemn Zhang Xiaoxiao's rule-breaking behavior. But clearly, it was of little use. Perhaps for the Shark platform, traffic is everything. Or perhaps the capital backing Zhang Xiaoxiao is indeed powerful enough. Liu Shishi and Liu Yi gritted their teeth tightly. But they were helpless now. They were just 2 young girls and had no power to fight back. Sister, what should we do? We worked so hard to save up all that food. Liu Yi was almost in tears. This was their lifeblood, all the food they had gathered over the past 10 days. Go. Clenching her teeth and fists, Liu Yi finally spat out the word from between her teeth, even though it was heartbreaking and disgusting. As long as she had her bow and arrows, she could still catch prey. Liu Yi looked back at their shelter and the smoked wild chicken with tear-filled eyes, feeling deeply reluctant to leave. This made all the viewers in the live stream feel both heartbroken and furious. If Zhang Xiaoxiao were in front of them, they might actually break his legs. Zhang Xiaoxiao was naturally even more smug. It seems they had made a very correct choice earlier. If this continued, they would definitely survive until the end. The real world is based on the law of the jungle, and in this wilderness, it was merely demonstrated even more vividly. After walking a few steps, Liu Shishi turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with an extremely cold gaze. In a chilling tone, she said, "I believe in karma. What you are doing now will eventually bring retribution. You won't be able to last until the end. I am looking forward to that day." After speaking, Liu Shishi took Liu Yi's hand and then disappeared into the bushes. This left Zhang Xiaoxiao and his group feeling even more triumphant. At this moment, the viewers in livestream 22, seeing how aggrieved the Liu sisters were so angry they smashed their phones. Brother Zhang, I didn't expect us to catch another 12 wild chickens. This way, we can hold out for another week. What shall we do next? Should we take a break for a few days or get right back to work? Yu Zhuangxi, standing beside Zhang Xiaoxiao, asked with a disgusting grin. This method of theirs really never fails. Of course we keep going. We definitely need to store up more food, Zhang Xiaoxiao said with his head held high. This feeling of looking down on others and controlling their fate at will is just amazing. It was something he had never experienced before. This feeling is addictive. It makes you unable to stop. Who is going to be the next unlucky soul? At this moment, even in the back-end studio of Shark Platform, many staff members couldn't bear to watch any longer. This Zhang Xiaoxiao looks even more disgusting than before. To actually prey on 2 defenseless girls, it really makes me despise him from the bottom of my heart, a female staff member said with great resentment. This behavior is no different from being a robber. Indeed, it is disgusting. The manager nearby chimed in. But what can they do? Many things are like this in reality, let alone in the wilderness where there are no constraints. Without the leaders giving the word, they have no power to make any decisions. They have seen too many things and videos in this line of work that disgusted them. But this is their job. The leaders want traffic and revenue. And while Zhang Xiaoxiao's behavior makes many people feel sick, there is no denying that this approach generates more traffic. Just like that, 5 days passed quickly. Survival in the wilderness has entered its 20th day. And in these 5 days, a total of 13 groups of contestants have been eliminated. After all, during this period, many contestants have already started to feel like giving up, especially those who haven't had much luck. They can't hold on any longer. On this island, contestants suffer not only from a lack of food, but the mental isolation is also a major test. If there were no conflicts between the contestants, perhaps it would be a little better. But once a conflict arises between two contestants, every extra second spent together is pure torture. That's how it used to be for Daimei and Jixun. And during these past 5 days, Su Yang had also managed to build the basic frame of their mud brick shelter. What's left are just some tedious little chores. Also, over the past 5 days, he found opportunities to strengthen Little One twice using the marrow cleansing liquid. In just 5 days, Little One's size has doubled. This left all the viewers in the live broadcast room completely shocked. Even Daimei and Zhou Jie, who lived with him, couldn't understand it at all. Although small animals might grow faster during this stage of life, this growth rate of Little One is simply outrageous. Right now, he is about the size of an adult wolfhound. But no matter how shocked, confused, or puzzled they were, they couldn't find any answers. In the end, they could only assume that Little One is a special breed, which is why it grows so fast. Early morning, Su Yang was the first to wake up as usual. He took a deep breath of fresh air. Has it already been 20 days? Time really flies. Another beautiful day. Su Yang stretched and muttered to himself with a smile. Building the shelter for the past 5 days had indeed worn the three of them out. But luckily, the main frame was completely finished. The rest are just trivial things. And since winter hasn't arrived yet, there is no need to rush. Over the past 5 days, they would occasionally hear the howling of wolves. This indicated that the wolf pack hadn't left the area. This made Su Yang determined to find a way to deal with the whole wolf pack. Having constant danger lurking around them, that feeling made him really uncomfortable. Ding. The system is ready for day 20 check-in. Would the host like to check in? Just at this moment, the system's electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang in his mind. Oh, it appeared again? Su Yang was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the system to take the initiative to appear after 6 days. The way his system appears seems to have no pattern at all. It always shows up whenever it wants to. As for the reason, you know how it is. Check in. Su Yang chose without any hesitation. Anyway, whatever he gets should be useful. Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. Reward: Master level combat techniques. Host's current abilities: Wilderness Flora and Fauna Identification Guide, Max level Archery, Primary Animal Language, Primary Animal Tamer, Master level Weaving, Master level Combat Techniques. The system's electronic synthesized voice soon rang out. Oh, it's combat techniques? There's no marrow cleansing liquid this time? Su Yang was a little surprised. After all, every previous reward had included marrow cleansing liquid. But this time, the reward was just a master level combat technique. For such a reward, although he was a little disappointed, it wasn't unacceptable. After all, he already possessed the necessary survival skills and abilities. After washing up, Su Yang planned to go outside and explore today. Because of building the shelter, he hadn't been out for several days. Later, Su Yang discovered there were 2 more eggs in the chicken coop. There are now 3 eggs in total, which is a very good start. This proves that 2 wild chickens have started laying eggs, and there will be more later, as long as we don't disturb them. After a while, Zhou Jie and Daimei also woke up. After a quick wash and finishing breakfast, they also planned to go out exploring with Su Yang. Although they had heard the wolves howling at night the past few days, the sound seemed to be getting further and further away. This finally allowed them to set their anxious hearts at ease. Time washes away many things, including the fear and terror they felt. After packing up simply, putting on their baskets, and bringing enough boiled water, the trio started heading into the jungle to explore. This time they continued to look for routes they hadn't taken before, because that's the only way to find more supplies. Time passed minute by minute. They also found a lot of wild vegetables, which could provide plenty of vitamins. They hadn't been out much these past few days and had been eating smoked meat, so they could have a change of pace when they got back today. After walking for about an hour, a very lush, large tree suddenly appeared in front of Su Yang and the others. This kind of tree is very rare on the island. Although the diameter of the tree was only about 40 to 50 centimeters, it reached a height of over 20 meters. And the leaves of this tree were very dense, looking just like a giant umbrella. The emerald green leaves and tender buds looked edible at first glance. But Su Yang knew that this tree was extremely dangerous. It could even be called the most poisonous tree. Wow, what kind of tree is this? Why is it so tall? Ever since I arrived on the island, this is the first time I've seen such a tall tree, Zhou Ji said, looking at the 20-meter tall tree in front of her with surprise. Even the coconut trees they had seen before couldn't compare to the height of this tree. Daimei was also full of surprise. Most of the plants on this island were shrubs, so this was also her first time seeing such a tall tree. This is an upas tree, also known as the arrow poison tree. The sap of this tree contains a poison no less potent than that of a king cobra, making it the most poisonous plant in the world. Just one drop is enough to kill a ferocious tiger, Su Yang explained. The milky white sap inside the upas tree is highly toxic. Once this toxin touches the wounds of a human or animal, it immediately causes heart paralysis, blocks blood vessels, and coagulates the blood, eventually leading to death by suffocation. If you don't receive the most effective treatment within the golden 20-minute window, you are sure to die. That is why people affectionately call it the tree that kills upon contact with blood. What? That's terrifying. Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, Zhou Ji and Daimei instinctively took a few steps back. They never expected that a tree looking so lush and green could be the most lethal plant of all. It really goes to show the old saying that the more vibrant something looks, the more poisonous it is. For some reason, after hearing Su Yang's explanation, the two of them felt uneasy all over. They kept looking up at the canopy above. If even a single drop landed on them, they might be done for right then and there. You don't need to be that scared, although the poison of the upas tree is indeed very potent. It only affects the body when the venom comes into contact with a wound, so it's not that terrifying under normal circumstances. Seeing the two of them looking terrified, Su Yang smiled and explained, "You can find upas trees in many parts of Africa. Because of this, many African hunters use the upas tree for hunting. Just by coating their spears and arrows with the sap of the upas tree, they can easily kill prey and even large, fierce animals. Once struck, even a large beast would lose the ability to move within just a few steps because of blood coagulation. As for whether they get poisoned after eating the meat of those animals, that doesn't seem to happen often. Perhaps they have developed antibodies in their bodies. That said, the upas tree is still terrifying. If you accidentally get the sap in your eyes, it will lead directly to blindness. And even if you use the leaves of the upas tree as fuel, the smoke getting into your eyes can also cause blindness. So calling the upas tree the most poisonous plant in the world is no exaggeration at all." Oh? That's a relief. Hearing Su Yang's follow-up, the two of them calmed down a little. The wilderness is indeed much more complex and dangerous than they imagined. If not for Su Yang's explanation, they might have thought this was just an ordinary tree. They might have accidentally gotten the sap on a cut and lost their lives without even knowing why. At this moment, Su Yang took 6 arrows out from behind him. Then, he carefully inserted the arrowheads into the upas tree, and milky white sap immediately began to ooze out along the cuts. "What are you doing? This is so dangerous. Let's just get out of here." Watching Su Yang's bold actions, Daimei quickly spoke up to dissuade him. It would be troublesome if that sap accidentally touched their skin. Even though this venom is dangerous, it can be quite useful for us. I've been thinking for the past few days about how to deal with that pack of wolves. With this upas tree sap, I think I can take them all out. Su Yang smiled and explained. With ordinary arrows, hitting a wild wolf wouldn't make it die instantly. Those things might even put up a final fight before they die. You have to know that no matter what kind of animal it is, their death throes are extremely dangerous. But with the upas tree venom, we can make them lose the ability to act in an instant. As long as we can take out a few wolves in one go, the rest of the problem won't be too difficult. My god, you're not kidding, are you, Su Yang? You're actually thinking about taking out that wolf pack. Do you even know what you're saying? Zhou Ji asked in disbelief after hearing Su Yang's words, even though she knew he was very capable. Perhaps if it were just one wolf, Su Yang might have the ability to deal with it. But they are facing a whole pack right now. And who knows how many wolves are in that pack. For Su Yang to provoke that pack on his own is no different than courting death. Yeah, Su Yang, I advise you to drop that idea right now. The wolves howling is getting further and further away from us now. Maybe they'll leave this area entirely in a while. What you're thinking about right now is really dangerous. Please listen to us. This isn't a game, and it could cost lives if something goes wrong. Even the strongest man in the world could never fight off a pack of wolves. Although Su Yang has a bow and a machete, the speed, strength, and agility of wild wolves are absolutely beyond what they can imagine. After all, even a single mad dog is too much for an adult to handle, let alone a wolf full of wild ferocity. Alright, I'll listen to you both. Su Yang put away the venom-tipped arrows and agreed with a smile. He hoped the wolf pack would leave this area quickly. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to skin them and use their pelts as quilts. With these 6 venomous arrows, Su Yang was very confident he could wipe out the entire wolf pack. Seeing the smile on Su Yang's face, Zhou Ji and Dai Mei didn't relax at all. Judging by his expression, it was clear he had only agreed to them verbally and hadn't truly taken their warnings to heart. Alright, look at how worried you two are. What do you think I came here for? To just throw my life away? I would never attempt such a dangerous thing without absolute confidence, Su Yang said with a smile again. He cherished his life more than anyone else. So, without being absolutely certain, he wouldn't launch an attack on the wolf pack. I hope you mean that, truly. Zhou Ji glanced at Su Yang and said. Then, the 3 of them continued their exploration. With these 6 venomous arrows, Su Yang felt even more confident. He was now even faintly looking forward to encountering the wolf pack. After all, it would get very cold once winter set in. Even though they had already built their adobe house and could set up floor heating soon, it wouldn't be very comfortable without proper bedding on the bed. If he could shoot a few wild wolves, their pelts would make excellent bed sheets and quilts. Afterward, the 3 continued to explore. After walking for more than half an hour, Su Yang discovered some nostoc commune. This kind of fungus looks a bit like rehydrated wood ear mushrooms, but has a smoother and more tender texture when eaten. Moreover, it is rich in minerals like calcium and zinc. According to some experts' research, it seems this thing can suppress symptoms of Alzheimer's. Of course, you can't trust everything the so-called experts say. Still, it's a great ingredient for soup or steamed buns. Su Yang had eaten it before. On the way back, less than 10 minutes away from their shelter, they even discovered wild chickens. Su Yang, look, why are there wild chickens over there? I remember we were here last time, but there wasn't a single sign of wild chickens. Upon seeing the traces of the wild chickens, Zhou Ji excitedly said to Su Yang, they never expected to find wild chickens so close to their shelter. This was undoubtedly fantastic news for them. It looks like the wolf pack's presence has been driving the wild chickens all over the place. But for us, this is definitely good news. A smile appeared on Su Yang's face as well. It looks like they would have fresh chicken legs for lunch today. While speaking, he had already drawn his bow and knocked an arrow. He knelt down on one knee and took a quick aim. Whoosh! His left hand released, and the arrow shot out in an instant. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Flap, flap. The next second, the wild chickens scattered and fled. But the arrow Su Yang had just shot had perfectly skewered 2 chickens together. The reason he had crouched down earlier was to find a good angle. This allowed him to pull off a 1-arrow 2-chicken feat. My god, that's incredible! So effortless, 2 birds with 1 stone? Oh no, 2 chickens with 1 arrow. That's godly marksmanship. That is absolutely legendary. Even Zhou Ji, who knew Su Yang's archery skills, was stunned. After all, it was the first time Su Yang had ever pulled off such a feat. And he had done it with just a quick aim, without any hesitation at all. It showed that Su Yang was incomparably confident when he released that arrow. The audience in the live stream also erupted in that instant. Oh my god! Is this the legendary marksmanship of God Su? That was absolutely insane. I'm new to the stream, but I've heard so much about God Su's archery. I never expected him to bag 2 pheasants with a single arrow. You're the best, man! God Su is still the same God Su. Still insanely good. Wait, that sounds... Is that even appropriate? I used to think Liu Shishi from Group 22 had impressive archery skills, but it's clear now that she's on a different level compared to God Su. If I had aimed like that, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a girlfriend, right? 2 birds with 1 stone, or rather 2 pheasants with 1 arrow. Seriously impressive. Confirmed. God Su is definitely hacking. He's so good, it's just ridiculous, mind-blowing stuff. If everyone was amazed by Su Yang's perfect accuracy before, Then this time it was even more shocking. He actually hit 2 pheasants with 1 shot, and everyone saw it clearly. Su Yang's movements were fluid and seamless. There wasn't even a moment of hesitation. More importantly, he didn't even seem to aim properly. It's like he's playing with cheats on. For the viewers who have been in the second stream from the beginning, while Su Yang's performance was shocking, it was almost to be expected. After all, the archery skills he showed before were ridiculously precise. But for those who haven't seen Su Yang perform archery before, this was undoubtedly a mind-blowing experience. Most of them have only ever seen this kind of thing in TV dramas. Very few people in real life can achieve this level of skill. At this moment, Dai Mei finally recovered from her shock. She looked at Su Yang with pure disbelief and asked, "Su Yang, tell me the truth, were you a professional shooting athlete before? How are you this accurate?" Indeed, an average person simply couldn't reach this level. And because pheasants are so alert, they were standing quite far away. At such a distance, just hitting a pheasant would be considered an extraordinary feat. But to hit 2 with 1 arrow, that's just absurd. Of course not. It's just talent. Su Yang replied calmly. He walked over to the pheasants, which were barely fluttering now. Then Su Yang put both pheasants into Dai Mei's basket. It looks like I need to set up some traps for these pheasants here. They probably won't leave this area for a day or 2, and we need to stockpile more food now. Su Yang had new plans forming in his mind. There was no need to go near the previous traps unless it was a last resort, because there was a good chance that wolf pack might be prowling in that area. So it's necessary to set up some new traps now. Su Yang wasn't the type to drag his feet. He acted as soon as he decided. He found a hibiscus tree. Its bark has strong fibers and great flexibility, which is perfect for weaving ropes. In wilderness survival, many people use hibiscus bark and trunks to craft a bow. Both the trunk and the bark are extremely tough plant materials. With his master-level weaving skills, setting up a few traps was easy for Su Yang. In just half an hour, he had already set up 8 snare traps. He placed these traps in areas where pheasants were most likely to appear. Alright, let's head back first. I think we can come back to check the traps this afternoon. After setting all the traps, Su Yang said to Zhou Jie and Dai Mei nearby. The next period of time would soon be late autumn. There might be continuous rainfall by then. This was just his guess. But being well prepared is essential, and having enough food is the basic requirement for them to survive the rainy season. It was exactly noon when they returned to the shelter. I'll go and make us some lunch. What do you want to eat? Zhou Jie volunteered as soon as they got back to the shelter. During the past few days of building the shelter, Zhou Jie had been the one responsible for cooking. Now it was time for her turn anyway. When 3 people are surviving together, they need to be proactive. That's how they stay united. Let me do it today. I'm suddenly craving beggar's chicken, Su Yang said suddenly. Looking at the 2 pheasants, he suddenly missed the flavors from his childhood. Back in the day, what they loved most was sneaking around to catch the chickens from old Wang's place next door to their friend Han Mai Mei, and then copying the techniques from TV to make beggar's chicken in the wild. Of course, old Wang was quite lenient. He often wouldn't scold them even when he found out. He was especially tolerant toward Han Mai Mei. That kind look in his eyes was just like an old father's. Now that I think about it, Han Mai Mei's Uncle Wang was truly a good man. Huh? You're gonna cook? Are you sure? Dai Mei was clearly a bit skeptical. Ever since she joined the team, she had never seen Su Yang show off his cooking skills. Naturally, I am quite the cook. Just you wait and see, Su Yang said confidently. He began his work, going to the river to simply clean the 2 pheasants. Then he marinated them with galangal, wild garlic, and salt, found some banana leaves, and wrapped each chicken separately. After that, he dug a hole in the ground, placed a fire over it, and baked the chicken using this roasting method. The chicken cooked this way keeps the aroma from escaping and is particularly tender and delicious. I can't tell, you actually have some tricks up your sleeve. If anyone becomes your girlfriend in the future, she will certainly be a lucky one. Watching Su Yang's skillful movements, Dai Mei spoke again. They say a man is most handsome when he's focused on his work, and Su Yang looked exceptionally handsome just then. Naturally, wouldn't you agree, Zhou Jie? Su Yang smiled and asked Zhou Jie, "What does that have to do with me?" "I'm not." Zhou Jie blushed again. Su Yang is always teasing her whenever he gets a chance. If it were the live stream chat or someone else saying that, she would have unhesitatingly unleashed some colorful language. But in front of Su Yang, she couldn't help but blush uncontrollably. This made Zhou Jie realize that things might be taking a complicated turn. About an hour later, the 2 pheasants were sizzling with oil. The flavors of the ginger and garlic had fully infused into the chicken meat through the high-temperature roasting. Because of the inner layer of banana leaves, the moisture and flavor were perfectly preserved. Wow, that smells so good. My mouth is watering just from the smell. It looks so delicious. I can't wait anymore. Joji and Daimei were drooling, their eyes glowing as they stared at the two beggars' chickens. Watching the skin sizzle and sensing that mouth-watering aroma, they couldn't stop swallowing. Then hurry up and have a taste of my cooking, Su Yang said with a smile. To be honest, he was getting a bit hungry too. With the galangal and wild garlic, the taste was even more authentic. Alright then, the two of them didn't stand on ceremony at all. Meanwhile, in the 20-second live stream channel, on screen, the sisters Liu Shishi and Liu Yiyi were still looking for food. They looked somewhat disheveled and worn out. Walking and stopping for several days in a row meant they hadn't gotten much rest, nor had they found a suitable shelter. The game they managed to catch was barely enough to cover their daily protein needs. I feel so bad for the two of them, all because of that damn Zhang Xiaoxiao. That jerk. I really hope they run into God Su soon so he can teach them a lesson. Exactly, I'm super looking forward to that too. Come on Shishi and Yi, you can definitely make it to the end. Wait, doesn't anyone else think this place looks a bit familiar? It really does look familiar. Oh my god. Is this where God Su and his group set their traps a few hours ago? At that moment, the viewers of the 22nd channel also suddenly realized that the location where Liu Shishi and Liu Yi appeared had also appeared in the second stream. From this angle, it looked exactly the same. Through the camera lens, the Liu sisters moved forward cautiously. Thump, thump. Just then, a fluttering sound startled them both. There was also some rustling in the bushes not far away. Liu Shishi immediately drew her bow and notched an arrow. Thump, thump. The bushes rustled again, and a pheasant flew up. But it quickly fell back down. It was clearly caught by something, wasn't it? Sister, it's a pheasant. We have meat to eat. Seeing the pheasant, Liu Yiyi was so excited she almost jumped up. The two of them hurried over in excitement. They had barely managed to get enough to eat over the past few days, but after leaving that area, they hadn't been able to shoot any more pheasants. They didn't expect to find pheasants here. When they walked over, they saw a pheasant firmly trapped by a snare. And not far away, there was another pheasant trapped as well. These are traps set by someone else. There are other contestants in this area, Liu Shishi said with a disappointed expression. Since there are other contestants in this area, they have to choose another spot. Even though they were in desperate need of protein right now, they couldn't just take the fruits of someone else's labor, because the people who set these traps might be in the same situation as they are. After having lunch, Su Yang had already finished remodeling the floor stove in the new shelter. He also built a cooking stove at the entrance. This way, he could cook on the stove, and the heat from below would flow continuously into the floor stove. This could be considered an upgrade based on his previous floor stove design. Not bad at all. It seems I am quite the artist. Looking at his masterpiece, Su Yang could not help but praise himself enthusiastically. The walls had already been covered with a mixture of mud and weeds. The interior walls had even been polished smooth. The next step was to wait for some time to fire tiles, and once they were laid on the roof, the new shelter would be officially complete. By then, it would be ready for move-in at any time. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, Little One suddenly ran up in front of Su Yang. Then it let out two cries towards Su Yang. To anyone else, this might just look like Little One acting cute. But Su Yang was able to understand what Little One meant. Because as Little One grew day by day, he no longer had any trouble communicating with it. Are you saying someone has entered our area? Su Yang's expression changed slightly as he asked. That was the message Little One had just relayed to him. Other contestants had entered their territory. Whoosh. Little One nodded with human-like intelligence. Then it dashed out past the fence wall. Su Yang grabbed his bow and machete, told Sister Joe, and followed after it. He had already claimed this area, so he would absolutely not allow any other contestant to appear here. Not even those big celebrities or famous streamers. Little One and Su Yang were moving incredibly fast. The livestream audience could only see the bushes shaking constantly as Su Yang moved like a lightning-fast cheetah. Flying through the wilderness, he navigated the terrain as if it were flat ground. In less than 10 minutes, Little One had already arrived at the spot where they had set traps earlier that day. At this moment, Liu Yiyi and Liu Shishi were still waiting for wild chickens to show up. Even though they couldn't take the prey caught by others, there must be other chickens in this area. If they could shoot just one, they wouldn't have to go hungry today. Swish. Suddenly, the bushes rustled. Immediately after, a shadow like a yellow bolt of lightning lunged out. It knocked Liu Shishi down in a single bound. This shadow, fast as lightning, was naturally Little One. After 3 treatments, with the marrow cleansing liquid, Little One's size was now no less than an adult wolfhound. When it jumped out, it scared Liu Yi so badly that she fell to the ground, losing even the ability to scream. Her pupils constricted in terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Because when a person is in a state of extreme fear, they cannot make a sound at all. Roar. A roar echoed through the air. Saliva sprayed all over Liu Shishi's face. Although Liu Shishi's personality was much calmer than her younger sisters, where would she have ever encountered such a situation? She was absolutely terrified. Encountering such a beast in the wilderness, she didn't even have the chance to draw her bow or call for help. Meeting a large predator like this is extremely dangerous and could even cost one's life. The audience in the live stream was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Many people were so scared they dropped their phones. Seeing a huge beast suddenly appear on screen, how could it not be terrifying? Little One, come back. Just as the 2 Liu sisters were scared pale and nearly frightened to the point of a heart attack, a sudden shout rang out. Immediately after, a figure appeared right in front of them, majestic, like a god descending from the heavens. At the sound of the reprimand, Little One immediately released Liu Shishi and hurried to Su Yang's side. It looked quite obedient. Then it looked at Su Yang, looking for praise, as if it were saying, "Boss, look, I found 2 more beauties for your mountain stronghold. Don't I deserve a pat on the back?" This made the terrified Liu sisters even more shocked. This leopard can actually understand human speech? What on earth is going on? Haven't I told you many times? Don't scare other people. Look how scared you've made them. I'll deal with you properly when we get back later. After Su Yang scolded Little One hung its head low. This was the instinct of a wild beast, and the fact that it didn't bite them meant it was already restraining its nature. Then Su Yang hurriedly walked over to Liu Shishi and Liu Yi. He said apologetically, "I'm truly sorry, young ladies. I didn't mean to give you such a scare. Although it looks ferocious, it is actually still just a kid." While apologizing, Su Yang also helped the 2 young ladies up. Little One's behavior just now had indeed been a bit reckless. If it had been some tough guys, this kind of scare wouldn't matter. But with such beautiful young women, it would be a disaster if they were scared out of their wits. Even though they were helped up by Su Yang, Liu Shishi and Liu Yi's legs were still shaking uncontrollably. Their faces remained pale. They glanced at Little One from the corner of their eyes before quickly looking away. Oh my god, calling it a kid? That's a damn leopard. It could literally scare someone to death. People who walk leopards without a leash should be taken out and shot. I totally agree. Look what you did to my goddesses. God Su, you better pay for my phone. Shishi. I was terrified at that moment. I still haven't recovered yet. But to be fair, Little One is indeed a baby. 20 days ago it hadn't even lost its baby fuzz. That's true, though I don't know what kind of mutation it went through age-wise. It really is just a kid. It grew that big in 20 days? I treated you like a brother, why did you treat me like a plaything? The person above is absolutely right. 20 days ago, Little One didn't even have its baby fur off and couldn't even walk steadily. At this moment, both the 22nd livestream channel and the 2nd livestream channel were extremely popular. In the 22nd channel, most of the audience was criticizing and educating Su Yang. Walking a leopard without a leash, is that polite? Clearly not. Is that thing yours? After a full minute, Liu Shishi finally regained her senses, and some color returned to her face. Her trembling legs also calmed down slightly. I suppose so. Its name is Little One? I met it when I first arrived on the island, so I took it in? Su Yang answered with a gentlemanly tone. Toward girls, one should naturally be a bit more of a gentleman. And toward beautiful girls, even more so. This, Liu Shishi and Liu Yi were completely confused. Can you actually adopt a leopard in a wilderness survival show? Shouldn't it be the leopard adopting them instead? This kind of situation is completely beyond their imagination. My name is Liu Shishi, and this is my younger sister Liu Yi. We are from Group 22. We are truly sorry. We didn't intend to trespass on your territory. After a moment of surprise, Liu Shishi began her self-introduction. The man before her made her feel very curious. She wondered what kind of ability he had to keep a wild beast by his side. But one thing was for sure. This man was not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who could make a wild beast so obedient was certainly no ordinary person. My name is Su Yang. I'm a contestant from Group 2. Seeing them introduce themselves, Su Yang naturally responded quite politely. Yeah, These traps on the ground were set by you, right? Well then, sorry to bother you, we'll be leaving now. A smile appeared on Liu Shishi's face, but it looked somewhat unnatural. It was obvious that she wasn't very good at smiling. No worries. Su Yang shook his head, although the other party acted very politely, and they were both good-looking young ladies. Su Yang had no intention of taking them in, because taking in Daimei was already an exception. His shelter was only so big. If he took in too many people, wouldn't his place turn into a refugee camp? Besides, all the contestants on this island were competitors. He had no desire to help his rivals. Looking at their somewhat desperate state, they might be eliminated before long. That's how this survival of the fittest world worked, even though he felt a bit of pity for the sisters. By the way, please make sure to be careful of Zhang Xiaoxiao. He has teamed up with contestants from another group to constantly loot the supplies and territories of others. That is right, it is him. What a beast, a total animal. Just as she turned away, Liu Shishi spoke up to warn him. She actually had a rather good impression of Su Yang. He acted like a gentleman and was quite handsome, which was the first impression he made. Although in her eyes, good looks weren't everything. But being good looking always leaves a great first impression. At the very least, Su Yang was 10,000 times better than Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao? That guy who is under 1 meter 4. He's capable of doing things like that? Su Yang asked, surprised. He had heard of Zhang Xiaoxiao before while watching variety shows. He was someone who could have made people dislike him just by his face, but insisted on relying on his own actions. I bet not even 1 out of 100 netizens can stand that guy. So, his reputation is truly notorious. It's not hard to understand why he's acting so recklessly now. It's just hard to believe that someone like that would actually go around looting others' resources. Yeah, even though he really is kind of a scumbag. But his teammates don't seem like people to mess with, so please do be careful, Liu Shishi continued. If it hadn't been for the fact that there were 4 of them back then, and if it hadn't been for the fact that she and her sister really needed the prize money, she never would have handed over her food, even if it meant a fight that left everyone bruised and battered. Looks like you guys have had your supplies looted before, right? Su Yang smiled and said. Mentioning Zhang Xiaoxiao caused Liu Yiye and her sister to grit their teeth. It was clear they hated that guy to the bone. That was definitely the look of someone who had been looted. Yeah. Liu Shishi nodded, her complexion worsening. She then said, either way, you guys should be careful. They have strength in numbers. With that, she took her sister and walked away. Perhaps Su Yang had great survival skills, and if they could rely on him, they might last a long time. But depending on others to win it all wasn't her personality. There are signs of a wolf pack in this area, you guys should be careful too. Since they had warned him, Su Yang decided to share the information about the wolves with them. Of course, they might have already known about it. Soon, the 2 of them vanished from sight. Su Yang took the opportunity to check his traps. 3 out of the 8 traps had been triggered, and every one of them had successfully caught a wild chicken, 2 hens, and 1 rooster. It looks like the rooster's mission is going to be quite a task in the future. After picking up the chickens, he reset the traps. Su Yang returned to the shelter. What happened just now, Su Yang? Back at the shelter, Zhou Jie asked impatiently. They had been worried for Su Yang just now. It's nothing. Just 2 sisters from Group 22 discovered our traps and went over to take a look. Su Yang replied simply. Huh? Were they pretty ladies? Why didn't you add them to your harem? Daimei joked. You know, pretty girls are very popular. Especially bringing 2 girls back could help build up their team, right? Just the 2 of you already makes me feel a bit drained. If I brought them back, I'd be worked to death. And in the future, my waist wouldn't be able to handle it. Su Yang rolled his eyes at Daimei. He wasn't someone who only thought with his lower half. In the wilderness, helping others is the same as training your own competitors. He wouldn't do such a thankless task. As for Daimei, for one, she and Joji get along well, and for another, she's willing to split the final prize money with him, even though that was an exception he made to let her stay. As for others, Su Yang never had any such thoughts. Men are all hypocrites. Daimei muttered as she watched Su Yang's back. After that, Su Yang led Zhou Jie and Daimei into the bamboo forest. Then they chopped down a large amount of bamboo. Luckily, this bamboo forest was huge and could provide enough bamboo for them. And this time, they also discovered some bamboo shoots just poking their heads out. This discovery made them very happy, because bamboo shoots are rich in carbohydrates and some essential trace elements, especially potassium. Potassium is a very important trace element for the human body. Potassium deficiency can lead to hypokalemia. If the potassium level in the blood is too low, it causes the body to go limp and become unable to move. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Su Yang, the two sisters, Liu Shishi and Liu Yi, did not go very far. Instead, they spent about 30 minutes walking until they found a relatively flat spot with decent sunlight. And then they began building their shelter. Sister, that Su Yang is so handsome and so gentlemanly. And he even kept such an impressive pet. If only we could team up with him to survive, that would be great. Liu Yi said to Liu Shishi while building the shelter. What are you thinking about all day in that little head of yours? In any situation, you can only rely on yourself. You can't count on others. And you know my personality. I won't lean on anyone. Liu Shishi glanced at her sister and said calmly, though she couldn't deny that Su Yang was indeed sunny and handsome, quite attractive to girls. And he had a sense of mystery that made one want to learn more. Big sister, actually, you also have a really good feeling about that Su Yang, right? Or rather, you also think he's quite mysterious, don't you? Liu Yi asked with a sudden mischievous grin. Knowing her sister's personality, she rarely talks that much to any man. Especially when meeting for the first time, she wouldn't even say 5 sentences to a guy she wasn't familiar with. Yet she talked so much with Su Yang earlier, and even reminded him to be careful of Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others before they left. This is definitely not like her. It shows she treats Su Yang differently from other men. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up to find things. If we don't finish building the shelter by tonight, we'll be in a very dangerous situation. Have you forgotten that Su Yang mentioned there's a wolf pack here? Liu Shishi glared at Liu Yi, then regained her composure and said, I must admit, Su Yang really does give off a sense of mystery. That is also the reason why he plans to build the shelter so close by. Meanwhile, Su Yang and the ladies had already returned to their shelter. Aside from bringing back 2 large bundles of bamboo, they also gathered quite a few bamboo shoots. Second brother, I'm becoming more and more impressed with you. How can you carry so much bamboo? Back at the shelter, Daimei asked with immense curiosity. Earlier, when Zhou Ji came back, she had also carried a lot of bamboo. Although it was nowhere near as much as Su Yang, it was definitely not the strength an ordinary female streamer should have. It's like she's awakened some kind of superpower. I don't know either. I've just felt like my strength has increased a lot lately. Could it be that during this time in the wilderness, I unknowingly ate some legendary fairy herb? Zhou Ji was also puzzled. At this moment, she was naturally baffled. Eating fairy herbs was, of course, just something she said on a whim. Because this is a scientific world, and such things only exist in myths. In truth, what she suspected most was the massage Su Yang gave her last time. Su Yang definitely didn't just give her a simple massage back then, because this guy had completely erased all her pain in just 1 minute. More importantly, ever since that massage, she felt that both her speed and strength had improved significantly. The contrast with before was very obvious, so it must have been that time that changed her. As for what exactly happened, perhaps only Su Yang knows deep down. She must find a time to get to the bottom of this. There's such a good thing? Looks like I should eat more wild vegetables from now on. Maybe I'll get to eat some fairy herbs too. My requirements aren't high. I don't need increased strength or speed, as long as I can grow a bit bigger right here. Daimei touched her chest with her hand and said with a serious expression. Because in the past few days, she realized Zhou Ji's changes were far beyond just having more strength. More importantly, her figure had also become even more perfect than before. They used to be about the same level, both stuck as a cups. But after this period of development, Zhou Ji had completely surpassed her. This shift made her feel very uneasy. That's probably impossible for you. You've already passed the age for secondary development. Just accept reality, third sister, Zhou Ji said to Daimei, looking quite smug. Zhou Ji, you can't say that. Although Daimei has indeed passed the age for natural development, for some things, artificial intervention can be quite effective. If you have such needs, you can ask me for help in the future. I've always been very helpful and definitely don't charge. Su Yang had a wicked smirk on his lips as he spoke to the two of them. Actually, what he said was the truth. The effect of pure gaze is limited after all. Manual intervention in such matters might be significantly more effective. Get lost. The two of them scolded Su Yang in unison. This guy can be very serious sometimes, bringing a sense of security. But other times, he's like a total pervert, making jokes that catch people off guard. In the following time, Daimei and Zhou Ji started preparing the meal. And Su Yang began using the cut bamboo to prepare more tables, chairs, stools, and other items. He originally planned to make 2 bamboo beds. But then he thought, deep autumn is coming, and winter will follow soon after. Bamboo beds wouldn't provide any warmth at all. So after much deliberation, he decided to build a traditional rural kang bed instead of using bamboo beds. Then just weave 2 bamboo mats to go with it. In the cold winter, the effectiveness of a heated clay bed is far superior to a bamboo bed. With his master-level weaving skills, Suyang's speed was very fast. In just 2 hours, he had woven a coffee table and 4 small stools. These were naturally for their new house. Life requires a sense of ritual. Next was weaving a door and 2 windows with bamboo. In a house, windows are very important. A house without windows feels gloomy even when you walk in during the day. And weaving these items was quick, finished in just half an hour. Tonight's dinner was relatively rich. There was smoked meat with stir-fried bamboo shoots and the previous earth lichen soup. Although eating meat every day could satisfy their body's protein needs, the bamboo shoots and some wild vegetables could also provide many of the nutrients and trace elements their bodies needed. But eating meat for 20 straight days without seeing a grain of rice or a noodle, that made Suyang crave rice and flour-based foods. It would be great if there were some rice or wheat seeds. But on a deserted island, this was truly a luxury thought for them. After dinner, Suyang gathered a lot of dry firewood. He then lit the earthen stove at the new shelter. Since the walls built a few days ago were still very damp, especially the mud layer on the surface, they needed to be dried out quickly. If he baked them well for a few days, they should be able to move in soon. As the dawn light tore through the curtain of night, survival reached its 21st day. After a simple wash and breakfast, Suyang planned to build the clay bed today, because he didn't know when it might suddenly rain. To be honest, while their current shelter was not bad, it couldn't guarantee being 100% weatherproof. But the new shelter, even though the roof tiles weren't fully finished, was absolutely reliable for keeping out rain. Because Suyang used multiple layers of bamboo tiles, topped with a layer of mud, and then covered it with several layers of banana leaves. Every layer was sealed with mud. Firstly, this would completely block the rain, and secondly, this method would effectively keep the warmth in. Actions speak louder than words. After breakfast, the 3 of them worked hard. But at the same time, Zhang Xiao's group of pirates was also approaching Suyang's shelter territory. Their team had now grown to 6 people. If you can't beat them, join them. That's likely an eternal truth. Brother Zhang, come look at this. There are some traps here. Yu Zhuangxi hurriedly said to Zhang Xiao up ahead. Zhang Xiao and the other 4 followed quickly. Not bad. Looks like the contestants in this group are living well. Zhang Xiao looked at the traps on the ground, noticing many marks where animals had struggled, along with plenty of pheasant feathers. That meant the group of contestants who set these traps must have caught a lot of pheasants. Looks like we can have a full meal again today, Zhang Xiao said to Yu Zhuangxi and the others behind him. Everyone's face was filled with greed. The feeling of plundering was just too addictive. It not only solved their food problems, but also gave them a sense of spiritual satisfaction. They just didn't realize that some people were entities they shouldn't provoke. Zhuangxi, can you identify the path leading to their shelter? Zhang Xiao asked. If these guys know how to set traps for pheasants, they must have had a good harvest. And judging by the signs of struggling on the ground and the feathers everywhere, there should be plenty of pheasants around here. Hopefully, those guys have stored a decent amount of food. Then we can just swoop in and take it all at once. He had experienced this feeling 3 or 4 times already, and it always worked like a charm, especially seeing those resentful looks in their eyes. The feeling that they can't stand him but can't get rid of him either is just fantastic. As for the viewers in the live stream, he didn't care about them at all. If they want to curse, let them curse. It doesn't bother him in the slightest. After years in the entertainment industry, he has become immune to such insults. There are 4 trampled trails here in total, and looking at the damage to the vegetation, no one has been here for several days. So for now, I can't be sure which one leads to their shelter, so we will have to test them one by one. Yu Zhuangxi looked around and replied. Although he is a retired kickboxer, he doesn't know much about wilderness survival. He has never been interested in wilderness survival either. Naturally, he cannot tell which path leads to the prey shelter. What about you guys? Can you tell? Zhang Xiao looked at the other 4 people behind him and asked. If they could identify the correct route immediately, they wouldn't have to waste so much time. And they wouldn't waste so much energy either. We can't tell. The 4 people behind him also shook their heads. If they had extensive survival experience, they wouldn't be following a guy like Zhang Xiao, letting him act arrogant and boss them around. What a bunch of losers. Zhang Xiao cursed in his heart. He said casually, in that case, let's try them one by one. Then the four started trying the paths one after another. Su Yang and his group had traveled quite a long distance. So after all this testing, it had already taken them over 3 hours. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. With the scorching sun overhead, they were all getting hungry and thirsty. Fortunately, they had prepared some food and fresh water in advance. After a quick lunch, they continued their search. There was only one path left, so they could be sure that their prey was at the end of this last road. Meanwhile, after several hours of hard work, Su Yang and his team had completed the earthen bed. The next step was to dry it out. Then they could lay out the bamboo mat. Once the room was completely dry, they could move in. After finishing the bed, the three went to the river to freshen up a bit. Back at the shelter, they stir-fried some bamboo shoots and smoked meat. They also had a cold seaweed salad and a soup made of wild fungi. 2 dishes and 1 soup, both hot and cold. Life was not too bad. Roar. Just then, little one, who was eating meat on the side, suddenly looked fierce. Then, it let out a menacing sound. As little one grew bigger, its voice became completely different from when it was a baby. The sound had turned into that of a real beast. It was distinctively different from the chirping sounds before. If anyone heard such a low growl in the wilderness, they would probably be shaking with fear. Grrr! Little one looked up outside the fence, then looked back at Su Yang. It was clearly conveying some important information to him. Is it them? Su Yang's expression changed slightly. He put down his bamboo chopsticks, his eyes turning cold. Little one had just told him that several pieces of prey were heading toward their shelter. For a beast like Little One, even humans were referred to as prey. Of course, in its eyes, Su Yang would always be its father. Based on Little One's signal, Su Yang immediately guessed who these people were. He was 90% sure it was Zhang Xiaoxiao and his group, as mentioned by the Liu sisters. It seems their looting spree hadn't stopped. This time, they seemed to have chosen them as their prey. I have to say, that is a very stupid and dangerous decision. But since they are coming, let's give them a proper welcome. After all, having friends visit from afar is a joy, isn't it? Su Yang, what happened? What did Little One say? Zhou Jie asked immediately. Little One's expression clearly meant danger or prey was approaching. After living together for so long, although she couldn't understand exactly what Little One was saying, Zhou Jie could still grasp its general mood. Moreover, she knew for sure that Su Yang could perfectly understand Little One, though she didn't know how he managed that. After all, Su Yang was a proper human, and Little One was a 100% purebred beast. Little One seems to be telling us that some uninvited guests will be arriving soon. Su Yang stood up, a playful smile on his lips, and said calmly, Zhang Xiaoxiao was a celebrity Su Yang disliked very much. Or perhaps calling him a scoundrel would be more accurate. What? Uninvited guests? Could it be those sisters you met earlier? Zhou Ji and Dai Mei asked at once, since they had been here for so long without encountering any other contestants. The most likely ones would be the pair of sisters Su Yang had encountered. If that was the case, it seemed the sisters were also deeply attracted to Su Yang. No wonder. After all, the charm he radiated from within was something even he couldn't control. Probably not. Let's go out and see in a bit. You two stay behind me, don't do anything, just watch. Because I will handle everything, Su Yang said with a smile. If it were just Zhang Xiaoxiao and his 3 lackeys, honestly, Su Yang could finish them off in an instant. Meanwhile, in the 9th livestream channel, the viewer count had reached over 4 million. Among them were some twisted individuals who loved watching Zhang Xiaoxiao loot other contestants. The world is large, and there are all kinds of people. Was the trap just now set by Su Shen's group? Have Zhang's group entered their territory? Oh my god, it looks like it. The trap was indeed set by Su Shen's team. This is going to be good. Quick, switch to the 2nd channel, waiting to watch Su Shen crush the bad guy Zhang. That's just wishful thinking. Even though Su Yang's survival skills are strong, do you really think he can handle 6 people alone? True. 1v6 is impossible. This isn't a fighting ring. Even some fighting champions wouldn't be able to handle this. It's over. Su Yang's slender frame probably can't take it. You guys above are idiots. You seem to have forgotten one important thing. Did you forget that Little One is with Su Shen? Oh my god, almost forgot about Little One. This is going to be intense. After many viewers recognized that the trap belonged to Su Yang's group, in an instant, the audience in the 9th channel dropped to a few 100,000. They all flocked to the 2nd channel, waiting for the show to begin. Brother Su, you should run. Zhang Xiaoxiao has brought a large group to loot you. Did you guys notice? It seems like Little Bit already sensed that Zhang Xiaoxiao and his group were coming. It really looks like it. Why is Su Yang still so calm? To be honest, if he were allowed to use lethal force, Su Yang could wipe out all 6 of them in an instant. I completely agree. With his pinpoint archery skills, he could indeed finish them off in no time. What a pity! I think Su Yang is so strong that Zhang Xiaoxiao and his crew might not even get the upper hand. Little bit. Bite them to death. Little bit. I am the destroyer of private parts. Go Su, stay safe, and beat those bastards to a pulp. Yeah, I've hated them for a long time. They even bully girls. In the live stream, waves of comments kept flooding the screen. The comments were scrolling up rapidly. By now, the popularity of the live stream had reached a staggering 20 million. Undoubtedly, it was the most popular live stream. Keep in mind, Teacher Huang's group, who ranked second, only had about 9 million viewers at the time. They were all supporting Su Yang. Of course, there were also those worried about him. After all, there were 6 people on the other side, 5 of whom were burly men. Only Zhang Xiaoxiao had no real combat capability. Zhou Ji and Dai Mai were just women, and neither of them were fighters. Even if Little Bit could take on 2 at once, that still left 4 opponents. To be honest, it would be quite difficult for Su Yang to handle 4 people at once. His physique was too different from theirs. Even with perfect muscle definition and great strength, an actual fight wouldn't be as easy as it looks in TV dramas. Starving people's desire for food can unleash terrifying hidden potential. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Shishi and Lu Yiyi also started heading out to look for food. They had almost finished building their shelter yesterday. This morning, they even put up a fence around the area to prevent wolves from getting in. And next, it was naturally about the issue of food. Although they didn't want to compete with Su Yang for food, sometimes you have no choice if you want to survive. As for Su Yang, he was already fully prepared for the fight. If there were only 4 people, plus Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had the combat power of a puff of air, he could easily take care of them all by himself. Ever since he gained the system and enhanced his body, he hadn't had a proper fight yet. This was a perfect opportunity. He could also get a feel for what master-level combat techniques were like and see if they were as effective as he imagined. Su Yang whispered a few things to Little Bit. Zhou Ji and Dai Mai couldn't hear clearly what he said. Their expressions were naturally a bit tense. If it wasn't that pair of sisters Su Yang mentioned, it might be other contestants. If a conflict broke out, it would be a dangerous situation. Ooh. Little Bit alerted Su Yang once again. It was clear that Zhang Xiaoxiao and his group were approaching fast. Let's go. It looks like we should be able to get quite a bit of gear this time. After Little Bit's alert, Su Yang said this with a smile to Zhou Ji and Dai Mai. He was 100% confident. Even if they brought a few more people, he would still have the ability to take them down. When a person's speed and strength increase several times over, their comprehensive combat power increases tremendously. When speed reaches a certain level, enemies can be dealt with in a flash. Minma. Su Yang, if there's any danger later, don't try to go head-to-head with them. We can just start over if we have to. Zhou Ji quickly spoke up. Even if it meant giving up everything they had now or even their chance at survival, she wouldn't want to see Su Yang in danger. Yeah, okay. Su Yang nodded without saying much else. They would soon find out that his combat power was far greater than they imagined. Su is awesome and aggressive. If he can give Zhang Xiaoxiao a good beating today, I'll be his fan for life. Su, waiting to see you hammer the bad guy Zhang. Don't let us down, Su. The live stream chat was still flooded with frantic comments. Everyone was still solidly supporting Su Yang. They were looking forward to the conflict about to break out. They were really hoping to see Su Yang hammer them. If anyone among the contestants could sanction those guys, Su Yang was the most likely candidate. Because although Su Yang didn't have a massive physique, he gave off a very mysterious vibe. Especially the audience, who had been watching his feed from the beginning, could appreciate this more. It seemed that in the wilderness, Su Yang was omnipotent. This time, Little Bit didn't follow directly behind Su Yang, because Su Yang had just given him instructions to sneak in from behind instead. He was waiting for the best opportunity so they could get a real taste of what despair felt like. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. In the next second, Zhang Xiaoxiao's pathetic figure appeared in the line of sight of Su Yang and the girls, and behind him followed 5 other men. Looks like the information I got had a slight discrepancy, but it doesn't matter. The ending is the same. The moment he saw Zhang Xiaoxiao and his group, a faint, cold smile curled on Su Yang's lips. For him right now, there was no difference between 4 people and 6 people. Oh? Coming out to greet me proactively? Zhang Xiaoxiao was also momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Su Yang. So it's the 2 beautiful streamers from Shark Platform. Hello there? Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xiaoxiao. I assume you've heard of me, right? Zhang Xiaoxiao deliberately tried to mimic a gentlemanly demeanor. But whether it was his facial expressions or the tone of his voice, he made people feel sick. Maybe that was his unique personal charm. Heard of you, and now that I've finally seen you, you're even lamer than I imagined, Zhou Ji said coldly. They had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaoxiao, so there was no need to be polite. Besides, his smile and voice were just too disgusting. Hey, what are you guys doing here? This area is our territory. If there's nothing else, please leave. Daimai also said bluntly. Actually, neither of them wanted Su Yang to start talking. They were afraid of a conflict. If things got out of control, it would be a bit troublesome. Winning without a fight would be the best result. Hearing Zhou Ji and Daimai's words, Zhang Xiaoxiao's face twitched violently. He then said, "We haven't caught any prey for a long time. I think you guys are doing pretty well, so if you could, I hope you can share some of your food." That line never gets old. Zhou Ji and Daimai both frowned. Sure enough, these guys showed their predatory fangs right from the start. They had 6 people, so they definitely couldn't go head to head. And just as Daimai and Zhou Ji were thinking about how to respond, Su Yang suddenly took a step forward and stood directly in front of them. With a playful smile on his face, he said calmly, "Want to eat feces? If you do, I can give you some fresh ones right now, guaranteed." Just a bunch of lapdogs, and they had the nerve to act so condescendingly in front of him. What? Kid, don't get too arrogant. Zhang Xiaoxiao was stunned. Su Yang's words completely threw him off. Even the other 5 men behind him were in shock. Doesn't this kid realize what the situation is? They were 6 people. They could eliminate them anytime and call the rescue line for them. Su Yang. Daimai and Zhou Ji looked at Su Yang with worry. But Su Yang turned his head and gave them a confident smile. The anxiety and worry in their hearts instantly dissipated. It seemed Su Yang was quite certain. And they didn't see Little Bit anywhere either. Which meant Su Yang had his own plan. Kid, do you know what you just said? Do you think I'm here to negotiate with you? Hand over all your food and survival tools now, and then you can leave this place. Of course, you can also choose to suffer a bit, and then I'll help you call for rescue. I'd be happy to. Zhang Xiaoxiao calmed his anger and stared at Su Yang. Those 2 female streamers had a bit of influence. But this pretty boy in front of them, I've never seen him before, which means he's not even a streamer. Even if he gets beaten up here, he'll just have to take it. I said, if you want to eat feces, I can give you some. If you want to die, I can satisfy you too. Su Yang continued with a smile. His smile was completely harmless looking. Zhuangxi, it seems this kid doesn't want to cooperate. Since that's the case, teach him a little lesson. Just a lesson, don't make a scene, Zhang Xiaoxiao said with cold rage in his eyes. This was his first setback in the last few days. This feeling made him very unhappy. Understood, Brother Zhang. Don't worry. Liu Zhuangxi nodded. He shook his wrists and neck. Finally, he could properly show off his fighting skills. He walked up to Su Yang step by step. With such a small frame, he could knock him out with one punch. Kid, if you just complied, there wouldn't have been any trouble. You brought this on yourself. Liu Zhuangxi flashed a hideous grin at Su Yang with his ugly face. Then he threw a punch straight at Su Yang. He held back some of his strength in that punch. Otherwise, if he destroyed this fragile guy, it would be troublesome. After all, even though they were on a desert island, if he went too far, there would still be penalties. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Liu Zhuangxi's fist. Bam! The next second, Su Yang reached out a hand and caught Liu Zhuangxi's fist directly. With a cold smile on his lips, his eyes flashed with icy intensity. This soft punch like a girl's, are you sure it's meant for hitting people? Su Yang squeezed hard. Crunch. Ah! A pig-like scream echoed across the island. 7 faces of shock, frozen in a still image. Ah! Liu Zhuangxi kept letting out agonizing screams like a slaughtered pig. At the same time, a look of utter terror instantly appeared in his eyes. Given such a thin and scrawny build, he should have been able to completely wreck the guy with a single punch. He had even intentionally held back his strength, so why was such a small guy able to unleash such immense power? Right now, even if he exerted all his might, he simply couldn't pull his fist back. He used to be a professional boxer, though he had been retired for a year or 2 now. But even after retiring, he kept up his daily training. It was just a habit. Though his strength had slightly diminished, this punch was still far more powerful than that of an average person. He never expected this guy to catch his fist with one hand and remain completely motionless. With a gentle squeeze, he felt like his entire hand was about to be ruined. His joints were even making cracking sounds. Su Su Yang! Zhou Ji and Dai Mei also stared at Su Yang in complete horror, clearly unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Because, in terms of physique, the gap between Su Yang and Niu Zhuangxi was just too massive. This stark contrast made everyone even more shocked and incredulous. But the facts were laid out right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe it. Why would Su Yang possess such terrifying strength? He caught Niu Zhuangxi's fist with just one hand. They had only ever seen scenes like this in TV shows and movies. Such a thing was simply impossible to happen in real life. My god! Amazing, amazing, amazing! Su the god is mighty! I'm shaking with excitement. You can do it. Su the god, I love you. Is this damn thing staged? Shouldn't a scene like this only appear in TV dramas? I'm freaking stunned. Good heavens. Is this the kind of strength a normal human should have? Brother Su, go for it, teach these ugly jerks a good lesson. A real godlike man. I'm a total fan now. Su the god is my only idol from now on. This scene appearing in the live stream caused an uproar throughout the entire chat room. It wasn't just the chat room. Even the executives at Shark Platform switched to the secondary live feed. Then, they all wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Everyone started to wonder, what kind of terrifying energy was hidden within Su Yang's small frame? Just as all the viewers in the chat room were completely horrified, Su Yang looked up at the drone. Then, he calmly said, "Everyone watching the stream, you be my witnesses. They were the ones who provoked me first. I am merely acting in legitimate self-defense." As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fell upon Niu Zhuangxi once more, ice cold. It was like looking at a wild beast from the wilderness. A single glance was enough to make Niu Zhuangxi feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. His entire back was drenched in sweat in an instant. What is this look? This kid, who exactly is he? Niu Zhuangxi was terrified to the core. Fear began to spread wildly in his heart. Since becoming a fighter, he had encountered many formidable opponents. You could say everyone who practices boxing is a tough guy. Their eyes alone would make ordinary people feel fear. But none of his previous opponents possessed such a chilling, soul-deeply terrifying gaze like Su Yang's. All the viewers in the chat room were flooding the screen with comments confirming they were witnesses for Su Yang. This conflict was indeed started by Zhang Xiaoqiao and his group. No, impossible. How could that kid be so strong? How could a normal person so easily catch the punch of a boxer? Zhang Xiaoqiao was completely dumbfounded by fear. He kept shaking his head, completely unable to believe everything that was unfolding before his eyes. Crack. While Zhang Xiaoqiao and the few behind him were still in shock and confusion, Su Yang pressed his hand slightly upward. The moment the crisp sound of bone cracking echoed, Niu Zhuangxi's wrist twisted 90 degrees and was completely deformed. Ah! The pig-like scream echoed through the wilderness once again. Actually, for a boxer, such an injury wasn't all that catastrophic. In free fighting, having an arm twisted or a wrist dislocated is a common occurrence. What truly frightened him was Su Yang's gaze just now and the overwhelming pressure radiating from his body. Looking at the agonizing Niu Zhuangxi, Su Yang had no intention of letting them off so easily. Unprovoked hostility always has a price. With a sweeping kick, Niu Zhuangxi was sent flying 5 meters away. He probably had quite a few broken ribs. Even Su Yang himself was shocked by the power he currently possessed. After all, it was nearly 5 times that of an average person. Niu Zhuangxi was stunned out of his mind by that single kick. All he wanted now was to get away from this trouble immediately. After easily taking care of Niu Zhuangxi, Su Yang turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoqiao. This cripple was the true mastermind. "You guys, hurry up and attack together. Quickly, what are you waiting for?" Seeing Su Yang's gaze, Zhang Xiaoqiao immediately said to the few people behind him, no matter how strong this guy was, if the 5 of them attacked together, they would surely have a chance of winning. The 4 people behind him exchanged looks. While fearful, it seemed to be their only hope. Whoosh! And, just as the 4 of them were about to grit their teeth and attack, a sonic boom sounded, followed by a yellow flash of lightning darting out from behind Su Yang. It was ridiculously fast, like an arrow released from a string. They didn't even have time to react. Little Bit leaped up, and its 2 front paws landed right on Zhang Xiaoqiao's shoulders. Its sharp claws glimmered with cold light as they sank directly into Zhang Xiaoqiao's shoulders, pressing him down to the ground. Roar. A roar shook the valley. Strengthened by the marrow-cleansing liquid, Little Bit's roar had even more penetration and intimidation, spraying slobber all over Zhang Xiaoqiao's face. At such close range, Zhang Xiaoqiao's eardrums were instantly buzzing. Ah! A sound mixed with infinite fear and heart-piercing pain rang out. A yellow unknown liquid instantly flowed out from Zhang Xiaoxiao's crotch. A pungent smell of urine filled the air in an instant. Then, with a thud, his eyes went dark and he fainted from pure fright. As for the 4 people nearby who were just about to attack, their legs were already trembling with fear. They wanted to get out of this haunted place as fast as possible, but their feet felt like they were glued to the ground and they couldn't move at all. They could only shiver as they stared at this spotted giant in front of them. Huff. Little Bit shot a ferocious glare at the 4 men, drool dripping from the corner of its mouth. It looked every bit like a man-eating beast. Seeing that Zhang Xiao had completely fainted from fear, and the 4 people behind him were standing there, paralyzed and not daring to move. I had expected these guys to be so arrogant, actually daring to brazenly plunder the fruits of others' labor. Turns out they are all just a bunch of cowards. Once they met someone truly formidable, they were too scared to even twitch. "Come back, little one," Su Yang called out to the cub. Little one gave another firm tug with its claws. This move woke Zhang Xiaoxiao up from the pain once again. Only then did little one trot back to Su Yang, looking perfectly satisfied. Ah! Zhang Xiaoxiao let out another pig-like shriek. When his eyes turned to Su Yang and the cub, his gaze was now filled with nothing but utter fear and terror. The mentality of all 6 of them had completely crumbled. They couldn't fathom how this scrawny guy in front of them could possess such immense power. More importantly, why would a wild leopard be so obedient to him? This was a beast of the wilderness, not a family husky. How could it be so well behaved? But this was something they simply could not figure out. Right now, their only thought was to get out of this hellhole as fast as possible and never see these guys again. What a bunch of useless losers. And you think you're fit to plunder other people's food? Su Yang glanced coldly at Zhang Xiaoxiao and Niu Zhuangxi, his tone dripping with disdain and contempt. He was actually feeling a bit frustrated. His master-level combat skills didn't even get a chance to be used. It seems that ordinary people are just too weak for him. At this moment, the 6 of them stood frozen on the spot, not daring to move an inch. They were terrified that the wild leopard would launch another attack on them. Getting bitten by those sharp fangs was definitely no joke. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou and Daimai finally snapped out of their shock. "Su Yang, how on earth do you have such incredible strength?" Sister Zhou asked in absolute amazement. Although she had witnessed Su Yang's strength before, today it had once again surpassed her understanding. Looking at the incredibly stunned and surprised women, Su Yang smiled faintly and replied, "When people face danger, their hidden physical potential is triggered. It makes perfect sense that I'd burst out with extra power in a dangerous situation." Sure enough, the same old answer. Sister Zhou could only roll her eyes. However, they felt happy in their hearts right now, because all the crises had been resolved. They hadn't lost a single thing, and they had fully witnessed Su Yang's power. The live stream was blowing up again. The audience, who were still in shock just a moment ago, had now completely come to their senses. Su Yang just now looked like a god, descending from the heavens. He probably could have handled all 6 of them without breaking a sweat, and many new viewers finally understood why they called him God Su. This guy is simply outrageously talented. This guy must be cheating. How else could he have such immense strength? As for the executives at Shark Platform, they were shocked but also overjoyed, because Su Yang's stunt had brought them absolute traffic. This was definitely a stellar star-making project for them. As soon as the survival show ended, they would immediately invite Su Yang to join their platform. By then, with the popularity and traffic he had accumulated, he would surely surpass every other streamer on Shark Platform. Their platform would be raking in a fortune. At this moment, Su Yang saw Zhang Xiaoxiao and the other 5 who were completely scared out of their wits. He decided not to punish them any further. Even though these guys had been despicable in their methods of robbing others, they hadn't gained any advantage on his side. Giving them a slight lesson was enough of a punishment. But if he took the lesson too far, or if they ended up in life-threatening danger, even the streaming platform wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. This was likely the capital they relied on to be so unscrupulous. Leave all your supplies, including the clothes you're wearing, and then get the hell out of this area immediately. Su Yang looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao and said coldly, if he stripped them of all their survival supplies, they wouldn't be able to survive here any longer. They would likely be eliminated soon. Although this might not be satisfying enough for many viewers in the live stream. After all, they had watched step by step how Zhang Xiaoxiao and his group exploited other contestants. But Su Yang couldn't disqualify them from the survival challenge just to punish these inconsequential people. A hint of hesitation flickered across their terrified faces. Giving up their survival supplies was one thing. After all, if they didn't comply, they might face even more brutal consequences. But now, he was asking them to take all their clothes off. That would be a massive humiliation, because there were millions of viewers watching them live. Making such a fool of themselves would be known throughout the country. Roar? Seeing them hesitate, the cub let out another piercing roar. It stared at them fiercely, its body crouched down slightly, ready to pounce. This made all 6 of them tremble. Alright, I'll take them off now. Zhang Xiaoxiao was the first to give in, even though it was deeply humiliating. But it wasn't the first time he'd lost face anyway. For someone with a skin as thick as his, this wouldn't affect him too much. He could just pretend it was all part of a variety show. Forget it. You don't have to. You're too disgusting. I'm afraid the stench will ruin the air. Su Yang looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with contempt, then spoke coldly. The guy had wet himself earlier, just thinking about it was nauseating. Hearing this, even the shameless Zhang Xiaoqiao couldn't help but feel a mix of shame and anger. But in front of the cub and Su Yang, he dared not say a word. The others quickly unloaded all their gear, including 2 sleeping bags, a multi-purpose knife, a tent, 2 frying pans, 3 sets of bow and arrows, and a fishing kit. After all, they had 3 sets of survival tools between them. This haul was truly a fruitful harvest for Su Yang and his team. Then, they all took off their clothes, left in nothing but their underwear. This was their final shred of dignity. Fold them neatly for me, and put them all in a pile over there. Su Yang commanded again. With these supplies, they would live even more comfortably from now on. The guys behind him were very obedient, timidly folding all their clothes neatly. Then they glared at Zhang Xiaoxiao with murderous intent. If it weren't for this asshole, they might still be living comfortably. But now, not only had they lost their ability to survive, but they were also stripped of their clothes. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. However, they didn't dare blame Su Yang for this, because he was a force they could not mess with. But this bastard Zhang Xiaoxiao, it was all his doing. Listen, big brother, we only did such irrational things because we were incited by Zhang Xiaoxiao. We offended you, and we truly hope for your forgiveness. We promise we will never dare to do this again. Please, spare us. The 4 people behind Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yang with fear, begging for mercy. Especially after seeing the little creature beside Su Yang baring its teeth and snarling. They felt even more terrified. Coming across a real wild beast in the wilderness brings a primal fear that is impossible to control. They had completely given up on any hope for the prize money. They only wished to get out of there as quickly as possible. Although Zhang Xiaoxiao was incredibly furious, he didn't even dare to let out a peep. Staying silent was the smartest move for him right now. Just then, the little creature suddenly glanced at the bushes to the right. Then it gave Su Yang a signal. Su Yang had actually heard the movement there for quite a while. The disturbance had been going on for several minutes. Come on out. Do you really need the little one to invite you personally? Su Yang said calmly. Although his perception wasn't as sensitive as the little one's, after using the marrow cleansing liquid 4 times, his sensory abilities had far surpassed those of an ordinary person. He could hear even the slightest rustle within a certain range quite clearly. If his guess was right, it should be the Liu sisters. Ha! Zhou and Dai Mei, who were on the side, were stunned. Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others looked puzzled as well. Could there really be other people in this place? Just as they were surprised, the bushes rustled. Then, 2 figures emerged from within. It was none other than Liu Shishi and Liu Yi. They had originally been out hunting, but after hearing the noise, their curiosity drove them to come over and investigate. And then they saw everything that had just happened. Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had previously looted their food and resources without mercy, was scared to the point of wetting his pants by the little one, and even passed out from terror. They felt incredibly satisfied inside. Evil is repaid with evil. That saying is truly correct. A scoundrel like Zhang Xiaoxiao really needed a tough person like Su Yang to teach him a lesson. Are they the sister duo? They must be the sisters you mentioned before. Zhou and Su Yang both looked at Liu Shishi and Liu Yi. Then she asked Su Yang. The 2 sisters had very similar facial features, but their temperaments were completely different. The one holding the bow looked cold as ice, while the other seemed more gentle and delicate. Brother Su Yang, we are really sorry, my sister and I didn't mean to eavesdrop. We just happened to pass by while hunting, and after hearing the sound, we came over out of curiosity, Yu Yi said immediately. After looking directly into Su Yang's eyes, her little heart started pounding wildly. Su Yang's performance just now was like a god descending from heaven. He was the absolute image of a Prince Charming in her heart. Besides, she already had a very good first impression of Su Yang. A heterosexual woman has no defense against a man who possesses both good looks and strength. Liu Yiyi was no exception. Right, sister? Liu Yiyi quickly tugged at her sister's hem, because although her sister had a kind heart, she could be a bit too stubborn sometimes. She didn't know how to speak kindly and had a cold, icy expression toward all men. Yes, as my sister said, we were just passing by. So please don't take offense, Mr. Su. Liu Shishi also raised her head to look at Su Yang and said in a calm tone. In fact, she was deliberately forcing herself to stay calm. After witnessing Su Yang's performance, no woman could remain completely unmoved. After all, they were not heartless saints. Brother, I didn't expect these two girls to look so good. Especially the older sister, she is so cool. Even as a woman, I am a bit charmed by her style. It seems we have a competitor, Dai Mei whispered to Zhou. There is no denying that the sister duo before them looked quite stunning, and the older sister's temperament made even her, a woman, feel like she was cool. Men, they often have a desire to conquer. The more difficult a woman is to conquer, the more it stirs that desire in them. Especially for a perfect man like Su Yang, I guess that desire would be even stronger, right? Stop bringing me into this. Su Yang is my cousin. Zhou gave Dai Mei a huge eye roll on the side. Although she said that, her expression looked somewhat off. Oh my, that's a bit of a mess then, Dai Mei said with a deliberate smile. Although they kept their voices very low, they were quite close. So Liu Shishi and Liu Yiyi could hear their conversation clearly. Liu Yiyi immediately blushed. Liu Shishi, however, frowned slightly and spoke directly. Please don't misunderstand. We sisters will not be your competitors. Today's incident was purely a coincidence, and we were indeed just passing by. Liu Shishi's words made Dai Mei and Zhou feel a bit awkward. They didn't expect her to be so direct and unreserved. Fine, I have no reason to blame you. This desert island is meant for all contestants to survive together. As long as you don't harbor intentions like these guys, I won't make things difficult for you, Su Yang said. If they were enemies, that would have been their fate. But the Liu sisters clearly had no such intentions, nor did they have the guts or capability to do so. Just then, Liu Yiyi turned to look at Zhang Xiaoxiao. Then, a cold arc appeared on the corners of her mouth as she said to Zhang Xiaoxiao in a very satisfying tone, I told you, karma is a cycle. Your dirty tactics will get you into trouble. It is impossible for you to make it to the end. At this moment, seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao's end, she actually felt very relieved. Grrr. Zhang Xiaoxiao gritted his teeth, making a clattering sound. But as soon as he got angry, the wound on his shoulder began to ache, and blood kept gushing out. If he didn't get medical attention soon, there would indeed be a risk of infection. Alright, let's take the loot back. Today's harvest is really good. If a few more brainless people like these come along, our survival will be much more comfortable. Su Yang glanced coldly at Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others, then started packing the loot. Judging by the injuries of Zhang Xiaoxiao and the big guy, they had completely lost the capacity to continue surviving. And as for the other four, with no tools and no clothes, only equipped with picks, they would find it hard to survive even one night. After packing the loot, Su Yang and the others left directly. Anyway, these guys were no longer qualified to continue surviving. It is estimated that they will choose to quit soon. Sister, what should we do now? Watching the backs of Su Yang and his group leaving, there seemed to be a strange look in Liu Yi's eyes. Let's go, let's head back. And also, don't even think about that guy Su Yang. Didn't you see those two beautiful streamers beside him also drooling over him? Liu Shishi continued in an indifferent tone. In that flat tone, one could hear a touch of disappointment. After everyone had left, Zhang Xiaoqiao could no longer hold it back. Quickly call for rescue. If he loses too much blood, he might actually die. The four of them kicked Zhang Xiaoqiao a few times, then turned and walked away. Even if they were to quit, they would never follow this bastard. If it weren't for him, they might have been doing quite well right now. But now, with nothing left but a pick, how the hell are they supposed to survive? Zhuangxi, hurry up and call for rescue. Don't worry, I won't let you leave empty-handed once we're out of here. Eaten until his face was swollen, Zhang Xiaoxiao had no choice but to pin all his hopes on Liu Zhuangxi. He wouldn't let any of those bastards who just laid hands on him get away with it once they left. And that other bastard earlier, he definitely had to dig up his background. Maybe this place couldn't do anything to him, but once they left this island, crushing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Fine. Liu Zhuangxi could only nod. Then he dialed the rescue team's number. He was severely injured himself. If he didn't get medical attention in time, his right fist might be permanently ruined. Besides, he felt like a few of his ribs had been kicked broken as well. So he had to leave this desert island immediately to get medical help. Who would have thought he'd end up losing both his reputation and his dignity? If he had known, he should have just stayed there and survived peacefully. Thinking back on it now, that wouldn't have been so bad. Hanging up the rescue call. A few minutes later, the roar of a helicopter echoed in the air. Since this area was quite far from the beach, it would take several hours by speedboat. Although Zhang Xiaoxiao was truly annoying, most of the staff and the leadership of the Shark platform were tired of his behavior. But after all, the guy was a celebrity, and he had massive capital backing him up. Now that he had received his due punishment, if anything major were to happen to him, their platform would be held accountable. Many netizens in the live stream felt that this punishment was far too light for Zhang Xiaoxiao, because their hatred for Zhang Xiaoxiao was long-standing and deeply rooted. Of course, there were also some more rational viewers. While Zhang Xiaoxiao was definitely annoying, he hadn't actually posed a threat to Su Yang and his group. So this level of punishment could be considered just right. More importantly, the guy was a star. If Su Yang dealt with him too harshly and something went wrong on the island, then Su Yang would have to bear inescapable responsibility. Su Yang understood this well, which is why he didn't hit him any harder. The audience in the live stream was naturally venting their personal disgust toward Zhang Xiaoxiao. If they were in his shoes, they wouldn't necessarily have Su Yang's composure. Back at the shelter, Su Yang and the others weren't surprised to hear the roaring helicopter. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Mu Zhuangxi had completely lost the ability to survive, so they couldn't keep going. And the fact that he could thrive despite being universally hated online suggested that his backers were quite powerful. Even the Shark platform probably had to show them some respect. So it wasn't that surprising that the rescue came so quickly. We really had a rich haul today. From now on, we'll have tools for fishing, and these frying pans will definitely come in handy. Looking at all this gear, Zhou Jie and Dai Mei were naturally overjoyed. With this equipment, their future survival would be much more comfortable. Plus, there were 2 sleeping bags, so they wouldn't have to sleep on the hard, cold ground at night anymore. I'll go wash these clothes. I don't want to be wearing these dirty things later. Dai Mei immediately gathered all the clothes to wash them. She knew full well that these clothes would be very helpful to them in the wilderness. Especially now that it was starting to get a bit cold at night, they would surely come in useful. But they needed a good cleaning. While Dai Mei went to wash the clothes, Zhou Jie finally walked up to Su Yang. Then she stared at him without blinking. "What's wrong? You're giving me a creepy look. Do I have flowers growing on my face?" Su Yang asked while looking at the staring Zhou Jie. "Tell me honestly, does my increase in strength have something to do with you?" Zhou Jie lowered her voice and asked quietly. Su Yang's performance today confirmed to her that he must have some very special ability. Otherwise, his body couldn't possibly harbor such terrifying energy and strength. Perhaps Su Yang possessed some ability to boost strength, and her own sudden increase in power must have something to do with him. But she knew this must be Su Yang's secret, and it was one he didn't want everyone to know. Therefore, she deliberately lowered her voice so the audience in the live stream couldn't hear. Looking at Zhou Jie's eyes, he knew he wouldn't be able to hide this. After using the marrow cleansing liquid, the changes in the body were very significant. The users themselves would show very obvious transformations. "Yeah, you're right. But I can't tell you anything else. Just pretend I have these superpowers." Su Yang nodded, because he knew he couldn't dodge this anymore. He also knew that making up some random excuse wouldn't work. Although Zhou Jie had been very obedient throughout the journey, she was also very smart. I knew it was true. I just knew it. After receiving Su Yang's confirmation, Zhou Jie jumped up with excitement. She knew it. Su Yang definitely had superpowers. Turns out, there really is light in this world. Alright, this is between you and me. A secret only the two of us know, understand? Seeing the excited Zhou Jie, Su Yang reminded her very seriously. In truth, even if he hadn't admitted it today, Zhou Jie probably would have guessed it anyway. Now she just had a more certain answer in her heart. Of course, I won't tell anyone. Zhou Jie nodded like a child, bobbing her head eagerly. By the way, does that little one growing so big so fast have something to do with you too? Zhou Jie asked again out of curiosity. From a scientific perspective, leopard cubs that haven't shed their baby fur need 12 to 18 months to live independently. Growing to that size would likely take even longer, and they had only been on the island for 20-something days. The little one had undergone such earth-shattering changes. Before, she, like all the audience, thought it might be a mutation, but it must have to do with Su Yang. That has nothing to do with me. Maybe it's just a special breed, or maybe it just grows fast. This time, Su Yang didn't admit it. It was enough for Zhou to know about the changes in her own body because of him. As for everything else, he couldn't tell her everything. Fine. But you're becoming more and more amazing. I feel like you're in bottomless pit, making me extremely curious. Zhou nodded quickly, then smiled at Su Yang. Anyone would be curious about a bottomless pit, wanting to dig deep and get to the bottom of it. Both men and women have that kind of instinct. Many men express this particularly strongly. Zhou, it's better for women not to have too much curiosity. Haven't you heard the saying? Curiosity can be the beginning of a woman's downfall. Looking at her excited state, Su Yang said with a smile. This wasn't made up. Because once a woman's curiosity becomes too strong, she slowly falls into it until she can't pull herself out. I won't. But I will definitely research you inside and out, just you wait. After saying that to Su Yang with a playful stick of her tongue, Zhou went to help Daimei in high spirits. Today, she finally solved the mystery in her heart, and discovered that Su Yang was even more mysterious and magical than she had realized. She felt exceptionally relieved. With the exit of Zhang Xiaoxiao and his group, combined with Su Yang's previous performance, Su Yang became an overnight viral sensation. Many people had captured clips from the live stream and posted them across various websites. In this era of lightning-fast internet, it only takes a few minutes for a story to spread across the entire country. The emergence of short video platforms has pushed the internet into a completely different era of development. Information spreads even faster now, as if it has grown wings. The footage of Su Yang effortlessly catching Niu Zhuangxi's punch began to spread rapidly across all short video platforms. With an unstoppable momentum, it directly dominated the trending sections of every video app. In just half an hour, Su Yang had once again taken over the top of the Weibo trends, and the top 3 trending topics were all about him. Captain China. How strong is Su Yang actually? Is Su Yang even a normal human being? Shocking reveal. What is Su Yang's true identity? To be a man is to be like Su Yang. Su Yang, the end of the effeminate idol era. Su Yang is the true role model for Chinese men. This is the kind of real man we should all admire. In short, all the major websites and short video platforms were pulling out all the stops with attention-grabbing headlines. Some articles even described Su Yang in godlike terms, as if he were a true deity walking among us. Many people even began calling him Captain China. And that terrifying power seemed like something that could only exist in movies. Kicking a nearly 180-pound man 5 meters away with a single blow. That is simply not something an ordinary person can do. Even more impressively, Su Yang himself doesn't even look like he weighs more than 140 pounds. Of course, even though Zhang Xiaoxiao was the victim, he was instantly dragged into a whirlpool of public criticism. Everyone flooded his Weibo page with insults and abuse. This forced his operations team to temporarily shut down comments on his account. Some people even went as far as to threaten to kill him. Zhang Xiaoxiao had no choice but to hire more bodyguards to stand guard at his hospital room door. Once again, he topped the Weibo trending charts. And the clips were spreading like wildfire across every short video platform. Naturally, the popularity of Su Yang's livestream channel saw another massive surge. The original 20 million live viewers had now climbed to over 26 million. Donations also poured in, exceeding 5 million. In an instant, Su Yang's popularity had completely eclipsed that of many internet celebrities. Of course, those soft-featured idols were absolutely fuming. After all, if masculinity became the new trend, their path would definitely narrow. Seeing all these posts on every website feels so damn good. Exactly. Su Yang is the kind of man our Chinese boys should look up to. My son wanted to watch some effeminate idol show earlier, and I immediately gave him a good scolding. Su Yang is my hero forever, and he will be my son's hero too. For some time now, the trend of effeminate idols has been rampant. TV stations and major websites looking to get a piece of the pie have been frantically churning out new trainees, organizing idol trainee shows and the like, causing the social climate to undergo a radical and strange change. It used to be about the tough, heroic type. Within just 1 year, it has completely morphed into a distorted, effeminate culture. Full makeup, colored contacts, lipstick, eyeshadow, eyeliner. Nothing is off limits. And more importantly, they even wear lace while performing. Isn't that just absolutely ridiculous? The rise of this aesthetic has caused the values and tastes of many young people to become deeply twisted. Their entire value system has been turned upside down, because they know that if they follow that path, one single opportunity could be enough to make a fortune. Whether they are bringing glory or shame to their families doesn't seem to matter to them at all. After all, once they become famous, They don't even need to learn how to act. They just show up and pull in tens or hundreds of millions in pay. For young people whose values haven't fully matured yet, the temptation is immense. It has sent many of them flocking to this industry. Now, the emergence of Suyang might finally help suppress this sick social trend. Although the world outside may have changed significantly because of Suyang, and even the values of some young people have shifted because of him. Suyang, the person at the center of it all, is completely unaware of any of this. Because after grabbing a quick bite, he is already back to work. Even though their supplies increased after that counter raid, it's still not enough to live in real comfort. Suyang's mission for the afternoon is to make more candles. The candles they made the day before have all been used up, and the leftover residue from refining the palm oil is actually a great material for candle making. When mixed with tree resin, it burns even better. By the end of the afternoon, Suyang had crafted several dozen candles. Every bit of the leftover material had been fully put to use. Damie and Sister Jo also finished washing all the clothes they had recovered. After a night of rest, they woke up early the next day, only to find 6 eggs in the nesting box. You all have been really busy. I'll borrow 3 eggs from you today? After washing up, Suyang took 3 eggs from the nesting box. He planned to upgrade their breakfast today. Wild eggs are much smaller than our regular store-bought ones, but they are packed with protein. And having fried eggs for breakfast provides a sense of mental satisfaction and comfort. The frying pan he brought over from Zhang Xiaoxiao's camp was finally coming in handy. A few minutes later, 3 fragrant fried eggs were ready. By then, Sister Jo and Damie had also woken up. Wow, fried eggs? We were eating fried eggs for breakfast in the wilderness? This is way too luxurious. Looking at the delicious fried eggs, Sister Jo and Damie were drooling. They quickly rushed to wash up. Once finished, the 3 of them had 1 egg each, though it wasn't enough to fill them up completely. After not having eggs for over 20 days, the psychological satisfaction made them feel incredibly happy. They ate some meat as well, and then began their 22nd day of survival. Suyang, what are we doing today? Sister Jo asked. They had plenty of food now, and the more secure shelter was nearly complete. Let's fire some roof tiles today. Once the new shelter is finished, we can finally move in. That was Suyang's plan for the day. Get all the tiles fired. Then they could move into their big house. After 2 or 3 days of baking, the rooms and the clay bed were almost completely dried out, and they now had 2 sleeping bags, which they could modify into bed sheets and covers. No time to waste, Suyang started digging a hole in the ground to build a clay kiln for firing the tiles. Meanwhile, Sister Jo and Damie hurried off to gather more clay. Suyang had discovered a patch of high-quality clay a while back, which was perfect for making pottery. Building a kiln to fire tiles is actually quite simple. You just need to dig a U-shaped fire pit in the ground, then mold a circular clay disc in the center with small holes like a honeycomb coal. This way, the flames will continuously rise up through those holes. That will make the tiles fired to be much harder. Finally, you just need to mud up a long chimney. This method is naturally designed to make the fire burn more vigorously. There are 2 ways to fire pottery: high temperature firing and low temperature firing. Both the temperatures and the durations are different, and the resulting products are naturally completely different as well. High temperature firing usually requires between 1200 and 1350 degrees Celsius, and the firing time needs to be at least 8 hours. Because the temperature is so high, the requirements for the clay are also very strict. If it contains any excess impurities, it can easily crack or explode. The products from low temperature firing are naturally inferior. However, this method has lower temperature requirements, needing only between 700 and 900 degrees Celsius, and it can be completed in just over 4 hours of firing time. More importantly, this firing method doesn't have such high requirements for the clay. Even if there are a few impurities, it is less likely to cause the danger of it exploding. In wilderness survival, because many conditions cannot be met, many wilderness survivors choose the low temperature firing method. After building the kiln, Suyang started moving the fire over. Then he started feeding it a crazy amount of firewood. To successfully fire pottery, you must have enough firewood. The requirements for firing tiles are much simpler and cruder than for pottery, so it's estimated that they can be ready in about an hour. Taking advantage of this time, Suyang also went outside to prepare plenty of extra firewood. Since we're starting to fire tiles today, we might as well fire some other things too. For instance, a wash basin, or perhaps some vegetable washing bowls. Next, he crushed some of the leftover bones they had eaten into powder. Because after these bones are ground into powder, applying them to the outer layer of the clay during the firing process can act as a glaze. Of course, This method only makes them a bit more durable and improves water resistance. Naturally, it's impossible to make them look as beautiful as crafts. In wilderness survival, the priority is staying alive, and only then comes the pursuit of aesthetics. Perhaps, when conditions are better in the future, he will consider making those artistic pieces. But for now, the conditions aren't there, so there's no need to waste time and energy. By noon, the three of them had carried back enough clay. This clay should be enough to fire the needed tiles and even a few bowls. Joji and Daimei were panting from exhaustion. After all, carrying clay is hard physical labor, and both of them are girls. Su Yang, what should we do next? To be honest, I really don't know the first thing about firing tiles, Joji said while wiping the sweat from her forehead. First, we mix the mud, then we shape the clay into the tile forms. Once they've dried enough, we can start firing them. Su Yang explained as he started working. Firing tiles is much easier. Just cut a slightly thick tree trunk, about 30 to 40 centimeters long. Then spread the prepared clay evenly over it. When it's done, just split it into 3. If you want to fire other types of pottery, there are actually many ways to do it. In the wilderness, people mostly use the coil building method and the hand shaping method, because these methods are the most time-saving and efficient, and the results are quite good. After a brief tutorial, Joji and Daimei started making the tile clay shapes, and Su Yang stood by to start the firing process. Generally speaking, it's better for the clay forms to air dry naturally. This way they aren't as likely to explode during firing. But Su Yang was a little impatient. He couldn't wait to test it out. First, he used low heat to dry out all the clay pieces. The next step was to put all the dried tiles into the kiln for firing. Because the kiln Su Yang built wasn't very large, he could only fire about 15 tiles at a time. Just like that, the three of them worked until dark. They had fired about 70 or 80 tiles. Of course, there were some broken ones that didn't make it. You two must be hungry, right? I'll go make us some food. Daimei volunteered to cook. After working non-stop all afternoon, she was feeling quite drained. Yeah. Su Yang nodded. However, he was still busy firing. This was the last batch for the night. By the time he finished the last kiln load, it was already past 8 in the evening. Daimei had prepared a rather hearty dinner. A big pot stew. Pork, pheasant, kelp, bamboo shoots, and various wild vegetables were all thrown in. This was definitely some culinary disaster. But they were so hungry that Su Yang and Joji didn't give it much thought. After dinner, the three of them soon fell fast asleep. After all, they had been doing heavy labor all afternoon, so they were truly exhausted. Plus, Su Yang had been standing by the kiln all afternoon, leaving him feeling a bit dizzy. The next morning, Su Yang woke up early. After getting up, he noticed the air felt a bit muggy and humid. This made him realize that the situation might not be good. Usually, this kind of stuffy feeling means it's likely going to rain. They had been on the island for 23 days, and it hadn't rained once. By all logic, the rainy season should be starting soon. If his hunch was right, this humid environment would soon bring rainfall. And this rain wouldn't be just a passing shower. Su Yang felt the pressure mount instantly. He turned back into the room to look at the sleeping Daimei and Joji. Slap. Slap. He went straight over and gave each of them a slap on the bottom. What happened? What happened? The two of them sat up abruptly, looking at Su Yang with dazed eyes. They didn't quite know what was going on. They only felt a burning sensation on their backsides. Get up now. It might rain today, and we have to finish the new shelter. Otherwise, we might end up soaking wet tonight, Su Yang said earnestly while watching the two dazed girls. Though, he had to admit the feeling just now was quite nice. Very bouncy. Okay. In their half-awake state, the two of them didn't seem to realize Su Yang had spanked them. Hearing that it might rain, they hurriedly got out of bed. They rushed to wash up and get ready to work. God. Su God is truly Su God. Even taking advantage of others is so justified. Awesome. I've learned something. Don't try this. You'll be beaten to death. So envious. I also want to touch Joji and Daimei's cute bottoms. Are Joji and Daimei stunned from the slap? They didn't even realize they got hit. Maybe they're just used to it at night. Oh my god. How did I not think of that? Looking at Su God's practice movements and the girls' indifference, you can tell they've rehearsed this plenty of times at night.